nuclear disaster, how Artemis is Diana, or rather, they are corresponding goddesses, and how Diana's crash 25 years ago yesterday into the 13th pole correlates to this storyline, which also includes Anne Hesh, who crashed, and the mysterious circumstances, similar themes are repeated there, and she's associated with an upcoming, soon to be released TV show called Girl in Room 13 about a captive. She was also in 13 Minutes, 7 Days, 6 Nights, which adds to 13, multiplies to 42. The Artemis mission is a 42-day mission. But there's some kind of storyline here, and I think it connects with the nuclear threat, specifically from Russia. Then you have Gorbachev dying today. 9/1 has a wake. He's 91. And the Cold War ended 1991. And I'm thinking they're probably going to bring something else in. You know, they close one door, another opens, someone big leaves the world stage. It makes room for someone else. Spirit Jordan says, in the summer of love, Trump ordered the Albert Pike statue protected and erected somewhere else after it was dumped. Well, he was a Confederate general. Some say he was a founder of the KKK. I don't know if that's all true, but the rights, the Scottish Rite, would constitute the 4th degree through the 32nd. The 33rd degree doesn't have a ritual, it's an honorary. Or maybe, I mean, that one's kind of interesting to me, the 33rd. But I did find something, and I'll bring this up soon in one of the podcasts that we're working on here with a deeper dive into some of the nuance. But I did find a very interesting reference to something that would correspond to a 34th degree. And it has to do with going through the Devil's Pass into the north to a place called Shambhala. I'll find what I can on it, but it's some kind of Templar rite. Very interesting stuff. Wee says, great connection with Hesh and Diana. Tim. Yeah, we're talking about the crash, also the short blonde hair, the captive. And they all correspond to Virgo, personified as Persephone, who's kidnapped for the dark half of the year. And so Anne Hesh seemed to have some kind of theme here with being trafficked or kidnapped. And then Girl in Room 13, Diana hitting Pillar 13. Was she a prisoner of the royals? Was she... There's a lot of interesting intrigue here, but it all connects. Diana, Hesh, and again, Diana, moon goddess. Artemis, moon goddess. Artemis's missile cracks, so they couldn't launch. Cracked arrow, broken arrow, code for a nuke. And if you look at the pillar where Diana crashed, you can actually see it's a cracked pillar. G33 says, Pike says you have to be asked for the 33rd. Yeah, I kind of thought it might be more of a personal thing. Like maybe the devil pays you a personal visit, pins something on your chest, some kind of hazing. All right, let's continue. Biden says Trump is a threat to America, and Trump vows to pardon the January 6th rioters. Arrest Trump was trending today on Twitter, which does kind of give you a feel for where everyone's leaning. It's like a weather vane. New World Order was also trending. The thing about the New World Order is it's not coming. Don't listen. I mean, you can, but you have so many people crying wolf. The New World Order is coming. Well, the New World Order is the old one. It just has a new paint job. It's the same people in control. So it's not all that new. And it's not really coming. It's like you were born into it. But a lot of people are becoming increasingly aware of this centralized, or this desire to centralize and uniform, make everything uniform. But people are agreeing it's for the reasons that if we don't cooperate, we're all going to die. Like climate change. America is something of a pariah. We are responsible for most of it, I guess. But the new order was, I think, more or less made real in 2020. The world ended in 2020. if you didn't notice. It actually ended. But when the world ends, it just means the next cycle begins. And so they did hit the reset button. That was year zero for all intents and purposes. Now, didn't Princess Diana's bodyguard end up becoming the CEO of Pfizer? Spirit Jordan says, a very protected site in Diana's crash. Even regular officers could not access it. Yep. All right, let's take a look. Princess Diana, bodyguard, Pfizer. All right, looks like we have found, yes, bodyguard survivor of Princess Diana crash, Trevor Rees Jones, the only survivor, recovered and landed a job as the global head for AstraZeneca. Okay, AstraZeneca, which, by the way, has a very conspicuous 666 encoded into its logo. It's the first thing I noticed. It's like, if you want to stop scaring people about this, stop making everything so so mark of the beastie, because it looks like the mark of the beast. I almost said mask of the beast because I actually believe it was mask of the beast, but the devil, his greatest trick, wasn't convincing the world he didn't exist, because a lot of people still believe in him. It was switching the S for the R. So nobody noticed that they took on the mark of the beast because it was a mask. We says, remember, Twitter's fake. Right, what percentage of them are bots? And what percentage of them are just NPCs? And is there a difference? I would say no. I would say that what the bots are saying is trending reflects what the NPCs are going to go with and reflects the world we're going to live in. Unfortunately, the reality impaired are in control. Okay, let us continue. We're just talking about the AstraZeneca logo made of 3 6s. Nothing to see there. But yeah, the bodyguard survivor of Princess Diana is a global head of security for AstraZeneca. Make of that what you will. Is it his reward? The Queen's like, you take care of this and we'll make sure you're taken care of. He does look a little bowl-cutty, a little sinister. Again, Casper Rorsted is not dead at 60. Kanye West made up a fake headline. Very passive-aggressive, but given his influence. And again, this is a CEO of Adidas. All right, let's move on. It's been an interesting week. Steve Bannon had something notable to say here about Greta, and he describes that way in which people kowtow to Greta is very similar to how the Maoist Red Guard would have their struggle sessions.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow it to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
Alright, good morning everyone. It's Halloween 2022. This is the Masquerade, JT33, featuring Symbia. If you don't have costumes, you kind of don't need them. We've been branded by the mass media. We are now disaster trolls, and that's what we are year-round. Disaster trolls are people who question official mainstream media narratives when it comes to disasters, because you're a troll if you don't believe the reporting. Disaster trolls, and then we got the other attack on Pelosi to talk about. This is again par for the course, Everybody blames everybody else. Nobody wants to own him. One side says he's MAGA, the other side says he's basically a Pelosi supporter. I don't know how many MAGAs make hemp bracelets for a living or are nudists, but we'll get into that a bit. Elon Musk got into some trouble for tweeting a conspiracy theory that maybe they knew each other. That Paul Pelosi, knew Dave DePepe. Now think about that name. The main meme of the right now, or as it's been since 2015ish, is Pepe the Frog, and his name is DePepe. Like, to me, this is some kind of story or script, and I think it's more likely, given his past associations, that he leans far left. There's nothing MAGA about the guy. Now, as you'll see, a few other points have come up to suggest that maybe the skepticism wasn't rooted in mere um, trollishness. A Tab, a nude activist, called San Francisco's KGO and said, "Hello, this is Gypsy Tab. I'm the ex-life partner of David DePepe and the mother of his children." Again, these greenies, these lefties, need to stop procreating, and they all need to voluntarily self-incarcerate. A separate topic. Anyway, she said that he is mentally ill, referring to David DePepe, and that he's been ill for a long time. He's in very bad shape. He thought it was Jesus. He was paranoid. And on top of that, she added, quote, "When I met him, he was 20 and he didn't have any experience in politics, and he was in alignment with my views, and I absolutely admire Nancy Pelosi." There you have it. His life partner, huge Pelosi fangirl, and he's supposedly MAGA? I don't think so. I don't think so. Someone else had asked, my thoughts about this Kanye West thing, and is he actually, leading people to some kind of an awakening? We have all these psyops going on concurrently, and everything has an agenda. Like that one, clearly they're blaming the right, and it's probably a cover-up for some kind of domestic thing. But this Kanye thing keeps coming up, and it's actually reverberating. Not just Goyim TV, waving their flags. You have other places like in Florida, and I'll go through some of this, where more people are telegraphing Kanye West was right. I'm like, right about what exactly? It's kind of, to me, that there's a lot of logical fallacy inherent within this whole narrative of who controls what in this world. But a lot of this is just inadvertently hilarious. He said now he knows what it feels like to have a knee on his neck because, Adidas dropped him. I mean, that's kind of a stretch. But there's been this back and forth with Kanye and the George Floyd family, who are attempting to sue him for $250 million for saying that George overdosed on fentanyl. Now, I think that's a very weak premise for a suit, but he fires back saying that he had given $2 million to George Floyd's daughter for college, and he called them out as being, quote, greedy. A lot of interesting back and forth there. Yep, Ye compares George Floyd's death to his split with Adidas. From Vulture.com, Ye, formerly Kanye West, has issued an apology for his claim that George Floyd died due to fentanyl. Here it says false claim. The problem here is that you have the officially false claim. I mean, that's the one that's designated as false. If you're going to question the official narrative that he died from a knee on his neck, you're going to default to fentanyl. They don't want the other view, that George Floyd didn't even die, to get out there. They want you to think it's a false flag or it's a misrepresented real event. They don't want you to know that the entire thing's a hoax. And again, it's a world stage thing, the whole premise that they set. And it's an open question if Kanye West is even aware of how fake all this is. Is he just being coached? His proximity to Candace Owens, would make me think that he's more or less being coached on what to say in order to incite the most number of people. They're playing this White Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter because it's politically timed, obviously. But her documentary is specifically about how he died from fentanyl, and Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong. And that's kind of been the chorus here, that Derek Chauvin and the others are now being, quote, lynched. In fact, the attacker of Pelosi, Paul Pelosi, uh, this David DePepe specifically said that that Derek Chauvin is being lynched, that it's a lynching. I mean, you can see how every one of these psyops accepts the basic premise. They're not real conspiracy theorists. Now, the people who do question the basic premise are considered to be, as I mentioned earlier, disaster trolls. And as far as I know, disaster trolls is it's a new meme. I just looked it up and I couldn't find many other examples of it. And here's one of the main trolls. They actually have his name, and it reminds me of a few years ago you had Sidethorn journalist going to these various school shooting sightings or sites and finding out if there was any kind of veracity to the claims. And he had supposedly debunked like 33 fake school shootings in person before he got into an altercation, was arrested, and his sidekick, conspiracy grandma, was thrown in a mental institution. A very ugly situation. But here you have, and this is from the BBC.com, conspiracy theorists who claim the UK attacks have been staged are tracking down survivors to their homes and workplaces to see if they're lying about their injuries. Richard D. Hall has described how he tracks down survivors of the attacks, in which 22 people were killed and more than 100 injured, to determine if it was faked. He spied from outside of their homes in his vehicle. Now, people are saying that he's crossing the line here. Martin Hibbert says, "You're saying I'm an actor, or I've not got a spinal cord injury, or Eve's not disabled, or she's not in a wheelchair." Now, my take on this is basically that we don't know that this guy is legitimately trying to debunk things. He could be controlled opposition. Like birds are fake. The birds are fake movement is a fake movement set up by the Parkland survivors to make conspiracy theorists who question their fake event look crazy. And moreover, you can get crisis actors that are amputees. Look at the Boston Hoaxathon. I mean, this person may well have some sort of a condition, a spinal cord injury, but we don't know if it happened from one of these attacks. All we know is that maybe this person was hired to do a gig. The other day we were talking about the Halloween trampling in South Korea, and I was looking closer at the story. Turns out there was one American who was trampled in the mix, and this is relevant here. He happened to be a nursing student. I'm like, what are the odds? University of Kentucky issued a statement about Ann Gaiske Jr. in the university's nursing program had attended the Halloween party in South Korea and was trampled to death. Like, what are the odds that somebody who's in that arena, someone who's in that universe, a nursing student, would be part of a mass casualty drill? A PSYOP. Of course, they present it as real, but my point is the people who are involved in these things are involved for very specific reasons. You find that they are more or less people who are copacetic with the big goal of the events. And in this case, I'm thinking that maybe these people are crisis actors, like he said. Just because they have real injuries doesn't mean they're not. And the idea that he would be sent over to them doesn't necessarily mean that he's legitimately investigating. We have to keep in mind that you could have double agents, and his job could be to make people who investigate these claims look dangerous, look crazy. I referenced Sidethorn journalist who did the same thing here in the U.S., and he looked unhinged. In fact, they arrested him live on Vice. Vice TV was there. I mean, think about that. You have Vice arresting or recording the arrest of the most prominent auto-hoaxer school shooting denialist. And that made me think that this guy, Sidethorn journalist himself, could have been some kind of a troll. In fact, one of the things he did that I thought was clever, not in a good way, disingenuous, is he was offering $100,000 to anybody who could show evidence of a dead person at one of these mass shootings. So Sidethorn journalist goes around, $100,000, show me somebody died. Well, look, if he's aware that it's a hoax, then he knows that nobody died. He knows that that money can't possibly bring anybody out. it's not really going to work. It's just not a possible way it could work. And everybody's going to miss the premise. But anyway, he got arrested. That $100,000 was never dispersed. But my point is, you'd be better off saying, I'm going to put $100,000 here for a whistleblower. If you participated in a fake event and you want a quick payout, give me some actionable intel, don't dox yourself, I'll get the 100,000 to you. And you could take $100,000 and precipitate something, but he used it to advance this narrative, and it was a way that he never put his actual money at risk. T-Dog135 says, I posted a song Penguinzilla in the DJ booth. It will be on YouTube tomorrow. Awesome, I'll look forward to it. Yeah, Penguinzilla. Go to ips.monster. I have a Penguinzilla poster. If you don't know what Penguinzilla is, it ties into this Kraken concept, which we've adopted. The Kraken is this beast that, from the Bible, beast of the sea. You could find other examples of this entity or whatever, very apocalyptic. But the Kraken is something that the elite are rousing. The rousing Leviathan. It's in all of their programming. It's tied to the election. It's tied to Watergate. Remember the Batman movie? The Riddler sends out his online radicals to break the dam and flood the polls. Right now, and for the last year, the GOP has been touting their line, flood the polls, flood the polls. And now they're at the polls with guns. Think about that. You got the armed ballot box patrol looking for mules. I mean, this is the QAnon or Riddler army taking action and flooding the polls, just like in the Batman movie. And I said this last year, or earlier this year, when the Batman movie was advertised. I said, hey, look, March 4th. The Joker movie preceded. I mean, I think these things I think this is propaganda, it's agitprop. But the Joker movie did precede the summer of 2020, a left-wing uprising. When the Batman movie was coming out, March 4th, coincidentally the day that the Boston bomber, quote, the Joker, had his death penalty reinstated, I said, hey, look, March 4th, it's a sign. March 4th, right-wing terrorists. And since March 4th, we've seen Patriot Front, we've seen other examples of, visible examples of white nationalist terrorist action. I mean, all staged, all fake, or provoked by such, like the Buffalo shooting, a race war attack. And I called this in advance. And again, I'm saying that this is because this is the counterpart to 2020. Right now, it's like, BLM 2020. Right now, it's what? WLM, White Lives Matter. Look at what Kanye West has incited so far. And if you look at his connection to Candace Owens and her husband owning Parler, he's buying Parler, where 1/6 was largely planned, it all ties together. And it all connects very intricately and intimately with the Helter Skelter Turner Diaries narrative. Even more so now that Kanye has all but taken credit for the concept of Quentin Tarantino's Django Unchained, which we already talked about. Django Unchained, inspired by Nat Turner. Nat Turner has a Turner Diaries connection. And again, we're talking about an uprising and race war. Helter Skelter, Marilyn Manson brings that into the picture. Charles Manson had this scenario where atrocities would be committed and blamed on the Black Panthers to incite whites to kill blacks. This was the plan. That sounds like something CNN would plot for a PSYOP. That's actual Charles Manson. And again, it was blamed on Black Panthers. And right now, the counterpart to the Black Panthers happens to be BLM. And it's notable here that Kanye West is the son of a Black Panther. You can't really efface that important point here. All right, so if you just got here, we're talking about disaster trolls. The mass media has labeled you disaster trolls for questioning PSYOPs. We've been talking about the Pepe the Frog based killer De Pepe attacking Pelosi's husband, chanting, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" I mean, that's one story. Depends on how you look at it. My take on it is that he's a family friend and that they were probably watching Dahmer while Nancy was out, and Paul got a weird look in his eye, frightened De Pepe, who grabbed the gavel and tried to break out of the house, and the cops came and settled everything. And that would explain why there was broken glass on the outside of the house, because he was hitting from the inside, trying to get out. he wasn't breaking in. I mean, that would be my theory. Anyway, the whole thing was obviously fake and staged. I look at his website and it's already down. It was on Wix. It was not even a fully completed template. And I clicked all the links. There were no worthwhile memes. Nobody would visit a site like that. And it was open for subscriptions. And here's the narrative they're saying: extremists with subscriber paywalls are now dangerous because you're financing meme terrorists. You're enabling them to earn subscription revenue on hate that's behind a paywall. Just a heads up, they're going after the paywalls. They've already been attacking Substack because it's really good. Its format and it is a playing field leveler when it comes to publishing, and the media doesn't like competition. And it's because it's the one world church. They don't want competition. Joe Ross says, to Pepe in his underwear. Yeah, they say he was in his underwear. I'd like to see a picture. For some reason, I'm not picturing tidy whities or whatever, like that guy from Breaking Bad was wearing. I'm not sure what he was wearing, but I mean, it's also dangerously close to Halloween. Maybe they were having some kind of party. But I don't think it was a break-in and attempted assassination. That's like the least likely possibility, given the guy's politics. His wife or whatever, his life partner was a Pelosi devotee. All right, we are joined by Quadruple A, says, on my work break in my car portal. Zuckerberg calls the iPhone a portal. Also joined here by Portal Complex, P Trippa, Zero Infinity Live, John Francis, thanks for joining. Oh, briefs, he was in briefs, okay. Joined by Pete Shea, says Pepe Le Pew. Yeah, Pepe the Frog is the basis for this character's this person. He's like Pepe personified, and I mean this because Pepe represents the alt-right and all their views, and this guy just happens to check all the boxes. He posts stuff. He's pro-Q. I didn't see a lot of heavy pro-Trump stuff, but the stuff that he posted or that's ascribed to him is that he's an election denier, climate denier, COVID denier. And now they're saying that COVID denial is the gateway drug to climate change denial, racism, and transphobia, which is absurd to me. But yes, COVID denial and the denial of structural racism, the effects of racial attitudes on COVID-19 conspiracy theories. This is typical of what they do. They merge everything. Look what they did with environmentalism. Now it's environmental justice. And when I say merge, this is all what they do in their propaganda universe. You got George Floyd chanting, "I can't breathe," because the police kneeling on his neck? No. Climate change. Climate change killed George Floyd. And I mean this because the system that we have that necessitates the oppression of the poor to defend the propertied, that requires these brutal police, yeah, it's the political economic system of capitalism, which just happens to be destroying the atmosphere, so we can't breathe. We can't breathe because this system is so toxic. It's just as likely that climate change killed him, and it wasn't Derek Chauvin, but it doesn't make a difference. It's interchangeable. Capitalism killed him. One way or the other, property ownership killed him. Freedom killed him. The unsustainability of our lifestyle. Is anybody wearing masks today? It is Halloween. It's the one day a year where you can be a truther and you can wear a mask and you're not compromising your values. I might actually wear a mask today. Joined by Cope Aesthetic, says Pepe Le Dupe. I think he's Pepe Le Crisis Actor. I think this De Pepe guy is a close friend of the Pelosi's and probably staged this PSYOP. And the day before, Marjorie Taylor Greene sent out an ominous tweet, and she's like, "Tomorrow it all begins," or something creepy. Going through, okay, let's see here. Echo Charlie says, "That's so funny," and that Alex Stein picture you found. Oh, that was from Alex Stein's stand-up comedy. I was looking for a picture of DePepe. I couldn't find one, and somebody supplied a picture of Alex Stein in some kind of a burlesque outfit on a stage, and I just rolled with it. I was like, it looks like a Stein, but I'm just going to promulgate this just in case. And no, I corrected it. It wasn't him. All right, let's see here. Salty Siren says, Pepe too legit to quit. Yeah. Hammer time at the Pelosi's. I think it was the gavel symbol. Like the symbol of the gavel. It's very significant in this context. And I'm thinking maybe that's what the hammer was. AAAA says Alex Jones is a gateway to racism. They also say that David Icke is a gateway to anti-Semitism. And I read all of David Icke's books. I wasn't quite a new ager, but I was interested in his research. Like I was aware of how insane some of the stuff sounded. I mean, he was the first one to say save the children. Look up in his book Children of the Matrix, very first chapter, Save the Children. And it's all about how like 50,000 kids are kidnapped every day and drained of their adrenochrome for the royal elites. And Queen Elizabeth is a 12-foot tall shape-shifting reptilian, and Diana knows it all, and they killed her. Like they tell this story, but you can find some interesting information about symbolism. You can notice things just through the general research, but I just never really bought into the tabloid nature of it. But David Icke started all that. And then one year they pulled all of his books out of these stores in Canada. And I'm like, why is he being blocked? And they're saying, oh, well, reptilian is code. I'm like, I would not have made that connection. I would not. I'm more likely to think that reptilians are in control and that the next layer down might be this or that group. But I don't have enough information to point and say I know who's in control. But there's not this slippery slope from questioning the news to becoming a racist, which is what they're saying. It's a slippery slope. You listen to Alex Jones, next thing you know, you're a flat earther. Next thing you know, you're goose stepping around saying Hail Hitler, listening to Eric Dubay on YouTube. Like, it doesn't work that way. Actually, it does work that way, but for the MSM fundamentalist believers. It's the mainstream media believers who are gluing themselves to paintings, lying down in the roads, burning police precincts. It's the mainstream believers who do all the damage. Show me the mobs of conspiracy theorists. Well, now they've successfully tarnished the word conspiracy theorist, and it's basically anybody who's not on the left. But my point here, my bigger point, is that conspiracy theory is merely a smear, and it applies equally to the left and the right. They're both disaster trolls. They're both crisis actors. You're going to tell me that Greta Thunberg's not a conspiracy theorist, that Al Gore's not a conspiracy theorist? And they're the ones who are getting people to literally set themselves on fire. And that's just one step away from a suicide bombing. It's eco-terrorism. Side note, I am fully behind preemptively locking up any one of these greeny climate activists for their own good and for the good of society and for the good of Gaia. Gaia will be so happy that they're not jet setting around the world polluting so they could go on these elaborate PR stunt operations in these museums. No, they can stay home. They can stay in their cell. That's greener than traveling. If you know anybody, if you see somebody you got to know the signs. If you see them recycling, that's a dead giveaway. But there might come a time, the storm is coming. Now, these Gaia worshippers, though, are truly at war with your freedom. And I can find you direct quotes from Pope Bezos, where he was talking about what he called the freezing of civilization. Like they were talking about how if we're going to continue on this path, as in property ownership and freedom, we're not going to have it here on Earth. He called it the civilization of stasis. Here we have it. Bezos went further, saying, in the long run, freezing civilization in place will be needed. This is, again, to save the planet. But it's going to require what? A more authoritarian government. And this is in 2017, 3 years before the lockdowns. You already have Bezos putting it out there that in order to survive into the future, we may have to compromise on a few things. He says, we have two choices. We have two choices if you want freedom and liberty. We either go into space or we switch to a civilization of stasis. Bezos went even further. In the long run, freezing civilization might not be an option unless our governments can become more authoritarian. And what he says here is, And he's talking to children, by the way. This is Jeff Bezos talking to a group of children, and I'm sure they understand all of this. He says, quote, in a real stasis, somebody's going to have to tell you how many kids you can have, how much energy you can use. There'll be all kinds of things that aren't consistent with liberty and freedom, but we could have 1 trillion humans in the solar system and it wouldn't be crowded. And if you have 1 trillion humans, you'd have 1,000 Einsteins, 1,000 Mozarts, 1,000 Da Vincis. How cool would that be? We've gotten too big as a civilization on Earth and we have to hurry. What they're saying is freedom is no longer compatible with life on Earth. The Earth cannot sustain this anymore, and we're going to have to go to space to have it. And this is the big ruse, I think. They get you to accept it as inevitable. Climate change, climate catastrophe, dystopian fictions like right out of Netflix are going to come true if we don't lock down and become a dystopian fiction. And that's what they've been doing around the world. They're like, oh, we're going to lock down so that we don't have to have rolling blackouts in the winter. You mean we're going to turn off our lights so we don't have to turn off the lights? Okay, makes perfect sense to me. Again, life, liberty, and the pursuit of spaceflight. Jeff Bezos links Blue Origin to saving Earth. Here's an image of Bezos in front of the Blue Origin obelisk, spraying champagne on everybody. I wonder what that could possibly mean in the context of the mystery Babylon fertility cults that run the world. I'm sure there's nothing to see here. Zero Infinity says, give us your firstborn or we will burn your house down. Trick or treat. True story, that's where it comes from. Men with torches come out on Hallows Eve night and demand sacrifice or murder. Sounds like the Purge, doesn't it? Interesting. Salty says, when is White Lives Matter going to peacefully protest for yay? On that topic, I took a few notes on a few things today, and I want to go over a couple of things. I want to go over Q-strianity, or Christianity spelled with a Q, but I wanted to bring this up because I was noticing that there is quite a lot going around of support for Kanye's message, and I was noting Goyim TV, and they call themselves Jew namers. They don't like the term neo-Nazis, but they are, I would say, Hitler fetishists. Anyway, I noticed that they're going out there, following his lead, holding signs above the freeway saying Kanye was right. And I'm just saying that here we are in 2022. These guys have been doing this stuff for years and years, and now that they have a big celebrity, they're able to come out and express it like without their normal dog whistles. And I'm like, why did it? Maybe it's just the irony that strikes me. But why does it take a black celebrity to get all the white neo-Nazis that probably hate him to come out of their shells? Like, why do they have to follow behind that? It just shows you how mixed up everything is. That they have to speak out from behind the cover of a black celebrity. It makes it seem like the white neo-Nazi Hitler fetishists are somewhat cuckolded in a way. And I've thought this before. Anytime you're relegated to using dog whistles and euphemisms, you've been mentally conquered. That's why I don't censor this channel. That's why I refuse to call something fake real. That's why I refuse to shift the burden of proof back. That's why I keep questioning. And that's why I refuse, again, to use dog whistles. We have to say what we mean. The beginning of wisdom is to call things by their right names. The instant you slip into using euphemisms, you've admitted that you can't withstand the mob. And we have to stand up to the mob as individuals, because what they're doing is they're replacing individual thinkers with collectivized, belief systems. And that's what the TV is. It's the Bible of this new world order, which is the old world order with a new paint job and a seemingly even lower budget. Everything is kind of shoddy this time around. Hey, listen to this. I think also a lot of people are falling for Kanye's speaking truth to power, and I would advise that it'd be like trusting Alex Jones. Is he speaking truth to power, or is he running a controlled demolition of the First and Second Amendment? And I happen to think he's running controlled demolition because I've noticed that he's on. Look, Alex Jones is not canceled. This $1.25 trillion settlement's not going to cancel him. But look how easily they cancel everybody else. I don't know. I happen to think that we're looking at a controlled demolition of free speech. And if 1.25 trillion isn't going to motivate you to expose the truth about that whole event and 20 years of fake school shootings, then I have to question the integrity of the person. Like, are they really on our side? Not that I care. Look, to me, Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, same thing. From the perspective, the off world stage perspective, there's no distinction between Hollywood, entertainment, and the news media. There's no distinction between an Anderson Pooper Scooper and an Alex Jones. They're all the same people, they're all shoveling the same stuff for the same taskmasters, maintaining the big delusions. And look, I'm not a part of it. If you're a moon landing believer, that's cool. If you want to believe that you have a big chunk of petrified wood floating above your head, yeah, believe it. I don't. I like the idea, but you have some problems. If you're going to tell me that you believe that that thing up there is a big chunk of petrified wood, where did the tree come from? It doesn't make sense. And you have to conclude that the moon is petrified wood because the moon rocks were petrified wood. I'm not going to get the NPR clip, but if you search for it, yeah, it's true. All the moon rocks turned out to be petrified wood. All of them. Going through some comments, joined by Rig5. He says, are we talking just to make sounds? No, actually, I mean, there is a lot of noise. I would say what we're doing is we're trying to reduce the signal attenuation. We're trying to take the meaning from the noise, order from the chaos. Quite the opposite. Copaesthetic says, Rig 5 is personally responsible for booting penguins from other FE servers. Yeah, I recall. I mean, there were some really shady people on YouTube who were connected to NASA YouTube channels. I mean, there were a lot of bad actors out there. Echo Charlie says, that's black pill, Tim, that we're thoroughly surrounded. You know, I've been thinking about this idea that maybe the picture is actually way, way, way worse than I ever would have imagined, because it could be the case that if we are in a perpetual mind war, and we are, I mean, if you look at propaganda as ammunition in a mind war, you've been born into a world that has been propagandized by the same entity for generations. Multi-generational propaganda. And look at War of the Worlds and these storylines that are just, you know, updates of older myths being repropagated. But it's been going on so long, and I'm thinking, you know, what if the news, the fake news, the info war, the psychological war, the war on your emotions and your mind, what if that's just the bottom level of this? Like, what if this is really a spiritual war, and that they are literally gaming for human souls through manipulations of your baser impulses? I mean, it could be, there could be a deeper level to it. Like, the people in the media could actually be quite literally, the media could be the synagogue of Satan, if you want to look at the devil's church. And I've posited this idea before, that if the demiurge, if this world is in the control of some malevolent entity, the mass media is its church. And it is very consistent when you go into the symbolism of the black cube and this monolith, and the way that it's constantly referenced in all these films as we transition into the space age. It's all spelled out. Well, not spelled out, it's telegraphed. I mean, we're given the images where we've been shown the future, I think. And that's what Kubrick's work is about. 2001: A Space Odyssey. We are David Bowman merging with the monolith, becoming the star child. The people of this new age, I think, is really something that is about a psychological transformation. You could say alchemical. They use the word alchemy quite a lot. And okay, here's what's significant about the symbol of the corona: sun and the moon eclipse. In the occult, or in the alchemy, the sun and the moon conjoined would represent, I would say, the hemispheres of the mind or the brain. Maybe that's an oversimplification, but broadly speaking, the solar represents the masculine, the male, the sun. The feminine is the lunar, the subconscious. So you have the subconscious mind and the conscious mind in union. That would be the corona. And that two into one is this alchemical thing that's constantly referenced, the merging of these two. And I think that's one of the meanings behind 9/11, where you had the two towers being pulled down and the one tower being erected. That two into one is encoded into 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's encoded into Event 201 and the whole corona thing. And I think it all comes down to this movement into this one world, this unification into a monolithic worldview, eliminating all competition, destroying all challengers. It's not a coincidence that that one World Trade Tower is 1,776 feet high and opened on November the 3rd. November the 3rd, of course, is this date that's been significant since the contested election. Really when they highlighted the schism that was already there. But without getting too far into the weeds here, I'm just saying that yeah, we have fake news, we have our partisan politics, we have these different presidents that people are hoping to lead them to something better. But I'm saying I think they're all working under one particular, I say monolithic controller. That's why you're not going to find a hero in an Alex Jones or a Kanye West. If they're on the world stage, they're part of the show. They're part of the big deception. And I'm just saying there's a chance that the deception might not just be to get your votes and your tax dollars. Maybe the deception is about your soul itself, if you believe in souls. G33 says the truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth. Yeah, it does, exactly. And again, you're a disaster troll if you question the news. Jim West says, is this live? Nope. It's a replay, but your comment was extraordinarily well timed. All right, let's continue through the notes. I mean, I could be wrong about any of this, all this stuff. I'm just suggesting here that there's so much effort put into not only harnessing everybody's attention, but plugging it in to very specific iconography, very specific paradigms. I mean, I'm talking about the superimposition of some kind of religious paradigm over what appears to be scientific. Noah's flood has been reintroduced with this climate change thing. Like, there's some level here where, yeah, I get it. It's perception management. It's a replacement religion. I mean, there are all kinds of facets to our new world order, this worldview that we're told is scientific, that just seems to be a reiteration of something from the past. And it's been very consistent. And if you take into account that in all likelihood, space is fake, it gets even more interesting and more puzzling. Now, let me go ahead and qualify that statement, space is fake. Whatever is up there is up there. I'm not saying there's nothing up there. I'm not denying it. However, the images that we're given that are supposed to represent what is in deep space, I question all of those. A few days ago, Kate Perry, shouted out all her, quote, space is fakers, who noticed her little eye trick. She did a trick with her eye, and the anti-vaxxers jumped on it and said, oh, look, she's got the eye of the Pfizer. I'm like, no, that was choreographed. It was from her broken doll dance routine. But she invited flat earthers and space is fakers to go see her next performance. And look, space, whatever's up there, we don't know. That's just my point. There's a big question mark. You can accept the false explanations if you want to, but that doesn't mean that you know what's going on. You can laugh and say, what's at the edge of the earth if you're saying that it's not a ball? Well, I can laugh and say, well, what's at the edge of the universe? Because you don't know. And it's the ignorance that I think is the dominant trait of this new system. They want you to not know, so you're forced to go to their priesthood. And these false explanations keep you walled in by ignorance. And it's easy to demonstrate. Ask your nearest globy friend, what shape is the solar system? And most of them don't have a good concept of how flat it is. Not that I have anything wrong with the flat solar system or flat asteroid belts or flat galaxies or the flat universe. I don't have a problem with any of that as a concept. I'm just saying that you think that they would know a little bit more about what it is that they're defending. But it's no different than religious types who will defend their religion but who have never actually read their Bibles. And my point is, why do we have a dominant model for the world that is based on your willingness to believe rather than some more direct knowledge? And then you examine the direct information that they say is factual based, that, oh, this is the evidence, and then you question it and they call you a troll. You're a troll. I mean, that's what the term flat earther means, doesn't it? Troll. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, if I don't look, there are a lot of options other than the Earth being a pancake, And the biblical explanation falls short as well, in my opinion. To me, the question here is it's about, are we in a closed or an open system? Have we been given a false model? Are they hiding a continent? When Bezos goes out space mining and brings down trillions of dollars of platinum and nickel from space, are we going to believe it that it came from space, or did he just go over to, I don't know, Atlantis or wherever? Illinois Drone says it seems ego over ignorance. The egoist ignorance can never back up their belief. Yes, there is the element there. I think Mark Twain said it's easier to fool a man than convince him that he's been fooled. And if you can't admit that you're wrong, you can be duped. And I have a course at the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction, and I don't know if I coined the term, but we do coin a lot of terms. Undupable, and dupable. Are you dupable? Can you be tricked? If your answer is no, then you've got a huge blind spot, and that blind spot is an unwillingness to accept that you could be wrong about your presuppositions. Pre 9/11, even the most truthiest investigator out there, apprised of all the latest information, cutting edge, fringe thought, conspiracy theory, they would not have had enough information to have arrived at the truth about 9/11. That would take years. The only people who would know would be the insiders. And we're at an interesting point now, and this is why they hate crisis acting, or rather, people calling out crisis actors. And look, you need to hire better crisis actors if you don't want us calling them out. Hire better writers. But before the idea or the belief, not the belief, before the fact of casualty role players being used in the nightly news became widespread among conspiracy theorists, everybody was in the dark. That's a huge deal, and this is why they don't like us talking about it, because it used to be that the only people who would even have an idea of how fake things were insiders. And what we have done, I would say, is we have leveled the media playing field, where the media Illuminati, the ones who are really aware of how fake everything is and how integrated it is with government, they know that we know. Meanwhile, their underlings are just, it's a hierarchy of ignorati. They don't know. They aren't allowed to know. It would work against their interests. They have to be true believers in what they promulgate, for the most part. And I think most of them are. That's why they are so indignant and confused and befuddled, and that's why they don't understand why you might say that's fake. Essentially in an insulated, blinkered environment. If you can imagine being in a doomsday cult and growing up in a bunker, it's all about the echo chamber. And the mass media is a massive echo chamber. Layers of echo chambers. Going through some comments. Rig 5, if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Illinois Drone says, for a while thinking it's highly likely they want some of us to see the bad crisis acting to reveal their method. I've heard that before. There are some people who are saying, well, maybe the reason why they're doing it so bad is as a wink and a nod to those of us in the know, so we can see that the information's getting out, the truth is coming out. And I've looked back, and it seems like crisis acting has always been bad. It's always been obvious. The difference now is, now people are drawing attention to it, and we can communicate. That's the danger to the MSM of the social media, and that's what I mean by there's been a leveling of the playing field, because now the people receiving the propaganda are interconnected. We're not all in a one-on-one direct relationship with Big Brother, a direct pipeline from Big Brother to you. No, now we are real-time comparing notes, and the mass media cannot handle the waves of skepticism, and they gave this away in 2018. I thought it was not a power move for YouTube to block the flat earthers from having conversations. That was a sign of weakness. It's like you can't handle a couple of flat earthers who you claim to be, deficient in every way. Oh, these people are clueless. They can't pass science. That's why. Well, then let them be. Put them in their own little corner, little padded cell area, and they can't possibly threaten you, can they? But no, they treated it like such a threat. I mean, they don't censor all kinds of bad stuff going on. on these sites. I mean, look at Twitter. It's a nightmare. I mean, it's Twitter is the dark web. I mean, if you dig into it. And I'm just saying, why are they so hypersensitive about people questioning climate change or the shape of the earth if it's such a laughable thing? Commenter says acting became worse after Smith Munt 2012. I like to think that we just became more discriminating audiences, that we have higher expectations. I've noticed too that the crisis acting overseas in the rest of the world is garbage. Did you see the thing in South Korea? You have all these crisis actors doing synchronized CPR and a bunch of dummies. The disco music's still playing. It looks like a synchronized CPR to the music, to the beat. I'm like, is this a music video? Are they going to do that Thriller dance, Michael Jackson, where all the people just jump up and start doing that zombie dance? But, I'm just saying, it was so fake. One of the guys was even doing CPR on somebody's thigh, like chest compressions on his thigh. Like, that's not where the heart is. And it's just because they were doing it for appearances. They had to be moving. The guy didn't have a dummy. Like, everybody's assigned a dummy to revive, and he didn't have one. So he just ran to the nearest one and started pumping its thigh. Again, there was a nursing student from America who died. A nursing student. Yeah, no red flags there. All right. Oh, here's another slippery slope for you. Man charged with Paul Pelosi attack said he started following QAnon because of Gamergate. Now, Gamergate brings in toxic masculinity, incels on the internet, a male-dominated community, and then you throw in all the racist memes, etc. And he was a gamer. Now, YouTube used to be the thing that would lead you into these dark paths. Now it's gaming. Going through some comments. All right, thanks for joining. 737 says he has to get out and go make some money. Hey, it's a good time to be a crisis actor. I'm not joking. Look up mass casualty role players wanted. I used to actually put out in my newsletters, hey, go become a crisis actor. I know someone who did it in Vegas, not for the big shooting, but I was saying, hey, go to these events, get paid, play dead, see how good the special effects are. I was astounded at the level of special effects with shrapnel and objects sticking out of people. Better than what we had when I was a film studies major, as far as special effects. And when you're there, make some money, it goes to a good cause instead of some NWO sellout. And all you have to do is find out who's running the thing and give them some kind of, Masonic handshake or something, and you'll probably get invited to one of the ones that are, quote, real. We'll see you on TV. You'll be up there with the greats. Somebody gave, there's a meme I got to find here. I believe it was, here it is. At first I thought it was real. This is Waynell 3366911 in Missouri. Looks like Waynell Sexton's head on Kim Kardashian's body, seen with Kanye West. It took me a minute though. That's some good Photoshop. And I'm a pro. Like, I normally spot fakes, and that one just rang true to me for some reason. Jimmy Cracks Corn. Yeah, if you want to get on the text alert, go to infiniteplane.media or IPS. Actually, go to ips.monster. I'll just keep it simple. I put everything there. ips.monster. At the very top, it says SMS. Click that, get on the text alerts. Additionally, on ips.monster, I have all of the relevant links. And you also have the 24/7 audio player. And yes, we were kicked off Spotify. We were kicked off Apple. We were kicked off Audible. We were kicked off a lot of platforms. 25. So I took about 12 hours off, and I focused on building up redundancies, which means you will soon find us back on Spotify, on Apple, on Audible, iTunes, basically everywhere. iHeartRadio, and anywhere you look, anywhere that you used to find us, you'll still find us. They pulled us, but we're back on. In fact, go to ips.monster and you'll see my new Spotify account. Whoever did it out of, I would say, sheer malice, or perhaps it was a government agent trying to censor me. because we're getting close to PSYOP time. I mean, look, we're a week away from the most momentous midterm election since the one during the Civil War in 1862. They probably do not want disaster trolls on patrol right now. They don't want us monitoring things. And it's not me they're censoring. It's this. It's us. It's the open source think tank. They don't like the think tank. They don't like the real-time interaction between dozens or hundreds of people when it goes not just counter-narrative, but counter hypermediation, getting into the philosophical. They don't like us breaking things down at this level. And the fact is, they are targeting this type of interaction, which is why I've focused on maintaining it. And you might notice we have a nice new format on the screen, and you can see the chat looks a lot better. Now it's white background, big black all caps font. 1 week from the eclipse, says Jimmy Kraken Corn. Yes, 1 week from the eclipse. Infinite Plane Monday. Joined here by Watchdog. Yep, this is going to be the routine though. Most mornings and then most evenings taking calls. Eclipse is a very important symbol. I was reading into this Nat Turner story because Kanye West said Django Unchained was his idea. And if you didn't know the backstory, you just have to listen to the last episode. We were talking about this, but he took credit. He claims that Django Unchained, a Tarantino film based on Nat Turner's slave rebellion, was his idea. Well, Nat Turner, brought up in this story today, brings up Turner Diaries, which was the thing that inspired Timothy McVeigh. All these things being brought up all at once are very significant with this whole White Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter provocation that Kanye is behind. And I should mention Kanye West had a track, Black Skinhead, which featured Marilyn Manson, furthering the Helter Skelter Manson tie-in to this ongoing storyline. Now, I was reading about Nat Turner, who said in his own writings that he decided it was time to rise up during an eclipse, and it was seeing the eclipse to him was like seeing a black fist blocking the sun. And then that was their sign to go on a killing spree. I think they went on and killed 60 people, shut down 60 homes, and it was a big mess. It didn't succeed. But again, that's the basis for Django Unchained, and the name Nat Turner makes its way into the Turner Diaries, which of course is the story about eliminationism, about whites nuking every other continent and killing all non-whites. That's the end game of it. All right, it's 8:25 a.m. Mountain Time. I send out live stream notifications if you get on the newsletter, and I also send them out via Telegram and the text alerts. I need to get back on Telegram. I keep missing that one. How many of you are on Telegram? If you're not on the text alerts, I will be using Telegram in order to send out messages. All right, let us continue. We're talking about the UK terror survivors are being tracked down by disaster trolls. You don't know how far they're going to go to get answers. Mr. Hall, and this is again Mr. Richard D. Hall, tracks down survivors in Ukraine. Hall suggests that those killed are really alive and living abroad. He promotes theories that several other UK terror attacks were staged. A former engineer and website designer, he makes money from selling books and DVDs outlining his theories, speaking at events, and posting videos online. As recently as mid-October, he had more than 16 million views and 80,000 subscribers on YouTube. Now, this is an expose on him who's, look, this guy's going to be sued. That's the whole point. You have Alex Jones, 1.25 trillion. They're setting the stage for suing people who question these events. Nearly 1 in 5 people in the UK think terror survivors are not telling the truth about what happened to them, the BBC suggests. Fascinating. But now here's where I think it works against those of us who are asking legitimate questions. Quote, targeting the families and victims of these attacks is abhorrent. This is why I don't trust this person necessarily, and this is why I didn't trust the Sidethorn journalist. I'm thinking, why would you go after these victims when, however it looks, you're going to look like a bully. You're going to look insane going after victims of violent crimes. You have to understand, from the perspective of the people who don't know it's a hoax, you look insane. And if you're wrong, you're behaving in a very abhorrent way. Who would ever get behind that? I think if you're serious, there are serious ways to go about an inquiry. After the Parkland shooting, for example, I called various news desks and I said, "Hey, look, you guys, you're missing one. Here's a witness who was with Nick Cruz when it happened, and she says he didn't do it. Are you going to look into it?" And they all said no. My point is, harassing the alleged victims who will stay in character is a no-win proposition, and it makes you look crazy, and that's the basis for Alex Jones's suit. They're not suing him over free speech. They're not suing him over his words or the words that were platformed. They're suing him because people were motivated by those words to go over to the homes of the Sandy Hookers and harass them. At least that's what they allege. No one's explained why those who were sent aren't the ones paying $1 trillion, but now here we have the guy, again, he's going door to door. He says he makes, quote, polite door-to-door inquiries to gather evidence which is perfectly legitimate when doing research, and that his appeal for information does not make him, quote, responsible for hateful messages sent by people. Now, he may have good intentions, this Richard Hall, I don't know, but in my opinion, the way to move forward is to go higher up the pyramid. The ones who are not obviously bound by, well, I mean, these characters, they're stuck in their NDAs. They have non-disclosure agreements. They can't break that. But you can talk to people higher up and maybe get some more interesting information or relevant information. Here's a link that was sent to me by Lynn Ertel. It has to do with Matthew McConaughey and the movie Interstellar. Now here's a bit of historical revision where they're going to say, and this could even be the case, and I've heard some say this, that, oh, we had to fake the moon landing to trick the Russians, but we really have deep space technology. We have better stuff than what we showed you. Alex Jones is actually a proponent of the idea that they faked the moon landing footage because the Van Allen radiation belt ruined all the film. They dropped it off at the photo place to get their film developed, 1 hour photo or whatever. It came back all blank. So they had to fake it, sure. But he says they still actually went. But now listen to this. This is a video, Matthew McConaughey on Flat Earth. The title is not 100% pointing at what I'm highlighting here, but you'll see. Here you have Walt Disney pointing at a model of the moon. Okay, here we go. This is like an alternative explanation for why they faked the moon landings. And in Interstellar, they suggest that this is going to be the future, that this is what they're going to tell students.
She brought this in to show the other students the section on the lunar landings.
Yeah, it's one of my old textbooks. She always loved the pictures.
It's an old federal textbook. We've replaced them with the corrected versions.
Corrected.
Explaining how the Apollo missions were fake.
In the same way, it's a daily routine to sober yourself up, to throw off the mendacious bullshit in your life that you were so concerned about and get down to what really needs to happen. And what it was, as soon as he passed away, I noticed that all the things that I was revering in life, mortally, like the...
Now you're listening to Matthew McConaughey. It's not connected specifically to what we're talking about here. I just want to get this about the moon landing.
She always loved the pictures.
It's an old federal textbook. We've replaced them with the corrected versions.
Now, the corrected version, of course, implies that it's a way to explain away the obvious hoaxery. Here's the rest of it.
God.
You don't believe we went to the moon?
It's an old federal textbook. We've replaced them with the corrected versions.
Corrected.
Explaining how the Apollo missions were fake, how the Apollo missions were fake, how the Apollo missions were fake, how the Apollo missions were fake.
There you have it. Explaining why they had to fake them. Thanks for the link. Cubstar says Rich Hall does good work. I'm going to look into it. I'm not familiar with it, but it's just notable here that now they're saying that the people who are doing fact checking are disaster trolls. And this is exactly what we are. Are we disaster trolls now? I started sending out press passes, which you can get if you go to infiniteplane.media. I started sending out press passes to people who are interested in fact checking these extreme claims by the media. And I just think that their way of shutting that down is by highlighting a few individuals and trying to paint them up as somehow harassing victims. UK terror survivors tracked down by disaster trolls. It's a new meme. Just a heads up. You're a racist and you're a disaster troll. Not a citizen journalist, not an independent observer, not a free thinker. Joined by Eunice and Gang Bang. Thank you for joining. A lot of new, the HBIC is joining us here on Twitch. Yeah, we're going to have larger numbers in the future. We're starting off somewhat small again because we've ground zeroed everything on our own base because they kept on torpedoing everything. But these days, it doesn't even matter. We got the big newsletter. I think we're uncensorable. Now the next thing is really becoming self-aware as a separate body from the media. I point out the false flaggers as examples of people who are so close to the edge of leaving the world stage, but they're still stuck. And usually what holds people is they believe these events are real until proven fake. There's a bit of a switch that has to be flipped for people to totally get it. And the people who don't get it are going to follow the misleaders. They're going to follow the Joneses. They're going to follow Kanye. And if anything, I happen to think that the anti-vax movement has been used to get all of those who are rationally questioning big narratives to accept memes and ideas that they can get the public to agree are eminently bannable and censorable. And look what they've done. I think that a lot of the well-intentioned spreaders of truth have been inadvertently walked into a trap and have inadvertently self-censored. A lot of great memes about the hammer time at the Pelosi residence here. Still waiting for the facts to get out. Elon Musk is getting a lot of flack because he tweeted the more lurid version of what happened. Again, we were talking about DePepe, who, this is the supposed would-be killer. He wrote about manipulation of history and COVID hoaxes. Manipulation of history. They didn't say mud flooder, but they're getting really close. Where there's going to be some kind of a mud flood killer. We had the QAnon killer in Walled Lakes, and someone who lives out there in that area told me they didn't hear a thing about it. We're talking about the QAnon dad who was in what they called an election denialist rage, and he started massacring his family and even shot the dog. Anyway, someone in the area didn't hear anything about it from their local news. Echo Charlie says Borat is the biggest real-world troll. I think Borat's been upstaged by Alex Stein. The rise of Alex Stein. He was on Lou Dobbs yesterday. I was listening to Lou Dobbs' podcast. He had Alex Stein on. I'm like, okay, Alex is definitely... That's why I said Alex Stein. I predicted it back in January. I said, you're going to see him on Tucker Carlson. 2 months later, he was. And you can trust me on this. He's going to be a facet of right-wing media. I think he has more longevity than someone like Louder with Crowder or Ben Shapiro. I think he's going to be very useful, in his position here. You do have these Borat-like types. I mean, he got spat upon by, I think it was a crisis actress, but a liberal spat on him. That's what got him on to Lou Dobbs. You can get swatted. You can get attacked by a crazy lib. I remember a couple of years ago, Alex Jones was confronted by a crazy lib in the street who dumped coffee on Alex Jones, and then Alex chased him. It looked staged and set up. X322X says the Tartarian terrorists has a ring to it. Yeah, exactly. They come out covered in mud. I mean, what would a mud flood terrorist actually do, now that I think about it? I can understand a QAnon terrorist, attacking like they did with the hammer or something. I think he used the gavel. Does Nancy take it home? Like they have the gavel on the mantle. For some reason, I picture him with the gavel trying to break out of the house, and Paul Pelosi's trying to drag him back in. Meanwhile, Dahmer is playing in the background. Now, there's Mandela affected. They haven't really been represented in school shootings, terror attacks, or any of that. Mandela effect has not been looked at as the first step down a slippery slope into racism and transphobia and climate change denial. Mandela effect is probably one of the most innocuous and safest conspiracy theories out there, now that I think about it. Like if you were a Mandela effect purist and you didn't touch 9/11, you didn't touch COVIDs, you could probably have a pretty good presence on YouTube. Cubstar says, mud flood terrorists dig up your garden looking for basement windows. Salty says, Dog the Bounty Hunter swatted for the 6th time. Did MTG get it again? I refuse to believe that somebody in Congress has no home security, no relationship with the police. MTG's home was swatted twice. Twitter isn't buying it. I think I was the first one to call her a crisis swatter. Swatted for the 2nd time in 2 days. Like, you're supposed to believe that the police are coming by and the feds with guns pointed at her house, and if she'd only come out with a gun, they would have shot her. She's at war. Bright lights. It's very action-packed on her street. No, that's not what happened. She gets a call. Is anything up? No. Bye. That's it. I mean, this is crisis acting. And then Gavin McSmollett, same thing. Actually walks off the stage saying that he's being arrested for what? For founding the Proud Boys, the Western chauvinists, just in time for Derek Western Chauvin to perform that ritual sacrifice in front of everybody. Here's an image of a Masonic gavel. Just a little background on it. The Masonic gavel is used by the Master of the Lodge. It's a sign of authority and used to show executive power over the General Assembly. No, they're just going over there to have dinner and to avoid their wives once a week. It has nothing to do with power structures. The Masonic gavel helps to maintain order during meetings, and it serves to structure the proceedings. It's one of the working tools of the entered apprentice. The apprentice, huh? Okay, there you have it. Just pointing this out, there might be another layer of meaning to the Pelosi event. Here's an image of Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska, just pointing out that they totally don't look like feds. You can totally trust that Baked Alaska was trying to wake people up when he was pointing out the feds on 1-6. He was not trying to distract you from the fact that he's a fed, that guy's a fed, and everywhere it was just feds. Because then you might know the whole thing was fake. No, he wants you to think it was real, but instigated by feds. Clever bit of misdirection there. I'm still waiting to get swatted. It's one way to get clout. You get swatted or you get spit on. Now, the reason I don't believe that the spitting was real with Alex Stein is it was a Gavin McInnes event. And it would be very easy for someone with his resources to hire somebody. I think they even hired somebody to punch one of these guys back when they had the punch a fascist thing. Now listen to this. This is a great pull quote. This comes from Apple News. This has to do with the Halloween party in South Korea. When she first saw them from the upper window of a Seoul nightclub, Nicole Hammond assumed that the people lying on the street were performers in an elaborately staged drama. There were about 50 of them, mostly young women in Halloween fancy dress, with men crouching over them, pressing rhythmically on their chests. Quote, they looked like actors. They looked like actors. Now, first impressions matter. The first impression that she had when her eyeballs contacted the site below her, that was unmediated. That was a direct observation. She sees it. Looks like a bunch of actors. Looks like some kind of drama. Looks like an elaborately staged drama. But then she gets to read the news and find out that nope, it was a trampling. These trampling stories are very unbelievable to me if you haven't noticed. I don't know 100% the agenda behind this other than it was the first one since COVID. The first major big event where a lot of people were packed since COVID. And I think this is part of let's keep everybody afraid of everybody. Agoraphobia. Maintain social distancing or you're all going to die. Somewhat reminiscent of the more believable Astro World event where only 9 were crushed to death with 50,000 people in attendance. But that's exposed as fake in a number of ways. I would even say the biggest giveaway is Travis Scott's video Escape Plan, where he's wearing a shirt from the Rock Slide Festival 20 years prior, where 9 people died from being trampled and 50,000 attended. I mean, they give away clues left and right. Commenter says, how can you tell when someone's not a Fed? They're hungry. Okay, I was assuming you meant well paid. Speaking of Feds, I was watching some debates with Flat Earth Dave, or FED, and it hasn't gone too far. Like, I thought the Flat Earth topic would have had some new groundbreaking angles, and honestly, they're running in circles. And I've been thinking about it. I've been contacted by a few people who are interested in this conversation itself and where it's heading. And I think it's incomplete to talk about the shape of the world without talking about media and without talking about faking of space. A lot of the people who debate against the quote flat earthers don't want to address fake space. They just accept it as real. And I think that's an Achilles heel. And well, if there is an Achilles heel specifically, it's the space station. That orbiting jalopy. Special effects not aging well at all. Going through some comments. Well, I'm going to continue to look for evidence of any actual, trampling victims, but we do have some video. Like, look at this one here. This one has CGI fingers at the end, but this is the close-up, if you haven't seen it, of one of the, I'd say, mass casualty role players, one of these EMTs in training or crisis actors. Here he is quite literally doing chest compressions on thighs. If you're looking at the screen, this is a close-up. He's pressing down on somebody's thighs. I've never seen that before. Am I missing something? Adam Kinzinger said, this morning's terrifying attack on Paul Pelosi by a man obsessed with election conspiracies is dangerous, and it's encouraged by members of my own party. Right, he's so mad about Trump that he does this thing. Where's his MAGA hat? Let me play a clip here from, this is a follow-up, Laura Logan. She was kicked off of Newsmax after saying that the elite drink children's blood and they want us to eat cockroaches. Well, she's followed this up and she's explaining why satanic billionaires torture children. And she said it's because by torturing children, they're torturing God.
Them and Satan, there, right? And so he said, children are the closest thing on earth to God because we are created in the image of God. And as you know, from the moment we're created, we haven't had time to be corrupted and to stray. So for them, the younger you are, the closer you are to God, the more pain they can inflict on God. So the more...
Anyway, very, very credible person there. Tim Osman says, Flat Earth is really idiotic to try and argue at this point. I think it's been true at any point, really. That trying to come up with an all-encompassing explanatory model, a complete cosmography, is premature. Whether you're saying we're on a big ball of water or a flat pizza, it doesn't make a difference. We don't have enough information. And I'm just saying that the people who've already accepted what was served to them haven't done their due diligence. But have at it with your flat solar system. Have at it with your flat universe. The real picture to me, though, is about, do we have such controls over our media that we could be misled on such a scale? Well, control over media is self-evident when you look at predictive programming. I have loads of predictive programming here with the Back to the Future series connecting to 9/11 down to a T, Back to the Future predicting 9/11. Very significant. This film also includes Donald Trump, and many times when Donald Trump is represented in these movies, there's always the theme of time travel. Here in Jacksonville, Florida, during the game, somebody projected Kanye is right about the Jews, and DeSantis was there. Again, Kanye's message reverberating. Kanye West posts a message after his business has been destroyed overnight, and I think he's euphemizing the word Jew with business, and he's talking about how business people have done an economic lynching. Here's a quote from Kanye West's letter here. This is what a modern post-social media Black Mirror warfare looks like. Economic lynching, digital lynching, bankrupting my social credit score. You tried to destroy my life after all the money I've made for business people, in quotes. And now everyone knows how much power you, quote, business people actually have. I don't know if he makes the case. A lot of people think that, yes, he proved his point. I don't think so. I think he proved the point that if you're belligerently politically incorrect, you will likely be censored. I think there's a lot of correlation here, rather falsely correlating things. Here's an example. He's talking about the doctor that diagnosed him as bipolar. It's like, well, I mean, this is a reach, if you ask me, to associate the doctor being Jewish with his diagnosis. I think his behaviors are what they're diagnosing.
The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
All right. X322 says the globe is a left worldview. Go dye your hair blue, Timmy. Yeah, I would agree with that. That the globe is the god of the left. It's the god construct, Gaia. You blue hair Gaia worshiper. Yeah, dye your hair blue for Gaia. Like the big blue marble. We've been calling them globe heads for so long. It makes sense. Anyway, look, I don't fault people for believing it necessarily, but I'm just pointing out there's a difference between knowing what you know and merely believing. And you'd be dishonest to say, I know for a fact I live on that spinning ball of CGI. It's like, no, you actually don't. You don't have what's at the edge of the universe. You don't know. Admit it. When you could admit that you don't know what's at the edge of the universe, then your ego's been put into check. Now you can admit you don't know something. What's at the edge of the solar system? You just got to walk it back. And I'm just saying, the people who've rejected this big explanatory model have, I think, recognized the limits of their ignorance a little bit more. You'd call it nescience. Flat earthers have adopted nescience, the awareness of the areas that they are in ignorance. They're aware of their ignorance. They're not belligerently so, and they're not locked into it with dogma. All right, here's a great clip from that Halloween party. Music playing, synchronized CPR. Hundreds of dummies got sold. I mean, whoever was selling these dummies is making bank. Yeah, I see a bunch of trainees surrounded by firemen in these uniforms all there to distract you. The disco's still playing, and these dummies, these mannequins, are all getting CPR'd. All right, happy Halloween, everybody. Thanks for joining. We'll likely be back tonight to take calls. There's just so much to follow up on. We'll continue to follow up on the story of Paul Pelosi's date gone wrong, or whatever that was. The continued scapegoating of investigative auto-hoaxers, where now you are considered to be a disaster troll for noticing that their purported facts quite literally never add up. This is Gaia's Revenge by JT33. Expect to hear more from JT33 here in the future and many others. In fact, there's a new track by T-Dog.
Extreme conditions leading to extreme concern. As scientists say, climate change shows no signs of slowing.
And I'll be following up on all that. Anyway, thanks for joining. I'll put a link to this track below, Gaia's Revenge. It'll happen eventually.
Happening more quickly and it's more intense than we realized.
Shows no signs of slowing. Scientists now say it would have been virtually impossible without human-caused climate change. Conditions now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive. The sea level's rising, and the media is lying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever a war on your side. Where will you go?
Where will you go when the sea levels rise up to swallow you? Just another politically partisan issue. They seem to follow you. Sounds to me like a PSYOP. I'll cut off the head of the Cyclops. His lies are incredibly venomous. He's spitting that ridiculous sadistic shit. Sadomasochist. I'll be spontaneous. Life must have be getting dangerous with this outrageousness. I've played like this for so long, I'll really stay like this. Yo, jot it down and put it on the misinformation list and step back to the line. I've crossed all my T's and dotted my I's, trying to redefine what is left on the inside. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the world that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the world that they wage on you. Can anyone guess what's coming next? Just how long do we remain locked down, vaccinated and muzzled with Big Brother's foot on our necks? This life is a test to put forward the best of you. That is the quest for you. Learn to be humble. You gotta grow from your slips and your stumbles. Forget what the media mumbles. Then sit back and watch as the narrative crumbles. When all that you think that you thought that you knew was a lie. This is a war on your mind, body and soul. They're waging for total control. It's just a part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you. Now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive. The sea level's rising, and the media is lying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever a war on inside. Where will you go?
All right, it's 2022, early Sunday morning. You're listening to Lucifer Timms, the 33rd Degree. I'll put a link to the track in the chat. Maskless Faceless says, Happy Halloween, folks. Appreciate the support. Oh yeah, this is a major occult holiday. In fact, I think it was. Now this is a coincidence. I started watching this new show called, I think it's called Peripheral, and it's on Amazon, and it's by William Gibson, the guy who wrote the Sprawl trilogy, which I believe is the basis for The Matrix, and it's directed by Jonathan Nolan, the brother of Christopher Nolan. Anyway, I've been watching this series, and again, William Gibson's one of my favorite writers, and I just thought, I'm gonna see what I have in my personal collection of books with Gibson, and I picked one up called Spook City, and I just finished reading chapter 1 of William Gibson's Spook City, again, because he's the writer of this show Peripheral, which I'm watching, and it ends where this person is walking through, I think it's Los Angeles or something, with some kind of headgear on, and they're looking at an augmented virtual reality recreation of the death scene of River Phoenix, which I believe his body was found. It was on Halloween 19. Let's see if I can find the date. I think it was 1990. It was outside the Viper Room, October 31st, 1993. That is, if you don't know, this is a very interesting side story here. Again, River Phoenix, brother of the Joker. And there's this ongoing conspiracy theory that this is actually Mark Dice, formerly known as John Connor, who is sort of a proto-Alex Stein-like troll. Not as hysterical, but good writer, great channel. Anyway, he's blocked me on Twitter. Why? I don't know. He's got hundreds of thousands of followers. But I sent him a tweet and I say, is this true? And it's him, Mark Dice, and I had him next to Joaquin Phoenix. And I put twinsies, question mark. And within like 5 minutes, he blocked me. And I'm like, man, this guy doesn't block the liberals that hate him. Why did he block me? And speaking of blocking, I don't think Spotify kicked Kanye. Everybody else has kicked Kanye but Spotify. And Spotify kicked us. I mean, what does that say? Today we're going to talk about the Stampede. We're going to talk about hammer time at the Pelosi's. Let's talk about leg CPR. I could use some of this. I've never seen this before. This is in Seoul, South Korea. Another trampling just as fake as the one at the soccer game in Indonesia a little over a month and a half ago. And on this one, it's obviously a big mass casualty drill. Lots of dummies, like the George Floyd doll that they used. They make them very realistic, and they're designed to be of use for EMTs in training. It's designed to be functional. They breathe. You can intubate these things. Well, here's a video where you can see one of the participants in this drill is giving CPR to a leg. I mean, look at that. Everywhere you see people doing CPR. Now, mind you, this is supposed to be a trampling. And I got some videos where there's still loud disco music playing while they're all doing CPR in sync. And I'm like, what is this, a music video? Are they all going to rise from the dead at once? I mean, this is just a big production. But if you're just listening, what you're seeing here is a scene on the street where a lot of people who were supposedly trampled to death, no blood mind you, are being given synchronized CPR compressions, but I would say chest compressions, but this guy's having his leg compressed. But I got back into the gym yesterday, and I was doing some squats and stuff, and I'm like, I could use some leg CPR. Might make it easier for me to stand up. But look at that, it's like he's clueless, he doesn't know. And I guess it's just like, make it look like you're doing something for the camera. And we'll go through this event. There are many others like it, many other videos like this. Now, look, let's talk about this hammer attack as well. The Greg Kelly actually tweeted this. Just wondering if Nancy Pelosi tried to stage her own mini January 6th, complete with leaving the doors and windows open for this DePepe fellow. Now, this is interesting for a few reasons, but basically, one, the 9/11 caller called the attacker a friend, and I listened to that call this morning on another podcast. They were playing it, and that's strange. Paul Pelosi, who was attacked by the home invader, and the home invader were fighting over a hammer in their underwear. The attacker was known to them, I think. That's what we're trying to discern here. It's a very strange story, but the long and short of it is this wild liberal type who recently converted to QAnon breaks into the Pelosi home or was invited in. But whatever the case, the police stopped him from getting after Nancy, who wasn't even home. Maskless Faceless says, was it a prostitute who didn't get paid? I'm pretty sure they had some kind of connections. They're in San Francisco, and 1 minute you're legalizing homeless people defecating on the sidewalks, and the next minute they're breaking into your house, hitting you with a hammer. I mean, that's politics in 2022 in a nutshell. And we'll go through this ridiculous story. It's got to be a distraction. But as you would imagine, they blamed it on MAGA. They blamed it on Q. This is considered to be a QAnon attack. And that's the only reason I'm commenting on it. I'm like, they throw everything. Everything that happens is basically your fault. This is caused by your climate change denial. Biden blames Paul Pelosi attack on Republicans during a speech. During a speech in Philadelphia, Biden laid the blame on Republicans for the brutal assault that left Paul Pelosi in the hospital. Politico.com, the attack on Speaker's husband is a reminder of the malevolent power of political violence. I'm not so much worried about the political violence in this country. I'm worried about the peaceful protesters. I don't sweat this stuff. Republicans demonized Nancy Pelosi long before the attack on her husband. Republicans made Pelosi out to be an enemy. The attack on her home left her husband bludgeoned, and the hammer is the result. Now, is this even accurate to say? I mean, what I mean is, it just seems to me that the demonization is always occurring on both sides. I mean, look what they've done to Trump. They have turned Donald Trump into, he's pretty much a monster. He is Hitler. I mean, how long has that been going on? And how many times has he been ritually killed? And that's one way to look at it. Ritually killed. As in, I know Snoop Dogg's done it. I know he's been killed by, Bill Maher killed him a few times. Even in a few different movies. But Trump is someone who has been savaged. In fact, if somebody, let's say some crazy Antifa, let's just say it's Kathy Griffin, cuts Trump's head off, we'll know why. They set the stage. I mean, didn't she actually do that, Kathy Griffin? Cut Trump's head off. Watchdog says Trump told him to do it. Well, you could make the case that Marjorie Taylor Greene told him to do it. Because the day prior, Marjorie was actually tweeting something about something big going down tomorrow. And that was the day before. And by the way, the 28th was the 5th anniversary of QAnon. Like the first drop was on 10/28/2017. If you recall, 1,776 days later, the Queen drops. Interesting timing there. You have the Queen drops 1,776 days from the first Q drop, and her death is also 911 days after 3/11. Novel Corona, new crown. Lots of fascinating connections here. All of it suggestive, not of the hand of God or synchronicity, but of some shadowy cabal of film directors secretly ruling the world. I don't think they're baby eaters, but there is a cabal, and they're basically in film, in propaganda, script writing, mind control through narratives. Waterman Chris says, IPS on a Sunday morning, dreams come true. Yeah, ideally this will be 7 days a week every morning. There's just so much work to do. But sometimes I have to build back some of the infrastructure as we're moving. We're a moving target, and sometimes I feel like we're going uphill for sure. It's like this. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Not a big deal though. In the long term, we win. But somebody filed some false copyright strikes and claimed to own my podcast and had it pulled from Spotify. Just go to ips.monster from now on. You will always find the most recent archives. AJ Ryan says, a Soul Traveler writer said this was their first big party since 2019. Sounds to me like it was a drill to lock them down again or stop them from partying. Yeah, that could easily be the case. After everyone gets locked down, then they go back out again, and what happens? They did the same thing at Astroworld. It's like, okay, let's go out again to a big event. 50,000 people attend, and what happens? 9 people get crushed to death. It sends the message that it's not safe to be around people. It's about agoraphobia. Oh, we should have remained socially distanced. They were even chanting "I can't breathe" at the front lines, at the front row of that concert. And by the way, at the Travis Scott Astro World human sacrifice from 11/6 was 11/5, 11/5, 2021. Nobody actually died. You can rest assured. I can tell you nobody died by the script. He was wearing a shirt from a Pearl Jam concert called the Rock Slide about 20 years ago. And that shirt that he was wearing referenced a festival with 50,000 people and 9 people crushed to death. He was wearing this shirt that referenced an identical tragedy in a music video called Escape Plan that premiered 2 days before the Astroworld event. And besides that, and the people chanting "I can't breathe," the Benjamin Crump representing them, I think you can pretty much rule it out as being, you can rule out it being real. There's just no way. Really recycled, redundant, repetitive stuff, and there's more connecting it to other narratives. For example, the whole Astroworld thing has this satanic undertone. Happened 666 months and 6 days after the founding of the Church of Satan. Travis Scott born on the founding date of the Church of Satan. And maybe it relates to the portal, this Astro World portal that was hovering above the White House. Luckily, prayer warrior Roger Stone was available to go pray it closed. Yes, Build Back Better. Travis Cloud says the chat on the mainstream looks good. Yeah, I'm using the Restream embedded chat now instead of a window. And I might even make the letters bigger. Now, as far as who's behind shutting down Spotify, I already filed the necessary requests to determine who, because if you file a copyright strike against somebody, you're committing an act of perjury if you don't actually own it, and there has to be somebody attached to it. Or they'll have to retract it, and I'll get my channel back up. So it's not a big deal. We'll find out who it is. But in the meantime, I spent the whole last night, I was just opening up accounts. Redundancies. I have like 10 Amazon accounts now. And the reason why is that I want to make sure that no matter what happens, Infinite Plane Radio is on every platform. Amazon, Audible, I want it on, iTunes, obviously. But Spotify's big. Yeah, it was probably Q that did it to me. Many people who do not believe me will be shocked, or maybe not shocked, when the truth gets out. And I think there might be something coming soon. We'll see. Thanks for Thirst for Truth. We appreciate the support here. Is everybody hearing the Kraken sound effect? For some reason, it's not hitting my earpiece. The Kraken's birthday. This is big. November the 3rd. November the 3rd is a date that was associated with the Kraken from the very beginning, from July 2020. And this Kraken is one of these forced memes. It's a huge part of our zeitgeist. And it has been highlighted since summer of 2020. And it was tied to the election. You had Sidney Powell, the Kraken. You had Hunter Biden, crack smoker, his laptop released the Kraken. It's going to blow up the election. It's been this reoccurring theme. Anyway, turns out November the 3rd, which is a very significant date, the One World Trade Tower opened on that date, the one that replaced the twins. That's also Godzilla's birthday, November the 3rd. Okay, no Kraken sound. Okay, good to know. I will work on that. Generally, though, when somebody puts in a super chat, you hear this Kraken sound. And what the Kraken represents is this channel. Once we are able to rise above this, to me it's about, I would say, critical mass. There's a certain point where they can ignore you, they can exile you, they can delete your stuff, but there's a point where you get so big, so widespread, and what you're doing is just it becomes impossible to ignore. And when we become unignorable, that's the Kraken concept here. And I've been concentrating on lateral expansion rather than building one single channel up, because we're 150 YouTube channels deep into this thing. I saw that Ukraine vids had been canceled on YouTube, and I know he's been on there for many years. Russian vids, Roddy Piper, and he was pulled on YouTube, and he uploaded a new channel, and I'll share it. I think he had 300 subs, but I'm like, welcome to the club. 5 years late. It's hardly newsworthy to me when one of these so-called truthers gets a YouTube channel pulled and they talk about it like it's a big deal. It's like we haven't had a steady platform on a steady channel on YouTube since 2017, and that's because we never compromised, we never euphemized, we never dog whistle. We just keep saying it like it is. John says November will be big. Yeah, it's supposed to be. November the 8th is supposed to be the most momentous election in this country since most important and crucial since the Civil War, they say. Steve Bannon, former Trump advisor, used to be with Breitbart. Yeah, that's his whole take on it is that this is essentially going to determine everything about 2024. And now he has his ballot box patrol, armed guards to make sure that there's no mules. And if they see any mules, they'll probably stop them from stuffing ballots or whatever the story is. Lloyd Miller says AJ, meaning Bill Hicks, almost endorsed Musk today, ignoring, of course, that Musk is paid for faking the space program. The thing is, Alex Jones, aka Bill Hicks, is an outer space believer. In fact, he once claimed that he and his son were in their yard with their telescope looking at the tracks from the lunar rover. You know that little remote control car that Stanley Kubrick was hilariously racing around that 7-Eleven parking lot they dressed up like the moon? Yeah, he saw it he actually saw the tracks. Give me a break. And their whole take on it is this though. And Alex Jones has said this in an interview with Joe Rogan, one of these Joe Rogan shows. He said, well, of course they faked the moon landing, but they did the moon landing. They faked the footage because the Van Allen radiation belt ruined the film, and we needed that for the PR victory. But they did make it on the moon. And they made it on the moon, but not with the technology they showed us, but with some other hidden technology. It's way more advanced. That's what I would call MSM Plus. And if you haven't visited the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction, I highly recommend it. I will be producing some more coursework for it in the coming hours. Like later on today, I'm working on something. I've made this distinction between people's interpretation of the mainstream reported news. You have the mainstream version, which largely goes unquestioned by the masses. Just MSM-mediated minds. They believe what's on the screen. Moon landing happened. 9/11 happened as described. COVID, as advertised, bat soup, billions dead. Then you have the conspiracy theorists like Alex Jones. I call him MSM+. Everything on the screen is real, but it's way worse. Oh, not only did this happen, but this, and this happened. Everything he says adds onto what they said. MSM+. It's a bigger story. What I'm positing here is that the only rational way to approach this is to bring in the minus, MSM minus. What can we subtract from the story? What can't be verified? And what I'm finding is the MSM minus view leaves us with fewer verified facts, but fewer unfounded assumptions and beliefs. We believe less, but we know what we know, and the rest of them are lost in a fog. And I'm saying that the ones who go MSM plus are deeper in a fog than the regular people. And that's why they look crazy. Conspiracy theorists look crazy to the mainstream mediated minds because they believe a whole lot of crazy stuff. And it's like, wow, to get there, you got to go through this college of crazy and learn all this stuff. You know, chemtrails, Mark of the Beast. You have all these various other stories, HARP, things you could just, there's a long litany of them, of things that you would have to fear and include in your worldview. That's the plus. And I tend not to believe in a lot of these things. I think they want you lost in MSM Plus if you escape it all. They prefer that would scare you to going back into the mainstream of things. They do not want you subtracting, denying. That's why their number one thing is climate change denial, COVID denial. Oh, COVID denial is now a gateway to racism and anti-LGBTQ. Like, to me, that's the MSM actual, that's what they actually say, but to me that's very dismissive of individuals. You're telling me that there's not one person out there that's not totally, I don't know. I think we should give people more credit for being individuals. I don't care what your configuration is. I'm pretty sure you think for yourself, but that mass media would have you go into a box. Oh, I'm this, therefore I think that way. Tominoid says, if only the Pepe had used the wrench instead. Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't. And think about his name. We're talking about the guy who hammered Pelosi's husband. His name is De Pepe, like Pepe the Frog. In fact, if you were here earlier, I had a Pepe the Frog meme on the screen. I'll pull that meme up again. They're still legal, by the way, memes. Isn't it interesting what they're doing with this whole thing, though? Like, Molly Russell is now the poster child for death by memes. You know, the internet kills. I mean, misinformation is the leading cause of death, apparently. And she was killed by a meme, basically. Anyway, Pepe the Frog is often pictured with a hammer or a gavel. And it got me thinking, because the guy's name is the Pepe. And they're saying he's, in his website, he's even called Friends, F-R-E-N-S. And friends is how Pepe the Frog says friends, just without the D. There's something going on here. This is a manufactured character. And, you know, my take on it really is simply that it's, in all likelihood, given that this guy was an activist already, obviously far left, he's probably a family friend of the Pelosi's, and this is probably a PSYOP to frame the QAnoners. Let me go ahead and bring up this. I have a newsletter at timosman.blog, and if you're subscribed to Patreon or ips.monster, you get these in your email. Space Wars, Mind Wars, and the Netflix World Order. Dear Space is Fakers, because that's what we are, according to Kate Perry. Kate Perry, a.k.a. JonBenet Ramsey, hashtagged all of her, quote, flat earthers and space is fakers, inviting them to see her perform live and do the eye of the Pfizer trick. That little trick that she did with her eye, yeah, that's choreographed. And she put a post out on Instagram with the hashtag #SpaceIsFakers, Flat Earthers, just kind of calling you out, saying that you're crazy if you think it was some kind of Illuminati shout out. Like deliberate mockery. I mean, what else was it? I mean, in addition to, you know, she looked like a malfunctioning Furby, but it's the all-seeing eye. She's always doing these elaborate satanic performances. Why would you think anything up there is accidental? But fake or not, Space Wars are coming soon. I have been following the recent developments in fake space, and Russia has threatened to shoot down satellites, even as they conduct nuke drills for pummeling the Antichrist West, at the behest of Chief Exorcist President Putin. Putin has been dubbed the Chief Exorcist, and now you can see how it's all coming together here. Additionally, there's more Chinese space junk expected as Long March is being launched into orbit again, which usually drops off its spent fuel tank along the way. Yeah, this is a reoccurring theme. Long March, the Chinese rocket that's going to beat us to the moon. No, to Mars, actually. Going to Mars. The Long March always drops its fuel tank, and it puts everybody into lockdown. There was a village, I believe it was in India, that had to go into duck and cover because of space junk. They've already rolled this agenda out, as I said they would. Before space junk lockdowns were a thing, I said they're going to be a thing. Now, Long March is an interesting name for a rocket taking us to Mars, a communist rocket, because Long March has an association with the communist idea of overriding our resistance to communism by going through the institutions, the Long March, brainwashing us in the long term. And they've succeeded. I would say, specifically, that the space program is that. The space program is the stalking horse for communism. Environmentalism, yeah, obvious. Watermelon Marxism, green on the outside, red on the inside. We can all see through it. But even the people who see through fake environmentalism and recognize, oh, this is just class warfare. This is a communist ploy. They've replaced the poor with the environment. Even most of the right-wingers who see through that don't see through outer space. Like, you don't recognize that the end goal of outer space is the totally sustainable, enclosed system. You're all in uniform. I mean, it's going to be a communist moon base, communist Mars base. They've sold communism as an ideal, and the capitalists buy it because they think, oh, this is a byproduct of our technological advances, market-driven technology. We did this. We landed on the moon. No, you didn't. We won the Super Bowl. No, you didn't. You're on the couch eating potato chips and drinking beer. You didn't win the Super Bowl. We didn't land on the moon. Those guys faked it. You can't take credit for their big fish story, unless you were there. And even if you went out and you grabbed some of their moon rocks to prove a point to me, I'd put those moon rocks under a microscope, and I'm willing to bet that they're wood. And, I have yet to find anybody who can debunk me on that. Moon rock is really just petrified wood. I have a credible source here. This is NPR. A prized possession in the Dutch National Museum is not what curators thought. In 1969, 3 Apollo 11. Nice little 311 in there. 3 Apollo, and look, I've been doing some research again into a lot of the symbolism behind these staged events. Like beyond just faking space, there's something else that they do here. This is an occult ritual in every sense of the word. And I've been doing some digging into Apollo, and I have found some interesting correlations between Apollo and the character Nimrod, builder of the Tower of Babel. And this all really does synchronize why Jeff Bezos would have launched at 9:11 a.m. on the anniversary of Apollo. It has to do with man's incursion into heaven. And space is fake, but it is, look, space as they presented it is a misrepresentation. Whatever's up there is up there. I'm not saying there's nothing there. I'm saying that the cartoons and the CGI do not reflect what is up there. But whatever it is, this great unknown, space is the replacement for heaven. And it's a heaven that all the religions can agree on, where they can set up their utopian schemes that we can adopt here on Earth, and space is a heaven that even the atheists will believe in. All right, here is Morning Edition, NPR, Moonrock is petrified.
Good morning, I'm Steve Inskeep. A prized possession in the Dutch National Museum is not what the curators thought. Back in 1969, the Apollo 11 astronauts visited the Netherlands, and the U.S. ambassador gave the Dutch prime minister what he said was a moon rock. No doubt it gave a warm feeling to the U.S. ally. But when an expert saw it in the National Museum, he said he wasn't so sure it was real. Geologists have now identified the moon rock as petrified wood. It's Morning Edition.
All right, there's a fact. Very, very inconvenient fact there. It has not been debunked. I brought this up to a true believer. And strangely, this is just Stockholm Syndrome. A lot of victims of Stockholm Syndrome will lie to protect their captor because they have associated their survival with their captor's well-being. And I brought this up to someone and they said, well, obviously the astronauts gave away their real moon rocks to impress the chicks and had to replace them the next morning with wood. Like, I'm sorry, that's a cool story, I guess, but it makes zero sense, and you can't just make up stories to explain the holes in their big story. Unless you want to be, to me, it's just like you have so many unpaid crisis actors out there. Like, why would you lie to benefit Big Brother's lies? Anyway, let's continue. And look, this is interesting too, that I'm thinking how they keep on calling out the non-believers, where Kate Perry calls you a spaces faker. Like, flat earther's not bad enough. Now you're a spaces faker. Why do they have a problem with that? Spaces faker. And they're probably going to have a spaces faker get killed by the Chinese space junk. Like, it's going to hit somebody who denied the existence of space, and they're going to say, hey, look, misinformation strikes again. It wasn't the spent rocket shell that killed this person, it was his denialism. And he caught this mind virus from a dangerous live stream. All right, Paul Pelosi, husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, was attacked by a homeless illegal alien nudist from Canada who recently converted to QAnonism. The attack was reportedly politically motivated as he chanted, "Where's Nancy?" as the peaceful protesters of 1/6 did. And they were chanting, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" Yet one moment you're allowing crazies to defecate on your sidewalk, and the next they insist on beating you with a hammer in your own mansion, but it was a mostly peaceful hammering, and Paul Pelosi is expected to survive. Now I want to get back into the fake trampling again. These scenes are, to me, these are just out of a drill. I'm going to play this one more time. This is in South Korea. You have a group of people performing chest compressions on the trampled. There's already plastic tape up around it, and somebody on the ground is getting CPR on, I think she has long boots on. She's getting CPR on her thigh.
지하철에 가면 많은데.
Now, we've done extensive research into the types of fake doll or dummies. These training dummies are super realistic. We've looked into them, and this is no different than any other mass casualty event that we've seen. We have many examples of anomalies that just stand out. Most of it, to me, is given away in the numbers that are just unbelievable. Like that one in Indonesia, only 13 made it to the hospital. In this one, only 10 were at the hospital. I'm like, that's interesting. They're all just being declared dead on the spot, and everybody goes home. Then the actors go home. That's what happened with Vegas. They shut the doors, the gates. Here in Vegas, you had this shooting, 10/1/2017. You have all these bodies on the ground, and there's a witness there who's not part of it, and this footage is key to solving the whole thing. He goes up to the security and he says, "Why are you turning the lights off? All these people, they need CPR, they need help." And the security guard says, "No, they're all dead. You can go." Just sends the guy away. And like, how would you know? How could you know for sure? And it was an indicator there that it was a movie set and they needed everybody gone. But yes, it was a mostly peaceful hammering. I'm wondering if Nancy Pelosi's husband was initiated into the Black Eye Club. The Black Eye Club was the one that the explanation, I think, it fits everything. There's always a different cause. Like Harry Reid, he was on his treadmill and he fell. Next day, Black Eye Club. Like, this sounds like an initiation story. And if you want to get into that, in the Masonic myth, Hiram Abiff is hit with a hammer on the head. But I think there might be some kind of gavel tie-in. Does anyone here think there's a gavel tie-in? I mean, obviously you have the blaming of the right, the scapegoating of the QAnoners, but the gavel itself could be a symbol in this thing. Here's the Instagram post from Kate Perry, for those of you who don't follow her. "Welcoming all my flat earthers and spaces fakers. Come see my broken doll eye party trick in real life in Vegas next year. The show is a non-stop party about finding unconditional love. Hope to sing along with you in 2023. There you have it. Now, this is, to me, obvious that this was a prank and she got your attention. But what's more, Stu Peters, he's one of these individuals, major league anti-vaxxer. He's always posting stuff about how embalmers are finding growths or clots inside of the dead bodies, which I think is nonsensical for a lot of reasons. And if anybody's interested in why I think that's nonsensical, I used to embalm for a living, and what we're looking at here with what these Stu Peters of the world are saying is just unlikely that embalmers would be in the know. And what they're finding, what they're showing, it all looks fake to me, but clots are normal. The blood congeals. And the clots that they're pulling out, or their embalmers reporting, they're saying it's coming from the vaccine, and you wouldn't know for a few reasons. And what's more, if somebody dies unexpectedly, they generally get autopsied. And if they're autopsied, the embalmer doesn't have the same job. As in, every major artery is cut. You have to do a multi-point injection. You don't have the same drainage issues. You wouldn't even be seeing the clots in the same way. I think the guy, Stu Peters, just takes everything and flings it against the wall. Let me see if these blood clots stick. And here you have Kate Perry trolling everybody with this broken doll eye trick, and Stu Peters puts this on his documentary for his anti-vax, the trailer for his anti-vax documentary. I was watching his trailer and I see Kate Perry's eye, and I'm like, wait, how do you correlate this with that? And then she comes out admitting it was a big troll. That's how you know that somebody's grasping at straws, when they don't even check to see if they're being toyed with. There was another article out, a fake headline, something about Elon Musk is going to unleash unfettered free speech, and Dinesh D'Souza and other right-wingers start sharing it, and it's like, that was a Babylon Bee. We've been talking about the fall of Kanye. They're painting over the mural in Chicago. The cancellation of Kanye is something that we knew was going to happen. We were already talking about it back in January. In fact, I messaged him. He was back on Instagram, and his messages were, for some reason, open. So I went into Kanye's DMs, and I sent him this meme compilation about the West is a burning house, and a podcast episode, Chief Exorcist Putin and the Satanic K West. Now, I hope he's not the reason I got canceled. All right, let's continue here. Kanye calls Runway Phoenix a metaphor for his career. I've been finding a lot of predictive programming for what's happening to Kanye right now. We'll go into more of that here soon. I didn't want to spend too much time on it, but just to point out that it's continuing down the same trajectory. I was talking about the man who fell to earth and the connection to Kanye, and then you have this headline, Kanye West, musical giant who crashed to earth. Everything that I have here indicates that this is a scripted fall. He's not fighting the system, but a lot of people are lining up behind him. I think the most interesting connection so far, though, has been his claim that Django Unchained was his idea, because that attaches him to the Nat Turner story. Nat Turner, Slave Rebellion, Nat Turner, basis for Turner Diaries. Turner Diaries and Helter Skelter are two of the scripts that are in play right now. This is from the New York Times. The Illuminati has officially chosen to end our partnership with Kanye West. That's from the New Yorker. Yes, the Illuminati has chosen to end our partnership with Kanye West by Skylar Higley. Interesting article. And what she says here is this. We applaud the crass capitalist organizations that took a stand against West's bigotry, and we hope more will follow suit. The Illuminati firmly believes that all evil should be done in secret. Obviously a parody. But to his credit, he hasn't backed down. And this is, to me, this is, again, part of the midterms. It's part of this bigger PSYOP. It's not a coincidence that he's friends with Candace Owens. You got to mind map these out. You know, Candace Owens' husband, her husband is the CEO of Parler, and Kanye's buying Parler. You have Kanye with Parler, you have Musk with Twitter, and you have Trump with Truth Social. This Kanye West Trump trifecta has been intentionally engineered. And if you think you can trust any of them, you know, I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, Musk fakes space. Look up Mousegate. And what is space? It's a stalking horse for moving man, bottlenecking man, and moving us through fake space migration into what are essentially gulags, gulag life. This sustainable paradise they're creating is really just a big prison society, human beings in a big zoo. And he's one of the technocrats leading this thing. Then you have Trump, of course, politician. So many people say, oh, he's just a businessman. He's an outsider. Okay, cool story. And then now Kanye West, yeah, maybe he's rogue. Maybe there's nothing going on here. Sure. Hanging out with Satanists, throwing a party for the return of Pluto, when he's not setting himself on fire or dressing up like Jesus and performing the rites of Mystery Babylon. Nothing to see here. NYPD warns of extremists targeting election day polls. On the right, they are doing poll watching with their ballot box patrol. On the left, they say, hey, it's voter intimidation, which is a perfect excuse for when the left loses. They're going to say, oh, it's because we were too intimidated to vote. Both sides are going to contest it, and you're not going to get any results on 11/8. Both sides are already contesting the election, accusing the other of cheating, like pre-cheating. You are pre-cheating on the election rigging contest. That's what they're basically saying. Each is accusing the other of pre-cheating on the election rigging contest. A few more notes on David DePepe, the frog. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, the 42-year-old entered the Pelosi's home through the rear after pictures showed an open window leading into the house. Now, if you look at the picture, the glass is on the outside. You know, how do you break a window? with a hammer and have the glass not fall in. Interesting how that happens. I don't know. But I still think the hammer is symbolic. He shouted, "Where's Nancy?" after breaking in. There's so many stories about this, and I've gone through his website, and I've looked at many of his memes, and his website's barely complete. It's basically a template. It's a cheap Wix template. And then it even has, as I was scrolling through it, to me it has every indication that this is like a recent convert to QAnon. Now listen to some of the things that he said. We're talking about David the Pepe the Frog. De Pepe suggests that Derek Western Chauvinism was the one lynched. Now I'm drawing attention to these names. Derek Chauvin is not just Derek Chauvin. Derek is a hangman, a historically significant hangman who hanged 3,000. Chauvin is a reference to Western chauvinism. He's the hangman of Western chauvinism oppressing the poor. That's Derek Chauvin. So the Pepe the Frog reference here is intrinsic to the story. De Pepe suggests that Derek Chauvin was the one lynched. Quote, 2 days after former police officer Derek Chauvin was found guilty of killing George Floyd, quote, this was a modern lynching, falsely indicating that Floyd died from a drug overdose. Now that's interesting. Floyd died from a drug overdose. Where did the attacker of the Pelosi's get that idea from? Could it be Candace Owen and Kanye West saying Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong? That's the message here. And again, this is coming from Candace Owens' documentary. And it's not even complete. I mean, this is, again, it's a piece of propaganda, a political piece. Candace Owens' documentary is what Kanye West has been citing. Like, they're basically saying Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong. That's why George Floyd's family threatened to sue Kanye. Now, there's more, though, because Kanye West has brought up the same point. He said he actually knows what it feels like to get lynched now, having, dealt with this canceling. And I'll pull that up here. Kanye West actually said that. He said, I know what it's like. Here it is. Kanye West sympathizes with George Floyd after losing Adidas deal. While speaking with paparazzi, he doubled down on his, quote, anti-Semitic rhetoric. When I see that video, it hurts my feelings. He talks about the George Floyd video, but then there's more here. I'm going to play this. He says, God showed me by what Adidas is doing and what the media is doing. I know now what it feels like to have a knee on my neck. Thank you, God, for humbling me. And he makes a point that he knows what it feels like to be kneeled on. I'll play that clip here.
There's two things that are happening. A lot of times when I would say, oh, I'm the richest black man, it would be a defense that I would use for the mental health conversation. To say, oh, you guys say I'm crazy, but look at this, I made money. But that is not godlike to be showing off. So if it's not godlike, then God will take that because it's all the church's money, right? So what's happening right now is I'm being humbled. Another thing that's happening is by me being burned to the flesh every single day, it's actually proving what I had to say. So when I went to the mediation, what I want to say is, like, black people are like, okay, Lex Friedman got you to apologize.
Now this is Kanye West, sort of an apology, but not really. You can tell he doubles down. But now listen to what he says about George Floyd.
Feel bad. Now the thing is, okay, JFK, they got a lot of documentaries about how it happened. So we can argue about.
And he does make some good points here about the Floyd event. There are some questions about it, but I call this a guardrail conspiracy where they tell you it happened in this way, as in he was killed by the knee on the neck, or he was killed by fentanyl. And to me, the real answer is, the real question we should ask is, was he killed at all?
Police do attack, and America is generally racist. And I understand that when we got to say Black Lives Matter, that the idea of it made us feel good together as a person, as a people, right? When let me say it so the soundbite is better for you guys. When the idea of Black Lives Matter.
Now, again, he came out with the White Lives Matter, just a deliberate provocation. This is, to me, a lot of fluff here. I don't know what he's actually saying. He doesn't really apologize, though. But the main thing is he says that this experience has taught him what it feels like to have a knee on his neck. It's like he undoes his apology right after he does it, which is kind of funny.
And I question the death of George Floyd. It hurt my people. It hurt the black people. So I want to apologize to hurting them, because right now God has shown me by what Adidas is doing and by what the media is doing, I know how it feels to have a knee on my neck now.
There you go.
She was watching a scary movie called It, and her dog sitting.
Now he knows what it's like to have a knee on his neck. Nice. This billionaire knows what it's like to have a knee on his neck. I got it. Lock up, just stop oil. I've made this point before. We'll probably talk about that again soon. A Pelosi attack occurred in an ecosystem of extremist views. An ecosystem of extremist views. Now again, it's not a coincidence that Parler was pulled for extremist views, and Parler is where a lot of the 1/6 event was staged. Parler was the right-wing Twitter that was pretty much deaded after the 1/6 event, and it's the one that is owned by the CEO of Agent Provocateur, 33-year-old, or husband of, this is to me the biggest indicator. Candace Owen, 33-year-old agitator, her husband's the CEO of Parler. She's in on the revenue here, but what's more, I think Candace Owens even got her start on Alex Jones. Like, we're just looking at provocateurs. And the fact that they would drop the White Lives Matter and contest the George Floyd story now, as we approach midterms, is highly significant. Also considering that the, I guess, accomplices of Derek Chauvin are on trial right now. And their overall message, the message from the documentary, from Kanye and from Owens, is that George Floyd was overdosing. That everything else was done according to the book. All right, let's continue. We're going through headlines of the day, many things. Texas A&M stops using Kanye West's Power as team entrance song. Everything about him is being canceled. Just pointing this out. And again, this is consistent with the bigger script, because in my view, the falling star that we're seeing is supposed to, I think it's emblematic of the fall of the West. His life being destroyed by what? And if you look at the influences, mainly scapegoating Hollywood culture, but combine that with how Russia has described Hollywood, specifically the Antichrist West, open Satanism, etc. And now Putin has been designated the chief exorcist. I mean, the chief exorcist, Antichrist West, I mean, it all comes together. Then you have Russia threatens a retaliatory strike against U.S. commercial satellites. Looking at Musk, Western actions needlessly put at risk the sustainability of peaceful space activities. By the way, now they're actually saying that climate change is causing space junk to stay up in the air a whole lot longer. That your refusal to recycle, not only are you ruining the oceans and the land, but you're ruining the universe. We actually have space environmentalists. And that to me is so wrong-headed and backward. I mean, we live within an infinite trash can, and it's just dotted with incinerators. Every star is an incinerator. All you'd have to do is throw your trash up, and you're done with it. But look, on 3/11, 2021, they dropped the biggest piece of space junk they've ever dropped, and it was like 29 tons of battery. I mean, think about the size of this. 29 tons of batteries from the ISS. And where do you think they dropped it? The International Space Station, 2.9 tons. Still, it's a lot. Almost 3 tons of old batteries. The largest piece of space debris dropped from the station to date, from 260 miles up, but they dropped it in the ocean. That's my point. You couldn't have dropped it somewhere where we could go collect it. Nope. They just discard it. But I'm thinking, why wouldn't you throw it up? Like, throw it towards the sun. Massive piece of space junk tossed from the ISS sets a new record. ISS discards 2.9 pallet of batteries. Let's see, going through comments. Lane Dion says, after Lynn the other day, lots of other black podcasters were calling the George Floyd event out. Now it gets solidified. Yeah, I saw that in the podcast sphere. Many people are calling this event out because of the documentary. And I watched the documentary, the Candace Owens documentary. And she fails to mention that George Floyd and Derek Chauvin worked together. Now she focuses on the family members of Floyd, but it's like the other side of the family that didn't cash in on it. And most of the people that you saw on TV crying for Floyd who got paid had nothing to do with him in real life. But it's not the full story. Like, I'm pretty sure that George Floyd is hanging out at Crisis Actor Island with, who knows, I mean, Derek Chauvin. They're probably having a Corona together. We are joined here by Portal Complex, Lily Bell, Tominoid 2, 737, Salty Siren, JT33. Thanks everyone for joining. Lloyd Miller says, unbelievable people can worry about defiling the alleged infinite vacuum of space, self-discrediting. Oh, just wait. Wait until you see space environmentalists chaining themselves to asteroids. When Bezos was talking about the need to freeze society to maintain a stable Earth, he was talking about the need to lock things down, and that if you want liberty and freedom, you have to go to space. And he was talking about how in space you could hollow out asteroids and then rotate them and have a sort of a simulation of gravity. Just live inside these hollowed out asteroids, and then you send the money, the treasures, back down to Earth. And somebody stood up and they said, you can't rape the universe. How dare you rape the universe? Like, they were defending the rights of asteroids. And I'm thinking, this is just like environmentalists chaining themselves into, onto trees, to stop the deforestation. But yes, space environmentalism is now a thing. And the space junk issue has been exacerbated by you and your refusal to believe in climate change. Joined by G33 over on Twitch. Yeah, we're on Twitch and YouTube today. Twitch and YouTube. I'm going to be putting us back on all the other platforms later on. We're in a lull right now as I reallocate resources. I want to make sure that we're censorship proof into the future, and we pretty much are. I was looking for a picture of the attacker of the Pelosi, Dave DePepe, and I inadvertently shared a piece of misinformation. The man you're seeing on the stage in the lingerie is actually Alex Stein, Alex Stein, who was spit on by somebody who was definitely not an actress. No way you go to a Gavin McSmollett Proud Boy rally, Gavin McGinnis, who faked a swatting, no way that you would have somebody in the audience who would, on camera, spit on Stein, perfectly in frame, so he could go viral and whine about it to Tucker Carlson, about how bad liberals are. Like, that was so fake. Look, if that was real, that liberal would have had a mask on, and she would have pulled it down to spit. She didn't have a mask on. No social distancing. That was an actress. Probably Gavin McGinnis' sister or something, spitting on Stein for clicks. And I guess it would have more impact if he was a little more of a sympathetic character. All right, let us continue. Pelosi attacker left trail of COVID conspiracies. Holocaust denial. He left a bizarre online trail of conspiracy theories surrounding everything from COVID-19 to the pandemic. The new line again is that COVID denial and climate denial are gateways to racism and transphobia. Like, there are no trans climate change denialists. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there are trans Nazis. Like, the way they try to box everybody in is very insulting. It's like, we don't think for ourselves. They don't want people to unify on ideas. That's the thing. They don't want you unifying on ideas that they deem out of bounds And that's because, ideas do unite people beyond all the physical and geographical and other differences. Memes unite people, which is why they hate memes. China's Long March 5B rocket launch is expected to create a huge space junk crash. Again, if somebody dies from this, they're going to blame the misinformation promulgated by flat earthers who told them that space junk is fake. It'll be my fault. Lloyd Miller says, how many nudist activists are QAnoners? Oh yeah, I was looking at all the boxes checked by David DePepe, and it's like liberal, nudist, activist, San Francisco. Nothing about that screams MAGA. Nothing. But then suddenly he becomes, then he's also an illegal immigrant from Canada. Nothing about it. Like, wait, you want to make America great again? You're Canadian, and you shouldn't be here. And you're running around naked in San Francisco? And I've been thinking about it, and it makes more sense to me that this is a close family friend of the Pelosi's. He's hanging out because Nancy's out, and this whole event was some kind of mistake. Maybe he was trying to get away from Paul, and that's why the glass was broken on the outside of the house. He was trying to get out. But whatever the case, like maybe they were watching Jeffrey Dahmer on Netflix. They're watching Jeffrey Dahmer. Paul gets a little crazed look in his eye. Dave DePepe tries to leave. He grabs the gavel that Nancy left behind, smashes the window, and the cops come to hush the whole thing up. Like there's something else going on here. I don't believe the official story of the Paul Pelosi attack. Twitter trolls are back with racist, bigoted posts. There's such a massive meltdown about this. It's like crying wolf. Like I'm done with people crying wolf with the environment, crying wolf with the this or that plague, crying wolf about the racist. I mean, crying wolf about the school shooter. These things are all fake. Hate is a hoax. Hate is a hoax. 66% of hate crimes are reported as hoaxes later. Reported. The other 33% are probably just as fake, and they get away with it. The idea that there is this quality called hate that is somehow separate from the individual, that's the hoax. Climate change is a hoax. Weather is real. Pandemics are hoaxy. People get sick. Some people are hateful, but hate as some kind of contagion or some kind of dark cloud that's hanging above, that's all fake. Kool-Aid drinkers are claiming that Pelosi's husband was arrested. Yeah, there's all kinds of stories coming out. We'll follow those. Lily Bell asks, why is Jeffrey Dahmer such a subject? Here's why. Because Edward Bernays, the father of public relations, progenitor of mass mind control through public relations, cast a spell with the use of media to get the public to start eating bacon with their breakfast. Like that's how powerful this guy is. That's how influential this technology is, I should say. Well, Edward Bernays' great nephew, the CEO and co-founder of Netflix and blood relative to Sigmund Freud, is the reason why. Because right now Netflix, connected to the masters of mind control, has put Jeffrey Dahmer on a pedestal. Jeffrey Dahmer is on the altar that you call your TV. He's number 2 on Netflix. Not because of popular demand. There's not a big demand for a bunch of people who want to see a necrophile on TV. No, this is because Netflix put it out there first. They're artificially stimulating a demand for necrophilia and cannibalism. And here's why. It has nothing to do with actually doing it with dead people or eating people. The reason why they want you to be necrophiles and cannibals, it's all about the zeitgeist. The cannibal side is the communist side, the closed system, zero-sum game. For one to win, another has to lose. We have to appropriate the wealth from this group and redistribute it. That's social cannibalism. Because at some point, you run out of the surplus. What we're talking about here is redistribution of everything. That's what the sustainability is about. They need you to adopt the philosophy of a cannibal, to be copacetic with this political and economic system they're introducing. The necrophilia has to do with love of inanimate matter, not corpses in this context, but love of simulated human beings, augmented virtual reality human beings. They're replacing the physical love of living beings with love for inanimate matter. That's necrophilia, that's cannibalism. And I think it's part of the zeitgeist. 2022 is the year that Soylent Green took place, movie released in 1973. A lot of 1973 repeating in 2022. You know, the original Roe v. Wade was a leak in 73. Watergate, January 6th Commission. All these parallels. Elvis, 73, beamed to 1.3 billion people. This year, Elvis everywhere. But yes, they are trying to turn you into a cannibal. That way you vote Democrat. All right, let us continue. Dinesh D'Souza, whose 2,000 Mules fuels election denial, falls prey for a parody news site. I don't fault people for falling for this stuff. Like, there's still many politicians on the right running on the issue of litter boxes in school bathrooms. The idea that we need to do something because these groomers are allowing students to become trans species, and now they're demanding litter boxes in all of the bathrooms. Well, it turns out that was a hoax. Furries aren't a hoax. Trans speciesism is not a hoax. Like, if you have a fence around your yard, like if you have a backyard, if you have a fence, you're a trans speciesist because you're blocking animals. Maybe some cow wants to walk into your yard, or somebody identifying as a cow. Now it's another form of, quote, hate. But trans speciesism is real. Furries are real. None of this is that new. It's just new to the public. You know, a lot of things that were done in the dark are now being done in the light. This is a big revelation. Like 99%, like I saw this video and it was like, New York is just Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm like, 99% of what you see was already there. You just didn't have access to it. Thanks to the internet, now we do. We're all witnesses to Clown World. You can't just go to a small town and escape it anymore. Clown World is now the ubiquitous, universal, one world religion. The mainstream media has in fact become the de facto state church. All right, Long March 5B, here's some more details. This rocket will launch on Halloween, and the fuel tank will fall back to Earth in an uncontrolled descent. Heads up. Space Wars, how state conflict is going extraterrestrial. It's a pretty good breakdown of all the different ways the different nations have at their disposal to wage space wars. Anti-satellite ballistics are huge, and those have been tested by Russia and China for years. America doesn't do it. Why? Because we signed the Outer Space Treaty. Meanwhile, everybody else gets to blow up their own satellites. India, China, Russia. And just the other day, the ISS had to turn on its boosters to dodge Russian space junk. Is that a coincidence? I've been talking about Russian space junk being intentionally put there for the later takedown of the ISS, and it is absolutely happening. Now, what is this? Donald Trump hammer scorecard conspiracy theory. This came across my feed, this headline about a hammer and scorecard. Now, here we have it. It's some kind of conspiracy theory. Supporters of former President Donald Trump claimed a supercomputer named Hammer and a computer program named Scorecard modified the vote election. I was seeing this story, that's why I earmarked it. I'm like, I have not heard about this supercomputer called Hammer. This story's trending, and the next day Pelosi gets hammered. What's the story there? NASA forced to fire ISS thrusters to dodge Russian space debris. I used to talk about this extensively, and I'll probably revisit some of these concepts and go into detail. But look at the space station up close, if you look at any of these photos, and tell me you don't see 9/11. if you have any kind of association with the solar array and the Twin Towers just automatically come up in your mind, that's intentional. This is the film work of Stanley Kubrick, and it's the result of predictive programming as they have been building up towards this fall of the Tower of Babel, which is what the ISS represents, the international cooperation in a unified trip from the earth to the heavens by all mankind. Jeff Bezos, the earthly representative of Nimrod, launched to space on the anniversary of Apollo, launching at 9:11 a.m., all a reference to, I believe, the continued fall of the Tower of Babel. 9/11 was just part of it, but it's a protracted ritual taking place over many, many years. Putin appointed chief exorcist as Kremlin whips up a satanic panic. There you have it. Russians calling for the de-Satanization of Ukraine. They want to de-Satanize you. Lily Bell says, people are always saying that Nancy is drunk. You know, I see that in memes, but the truth is, I don't even think she drinks. I remember in 2016-ish, there were memes floating around where people would slow her down in speeches and share them. And it created this perception that she was an alcoholic, that she's hammered. But that's just political warfare. DazedDigital.com, new study confirms gaming makes you racist and right-wing. Scaremongering about gaming is a common cliche, but a new study says our fears may not be completely unfounded. I think I know where they're going with this. Because the game is there to program you for the world that they're trying to create. Grand Theft Auto is the Democrat Party platform in action. They want you there. Space travel takes up 90% of the games. Just flying through space, shooting space rocks. Yeah, they need you to believe in space balls, space junk, space rocks, aliens, global warming. They need you to believe in post-apocalyptic resets. And I think that's the whole point. They need you to believe that society is about to be destroyed. And they've succeeded. But I think now, so the content I'm suggesting isn't the games. I think now what they're targeting is the social media, the social networking of the game players. Gamers hang out with gamers and they talk. And that talk might not be entirely regulated. New study by the American Medical Association. Yeah, let's not talk about the sedentary lifestyle of sitting around, eating Hot Pockets, drinking energy drinks, and playing games. The mental, the physical, the social ramifications of that. No, ignore that. Let's talk about how the games make you racist. The AMA has shown that children who play video games show enhanced cognitive performance compared to their non-gamer counterparts, but there are less desirable effects to the newfound cognitive superpowers. A study from the University of Texas at Austin found links between gaming, sexism, racism, and extremist ideologies. The study concerns overspill into real-world behavior. This lends credibility, and I called it, the existing idea that certain gaming communities help extremists radicalize young people. On the right, they point to the left and they say, they're grooming our children in the schools. They're grooming the children with Disney. They're turning them into, them. And now here they're saying that the video game communities are being used for grooming. They're grooming right-wingers. Each accuses the other of subtle influence, but the truth is they're both right. Both sides. Because both sides are sides of the same coin. The gaming communities run adjacent to incel culture, gendered violence. More specifically, the study examines a psychological phenomenon known as identity fusion, in which individual members of a group experience a visceral sense of oneness with the group. Identity fusion. Fascinating. Kind of like COVID. Many of you noticed this. You're like, wait, it's like the people put on the mask, and it's like the movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and we're all just watching. Your friends get snatched up yet? And your family been snatched up yet? And one by one, everyone's getting snatched up by this trend because 2020 was a medical tyranny enforced with a fashion statement. Yeah, it's fascism, but it was the fascist fashion statement that sold it. They used the power of fashion to get everyone to conform to a uniform, the face diaper. And yes, I believe many of those people did have identity fusion. Whenever you saw groups of people who are normally just weak cowards, you'd be getting stabbed to death. And a lot of these maskies would just record you and put it on Instagram while you're getting stabbed to death. They won't help you. Yet, these same people, when someone walked in without a mask on, they would mob up and attack. And that's because of this identity fusion. They must have felt empowered. My point is, this collectivist takeover is not just limited to right-wing incels. It is the staple characteristic of the left. The far left is a monolith. It really is. I say far left, but the left is a monolith if they all fall for the model they've been given. Very misanthropic, as most of you know. Anyway, it goes on to say, questions were asked during these studies to determine the gamers' identity fusion, how fused their identity is with the group. They were tested for narcissism, psychopathy, Machiavellianism. Researchers gauged their identification with white nationalism, sexism, belief in QAnon. And something else too, what are they doing in these games? These games are simulations, and what are they doing in the simulations? Shooting people. Gamers are simulating mass murder. That's all they do. I mean, that's pretty much every game I've seen. It generally revolves around being really good at headshots all day, all night. And I believe that much of the glorification of guns and gun culture itself is not a product of the right, but I think it's a construct by the left to brand the right as a bunch of gun nuts. I mean, why are all these liberals in movies brandishing big guns, but then off screen they're anti-gun? It's like, wait, you just advertised the gun and you made it really cool. I want to get myself a machine gun now. One for each arm. I want to be like this liberal who in real life is anti-gun. It's because the pornification of guns is actually a sabotage against them. It's not to sell guns. And the libs, the left, they don't care about gun violence. They don't give a damn. You can find innocent victims. You can find gang members shooting each other on Twitter all day long. You can find actual violent footage. If you want to see people die, go to Twitter. You're not going to find it on CNN whenever they report on one of these school shootings or one of these mall shootings or any of these big massacres, because those are all fake. They only care about, you'll notice, they only care about the shootings that are done by companies that they can shake down, like AR-15. AR-15 massacres, yeah, we care about Armalite because Armalite gives us $73 million. But we're not going to get any money from these gang members, and we don't care about those lives. And they don't. Note the demographics that the Democrats actually care about. Very telling. All right, let us continue. Lock up Just Stop Oil. One of the things that these Just Stop Oil fanatics said really kind of annoyed me. They said, the Van Gogh is fine, you won't be. And I thought, that's got to be a threat. Is he threatening me on behalf of Gaia or on behalf of government? Because I think that their worship of Gaia is actually a cover for their worship of government, specifically tyrannical government, eco-fascism. And I am noticing a lot of people are apologists saying, oh, it's just property. But we can't be apologists for the environmentalist wackos who are destroying artwork to make political points, because they are the evangels for the official state religion, and that's why they're getting a pass. It's a scare tactic for them to say, oh, the painting's fine, but you won't be. And they're minimizing your concern about their eco-terrorism. Your freedom is unsustainable. That's the target of their tomato soup. They're claiming that they're targeting your complacency because you're a non-believer. But what are you complacent about? What are you not believing? You're not believing in these science fiction scenarios that they've given you? Do you remember Fire Nados? They never really took off. Have you seen any fire tornadoes looking out your window on a stormy day? Because there was I guess it was the fall of 2019. There was this phenomenon where there were fire tornadoes just showing up everywhere, and it was on the news. It was trending. Fire tornadoes. Sharknadoes are a thing, by the way. I saw some sharks on the freeways there in Florida. But fire tornadoes showed up coincidentally at the exact same time that the movie Geostorm came out. Now, I'm not saying fire tornadoes are fake. Huge fire tornado seen amidst roaring brush fire in California. It was literally a spinning vortex of fire. California, fire tornado reaches 140 miles per hour. Scientists are learning more about these fire tornadoes. I'm not disputing the existence of these or this phenomenon, but I'm pointing out that it trended, and while it was trending, a lot of them looked CGI, I have to say. Or they looked like they were pyrotechnic shows put on by the firemen themselves. And what were they doing? They were saying, oh, this is new. This is being caused by climate change denialism. It's like you don't believe in God, he's going to show you some signs. You don't believe in climate change, the wrath of our globe God, here are some signs. But again, these are on the news, and I go to the Red Box and I rent Geostorm about a space station that controls the weather until it gets a computer virus, and then it starts spitting out fire tornadoes everywhere. Like the opening scene. I'm like, what are the odds? Concurrent programming. That's the only thing you can call it. Now this is a good one. This is a NASA scientist. A couple of things about this guy.
This NASA
quote scientist. Now he is a perfect spitting image of the main character in Moonfall. A scientist warning us the sky is falling. A scientist who's got a neck beard and he's got such anxiety that he's got to take pills. He's got climate anxiety, which is a thing now. And you would too. If you read the science, if you knew how scary the world was right now, you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You would be taking pills like these guys. The main character in Don't Look Up, same story, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, has the same archetype. I've called it out. This new Noah archetype is the sleepless scientist with agoraphobia who takes a bunch of pills. And in both these movies, they're taking pills for their anxiety. Well, here you have a NASA scientist who looks exactly like these two other scientists from these two other movies. And he chains himself to a bank because climate change.
Scientist was arrested for locking himself to a Chase bank.
And we've been trying to warn you guys for so many decades that we're heading towards a f***ing catastrophe. And we've been being ignored. The scientists of the world have been being ignored.
He's got the same quiver in his voice as Waynell Sexton. No, he's chained to the bank, and he says, the scientists of the world have been ignored.
And it's got to stop. We're going to lose everything.
We're going to lose everything. No tears. No tears. It's probably too dry from the drought because of climate change non-believers. No moisture.
Now, they will start to commence around. Standing up for the planet is far...
Standing up for the planet is far too important to leave now. Again, this is a quote NASA scientist. Looks like a crisis actor.
Peter Kalmus works exclusively on climate science with a team at NASA. He joined a coalition of more than 1,000 scientists called the Scientists' Rebellion, who organized dozens of actions worldwide.
I've been trying other ways to get through.
Now, if you look at the picture of him, he literally looks like the protagonist of Don't Look Up and Moonfall. Not a coincidence. And he is part of a group called Scientists' Rebellion, kind of like Extinction Rebellion or Just Stop Oil. A bunch of crisis actors. Crisis acting for Gaia.
For 16 years and none of it worked. I think it's worth the risk to our careers to try to wake up the public to what's happening on our planet. We're not lying. We're not exaggerating. This is so bad, everyone.
Now, I can tell by his voice that this guy's had acting lessons. Like, he's been coached into this. That, like, he's about to cry, that crack in his voice. He must be thinking about a puppy that died when he was a kid. Like, this is method acting. I still don't see any tears. He says, this is so bad that we're willing to take this risk.
that we're willing to take this risk. I was very kind of emotional, and I was thinking about my sons and about the future of
Thinking about his sons. There you have it. Method acting. Method acting. Why don't you just show us the science? Like, why do you have to use theater?
life on Earth.
Scientist Rebellion targeted Chase Bank in some of its protests because it's invested more money into fossil fuels than any other bank. This NASA scientist...
All right, there you have it. They went after Chase Bank for the reason that Chase Bank is using more fossil fuels than anybody else or something. Their carbon footprint. I'm going to play this clip. This is Barack Obama surrounded by people chanting. It's not "Let's go Brandon." It's full on F Joe Biden.
That's what I mean. I mean, we're having a conversation. Hold on a minute.
And here's Obama unsuccessfully reeling the mob in. He was not able to stop it.
Listen everybody. Hey, y'all up there, pay attention. Here's what happened.
Anyway, it goes on and on and on. They weren't able to stop him. And at some point, he just gave up. All right, let's continue. Internet sites used by David DePepe include mention of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Notice how it all ties into Kanye. Kanye's running out there mainstreaming, quote, anti-Semitic tropes. Kanye's going out there saying Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong. And now this killer with a hammer goes after the Pelosi's, and he's basically doing Kanye. Now, I don't disagree with the idea that we should be allowed to question things. However, in my opinion, George Floyd couldn't breathe because capitalism destroyed the atmosphere. All right, let's continue. A lot of new people in the chat, joined by Wayno Sexton. Says he's from the Robbie Parker Acting School. Oh, you're talking about the scientist. Yeah. I figured I would have guessed him as an alumni of the Gene Rosen School of Crisis Acting. Speaking of crisis actors, here's Mark Hamill, who played Luke Skywalker, and he is crisis acting on behalf of the Ukraine-Russia thing. Veteran actor Mark Hamill said in an interview that he has sent 500 drones to Ukraine through the country's fundraising platform. Mark Hamill sent 500 drones to Ukraine in the past month. Now again, he is Luke Skywalker. And it made me think about Star Wars and, again, just how they use these heroes and they make them heroes in real life. Sending drones over. It sounds like another episode of Star Wars. You know, I had a Sunday school I did a couple of years ago about Luke Skywalker. Well, really about Mystery Babylon, but about how the Star Wars movie tells you the basic astrotheological story of the personified sun and the fight against the darkness through Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. And this explains the significance of Darth Vader being his father. Darth Vader with the skull face. What you're really seeing is, you know, Luke is light, the sun, Skywalker walking across the sky. The sun dies at sunset. Set, the Prince of Darkness, chops up the sun hour by hour until it's dark, and then it's resurrected, goes to the underworld, comes back, born again. And when you saw Luke Skywalker fighting Darth Vader, and he has his hand chopped off, well, that's chopping off his sword hand. The sword hand being chopped off is symbolic of the sun god who has his member chopped off. That's why in the grave where they put all his pieces, they put the obelisk there. It represents the missing member that the Prince of Darkness or the Darth Vader in the story chops off. And of course, he being his father is kind of a reference to the way that the sun is more or less it sounds strange, but he's dead, and then the goddess is the night sky. The goddess of the night sky has a conjugal with the obelisk, earth god, and gives birth to the sun the next day. So in a way, he's his own father. if you look at the way that the story's played out. Again, it's all just a personification of the cycles of night and day. Darth Vader means, father, Darth Father, Dark Father, because he represents the sun on the dark side. The dark side means night. In the myth, the sun goes to the underworld, or the dark side, after it dies. And this explains a couple of things, like in the Apocrypha when Christ goes to the underworld. But it also explains in the Star Wars film why when Luke falls after his hand gets severed, where does he land? He falls and he's in Cloud City. He lands on the part of the structure beneath the ship and he hangs from a cross. You can find the image of Luke Skywalker, Cloud City. He's hanging from a cross until he can be picked up and they can reattach his hand. Again, sun god hanging from a cross, severed sword hand, and then he has it reattached. He is repaired later. That represents the resurrection. Anyway, just a bit of astrotheological programming of the world-spanning cult that runs everything in your face, brainwashing you from the time that you were a child. All right, let me catch up on some of my other notes. We were talking about the fake trampling in Seoul, where they did leg CPR. And if you're not aware, the George Floyd event was simulated with the help of modular high-fidelity airway trainers. And that's what you saw in South Korea. Nobody died, nobody cried, but a lot of modular airway trainers were sold. Like, they got paid. 7 Sigma simulation systems. This company, which manufactures the George Floyd looking doll, creates these dolls that are so realistic they can be intubated. These are anatomically precise, inside and out, fully customizable, head to toe. They've been doing this for decades. This company, 7 Sigma, was in the Twin Cities from 1987 to 2020. For 33 years, their factory was in the Twin Cities. Anyone here to guess what happened when the George Floyd riots started? What the first building to be burned down was? It wasn't the convenience store that called the cops on Floyd. No, it was this. The company, 7 Sigma, burned down in the Twin Cities. After 33 years in business there, 7 Sigma manufacturer burned in riots, leaving Minneapolis. BizJournals.com. Funny, right? That the very first place that the rioters targeted is a place that makes these hyper-realistic training dolls that happen to look like George Floyd. Fire struck 7 Sigma. The firefighters never arrived to help battle the blaze. Oh, they didn't even bother to put it out. Anyway, they operated there for 33 years. Nothing to see here. Lean Dion says it was peacefully burned down. We've been talking about the peaceful hammer attack. Let me bring this up. This is a bit of foreshadowing regarding the Kanye West situation. October 20th, 2010, MTV.com. Kanye West calls Runaway Phoenix a metaphor for his career. Quote, "It definitely relates to everything I've been through, like burning to the ashes and rebuilding." At the Donde 1 event, August of 2021, Kanye West set himself on fire like a phoenix, if you recall. And the symbol of the phoenix correlates with the symbol of the dying and resurrecting Sun King. It's the phoenix is the Christ, is the Burning Man. The central storyline of Kanye's Runaway film involves a phoenix played by a model named Salida Ebanks who falls to Earth and is rescued by West. Anyway, Phoenix falling to Earth, Kanye West, and then look at what's happening right now. It's all contrived. Came across this piece from the LA Times about a media literacy advocate trying to create savvy consumers of news and information. It's interesting here, though, because what they're doing is they're trying to educate people as a way of doing damage control. Like here's how you see through these conspiracy theories. But they have to be careful not to let them see too far. Like, we want you to believe the official story and disbelieve the unofficial counter-narrative. But in no way do they say question the reporters, question the news agencies. They don't want people going that far. They want you looking at competing ideologies and choosing the left. This media literacy is about being skeptical of non-leftist news reporting. It's not about deconstructing media, which is what we do here and what the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction is about. All right, let's continue. I have a few more notes I wanted to get through on my headlines before we leave here. Visitors heckle activist who glues his head to Vermeer's girl with a pearl earring. Yes, the Just Stop Oil crowd, again, gluing themselves to paintings. It's all just a show. I put out an article saying, again, lock them up. They say your freedom's unsustainable. Skepticism is hate speech against Mother Earth. Denying climate change is worse than denying elections now, worse than school shooting denialism. Now they're against oil painting. They're already against NFTs, if you didn't know. I would have thought, okay, at least we're not using any materials that have a carbon footprint. We're just creating digital art straight from imagination to screen. How much greener could you possibly get? And they're saying, no, NFTs, the blockchain, yeah, that requires a lot of computing, a lot of electricity consumption in that art. But I think we need to scoop up, round up all of the environmentalists, pull them off of the paintings like flies stuck on flypaper, scoop them up off the roads, and throw them in jail. If this is about saving the planet, and if their agenda is eco-fascism, which is ubiquitous home incarceration, then the only thing we can do rationally to help them be non-hypocritical climate change activists is to lock them down, reduce their carbon footprint. And if they're trying to impose jail on us, they shouldn't have a problem with us jailing them first. Let's keep them consistent with their shared values. Let's hold the man-bear pigs and the Gretas accountable to their own standards. Lock up the climate change activists. How do we deputize ourselves for this? I mean, I've been sending out press passes, but could we badge ourselves up and just start, citizens arrests? We've got these eco-terrorists here. Let's have an eco-terrorist squad and round them up. That's what Patriot Front should be doing. Like Patriot Front, Proud Boys, instead of protesting the libs, owning the libs, go round up these extremists before they round you up, which is what they're really doing. We'll continue to follow the ballot boxes. I don't think there's anything troubling about this at all, about black Jeeps with men with AR-15s swirling around the ballot boxes looking for mules. Nothing concerning about an armed presence at our polling sites. Now from the right, it's just a conspiracy. It says here, if the Dems get beat at the ballot box, the media is preparing to pin election losses on non-existent voter intimidation. It makes sense, too, that Pelosi would be attacked. They're going to do some of these PSYOPs, self-inflicted wounds, to explain why they lose. They're entering into that posture right now. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but there is a very popular Pepe meme where he's got a hammer and he's hammering somebody. Again, the would-be killer's name is Pepe. Here's a couple other notes. A Times did a review of Pepe's online accounts, indicates that he's been drifting into the world of far-right conspiracies, anti-Semitism, and hate. And, for first-time listeners, we are not far-right. We are far, 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 far right. We're so far that we fell off the edge of acceptable political discourse. We're not on the left, we're not on the right. We recognize, both the left and the right exist within the perimeter of the world stage. The world stage, if you want to think about it, as I do it, it's a body of collected assumptions and presuppositions and models about the world as it is, or as it's been televised. I make a distinction between the world as televised and reported and the world as experienced. We're coming at this from an off-world stage perspective. What I'm talking about here deconstructs even the right-wing hate. You couldn't lump us in on the left or the right. We're above that. The fact is, it's like the expression says about pigs. Never wrestle with a pig. You both get muddy and the pig likes it. Well, the world stage is just mud flooded, and it's nothing but wrestling pigs. And we try to keep it clean here. No hate, no attempts to out-group anybody. We're just being objective here, and everybody who's an observer has value in this project. The Times Review says in a personal blog, he covered topics like manipulation of history. Oh yeah, okay. Like the fact that the Dems don't want to acknowledge that they own the KKK, Jim Crow, black codes, and lynching, and slavery, AUTOHOAX, and it's okay to be white. He mentioned the far right, and he posted videos about conspiracies including COVID-19 and claims that the war in Ukraine is a ploy for Jewish people to buy land. Among his screeds were posts about QAnon, the theory that Trump's at war with a cabal of Satan-worshipping elites who control the world. Now, there is a cabal that runs the world, but from what I can tell, they're propagandists and filmmakers. Scribes of the gods, whoever really controls this place. But I wouldn't say they're blood-drinking Satanists. We don't have any evidence for that. And look, I'm not trying to be an apologist at all for the Satanists out there, but Satanists have been maligned in the press, by the right, by churches for a long time. But if you want to be factual about this, the actual abuse of children in mass is being done by Christians, Southern Baptists, Catholics, Mormons. It's being done by Muslims. I'm sorry, I don't see Satanists represented here among the cabal of children abusers. It's all on the establishment religions. It's really not the fringe cults you got to be worried about. And it's also on the secular side. I mean, there's a lot of scandals with school teachers and Boy Scouts. I mean, it's terrible. But to minimize it down to, oh, it's just this small group of elite, you're missing the point. Go visit your local prison and go to that wing of the place where they house that particular group of sickos and tell me how many billionaires and millionaires and celebrities you find. No, you'll find that real human depravity and psychopathy exists at all levels and everywhere. It's ubiquitous. Scapegoating doesn't get anything done. Got a tweet here from Wilbur on Twitter. As a cop for 11 years, I never once worked a burglary where broken glass and debris at the entry point was outside of the residence. Yeah, that's why I was positing that maybe David DePep was trying to get away. For some reason, like I was suggesting, like this actually happened in the Jeffrey Dahmer story. One of his victims tried to get away, and the cops returned him. So I posited that perhaps David DePepe tried to get away, that he and Paul are watching Jeffrey Dahmer. Paul looks at him with a strange look in his eye. David grabs the gavel off the mantle and tries to break out, and the cops return him, probably paid him off, and now they're just going to blame it on QAnon. All right, we've been talking about the mass LARP, mass casualty drill, where you can see CPR being performed on rubber dummies. And if you look at the numbers involved, only a handful made it to the hospital. This is so hoaxy. I mean, for a trampling. And I don't see any, look, I understand how trampling works in theory, but this is a big open area. Where are the people being bottlenecked? Where are the broken bodies? Where's the blood? Where are the tears? And again, I see this guy over here, if you're looking at the screen, giving CPR vigorously to the upper thigh of that rubber dummy there. Look how he's squeezing it. That is not a life-saving technique. Breaking reports, South Korea Halloween Festival. At least 100 people in cardiac arrest after the stampede. Now, I'm saying it's fake because I am MSM minus. I take the official story and subtract what can't be verified. But then you have the MSM plus. They'll say it's caused by fill in the blank. Like the anti-vaxxers are going to say, oh, cardiac arrest. These people all had their shots. And they'll blame this on, the booster, obviously. All right, so many fascinating topics. We may go live again this evening. I just wanted to catch up early. We missed Infinite Planes Saturday. I'm rebuilding because, again, we were pulled off of Spotify. And the reason why that matters is that Spotify is where we had our video archives. Violet Lotus says, what's the purpose of the trampling story? Good question. Whenever there's a big PSYOP, I always look at, what's the motivation here? What is the agenda behind this fake event or that fake event? And with the stampede at the soccer game, I believe that one had something to do, that mass casualty LARP, I believe it had something to do with forming leagues and unifying some kind of new league. There was some other agenda to it. In this case, some said it's maybe because they just got out of their lockdowns and they wanted to keep people afraid of gathering in mass. Like, oh, look what happens. Let's just revisit this really quick. Indonesia football match stampede. Looked like a staged riot. They claimed that everyone was tear gassed. It doesn't even look like real tear gas. The bodies we did see were unharmed. No signs of mangling. And I have many examples of bodies being carried in front of the camera. And as the body is passing in front of the camera, you see multiple cameramen filming the bodies being carried out. It's like, put down your camera and save some lives. And you'll see here, many of those being carried and those participating in the drill are wearing blue wristbands. Lanyards, wristbands. You often see indicators that you're looking at actors. They said there were 174 victims, 34 died on the site, and the rest died in the hospital. Well, I'm sorry, but I didn't see 141 ambulances. 140 died in the hospital. So they got trampled on in the stadium and then died later. No evidence for any of it again. And then here we have predictive programming, perhaps, posted by Ryan the 11th, sent this to me. This was a tweet by somebody in Indonesia back in September. He said, beware of hoaxes and provocations. Armenia Babato ready to create a conducive BR1 league. So it looked like some kind of intrigue here having to do with the creation of a league and reducing intercommunal violence or something. But I don't know the meaning to this recent one other than it could just be fear. Jewish doctor misdiagnosed me with bipolar, Kanye tells the press. I was listening to some of his interviews, and some of the things he says kind of makes it sound like he's somebody who is waking up to the fact that he's in a cult and he's surrounded by handlers and he can't do anything outside of the parameters they set without being destroyed. Like, Kanye does look like or sound like a persecuted person in some sense. I mean, it must be quite a shock to publicly lose everything like that. But he did suggest that he was diagnosed as a way to control him. Goes on to say, when he was hospitalized for his mental health, a doctor misdiagnosed him with bipolar and leaked his presence at the hospital to the press and attempted to control him with medication. But again, he also claims that he's being humbled for bragging and that he now knows what it feels like to have a knee on his neck. We'll follow that story and many others, obviously. And if you're not in our Discord server, the 24/7 chat, go to ips.monster. Violet Lotus says they only do Halloween in Asian spots with a heavy Western population and influence. Interesting point. Interesting point there. A Halloween party. Now it says at least 149 dead. These are easy to fake, by the way. Tramplings are easy to fake. Scores killed in Halloween crush disaster. Warning, distressing content. This is one of their tricks. They give you the warning so you look away. But I've gone through it and I've seen enough footage here to cast doubt as to the veracity of the real story. If anybody sees any evidence of like tears or blood, if you see anything suggesting it was real, please share it. Go to infiniteplane.media. But I don't operate on the premise that the news is primarily concerned with telling us the truth. I think they are primarily concerned with world view warfare. And look how good they are at keeping people focused and keeping everyone in line. This trifecta is going to be interesting to observe as it unfolds. We're looking at the Kanye West trifecta with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, each of them owning their own social media platform. And here's one more interesting little tidbit. Kanye West has been calling Owen Benjamin, and now they're BFFs. And the reason why this is interesting,
I like to point out when I'm wrong,
is simply that Kanye West called to tell him that none of this is scripted and it's 100% real.
so rare that it feels good sometimes. Like I feel normal. I feel like a normal boy. I didn't think Elon was ever going to buy it. And I said that publicly and I was totally wrong. Apparently Elon Musk just...
I'm going to scoot forward a little bit here. Here it is. Here it is.
Literally now friends. Swear to God, I talked to him on the phone yesterday for an hour. BB stock's up 400%.
Yes, he talked to Kanye West.
Soak it in. I don't know. I had a very interesting experience yesterday. And I'll just cut to the chase. Me and the artist formerly known as Kanye West are literally now friends. Swear to God, I talked to him on the phone yesterday for an hour. BB stock's up 400%. Hang on, let's see if Kyneton's alive.
Now, Diana says, at a fatal accident, the press is saying, officer, can you bring that corpse closer? Actually, when you do have mass casualty events, and I used to do deceit and transport, you do have to keep the press away. You have to, I was always cognizant of the fact that you had cameras there, and you don't even want them to get the body bag going into the van. When they don't report it, I say something's amiss. They're reporters. They're not censors. I can understand in smaller events, they're not going to show it, but we're talking about a mass casualty event that's being promoted and shared everywhere, and 149, that's a huge number. There ought to be at least some example of somebody. But as I was pointing out with the one in Indonesia, you would have a line of photographers recording as they're carrying uninjured people down the hallways. To me, this has all the hallmarks of an engineered fake event. And what's more, you have 150 people dead. How many more people were there? A few thousand? How many tramplers were there? Are you telling me that not one single trampler had the phone on? That not one person was live streaming the trampling? Where are the videos of the victims screaming? Where are the victims of people running away from this event? There aren't any. All right, let me play a clip here. This is Owen Benjamin talking about his conversation with Kanye West.
In some sense. Dude, the dude's awesome, man. He's a great dude. And it's all organic. I was like, yeah, a lot of people don't trust the story because you're a celebrity and it's all scripted. He goes, who's scripting it? God? All right. So
he goes on about their conversation. Kanye called back at 3 a.m. And I think they're going to milk goats together.
Yesterday for like an hour. He's like, swear to God, he's a super good guy. He's like, man, dude, some of the synchronicities are so fucking unreal. Like, remember when I was doing that stream where I was like,
all right, we'll find out more about this. Some suggested he made it up. I don't think so. I listened to it for 10 minutes. It sounds real. If he did make it up, then he's a very good liar, which is also worth knowing. If someone can lie convincingly for 10 minutes. But no, I don't doubt his story for some reason. It seems legit. I was doing a bit of a mind map in my head, and you can make these connections. You've got from Owen Benjamin to Alex Jones, Alex Stein, from Alex Jones, Candace Owen. There's a small circle when you look at all these various alt-right personalities who are the designated alt-right villains. And in this case, you have the pariah Owen Benjamin, who's been kicked off of mainstream platforms for basically talking about Jews the way that Kanye does. Owen has been close with Alex Jones. They're all in a circle. They're all in a small circle, a coven. And if they're all in the same coven, then it shouldn't be a surprise that they're all interconnected. And they make it look organic. Yeah, he just picks up the phone and Kanye West is calling. Okay. Seems legit. Not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying it seems contrived like everything else. And I don't think that Kanye West is merely experiencing everything random as we do. I think that there's a great deal of handling into this character. I think there's a great deal of scripting in his life overall. I happen to think that, if anything, maybe he's more or less a dupe. He may not be in all the way. We'll see. Time will tell. All right, this has been great. We'll be back later. I'm going to be turning this back over to the 24/7 stream. If you want the archives, go to ips.monster or join me on Patreon, Infinite Plane Society. And I send out the archives every time afterward, even though I keep the 24/7 stream on. So if you're looking for the videos, yeah, you'll have to sign up for the links. It's the best way to keep everything consistent. All right, we'll be back later. If you have anything else to add to any of the stories, just put it in the comments or message me in the Discord server or send an email, infiniteplane.media. There's a contact form. This is Pope Elon describing why it'd be so great to die on Mars. One-eyed Jack on the shelves.
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be quite exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Father, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation.
Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself make space? Hiding behind Tesla's name. Pace we can't go home. The mom's colony of our playing a game with all the souls who don't know deception is your name. Oh, belong.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There they go.
With
Wait
the
for the
regolith
sonic
to make
booms.
bricks. Well, they have an alternative to that. It's crushing Martian rock with a titanium alloy for a stronger 3D printable material for rocket parts and tools. So you're not just going to be required to use your blood and body fluids as per astrocrete, which is supposedly a concrete made from protein found in blood, plasma, sweat, and tears, mixed with moon dust or Mars dust. Supposedly, it would have a much greater compressive strength than normal concrete. Soylent Red. Mars bricks are people. We have some fake hate crime news and updates. We had already talked about this being the summer of swatting with Marjorie Taylor Greene fake swatting herself twice. There's been another example of swatting by a right-winger, this time by Steve Bannon. Again, this is self-swatting. I believe we're looking at an effort to create a martyr or an underdog. It's simply a PR stunt. We also... All right, thanks for joining. It's September the 7th, 2022. Days away from the 21st hoaxiversary of the most momentous PSYOP of the century, which is probably going to pale in comparison to what they do next. This is AUTOHOAX or GTFO by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, and it's only a polite suggestion. You don't have to leave if you don't do what we say, if you don't preemptively consider things to be possibly faked when you know it's coming from a pathological lying media. You can be gullible. It's not a crime. I addressed this earlier. There's a character named Doug in our chat who was very offended when I said the space stations were fake. Well, space stations now, because the ISS and the Chinese space station. And it's faker than... It looks like a Lego model, for one. But two, they drink water out of mason jars. That's what they literally drink water out of. It's not like a closed packet. And the water magically stays in the jar even while their hair floats around. And if you can't see through that, there's no help. You are in their matrix. And you're very accepting of... You have poor taste, is what it is. It has to do with aesthetics more than epistemology. You just have bad taste in graphics to find that stuff compelling. Alright, we're joined by MC Dirtywork, Truman B3000. He said, Californians recently received text messages to voluntarily turn off electronics to avoid rolling blackouts. Yet they want everyone in clean electric vehicles. Haven't I said that if you truly believe the quote science or the scientism, if you believe all this stuff, if you think that we are in the end of days, then what you need to be doing is locking down. Don't wait for a government mandate lockdown in advance. If you still believe that it's necessary to keep a diaper on your face, by all means, do it. But if you follow the logic and you believe all the science, you would not leave your house. Especially with monkeypox. Why would you risk your looks for life? Why would you risk that horrible condition? Just stay home. And I've been saying that it only makes sense for me that when these climate activists end up in jail. That's like the most sensible place for them to be because they're sustainable, totally green. Their carbon footprints have been minimized. And their plan is to lock down everyone. They're hypocrites. Therefore, if they get locked up, I think they are non-hypocritical and they're leading by example. But I think that they should be voluntarily locking down. Therefore, I think California is doing the right thing. Encourage people to voluntarily go along with it. As long as it's not compulsory, I don't care. Let all of the believers in this doomsday cult, in this neo-flood myth, let them lock themselves up. Let's see, we've got a lot of new people in the comments. I can't even pronounce some of these names, but those of you who are here from D-Live, I appreciate all the lemons. Magnus von Thule says, Magnus, hello friend. Spirit Jordan commented that Fletcher, when you look at the etymology of the word Fletcher, last name of Eliza Fletcher, this year's, I guess we can call her the Gabby Petito of 2022. It's a reoccurring theme. Well, they have an alternative to that. It's crushing Martian rock with a titanium alloy for a stronger 3D printable material for rocket parts and tools. So you're not just going to be required to use your blood and body fluids as per astrocrete, which is supposedly a concrete made from protein found in blood, plasma, sweat, and tears, mixed with moon dust or Mars dust. Supposedly, it would have a much greater compressive strength than normal concrete. Soylent Red. Mars bricks are people. We have some fake hate crime news and updates. We had already talked about this being the summer of swatting with Marjorie Taylor Greene fake swatting herself twice. There's been another example of swatting by a right-winger, this time by Steve Bannon. Again, this is self-swatting. I believe we're looking at an effort to create a martyr or an underdog. It's simply a PR stunt. We also... All right, thanks for joining. It's September the 7th, 2022. Days away from the 21st hoax-iversary of the most momentous PSYOP of the century, which is probably going to pale in comparison to what they do next. This is AUTOHOAX or GTFO by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, and it's only a polite suggestion. You don't have to leave if you don't do what we say, if you don't preemptively consider things to be possibly faked when you know it's coming from a pathological lying media. You can be gullible. It's not a crime. I addressed this earlier. There's a character named Doug in our chat who was very offended when I said the space stations were fake. Well, space stations now, because the ISS and the Chinese space station. And it's faker than, it looks like a Lego model for one, but two, they drink water out of mason jars. That's what they literally drink water out of. It's not like a closed packet. And the water magically stays in the jar even while their hair floats around. And if you can't see through that, there's no help. You are in their matrix. And you're very accepting of, you have poor taste, is what it is. It has to do with aesthetics more than epistemology. You just have bad taste in graphics to find that stuff compelling. All right, we're joined by MC Dirtywork, Truman B3000. He said Californians recently received text messages to voluntarily turn off electronics to avoid rolling blackouts. Yet they want everyone in clean electric vehicles. Haven't I said that if you truly believe the quote science or the scientism, if you believe all this stuff, if you think that we are in the end of days, then what you need to be doing is locking down. Don't wait for a government mandate lockdown in advance. If you still believe that it's necessary to keep a diaper on your face, by all means, do it. But if you follow the logic and you believe all the science, you would not leave your house. Especially with monkeypox. Why would you risk your looks for life? Why would you risk that horrible condition? Just stay home. And I've been saying that it only makes sense for me that when these climate activists end up in jail. That's like the most sensible place for them to be because they're sustainable, totally green. Their carbon footprints have been minimized, and their plan is to lock down everyone. They're hypocrites. Therefore, if they get locked up, I think they are non-hypocritical and they're leading by example. But I think that they should be voluntarily locking down. Therefore, I think California is doing the right thing. Encourage people to voluntarily go along with it. As long as it's not compulsory, I don't care. Let all of the believers in this doomsday cult, in this neo-flood myth, let them lock themselves up. Let's see, we've got a lot of new people in the comments. I can't even pronounce some of these names, but those of you who are here from D-Live, I appreciate all the lemons. Magnus von Thule says, Magnus, hello friend. Spirit Jordan commented that Fletcher, when you look at the etymology of the word Fletcher, last name of Eliza Fletcher, this year's, I guess we can call her the Gabby Petito of 2022. It's a reoccurring theme. Same month and everything, same basic story. But we were talking about how there was a connection with the Gabby Petito, the Princess Diana, Anne Hesh, and this archetype of a spring goddess being kidnapped. and that this latest kidnapping case might fit into this? Well, her name Fletcher has a direct connotation to archery, as in the broken arrow we've been talking about of Artemis, the failed launch. But the name Fletcher is 100% a tie-in. Artemis being the Greek version of Roman Diana. And all of this against the backdrop of Princess Diana memorials, commemorations, and Anne Heche's story. And the number 13, this whole story is replete with the number 13, a number that relates to the lunar goddesses, 13 lunar months, etc. And we will discuss all of this in detail. I put the phone number in the newsletter. The main phone number is down at the moment. I'm going to re-up on that. But text alerts are going out strong. So we have a lot of people who are receiving those. Appreciate everyone who signs up. And if you're not on the text alerts, go to infiniteplane.media. It's very important. That's the signal that keeps us united, despite the tendency of these various platforms to purge us. I mean, they just booted a channel with almost 600 subs, and we haven't missed a beat. Steuben says, share if possible. By all means, tweet it, Facebook, share the stream, share the newsletters, and you can also share the link to get into the 24/7 Infinite Plane Radio OmniChat Discord server. Thirst for Truth is here with the popcorn. Lloyd Miller says, believing the military will save us is hopium. For those who don't know the full story of QAnon, they believe that the military is in control and that we are experiencing something called devolution, that there is no president, the military is in control, and just sit back and eat the popcorn. And that's why many of these militant MAGAites, the violent MAGAites, as that national security analyst called them, that's why they're so chubby. They've been sitting around since 2020 trusting the plan and eating the popcorn. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, I say if you're reaching for the popcorn and not the ammunition, then you're actually doing it right. You're not being dragged into it. But they do believe that the military is going to save them, so they don't have to get up and do anything. Perfect plan from the bad guys' perspective. You nullify them. Your best warriors are now unfit. And I've seen a lot of them on TikTok ranting about this, quote, civil war, and many of them look like they fought in the Civil War. And those that don't, there's nothing cohesive about it. Non-threatening. They've been nullified. Continuing through some comments, Multi-Zero Dagger is here. G33 Ashy Dog says, popular game God of War Ragnarok comes out on 11/9. Okay, keep that date in mind. Again, 11/9, 11/6, 9/11, 6/11, all very significant dates. You have the mirror version, you have the ambigrams. Very consistent patterning. Stranger Things made a point about the portal opening on 11/6. The new Batman movie had a point about the Kraken, or rather the dam breaking, the poles being flooded on 11/6. Gotham underwater, November the 6th. And if you look at the 11/6, the date, the numbers against a reflection, as in the water, it would also give you an 11/9. There's just a lot of repetition, and it's all very consistent, which is why we're able to call things out in advance. In fact, there's a pretty good case to make for a flood of some kind on September the 23rd. We did a bit of decoding last night. Very interesting connections between a lot of movies, the number 614, and some incoming flood. That number was part of the movie Don't Look Up. 6 months, 14 days until the comet hits us. Well, 614 is a reference to Genesis 6:14, where God instructs Noah to build the ark. Today's ark scenario has to do with climate change. So you can kind of see where they're leading. Lloyd Miller says, do we know the swatting is fake, or are we just assuming? To assume it's real is the mistake here. We had a conversation with an individual who was in the police department in Las Vegas for 26 years. He explained that there is a process that goes into the swatting, and the idea that you're one phone call away from some paramilitary response at your door, where MTG said, had she opened the door with her shotgun, they would have killed her. That wasn't even a possibility. It's a PSYOP, in my view. And again, the burden of proof isn't that tall. If it's not a PSYOP, show me the warrant. Who signed off on it? Whose bad decision was that? MTG, having been swatted twice. Steve Bannon got swatted again. In fact, he's going in tomorrow to face charges for something having to do with this cash for the wall grift. I'm sure it was legitimate. I shouldn't say grift. It's actually probably too big to be a grift if you look at the size and scope of this thing. Assuming it is what they say, I know this is all world stage drama, but I like to know what is considered to be real from the perspective of the people who are still immersed in it. I like to know how the deceived see things. It's better not to be too alienated from them because you have to know their frame of reference, and it's not hard to decode. If you just assume the swatting is real, well then you assume, well look, MTG is a martyr. Steve Bannon is a martyr. Who else just got swatted? Tim Pool? Oh, that's right. Gavin McInnes fake swatted himself. I've been calling him Gavin Smollett. I kept forgetting his last name. Gavin Smollett of the Proud Boys. May as well call them Fed Boys. They were, in fact, exposed as having been founded and led and funded by Feds. That's what they are. Gavin McInnes, if you may not know, I guess he just needs clicks, but he pretended like he was being swatted on the live stream. And like Lloyd Miller asks here, do you know the swatting is fake or just assuming? Well, I assumed his was fake. Others, like Drudge, the Drudge Report reported it as real. Founder of the Proud Boys has been swatted. They report it as a fact on one of the biggest news aggregators on the internet. I mean, for them to just throw it out there as a fact gives him credibility, like he's a martyr. Thankfully, comedian Owen Benjamin was in a private message exchange with Gavin Smollett and said, are you going to tell everyone it's a hoax? So he exposed it. It was a hoax, but they assumed it was real. I didn't. I don't fall for that kind of stuff. And if it was that easy, I mean, it's just for ratings, but I could stage my own swatting, and I don't think anybody would pay attention either. I think this is probably a more coordinated PSYOP, especially with MTG. Going through your comments again. Steuben says, Dutch city bans meat advertising. Lloyd Miller says, could the real powers be arranging swats to scare important people and keep them in line? Fascinating. Well, since when? I guess maybe since Trump. It just seems like the right has suddenly become very leftist in their approach, in their tactics, playing the victim, grievance politics. Some of it just seems a little like they're overplaying it. I don't think that these are valid swattings. I don't think they're hated that much. I think it's all about attention and clicks. Let's continue. Got a lot of notes to go through today regarding some of the stuff we covered last night. So Noah's flood and the 614 code. And by the way, the person who reported that Kamala Harris is now in charge, according to Teresa, that's Israeli News Live. It's just a guy with a laptop. And he's been doing this for years and years, she says. He's a doom and gloom preacher. And he hooks up with Paul Bagley. And so these are people who specialize in getting clicks. And then they tell you to invest in gold, etc. So nothing new there. Michael Flynn has been retired from the U.S. military since 2014. He's in the news again because he's believed to be Q, for one. Definitely the founder or the creator of the concept of the digital soldier, the digital army. In fact, he trademarked that. He's not Q, but he's very close. But he served in the military for 33 years. And just a heads up, he's going to be in the news quite a bit. He's getting the spotlight that formerly was on Ron Watkins, who's hiding out in Australia. But there are a few clues that show you how little plausible deniability these individuals have. They can't hide. General Flynn is of particular interest to me. For one, he led his congregation of voters, of Trump voters, into a prayer. But it wasn't a biblical prayer. It was a prayer from the I Am Temple / Church Universal Triumphant. This is a channeling cult that channels the Archangel Michael. And they channel the 7 rays of the archangels and swear an oath about liberty and resisting bondage, etc. I mean, it's It's just a new age prayer. The fact is, though, the people who are part of this wouldn't know that not only is this from a channeling cult who believed in, quote, ascended masters, who are very similar. If you look at ascended masters, you could compare them directly to the death fakers like Michael Jackson, Princess Diana, JFK Jr., the good guys who left the world stage visibly but are still here fighting behind the scenes like the white hats. In the cult, the Church Universal Triumphant, they called them the Great White Brotherhood. So they've just updated the cult. You can see it. It's a template. My point being, it was a doomsday cult. And at the end of the 80s, they locked themselves into bunkers, got rid of all their property, and collectively prepared for Russia and China to nuke America. It didn't happen. And they didn't lose faith because, obviously, the power of their prayer and chanting repelled the nukes. And the cult went underground, and it resurfaced as a big part of QAnon orthodoxy. It is literally part of Q. But he doesn't say it outright. My point is, he's a little bit disingenuous, but I would classify Michael Flynn as a cult leader. So if anyone can be accused of dispensing the Kool-Aid, it's him. Steuben remarks that there's a nuclear power plant in the middle of a crossfire. Immediate action needed, states the new IAEA in a new report. We expected as much. This is very consistent with all of the concurrent programming, the PSAs, the suggestions that you get your go bags. The programming in Stranger Things, Season 4, Episode 2, ends with a kraken. It's a kraken that looks like Seattle, and fallout falling from the sky. Steuben remarks, Canadian police are hunting 2 men named after the mass stabbings at 13 crime scenes. I noticed that. It's shocking. It's a terrible story. I hope it's fake. I don't have any more information than anyone else who's following mainstream reporting. Is it fakeable? Yes. You can't let the shock value of a story override your critical analysis. It's believable, sure. But again, I'm not inclined to think that it's real just because it's been reported. I'm looking to see if there are any other agendas. The 13 stands out to me as kind of significant. Then you have like twin killers, very interesting symbolism, but I'm still interested in the case. I have to look at all the details. I don't rush to judgment. I don't get triggered by the news. Marlowe 1959 left this comment earlier, quote, they could blue beam a nuke. Absolutely. I was looking at some incredible drone light displays over at the Burning Man festivals, and I don't think those are green or sustainable. I'm sure it uses a lot of electricity. However, they can fake anything. And if they can fake it in TV, they can fake it on if they can fake it in the movies, they can fake it on the TV news. There's no real boundary there. They just take the same footage. They take your footage, or whatever footage they have, they just put it in their own context, and they can embellish it or add on to it. And I think it'd be very easy for crisis actors, like with 9/11. You had to have witnesses with cameras who would be providing false leads, doctored footage. It's just too easy. It's actually pathetic how easy it is to convince people of something. And sadly, if they do a poor job of convincing the people who are paying attention, it doesn't matter, because the majority don't pay attention, and their collective perception matters more than yours. The evidence for that is 2020. Non-believers had to costume up, play along, and collect our crisis actor stimmy checks. Where's Doug, asks Portal Complex. Right, Doug was suggesting that we were misappropriating the term misinformation, disinformation. I wasn't using these terms correctly. And the point I wanted to make was the mainstream media is given the assumption of being the information, that it's not promulgating disinfo all the time, or that it's not solely disseminating misinformation regarding certain big subjects like outer space or global warming, etc. My point is, if you assume the media is the standard of truth, the arbiter of truth, then everything else looks like misinformation, and that's where he was coming from. He said, how dare you call the space station fake? I've watched hours and hours of footage and I'm convinced. And I'm looking at the same footage, and I can point out the flaws because I have experience with computer generated imagery editing, 3D editing, a lot of art. I've done a lot of digital art, and I've done enough to know when it's bad, when it's not real, when you're not looking through a camera lens, but you're looking at a camera view within a simulated environment. Most people cannot distinguish between real and fake at this point when it comes to outer space. Look how many people were fooled by the slice of sausage presented as a star 4.2 billion miles away, 4.2 trillion, no, what is it, light years away? But they had to throw the 4.2 in there. To me, it looked like a dumb piece of sausage just plastered against a starry background. But you have all these scientists, and these rocket scientists are the smartest people in the room, and they're falling for it. And why wouldn't you? You're looking at an authority on the subject, the guy you gave $10 billion to buy the telescope, and why would you want to doubt anything? That's a pretty big investment, and we trust them. But they obviously betrayed our trust because they tricked us, and they apologized for it. And even if you wanted a refund on that telescope, you can't get it because it's a million miles away. But he said it was a joke. But look how many people fell for the joke. But you know who didn't fall for it? The people who know that space is fake. Not one of us fell for the space sausage. My point is, he's in no condition to debate the existence of the space station. He doesn't know. He doesn't incorporate fakeability into his assessment. He doesn't know about the special effects. I would love to hear Doug's explanation for the mason jars full of water on the Chinese space station. Not to point out Doug in particular, but Dougs in general, just the Dougs out there, those who are just appalled that we would even ask these questions. But wow, what an expensive piece of equipment, and the pictures it gives us are not even a fraction as impressive as what we're generating with these AI generators like Midjourney. In our Discord server, we generate a lot of this, well, they call it AI art, AI generated, but really incredible stuff. Far better than what they're giving us from NASA. Lloyd Miller says, I wonder if anyone dropped their space beliefs after the sausage hoax. Interesting. I noticed that the Artemis mission has a video promo that shows you what the 42-day mission will look like. And the promo looks exactly like the real thing's going to look. So they made a point of placing an animation sticker on the top right of the video. This is an animation. They have to distinguish it. They may as well just pull the sticker off and present it as real. Nobody would know the difference. But no, I don't think facts actually change anything. I don't believe they would change their beliefs. But if anything, it lends credence to the question. Is it a valid question? Yes. Is space even real? Because it is fakeable. And for those who say, oh, it's impossible to fake it, you couldn't you couldn't fool the scientific community. Yes, you can. Easily. Been done all the time. I can point to many examples. I've done it. I have fooled true believers with fake ISS transits. I've done it for laughs. They don't know. Nobody knows how many fake ISS transits that we have leaked out there just to laugh at people. We do this all the time. That's why we didn't fall for the meat in space. We're like, he stole this trick from flat earthers trolling globe true believers. Let's continue through my notes here. Look at this bit of repetition. Bill Barr subpoenaed in Dominion Voting's $1.6 billion defamation suit brought against Fox News. Fox News is facing a defamation suit because of their election denialism and attacking this voting system. But 1.6 billion, does that number ring a bell? January 6th, 1-6, obviously. And there's a lot of numerology surrounding this entire thing with the timestamps. Donald Trump's missing 187 minutes, his final tweet at 6:01, but 1.6, just pointing it out, more repetition. 1.6 billion tied into the Kraken, which makes an appearance in Netflix Inside Job. Season 1, Episode 6. Humanity's first space nation is losing its one piece of sovereign territory in space. How many of you recall the Asgardian nation? The Asgardians were the first space nation. They all swore that they were part of this new nation and they were going to go to space when the technology's there. So they didn't actually go anywhere. But there was a lot of pomp, a lot of ceremony, a lot of pageantry. Well, they sent a CubeSat into space and it burned up. So Asgardians are no more. The orbiter is a centerpiece of the experimental digital nation dubbed Asgardia that launched in 2017. In addition to representing Asgardia's toehold on its literal extraterrestrial territory, the milk carton-sized CubeSat carried digital copies of their constitution, flag, and data about Asgardian citizens who opted into the experiment in nation building. So Asgardia has fallen. Trouble on the Moon, a 911 call for a search and rescue organization. These stories look really terrible. I really hate going over some of these space stories, but they're associating 9/11 with the moon. Then I find out one of Trump's final moves in office was to try to get a nuclear reactor built on the moon. So the nuke the moon situation is coming back. Ties into Moonfall. And Operation A119, pre-Apollo 11, was a hypothetical plan. They were going to nuke the moon. Just noticing here, though, A911, trouble on the moon. If you recall, before they started talking about the space station's relationships inside dissolving, there was an astronaut who mistakenly butt dialed 911. And I thought that's got to be the fakest story in the world, but it's probably because it's not a real story, but it's merely a way to get a narrative going. Space 911. And this was about the time they found a hole in the space station, which they reported to be from a drill. So if you can connect the two, drill, space 911, it was foreshadowing. My point being, 911 on the moon, and I have seen some contention as in America is not going to be pals on the moon with everyone as they are on the ISS. The commies are going to build their moon base. Probably out of Astrocrete. Maskless Faceless 0820 says there are lights in the sky, that's all I know for sure. Yes. And this is an important point. People will say, well, there are lights in the sky. And I believe what we're looking at here is an example of the non sequitur fallacy. Like, let's imagine you go to the woods and there's a sign that says there are Bigfoot in the woods. And you walk through the woods and you hear something. It could be a squirrel, it could be a bear, it could be a bird. But because of the sign, you're now including Bigfoot in your assessment. So people ask you, did you hear Bigfoot? And you say, I don't know, I heard some noises. Now Bigfoot's in the realm of possibility and shouldn't have been. When you have 50 or 60 people all echoing the same sentiment, I heard something, could have been Bigfoot. Suddenly, it seems realer. It artificially builds a consensus that there's, quote, something there. That's a non sequitur fallacy because it was never properly placed within the realm of possibility. The existence of the Bigfoot hasn't been established. The existence of the orbiting ISS has not been established. To my satisfaction, or that of anybody who's looked into it. Therefore, if you look at a light in the sky, you cannot just say it is the space station, or it might be. No, there are far more likely things, and I've debunked many of them. I had people calling in saying, yeah, I saw it an hour ago. I'm going to go check again. 90 minutes later, they'd call back and they'd say, I saw it again. But if you look, most of them were claiming to have seen it at a time where it would have been so far past the terminator, so far past sunset or sunrise, that it wouldn't be able to reflect the light of the sun because the Earth actually has a shadow. According to the Ball Earth model, the Earth has a shadow that extends 870,000 miles into space. Anything in low Earth orbit is pretty much in the umbra. You're not going to see low Earth orbit satellites at night. They don't reflect the sun. Any lights you see are not that high. but it's a misconception that they deliberately sow, in my opinion. We're joined by John Cordone, Angst G, Portal Complex, Osher from Discord. The Discord server, again, is a permanent record of everything that you type and all of your links. Crackle D-Mans here says, I was looking on the Infinite Plane radio. Oh, yeah, look, they killed the Infinite Plane Society YouTube channel. Always go to infiniteplane.radio or .media. You will have the most up-to-date links, or get the newsletter. Trump ordered a nuclear reactor on the moon in his final days as president. Again, I'm a non-believer in most of this stuff. I look at it as mostly theater. This is religion to control the masses through their lower base instincts, not just fear, but also just greed and lust for power. Look at the politicians and how they motivate people to arm up, start crying out for civil war at the slightest provocation. And if you search civil war, every single election season is civil war. So I guess we've always been at civil war. Angst G says the lunar search and rescue team will be used to capture the escaped slaves. Did any of you watch that hideous movie Moonfall? I mean, it's a comedy, but for the people who believe it's real, it's dramatic. It's something to pay attention to. It's a cautionary tale. But it's chock full of propaganda, preparing people for the visual spectacle of stuff falling from the sky. And when that movie came out, I correlated it with a number of other movies, and I said, look, all of these movies are preparing us for stuff falling from the sky, and now we have space junk. We are in the age of space junk. Nobody cares about the oceans anymore. Nobody cares about the whales. It's all about space, low Earth orbit. Strangely, though, I'm thinking the Asgardians CubeSat burned up, right? Why don't the pieces of space junk from SpaceX ever burn up? They always land in the middle of fields, just not even charred. They look like nice works of art. I wouldn't give them back. I would sell them back. Space junk, again, is in the news because a European satellite had to dodge space junk on the 31st of August. This stuff didn't exist. This was not real. We have to remember, the first time space junk actually hit the space station was the summer of 2020. It was during the mission called Celestial Immunity. Celestial Immunity, where they were testing out vaccines in space, and the quote arm of the space station got pricked by a piece of space junk, a little needle hole. What an interesting coincidence. The space station got vaxxed. And this all plays into the intentional relationship between outer space and inner space that they've made symbolically in many of the propaganda films. And all of the entertainment is propaganda. Entertainment's a side effect. Summer of swatting. We've been talking about this. Steve Bannon was swatted again, supposedly. Again, he's getting charged tomorrow for something with that Cash for Walls debacle. And he said, they will have to kill me first. But I believe this is about building a David versus Goliath kind of a narrative. They're all going to play victim. They're all going to be swatted. So keep an eye out for right-wingers getting swatted. We called out in advance McGinnis's fake swatting and this latest one by Bannon. And in Germany, you have a Green Party member, some eco-fascist, claiming that right-wingers are putting swastikas on his car. The graffiti on his car was a backwards swastika. Whenever they do these fake hate crimes, they don't do their own research. If the swastika is not facing the right way, it's probably the person who's trying to scapegoat his political opponent. We've seen this quite a lot. I would say 90% of hate crimes are fake. 99% are fake. The former police officer that called in about swatting, in fact, said that 99% are probably fake. There's a pretty good book about fake hate crimes, and their figure is 66%. But they're faked by the ones who are supposedly the victims, and the purpose of it is, of course, to gain political power. They're cry bullies, and it tends to work. They get sympathy. They get support. So you have this member of the Green Party in Germany, this eco-fascist, claiming that the carbon super spreaders, that the climate change accelerationists were victimizing him. Turns out it was all fake. The police investigated it. It was all fake. They could have just called me. I would have told them. Yeah, it's fake. Wait for the evidence, but they don't. One final point here to Doug. Again, I'm not trying to call out one particular person. This is just some anonymous troll. But again, he said that we were trafficking in dangerous misinformation, and he wanted to have us deplatformed. My position on this is free speech is really not the issue here. We're talking about a private platform, but I'm talking about the culture. Do we defend the right for people to be offensive, or do we want to burn their books? And it seems like we veered into book burning as the standard of eliminating the wrong answers so that people don't even have the ability to tell the difference between correct and incorrect. They just want you to have the answers that they deem correct. I think it's a bad trend, and I'm kind of opposed to it. So my advice for the Dougs of the internet is take up acting as like a creative output, creative outlet, acting. And moreover, you could probably get a job as a crisis actor, because I know there's going to be a lot of opportunities for that in the very near future. Steuben says, I heard Joe Biden is dead and has been replaced with Joe Biden's twin brother. I heard that from a young Biden. I heard that. I saw that video. Crackle D-Man says, Yuri Gagarin was supposed to have fallen back to Earth from space and burned up, but then he may have turned up unharmed as Neil Armstrong. I concur with that. And if you haven't seen the new Top Gun movie, when you watch the first scene where Tom Cruise goes Mach 10, look at the imagery. Notice the helmet and where he lands in the rural area and the conversation he has when the little girl asks him if he's an alien. That is a parallel to the story of Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, landing in some rural area and says, I came from outer space. Very famous anecdote. But they recreated it because Tom Cruise is going to be the next Yuri Gagarin, if you ask me. There's some kind of a repetition going on here. That movie, again, is replete with symbolism. It's pretty deep. Everything, every gesture. I don't want to get into it now, but even the middle finger gestures in the Top Gun movie tie into this reoccurring theme and this resurrecting sun god in all the various ways they represent it. Crackle D-Man says, Top Gun, nothing phallic about that title. Sure. Well, look at the character names. Phoenix, Rooster. Again, Rooster, you know what the Rooster is. And the Rooster also has an association with Christ. The Phoenix, obviously, death, resurrection. The character Rooster is a repeat of his father, and the movies are 33 years apart. Reoccurring themes here. The character named Hangman, again, Hanged Man, calls himself their savior after he saves them a couple of times, after a phoenix-like emergence from the flames of an enemy plane. He says, I am good, several times. It's like his only line. So the character who's good, the savior, Hangman, also happens to be played by an actor who's 33. Nothing is accidental about that film. Mostly it's about the self-sacrificing sun god, and that's what we're seeing. Tom Cruise, of course, the name has a built-in twin cross, if you look at the etymology. And it's not a coincidence that he's constantly in the news, I'm talking about Tom Cruise, on these bi-wing planes. It's all symbolism, if you ask me, which we'll get into. In fact, I have an article here having to do with something related to Tom Cruise. At least one of the movies is mentioned in here. Has to do with the Scarlet Woman, this New Age goddess. And I've noticed just a lot of these in various places. And lately I've been watching Game of Thrones. And there's a character in the Game of Thrones called the Red Witch, who does something called blood magic. And this character is something of an archetype. So to start, the quote, Scarlet Woman is the goddess in the occult system Thelema, established in the writings of Aleister Crowley. Along with her status as an archetype or goddess, Crowley believed that Babylon had an earthly aspect or avatar, a living woman who occupied the spiritual office of the, quote, Scarlet Woman. Much as the Pope is a vicar of Christ, the Scarlet Woman is a woman who holds this, quote, office, as Crowley called it. So then you have the Babylon working, and this was the ritual that involved Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, and Marjorie Cameron. The significance here to Tom Cruise has to be the L. Ron Hubbard Scientology connection. But what I'm pointing out here is the office of the Scarlet Woman was held by Marjorie Cameron. The name Cameron is very significant as well. But as you can see, if you're looking at the screen, that would be Marjorie Cameron in red from a still shot of Kenneth Anger's inauguration of the Pleasure Dome, where she plays Babylon, which again is the Thelemic goddess that replaces Isis. They just update everything. Now you have the Red Witch from the Game of Thrones, the Red Priestess. She revives this character, very much in a way, the same character, Red Witch, as the Scarlet Woman. Same counterpart, basically a high priestess. Then you have the Scarlet Witch from Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Recently this movie came out. Again, Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch easily correlate with Marjorie Cameron and Jack Parsons. So you can see how far back this archetype goes. Then Vanilla Sky. In Vanilla Sky, you have women in red. One, Cameron, again the name, Cameron Diaz. Red dress, strappy, shoes, the saddest girl to ever hold a martini. Then you have a few other scenes with red-headed women who work for a company called LE, or Life Extension, LE. One of them looks exactly like David Bowie. Starman, Space Oddity, not a coincidence. Not a coincidental resemblance. Again, these are the Scarlet Women and LE, Life Extension. And LE is also something you could decode as an ambigram for 37, the age at which Jack Parsons died. All this stuff can be decoded, but the company LE sold digital resurrection and transcendence into a simulation, digital immortality, lucid dreaming. The red hair, of course, symbolizes the same thing as the Scarlet Woman. It's the Red Witch. I believe the term is initiatrix. It's a female in a role of the goddess, obviously. It's very consistent with every other cult, but I'm pointing out that this is sort of a new iteration. Now, in the 100, which is on Netflix, you have Ellie, and they refer to her as Ellie, and I thought, wow, the woman in red, who represents digital transcendence into the city of light, is LE. And in Vanilla Sky, when Tom Cruise is trying to wake up from his nightmare, he's crying out LE, LE. So here's LE, who essentially enslaves mankind after a nuclear apocalypse and maintains their digitized souls in the city of light. Now you have Richard Branson, significant because, of course, Branson's another one of these space popes. This is again connecting to outer space and Babylon, because we're talking about the New Age goddess, and the goddess represents the night sky. You have the earth god and the obelisk, then you have the night sky, and the rocket launches are symbolic of their relationship. Here you have Richard Branson at the helm. Virgin Voyages is redefining luxury. Scarlet Lady. Big red ship. Again, Scarlet Lady is the name of the ship. He's got Virgin Galactic, Virgin Isis. All of these pertain to the veneration of the goddess, consistent with the space program's ulterior purpose as the de facto state religion's heaven program. In conclusion, the new goddess is the same as the old goddess. She is the night sky, Isis, Babylon. Space is the womb from which the new sun emerges each morning, and the entire space program is in fact an allegorical cover for Mystery Babylon. Crackle D-Man says, camera on. Exactly. Cameron Crowe directed Vanilla Sky, and in Vanilla Sky he plays the role of a magazine magnate. The magazine's called Rise. Of course, he dies at 33. 3 days later, he rises from the dead. Sophie is his girlfriend. It's played by Penelope Cruz. These names are very significant. It's very significant that Cameron Diaz crashes the car with him in it. You can go into the symbolism, but I think what we're looking at here with Tom Cruise is this Gnostic Christ character. And this resurrection story has everything to do with the tower that he has to ascend before he jumps down and then reincarnates. And at the end of the movie, Vanilla Sky, he jumps down from the building and then it focuses on an eye, which looks like a corona, which is a reoccurring theme. And if you look at Virgin Galactic symbolism, they make use of this, what appears to be an eye, but it's also a corona. But these movies are very rich with not only symbolism but predictive programming. Vanilla Sky actually predicts in many ways. It has elements of 9/11 but also the lockdowns. Starts off in a locked down Manhattan, Times Square, where Cruise and his girlfriend are faking a cold so they don't have to go to work. Going through your comments. Crackle D-Man says, sounds pretty Marin Abramovich witchy to me. Yeah, absolutely. I would concur with that. The Vanilla Sky movie, again, is just a retelling of the same story, but it's very blatant in its symbolism. This is where I first noted Tom Cruise's role as this Scientology Jesus, is what I said originally, but he divorced all his wives at 33. The Tom Cruise Top Gun movies are all about this sacrificing hero archetype. They've been building it for some time. You will often see Tom Cruise as a hanged man. It's fascinating. It goes back very far, ties into the Kubrick movies, which all are full of predictive programming and even hints about things that they were a part of in the past. And I don't think Stanley Kubrick himself is this mastermind. But what I am saying is that Kubrick was part of the, I guess you could say, the department. Let me go ahead and play this. This is Tom Cruise at the first post 9/11 Oscars, giving a shout out to not only Kubrick, but to the inspiration that 2001 A Space Odyssey gave him to want to become a spaceman. And this is 20 years before he announced his intentions to go up to the ISS. Again, this is Tom Cruise's opening monologue written by Cameron Crowe at the 74th Academy Awards following 9/11.
When the great director Billy Wilder was asked, what makes a movie unforgettable? His answer was simple. A little bit of magic. We're all here tonight or sitting at home watching because something came off a movie screen. A little bit of magic touched our lives. And you always remember where you were, the theater, the popcorn, the people you were with when it happened. It was 1968. My family was living in Ottawa, Canada. The movie was Stanley Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What is life? What is space? What is existence? I was 6 years old. And I knew right then and there, I wanted to be an astronaut.
All right, I'll leave it at that. 2001 A Space Odyssey foreshadows 9/11, COVID, and what I believe to be the coming fall of the ISS. Crackle D-Man says the beer is not convincing. Echo Charlie says he was too young to go to 2001 on first release. I call BS. The speech was written by Cameron Crowe, so those might not even have been his own words. So I get the impression maybe not, but the point is it's intriguing here because he goes behind the scenes with Kubrick, the guy who is associated with Apollo 11. Then he's involved in the ISS space race, the first to film a movie in space, and he lost to the Russians. And they were filming a movie called The Challenge. By the way, there is a shooting in Memphis. 19-year-old driving a gray Toyota. They have the smiling face of the suspect, kind of a Joker smile. This is the man police say is responsible for a shooting spree across the country. What is it with the spree killings? We got the knife killings. I noticed the spree killings and serial killers are coming back. We went from mass shootings, it all happens at once, to I guess we're going back to serial killings and spree killings. This is another way to get people to lock down. John Cordone says L. Ron Hubbard was into Satanism before he started Scientology. Well, what do you call the Babylon working? They're trying to give birth to the spirit of the Antichrist. If that's not Satanism, then I don't know what is. And that was before he wrote the Scientology books. And there is a connection, a fascinating connection between Dianetics and Crowley's Book of the Law. Both of them were channeled over a 3-day period while on a coke binge. Both of them were channeled by some kind of higher power or entity, according to the transcribers, the scribes of the gods, these gurus. Steve Bannon's home in D.C. swatted for the second time. Again, I don't believe it. Summer of swatting continues. Playing victim. T-Dog135 says, I didn't think we had the attention span for serial killers anymore. I don't think it's an attention span thing so much as the fragmentation of media, but I believe they're synthesizing it again. I recall after the Vegas shooting, YouTube really stepped up their controls and they said, we're going to take videos from authoritative sources like The Guardian or BBC over any other YouTuber. Prior to that, anyone could upload a video and compete with the mainstream media with a breaking story. Well, now that they've got that back under control, maybe they can bring back serial killers effectively. I mean, look, they have people watching Netflix series that have, 15, 16 seasons. It's just endless, just Netflix never ending. People have attention spans. It's just a matter of corralling them, and I think they're getting it back. The shooter's not a bowl cut, but he does. I don't know where this picture is from. I see a neck tattoo. We'll look into it. It's a breaking story, but what I'll say is this. I would presume it to be fake until proven real, but you have to apply the basics. Like, is there an agenda here? Is it even likely to be faked? You can't be a reality denialist. And if there's even a suspicion that there's some guy driving around your town shooting people, I would say let's wait and see before going out. Just because stuff like that does actually happen. But given the past precedent, I'm going to go with it's probably fake. Again, speaking of Steve Bannon and his War Room podcasts, I go to sleep listening to this stuff sometimes. And I've been listening to what I would call MAGA rap, I guess. It's its own genre. Kind of cringy, but this is Take Down the CCP. I'm just going to play like the chorus because it was stuck in my head all day, and it's because I fell asleep listening to Steve Bannon. Again, this is Steve Bannon and Take Down the CCC. This is just the theme song, and it's by Miles Guo. Okay, there we go. I think they're trying to be Imagine Dragons. It doesn't sound tremendously original to me. Take Down the CCP. Burning Man happened. I did see some of the light shows. Supposedly there was an orgy dome. Sounds terrible. And there was some kind of a Mad Max situation where there was an 8-hour drive to get away from the place after the fact. Anyway, Orgy Dome. I read about it. Apparently it was a big nothing burger. It wasn't like it sounds. It wasn't Eyes Wide Shut. And I wouldn't imagine it to be. It sounds awful. It sounds like torture. I didn't go, again, but I'm just pointing it out. These are annual festivals. And the Burning Man Festival is sort of like the liberal version of the Bohemian Grove. I think these are just parallels, left and right. They each have their annual ceremony where they can take off their clothes and burn stuff and forget the rules for a little bit or whatever. They have their annual festivities. John Cordone says Osmond's razor. Okay, let's go ahead and coin that. We have Hitchens razor, which is anything that is posited without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So I don't have to provide evidence that what you're saying is fake if you haven't provided evidence. You want to give me the proposition that gorillas are fake? Well, show me some compelling evidence. Otherwise, I don't really have to. It's not on me. It's a burden of proof issue. Occam's razor would be more about the most likely. What's more likely? That you heard a bird, a squirrel, or Bigfoot? That you saw a plane, a stratospheric weather balloon, or an orbiting space station with really crappy graphics? Occam's razor. Osmond's razor, I would say, would be fake until proven real, or the fakeability test. We'll have to coin this thing. We'll put it into the IPS Institute. By the way, if you're a member of the IPS Institute, the second course on deepfake will be out here soon. And if you are not a member, but you are a member of Patreon or something, I'm sending out links to everyone to get access to the course, AUTOHOAXology 101, which also includes the audio counterpart and a glossary. We are building a glossary. There are terms that need to be refined, but I mean, we're dealing with people who believe that the news is pure factual information for your edification by reporters. They don't realize that you're actually looking at a reality TV show presented as news. Lickety Split 93 says 30 shootings in 60 days challenge. Didn't we predict that there would be an uptick on all of the PSYOPs as we closed in on the election? There's a meme on the screen. These will be banned soon, so we are going to be printing them out in every single format. It's very important to preserve everything for the EMP, which is coming. It was predicted on Netflix, Season 4, Westworld. They're going to erase all of our digital content. That's the fall of the Tower of Babel, if you ask me. One of the falls. One of the manifestations of the fall. Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, Wernher von Braun, and Walt Disney. What does an avowed occultist, the founder of JPL and NASA, a science fiction writer, and the founder of Church and Scientology, with an ex-Nazi turned America's foremost rocket scientist, the founder of the Magic Kingdom, Disney, all have in common? You might be surprised at the extent of their collaborative efforts in Babylon on behalf of Horus, Mars and alien life forms. You might be surprised this is stranger than fiction. Then again, magic, aliens, space travel, and science have a lot more in common than you might think. So what I'm looking at here, again, is a picture of Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, Wernher von Braun, and Walt Disney. And these connections are there, and they're even deeper than he inferred here. You could even make a direct connection here with, I would say, Satanism and Disney and the film industry that would link pretty much everything together unequivocally. This is how our modern paradigm was shaped, mostly just movie magic. And you can't really separate them, but they're specifically referring to this Babylon goddess I've been referencing. And of course, Horus being the Egyptian counterpart to Mars. Horus is the falcon-headed god. This is why Musk's Mars project starts off with the Falcon rockets, the Falcon 9. Horus equals Mars because the age of Mars, the utopian view or vision they've given us of a Mars colony. Again, Wernher von Braun wrote the book Mars, A Technical Tale, about the Elon who colonizes Mars. The Martian age, I don't think it's about actually sending us to some paradise way out there. It's about making that Mars vision a reality on Earth. It's about making Earth Mars. That's the actual agenda. It's about installing that system. And always has been, in my view. Interestingly enough, the Thelemites, the members of the Thelemite cult that believes in the age of Horus, again, the Book of the Law, written over a 3-day coke binge, their god said that the world would be converted in this way. But the members of the cult are instructed to read Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert Heinlein. I didn't like science fiction at the time. when I was mingling with the Thelemite group, and that was on the required reading list. And it's about a Martian teaching us how to live on Earth. Just a theme that is reoccurring in a lot of the science fiction literature. It's about mankind being lectured on how we're doing things wrong and how we need to change course. Not a coincidence that Highland had the Manana Literary Club in Laurel Canyon, where you had people like Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard and others mixing in. Echo Charlie says the EMP is near. Yeah, and according to General Flynn, the electromagnetic pulse is going to literally blow up the heads of the thrice vaccinated. Terrible thing to suggest. But wear a raincoat or have one ready. Copaesthetic says, fake AF, another Christchurch. The shots sounded like caps. They probably went pop, pop, pop. Fascinating. Well, he doesn't fit the usual profile. It's not a female, not a cis female, but it's not the usual. But we'll leave it up. I'm going to wait till the facts come out because people will often throw out false leads. I can't tell you how many times I fell for Matt Hyde. Matt Hyde's this comedian, and whenever something bad happens, they say, here's the culprit, and I'm always the first one to share it. I even put Matt Hyde in our Christchurch shooting was fake AF documentary. It wasn't him, it was Brenton Tarrant, but I put Matt Hyde's face, and I was like, how come he's wearing glasses here? Like, I fell for it, so I'm not going to fall for it. In other words, I'm not going to jump to conclusions. But if it's at multiple sites, and they dragged him out of the car with a pit maneuver, and they happen to be doing drills for just that maneuver on that day, then yes, it's just another Christchurch. Was he live streaming it? Was he Instagramming it? That's what I would like to know. Because or TikToking. They're going to say, hey, we can't have people live streaming from TikTok unless they've been vetted because of this. If you recall, the Buffalo shooter, the guy that was sent by Tucker to shoot up the supermarket, Tucker sent the shooter. Kind of a side topic. But as a result of his shooting, they banned live streaming on Twitch to a great degree for a lot of people like myself. They deleted a lot of my Twitch accounts. Brenton Tarrant had them change a lot about live streaming from YouTube and Facebook. They are dismantling our ability to broadcast to large numbers of people by using these psychological operations as a pretext. Now, I don't mean that Tucker Carlson literally sent the Buffalo shooter, but that's been the insinuation. He was motivated by one of the conspiracy theories that Tucker Carlson has given airtime to, that being the white replacement theory. So he goes to a black neighborhood and shoots up a supermarket, and they say Tucker sent the shooter. And I thought, this is interesting, because the Batman movie has the Riddler who sends his radicals out, and the Riddler's weapon is a Tucker. And I thought, that's got to be a tie-in. Interestingly enough, though, there is a corresponding character to the Queen of Canada. You know, the Queen Dedulo, the QAnon Queen of Canada. Well, there's a King Carlson in Arizona, like a literal king, and he's the king of North America. I'd like to go interview the guy before he blows up and gets too big. But there's some kind of QAnon Game of Thrones going on right now. And I believe it was Napoleon who said the greatest emperors crown themselves, or something along those lines. So if you have it in you, if you aspire to be a prince or a king, if you want to ascend the Iron Throne, this would be the time. I'm watching Game of Thrones, and I'm finding a lot of the same predictive programming as we see in everything else, by the way. Speaking of predictive programming, Disney's airing a cartoon called Little Demon about an Antichrist girl born from a mother who had a night out with Satan. This is the Babylon working. This is the spirit of the Antichrist we've been talking about. There's a reason why she's 13. 13 is the goddess number, the lunar goddess. And again, we're talking about the spirit of the Antichrist being spread throughout the world, starting in, coincidentally, the Babylon working was going on while Donald Trump was in the womb. And if you go by the timing of it and you take into account the Moonchild ritual, well, they're not trying to get Marjorie Cameron pregnant. They're trying to bring some spirit through her. They refer to her as Babylon. This is Crowley, and this is deep occult mumbo jumbo, but this is their beliefs. The woman is called Babylon because it means gates of the gods. So they say that they can take celestial beings or astral beings or demons, whatever you want to say, angels, and they can summon them through her. She is the stargate. The goddess is the gateway through which they bring these non-biological entities and have them reside within a developing fetus. This being the case possibly with Donald Trump. If you look at the timing, Donald Trump could be the Antichrist that they summoned in 1946. He would have been ripe. He would have been just at the right stage, I would say. They call this occult eugenics. I found some interesting articles about this, and I'm doing some research, which I'll be sharing in my upcoming podcast on the topic, where we kind of do deep dives into these topics. That's why I brought up this Scarlet Witch. Everywhere you turn, Scarlet Witch, Red Witch, Scarlet Woman, it's everywhere. And there's a reason why. And we get into the symbolism of the disappearing, and then, well, now they found her, the disappeared jogger, and how this correlates to Gabby Petito and the Spring Maiden being kidnapped, taken into Hades. It's all ritual. It's virgin sacrifice. It ties into Girl in Room 13's Anne Hesh, who was in 13 Minutes. Anne Hesh, again, ties into the story of, well, Artemis, Diana, Princess Diana recently have been brought up. All of it ties in, again, to this reoccurring theme of a kidnapping at the end of Virgo. And that's when they found Gabby Petito on 922. Because after Virgo, you have Libra, the scales, the equinox. We're entering the dark half of the year. So it's just, to me, it's allegory. Are they really killing people in public as some kind of occult ritual? Or are these all just theatrically reenacted? Because the coincidences pile up to a point where you'd have to be a very clever coincidence theorist to rule all of this stuff out. It's also notable that the Eliza Fletcher's last name obviously has a tie-in to the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, or Diana. Because Fletcher is the one who puts the fletches, or the feathers, on the arrow. Even before I looked closely at Gabby Petito, I knew there would be Virgo symbolism all over it. And that's probably why she was even posing in front of a mural with wings, posing like Virgo, and that was the poster that was promulgated. John Cordone says, I am the Florida representative of the Infinite Plane. If you need a press pass, go to infiniteplane.media. I have a lot of those going out right now. Garrett Summers, do you think Michelle Obama is Michael? No, I don't. I really don't. And it really annoys me that people aren't consistent. If you're going to say Michelle is, then you have to say Melania is. And they always draw the line. I'm like, no, you can't have it both ways. It's not partisan. Both parties are part of it, or neither. They're both drinking the baby blood, or neither. It's just, to me, it looks like demonization. And many of the memes that are spread around are obviously fake. Just right-click, do a search, and find out if you're looking at an original. I've seen a few images of Donald Trump with a woman who's not Melania Trump, clearly photoshopped. Lickety Split says Melania is Jan Michael Vincent. They have the same squinty eyes. But no. Now, I have seen this interesting comparison between her and Melania Trump and the president of France's wife. Who is it? Melania Trump is believed to be a body double, or like a renta wife. I'll probably dig into this one. It's pretty funny. The point of it is, Melania just has darker skin, and of course the word Melania means dark, and so is she playing the role of a wife for two different world leaders? Possible. G33 says she's human trafficked. Could be. Okay, let us continue here. We're going through my notes. Tons of points I want to get to. So here's what I referenced earlier with Tom Cruise jumping off the building at the end of Vanilla Sky, and it ends with his eye. Now, if you note the eye, it does look like an eclipse in progress, or a corona. Very significant there. Sun and the moon conjoined. Sun is the god, moon is the goddess. The great right is represented by the union, and this is what conceives the child, the son, for a new life, a new day, etc. It's all allegory. Now look at Virgin. This is Virgin, Richard Branson's company. Is that an eye, or is that a corona, or is it both? It's obviously both. At Virgin, Virgo, Isis, Babylon, Scarlet Lady is his ship. Why would he call it Scarlet Lady? Well, he's in the space program, and everyone in the space program, they're all part of the cult of the obelisk. They have an esoteric interpretation for everything they're doing. It's all allegory. I would even go so far as to say that the NASA snake represents the snake that ascends the tree of life, and that the moon mission is about the ascension of man's consciousness from the kingdom, the earth, to the light. It's all allegory for higher states of consciousness. Space travel is what I would call heaven travel, because space is the new universal heaven. It doesn't matter what your religion is, whether you're an atheist, you still accept the existence of space and the utopian promise behind it. Diana South says Richard Branson was boating around with Obama a few years ago. Yeah, I recall they were wrestling, and I don't know how that happened. How can you put hands on a former president like that in a boat? It just looked very precarious and dangerous, but I guess there's a lot of trust there. Richard Branson is a very interesting character. We'll do a separate analysis of that composite. Here we go. Obama and Branson kite surfing and wrestling. So here you have Richard Branson with his hands around Obama's throat, and Obama has a raised fist. I always thought this was kind of questionable. Like, what are we really seeing here? And I've heard the rumor that Richard Branson is the Epstein for the elites, for the royals rather. So Epstein just deals with the Hollywood trash. This guy serves pizza to the royals. Another interesting connection here, Richard Branson is a hyperlooper, just like Musk. He's got the hyperloop thing. You think they'd be about going into deep space? Nope. And when we do a deeper study into the Scarlet Woman, Scarlet Lady, and the significance there, we'll also talk about a couple of other things with Richard Branson that I think tie into this. If you notice, he's presented often as something of a womanizer, but it's kind of funny if you watch their last launch. It's almost blatantly obvious what it is, but I was making fun of the way that all the women who go up into space open their mouths really wide and make these noises. They all do up there, like they're ecstatic. And you'll see when we do a deeper dive into this. I think we're looking at really nothing more than Mystery Babylon, aka a fertility cult. It's also not a coincidence that he launched into space on 7/11/2021, the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling from the sky. Again, 7/11/2021, 9 days before Bezos launched, taking off at 9:11 a.m. After he went up into space, Branson was on a bicycle and he crashed. They called it a colossal cycle crash. And you know what's interesting about that? The headline, Colossal Cycle Crash. So here's Branson, goes up into space in a space plane, comes down just fine. Then he goes biking and he crashes. Again, he launched on the anniversary of a space station falling, the 42nd anniversary, no less. Now here's the interesting connection here. The idea of a space plane is ridiculous. An airplane in space, but Branson has a space plane. It's lifted up into space by the White Knight 2. It's this twin airplane situation with a shared wing. So it's between twin towers in a way. A plane approaching twin towers. That's the imagery you get. The timing of the launch says everything, but what's more, I'm thinking it ties into the predictive programming from Stanley Kubrick's movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, where you have a space plane arriving at a twin cycled space station. Now, this is the code in my view. So look at the twin cycles on the space station, and it looks very much similar to the iconic image of Flight 175 heading towards the twin towers. So the correlation here is this: anniversary of a space station falling, space plane, bicycle crash, again, two-cycled space station. 9 days later, Bezos launches at 9:11 a.m. on the anniversary of Apollo 11. Again, A11 911 Kubrick Productions. And I mentioned Operation A119 correlating to the Nuke the Moon experiment. So my point is, I think we're seeing foreshadowing for the space station falling down, this being the next 9/11 event. That's been my take on it. But when is it going to happen? Probably soon. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Artemis rocket was delayed as the result of some kind of a leak and a crack, and they've even linked it to whatever brought down the Challenger. Going through some comments. Linda Curtis says, leaving on a jet plane. Look, that's space tourism, and people are going to believe it. It's going up to about 50 miles up. It's not even past the Kármán line. They're not even technically going up into space. Leaked list of Oath Keepers. Militia members include police, chiefs, politicians, and serving military. If you've been following this channel, you would know that right before the Batman movie came out on March 4th, I said it's going to signal March 4th right-wing terrorists, and that we would see a counterpart to 2020, but instead of Antifa running amok, it would be the right, and the terrorism is going to come from the right. And I think I've been vindicated, and it's ongoing. I also like to point out how many of these leaders of these various groups are obviously feds, like the Oath Keeper guy who always has one eye covered. They always flash the same symbolism. Then you have the new terms coming out like violent MAGAism. You have Biden railing against the threat of MAGA. They're ramping up the rhetoric on both sides. Hillary Clinton reiterates that she won't run for president and says Donald Trump is guilty of a seditious conspiracy. Whatever happened to lock her up? Whatever happened to having all of the bad guys rounded up by the deep state, taken over to Gitmo, and extinguished? John Podesta was supposedly killed in June of 2021 by Q. Apparently didn't happen because now he's in charge of a $370 billion climate change fund. Lickety Split says China's animations need some work. I have a theory about that. I noticed that the space programs around the world are not equal in their production value. America has everyone else beat. That's just a fact. However, it's all fake. They all agree to fake it, but they're not all equally good at faking it. And I noticed that the more repressive the government, the less free the speech, the less open the government is to, I guess, contradiction and criticism, the less people say anything. I mean, we're just in a position where we can call out the fakery 24/7, and sure, it makes a lot of people mad, like Doug. Triggers a lot of people, but facts are facts. And if they can't call it out for political reasons, maybe they lose points on their social credit score, the government can get away with anything. They could give you an 8-bit space program. We could be watching like one of these arcade games, like, was it Asteroid or Meteor? What is the game where it's like just cheesy graphics? Does it even matter? No. That's why I've been saying for some time that we might be in a simulation, if you want to go by the video evidence from the space agencies, because it would suggest that outer space is pixels and that we are in a simulation. And when you get far enough away from the Earth, it all becomes pixelated. and sim. Obviously it would, right? Diana South says 41 seconds into the Trump acceptance speech, he said, "We owe Hillary a great debt of gratitude." Which speech is that? If you want to post a link. Also, I have a couple of links here from my TikTok feed. If you don't follow me on TikTok, I understand. TikTok is pretty much the worst thing in a long time. But we can't exclude ourselves from these platforms. So let's go and play a couple of clips here. Let me start with this one. This is Johnny Depp. Very, very ominous statement here.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
So this is a compilation of a few, but look how many times we've been given predictive programming for this. And this is Johnny Depp mentioning, or I guess referencing, the assassination of Lincoln. That being an actor who did it. I mean, we all know that they're all actors. Okay, here's one I had to play earlier. I forgot about this one. This is from Extinction Rebellion. It's kind of an insurrection. They're going into the Capitol there, and they're gluing themselves to the seats. This is Extinction Rebellion.
Looting companies get rich. We are in crisis, and what goes on in this room every single day makes a joke out of all of us. We cannot afford to go on like this. We need a new way of making decisions, where more voices are heard, not just those at the top. We need the true diversity of this country to be represented.
Anybody who thinks that they speak for or represent science is deluded. And yet, that is the mainstream view of science. Okay, thank you for the clip. We owe Hillary a major debt of gratitude, Donald Trump. Yeah, I recall that. And you know what? You often find that behind the scenes, people are very friendly. You know, Hunter Biden is friends with Tucker Carlson? That Tucker wrote Hunter and said, "Please write my son a letter of recommendation." So let's bring that up really quick. Hunter, Tucker, College. Tucker Carlson asked Hunter Biden for help getting his son Buckley into Georgetown. Tucker tried to use Hunter Biden to get his son. Oops. A leaked copy of an email exchange between Hunter Biden and Tucker Carlson suggests Fox News' host asked the now president's son to get his son into Georgetown by using his father's powerful position to his advantage. Wow. No hypocrisy there. Nothing to see here. We can ignore that leaked email. There was a Bigfoot sighting last week, but it was only 5 to 6 feet tall. Hardly worth reporting on. A 5-foot tall Bigfoot. My opinion on Bigfoot is that it's a bear. Bears walk on hind legs all the time. The United States of WWE, says John Cordone. Yeah, totally. Okay, next.
We're getting defended right now.
This is Jim Watkins, father of suspected QAnon, Ron Watkins, who's not Q, who is hiding in Australia. We know he's hiding because his dad told us. Yep. He said, "My son's afraid for his life, so he's hiding over there, behind that bush." Anyhow, this is his father talking about how now he believes, and this is because Q told him, that there are reptilians from another universe all over the place.
Oh, by the way, over on the 8kun, there are people they're saying bad things about me, bad things about you, but then people are, wow, they're like, no, she's right, and the reptilian stuff is real. And you know what? I have people that I know that are totally believing the reptilian stuff too, and I tend to believe them also because maybe they're not from another planet, but they are likely from an alternative universe. This is more likely where they've come from, and they are genetically related to humans, but they're not human. We're getting defended.
So they're not human, and that would be Jim Watkins. I have more here. White hats, AI.
Okay, so I knew the white hats. I knew other white hats. I've been contacted by various ones. They would call and give me information.
So this is not a UFO cult. This is QAnoners talking about the white hats. And again, the white hats are a reiteration of the Church Universal Triumphant's Great White Brotherhood. And the Ascended Masters have been brought back as death-faking celebrities. Everything else is the same. And now they're bringing in the Galactic Federation.
Information and such. And I even, I met one or a few in person in a certain setting I can't talk about, and so and so. So that's the early days. Now, then eventually what did we say? 3 years ago, they came out as Q. And that was a whole, operation to basically, and they use an AI, let's say. Okay, so one of the things I know about the White Hats organization, Q, is that they do consult an AI as well as the generals. So there are a lot of generals that are white hats behind the scene. So
she's talking about General Flynn, who is under a lot of scrutiny right now. I'm not going to play the rest of it, but you can get the gist of it. They're waiting for alien saviors. This is why the Space Needle is likely such a significant symbol. It's a symbol of salvation, the same cult, same basic symbol, the obelisk, restyled, although they've replaced the capstone with the UFO, which is the vehicle to remove you from the fallen world, where you can get upgraded and come back down and beat the bad guys. It's a cool story. Now Trump is going around actually playing QAnon's musics. They have their musical selection, like Where We Go One, We Go All. Here you have a lot of channels saying, wow, the Where We Go One, We Go All song is being played at a Trump rally. Where We Go One, We Go All is a QAnon slogan. Although believers in the Trump is the Antichrist theory think that's a reference to the vow and the oath that the angels that fell made to conspire against God. And they all went down together. Could be either one. Look, if Jeff Bezos is Dr. Evil and Nimrod, if Elon Musk is Willy Wonka and Iron Man kind of combined, I think it's safe to say at this point that Donald Trump is probably a moonchild, the Antichrist, and that he was fused with some invoked being through a Stargate back in 1946. I think it's highly likely. Lickety Split says, isn't that the Three Musketeers quote? Wow, I hadn't thought about that. It might be. Not much about them is original. MAGA is not original. I have a video of Clinton using it. Reagan used it. And Keep America Great was stolen from The Purge. Let me go ahead and play this.
I believe that together we can make America great again.
And there you have it, Bill Clinton. Friend of Trump. Didn't they hang out a few times? Didn't they fly on the plane called Lolita to go out to the island? John Cordone says, Hell 9000 is in your smartphone. Oh, yes. The smartphone is a very occult device. It has a lot of symbolism. It's not merely a communications device. The black mirror has everything to do with the black monolith of Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. David Bowman merging with the monolith. That's us. David Bowman merging with the monolith represents man merging with this. And it's not a coincidence that at the 9/11 site, there's a hotel, the Millennium Hilton, specifically designed to resemble the 2001 monolith. A couple things about this. One, the Hilton logo, and you won't be able to unsee this, resembles the Twin Towers with an incoming plane. You can see its flight path. That's one. And two, millennium, that term, has everything to do with the Great Reset. Even in Star Wars, the Millennium Falcon, it's about the age of Horus, or the Aeon of Horus. But yes, look at the screen. You can see the Hilton logo is quite plainly comprised of twin towers and a flight path of a plane hitting the towers. Robert Bell says the smartphone is the image of the beast. Yeah, it truly is, and it just supplants the TV, the original black cube altar in every home. I like to point out the Devil Tarot card as a pretty good description, a visual depiction of where we are right now. What you have is a black box. Looks kind of like a smartphone. And this smartphone looking black box is the seat of the devil, who represents the material world. The reason for the inverted torch, it represents the opposite of enlightenment or endarkenment, a move toward ignorance. What's more, the man and the woman are chained to the device. They have a chain around their necks, and they're not fighting it. If you can find a clear picture, they're actually smiling and they're eating grapes. So the idea is they're in love with their bondage. And this is just about the subversion of the spirit to the material realm, symbolized by the black cube, the black box, the devil, etc. But yes, this is where we are. Linda Curtis says the smartphone takes you to Alice in Wonderland. Oh, certainly. Through the Looking Glass, Alice in Wonderland has everything to do with the metaverse and mind control and stepping into the world stage, which is a world predicated on big lies that allow big liars to shape your perceptions. I think it's also interesting that John Dee, astrologer, magician, much of his research, or magic, whatever you want to call it, became what we would consider to be Western occultism, used a black scrying mirror and supposedly talked to angels. It's really interesting to look at these things in hindsight, with the possibility that maybe you're looking at a more technological elite, and the public is left in the dark ages. I could see that happening again. Let's say this great reset scenario does involve just that. I don't think everyone's going to go down to a level playing field. The whole purpose of the great reset, in my view, would be to eliminate competition, to ensure that there's a wide chasm between the bottom of the pyramid and the capstone. Europe's energy crisis is so bad they may have to turn CERN off. Now, they turned it on really high the day after the capstone on the Georgia Guidestones blew up. If you recall, they ramped up the CERN. Now they're turning it off. What does that mean? NASA's second launch delayed due to fuel leaks. We'll be following that story. The Artemis launch has been postponed. It was to be a 42-day launch. They were sending this human-rated craft out into space. Didn't make it that far. I think if they just keep on delaying it, they can eventually they'll have the technology to be able to convincingly fake it for all time. I think they need to get a head start, because NASA is decades behind what you can find in the movies, and that should not be. I think we all took an informal poll on this one. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene the same woman who was trying out for American Idol? I think we all agreed it's her, with a nose job and a 5-year discrepancy. You could bury that with plastic surgery. Trump derangements at an all-time high. We'll continue to follow this story along with other things. But we will be back same time tomorrow, same place, and likely earlier as well. I'm working on the Mandela Effect documentary. I want to get that completed before the end of this month. It's been delayed like a lot of things, but the research has been ongoing. So just because it's been delayed, it doesn't mean it's experiencing any kind of real roadblocks. If anything, it's going to be improved. One of the things that I'm doing with this documentary is I'm segmenting it into standalone TikTokable, as in 10 minutes or shorter segments. That way we can get the most impact out of it, because I think we raise a lot of valid questions about perception, about misconceptions, about how our minds work. And it's all meant to take us in the direction of better understanding. Although many advocates of the Mandela effect are terrified of what we're bringing forth, and they've called us the God blockers, which I don't necessarily take as a, I don't take that as a pejorative. Anyhow, this is Solemite Fly, Auto Hoax, and thanks again to everyone who's been frequenting the store, buying the art. There's going to be a lot more art in the store from many of the artists you've already been familiar with, but that's what keeps our channel on, our text alerts going out, and our schedule consistent. We appreciate all of it. Thanks again. This is Solemite Fly, Auto Hoax, produced by DJ Ready Rel.
Champion Express Car Wash is having a grand...
And also it allows me to get premium, so I don't have to deal with all of these commercials, which generally have nothing to do with what we're on about. Also go to infiniteplane.media and get on the newsletter so you can get the archives directly to your inbox. In case they do get pulled, you won't miss it.
Don't miss this special offer only at Champion Express on Central East of Eubank. Champions wash here.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati on my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Forget it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
That's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto host. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yup, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports are scripted by the number code, but do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax. Squad. Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home, cause boy, I tell you, these conspiracies is true. I ain't tripping.
it's 9/22/2022. Another one of these days with a disconcerting number of twos. At least it's not a Tuesday, like when Pluto came back and turned everything upside down. It is the equinox, equal day, equal night. Portals are open. Marina Abramovich is spirit cooking. And we're back online after a desperate attempt by YouTube to censor us. They basically pruned a few more channels. Our main channels are all done, but it's no big deal. We have shifted ground zero. Ground zero is no longer YouTube. We are on ips.monster, which is infiniteplanesociety.com, but it's much easier to remember and share. And eventually I'm going to get some better IPS domains, but I do have .monster. And what that will take you to is to the place where we have our own viewing stage and chat. It's Vimeo. It's private. Right now it's open, but we could do members only stuff. It's separate from everything else, but we're on everything else as well. And if you want to get in, just go to ips.monster. It's super easy. Then we have the fully integrated chat that's now based in Discord, which records everything. It's a record, stores all of our links, all of our great memes. So I'd say we've been upgraded despite the fact that they've chopped off 2 of our heads. And they're replaceable. Beaks are a dime a dozen. We just spawn them all day long. There's nothing they can do. We're metastasizing. And thanks to the generous help of all of you, and you know who you are, those of you who've pitched in and those who just hear sharing the links and everything, because despite their best attempts to try to stifle this, now that we have our own ground zero, that'll never happen again. They will never tip our raft. We're actually starting again from basically square one. But I sent out text alerts. We're not exactly going to be having to deal with stragglers. And I am going to send out some newsletters on some old mailing lists and see if I can bring back some familiar beaks from bygone eras. We're joined by Osher, Miguel 2010, Angst G737, Lando Rock. Miguel 2010 says the AUTOHOAX tune is quality. Yeah, that is classic Chief Crow. I put a link in the Discord. And that's why it's so important that we have the Discord as a ground zero, because you might be on a YouTube, you might be on a Twitch, but all the links go to the same place. It's a perfect funnel. And what are we here to do but gather information? Relevant information, pertinent to what we're discussing. And we are a fact-finding machine, and we've been doing this for a long time. It's kind of the opposite of what the media is. The mainstream media is like a funhouse mirror version of what we do. We're fact-finding, they're fact-bending. The news benders. We're just straightening it back out. They're the curverts in every single way. They bend the news, they bend the horizon lines, they bend it all. And we're just like, let's just not assume it's like that. T-Dog135 has joined in. All right, great. Look, I see 19 people in the chat, and we're not in a huge rush. And by the way, we do have another chat, which isn't on the screen, but I can turn it on anytime. This is the chat where the Vimeo is. It's separate. Doesn't take any time to join. All you do is just pick a name. There's no email sign in. And these chats are also persistent. They will be stored. So I'm looking there. In fact, look who's there. The Daily Plane. Like I said, I was going to do an email blast and reach out to some people, and the Daily Plane was there when we started the Flat Earth Report, and he had the Daily Plane as a newspaper where we were aggregating all of the information on the Flat Earth topic back when it was pretty much new, but we were sifting out the media spin and misinformation from what actually was going on. And the Daily Plane was another paper that popped up when we had the Flat Earth Report podcast, which kind of covered the same topics. So it's nice to see him here. Also, the Daily Plane was the one who also set up sent Mad Mike Hughes, the Daredevil, called Daily Plane, who then reached out and connected with me. Then he called in live and laid out his plan to paradigm shock the world with the Daredevil stunt with Research Flat Earth on the side. Anyway, nice to see you there. And oh, that's why, because I was thinking about this. When I opened up this Vimeo account, just kind of spontaneous, they offered me a month free or something. I realized, this is the same channel I had originally when they first kicked us off of YouTube. And I keep having these things appear in my life, like cycles repeating. And this has happened before. In fact, this is been such a repeated thing. So it's just kind of funny that everyone who was there for the very first time we got purged, they're probably getting a notification right now with this Vimeo because it's an old account. I just haven't used it in 4 years or 5 years. Nameless Faceless 08 says build back better. Exactly. And now we are on all the platforms and you can find them very easily. I put the links there. I'm just not advertising. I'm not going to primarily direct traffic to their platform. You know, we're not even world stage centric. We're off world stage. That's our perspective. So why would we want to direct people over there? That's the wrong side of the fence. Although we do have our tendrils, we have our tentacles, we have the heads of the Hydra, because we're not backing out. We're not alternative. Not that we're opposition or counter necessarily, but what I'm saying is we're not trying to be some kind of escape. We're not trying to be in denial of the fact that the mainstream does control the dominant worldview because it is the de facto church, the world state church. And backing away is not the answer. In fact, even though I'm not on the site, I plan to continue to set up YouTube channels and I'm going to continue to stream on all of them. But I just want to make the point that we have our own platform. InfinitePlaneSociety.com. A number of domains go there. IPS.monster is just the latest one I've been using because the idea here is the monster is the kraken noise that you hear, and the kraken represents this thing that is huge, this titanic thing, but you can't see it when it's below the water, so they might not notice you. They might conveniently ignore you, but you know, like in all the Godzilla movies. But then when he finally surfaces, it's too late. And we're conducting what you could call, in a way, a media insurrection. That's, in a way, sort of what we're doing. It's more of a philosophical thing, because the general public has a great misunderstanding about what media actually is. They just assume it must be real because it looks so fake, because the smartest man in the world said that. And all these rocket scientists, just brilliant. You know, the ones who all fell for the sausage in space and thought it was an actual star. Just so credulous. Dangerously credulous. Now I saw a comment in here that caught my eye. And we're not going to rush into the list of things that we're going to be discussing today because I want to give people time to show up. I sent out text alerts, I sent out newsletters, but again, we lost thousands of subs as far as our ability to reach out. But it's not a big deal. We're bouncing back fast, and that's literally thanks to everyone here. Wonka World says, hello, fringe dwellers. You could say fringe, you could say cutting edge. They think fringe, but the truth is cutting edge. You know, I just saw this article, I think it was from Salon, and it was like, why are libraries refuges for the mentally ill? And I'm like, I spent the best years of my life in the libraries, and I kind of resented that. I was like, what are they talking about? And again, I think this is the idea that information is deadly. Information is bad. Information needs to be regulated or something. We may talk about that as well. I'm surprised they haven't burned books yet. I thought they were going to use COVID as an excuse to burn books. They did digitally, but I mean, I remember in some article, I think it was in North Korea, they were burning cash that had possibly had the stuff on it. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue through the list of comments. There's something that really stood out to me. Oh yeah, here it is. From Salty Siren. I get Princess Diana energy from Ghislaine. Okay, think about that. I get Princess Diana energy from Ghislaine. And I do too, without even looking at Princess Diana. Just thinking of her face when you brought that up. And it makes perfect sense. I'm going to have to do some comparisons. And what really stood out to me is that the last video that got us banned was the one called The Dark Side of the Kennedys, or Dark Side of JFK, where I was talking about the new JFK movie, Marilyn Monroe movie, and how it depicts John F. Kennedy as just being a monster. You know, way worse than Clinton. Way worse. That was the one that got us taken down. But what I brought up was that John F. Kennedy Jr. had an affair with Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, way before the Q years. I mean, imagine that. And what's even stranger is he had an affair with Princess Diana. Now, if Diana and Ghislaine are the same person, it makes more sense. I mean, I've heard the wildest things, and strangely, there is this theory, like right now, it's really big that Princess Diana is about to come back. I think 24 hours ago, she said in 24 hours she's going to come back. She said it on Twitter. I got to go find that account. It's this bizarre mix of like fan fiction and political zealotry on the right, where they are worshiping dead celebrities and dead royalty, and they're waiting for Princess Diana and Michael Jackson to come down on a UFO and help them vanquish the library storytime drag queens. It's like really twisted these days. And the idea that their hero, JFK Jr., did it with Ghislaine, that's crazy in itself. But the strangest thing that I've heard yet is that Princess Diana is, well, I don't even want to say it. Maybe I will. I didn't say it. I didn't come up with it, but some people believe that David Furnish is Diana. You know, Elton John's husband. And I looked, and they have a very similar smile. I'll go with that. All right, let me go through some comments. Joined here in the Discord server, where you can throw animated GIFs and they will pop up on the screen. That's one of the things we've added. When we moved into Discord as the main think tank, we gave us the ability to have a live meme stream 24/7 on the screen. We also have TTS, text-to-speech, on when I'm not live, which is very useful. The other day I was just listening kind of passively, and I was hearing some text-to-speech comments that just, things that I had to take note of. Let's see what else is going on. Someone had mentioned that the Vatican is having all of its money returned, and there's some rumor on Q Street that they're going to be paying back they're going to pay for our electric bills, I think, or something. Jasara and Nasara. We'll see. Miguel says, is it me, or do flat earthers seem inherently much smarter than everyone else? I would say no, not necessarily. If we did a Venn diagram, God, it's kind of tough to say. It depends, because you can't really you can't broad brush the flat earthers. I would say that the non-domed enclosed ones are obviously much smarter than others, but the ones who are stuck with the biblical model are often just as, and when you say smarter, I think maybe you're referring to situational awareness. Are they aware of how much news is actually just propaganda? Are they aware of how much fake has dominated the real? And I would say no, the people who know what's going on are the ones who have questioned the fundamentals, who haven't fallen for the trap of joining a cult, which is what the Domers became. It became a huge cult. And not only was it a cult, but they weren't interested in disproving the idea that we were underneath some great magnificent dome, which we might be. I have no reason to believe so, though. Like, I see these videos on Twitter where people are showing Elon Musk's rockets, and they're saying, oh, look, it's hitting the firmament. No, it's a light show. And it does look kind of strange at night. It looks like it's going through some kind of a portal, but it's just the light and the trails. But to suggest that it's hitting, quote, the dome, it raises a lot of questions that nobody answers. Like, if there is a dome, is it curved or is it flat? If it's flat, then it's not a dome. If it's curved, then it ends somewhere. Are you going to say it ends outside of Antarctica or something? And then does it hit the ground? Does it go all the way around? Are we inside of a glass ball? It raises a lot of questions that nobody bothered to answer. Hank G says JFK coming back, Princess Di, JFK Jr., who else? Andrew Breitbart. I had held out hope that Andrew Breitbart was Steve Bannon in some kind of hideous mask. I mean, Steve Bannon looks deep fake. But no, I don't think so. But I am very open to the possibility that Andy Kaufman, who said he was going to come back in 10 years, did come back, and that he was Breitbart. It might have been 20 years, but Andrew Kaufman, likely death faker, easily Andrew Breitbart, who died right before he was going to release some videos that supposedly showed Barack Obama at communist rallies, and it was going to be devastating. He said he got them from, I believe it was Bill Ayers, of all people. Salty Siren says, at best, it's a magnetic shield dome. Well, it may be, and I'm open to it. we might be in some kind of prison, like quite literally locked in and closed in some way. I'm not necessarily rejecting that outright, but I was just saying, just as we don't assume curvature until we see evidence for it, we should not assume that there's any kind of enclosure until we see evidence, because assuming the curve and assuming some kind of enclosure, both of these limit the size of the place that we're on. It may be an artificial limit. So I don't want to stop before just because I've been told. Can't go any further. I'd referred to this, I believe he was the first Roman geographer who said that you can't go past the equator. It's too hot. Like a firewall, you'll burn up. Moondust says Elvis is coming back. Did he ever leave? There are some who think he's still around. Did anybody watch the new Elvis movie? I took the time to watch it. I took notes even. And it is filled with occult symbolism. It has many meanings. And it's not just the movie, but the trailers leading up to it. I may go through some of that. All of these rock gods. The whole rock star thing is very interesting. See, I think the idea of the rock star is, it ties into the idea, of course, what is a rock star? It's or rather, what's a falling star? A meteor, rocks from space, and you have the light in this, like the star, and then it falls. And there's this connotation here of the falling star that's built into the Elvis character. The idea of this, a lot of his symbolism in the movie is pretty clear. Like at the very beginning, he's on the ground, seemingly dead, in this purple robe, and they have to inject him with this. They have a needle and they inject him in order to bring him back. But I think in a way, in Elvis and El, and the significance therein, which we may get into here soon. And it's not just him, obviously. In fact, there's an interesting succession. If you look at the symbolism of the black star, as it ties to Elvis, as it tied to David Bowie, as it's tied now to Kanye West, there's this reoccurring theme. And it all has to do with this savior from the sky, savior from space, from the heavens, from the celestial realm, the higher realms, that comes down with some special information to save us, the Starman. And Starman, interesting, this is a David Bowie song, and they played this when they sent Starman into space on that car. It's a perfect anagram for Mr. Satan, not a coincidence. Okay, let us continue. I'm going through some comments, very interesting stuff here. Another thing about the Elvis thing someone brought up, we're just talking about the movie that just came out, and it really does have all of the symbolism that you would expect. It's almost like the Ankh is one that he wears around his neck, but it's almost like the public's not even meant to even care about the deeper meaning of these things. They just want the public's mind to be saturated with this stuff, with these idols and these symbols and the colors and stuff you wouldn't even know you were taking in. Everything in the media is pretty much predictive programming, concurrent programming, and lots of it's just super occulted. As we've been uncovering, as we continue to uncover, and I'll be showing some stuff today, it's pretty remarkable. Like, for example, there's a lot right now with the nuclear bomb being hyped up. There's some kind of nuke. And a lot of this has been foreshadowed in things like Stranger Things, Westworld, like the most recent episodes, Game of Thrones, where the season finales all tie into this theme of nuclear winter. And then we have Putin making some kind of threat about being downwind, and the wind is what would carry the fallout. Again, we'll discuss much of this as well. We're joined by Thinks 101 and Benton over in Vimeo. Again, that's the IPS website where we're going to keep everything centered. That particular chat doesn't relay to the others, but I do it. Okay, I'm going through your comments, everybody. If you want to call in, it's 833-311-1984. Okay, let's go ahead and go through the minds. And then there's just so much to go through here. We've been down for a couple of days, but I've been going through a lot of the hopium, because as you know, Donald Trump has pretty much thrown out enough hopium out there for the QAnoners to glom onto and think that it's game on, it's storm time, and it does seem to be so. I mean, you got to look at the Drudge Report. There's just panic that Trump is faced with this desperate choice: lose it all or start a civil war. And then you have Putin, victory or nukes. Putin's backed into a corner. Then you have Trump closing in, walls closing in, indictment watch. I mean, think about this. You have both Putin and Trump both backed into a corner. Just how it's being framed. And of course, with, here we go, Trump pushing civil war. We've been hearing this for some time. But I think it's perfectly timed, of course, with the equinox. And this is what I was discussing the other day. The significance of the equinox as the sign of Libra and the balance. And there's a very specific comment made by Putin the other day about his happiness with the balance that they have struck with China. All right, let's start with this, though. This was a big one. So if you're looking at the screen, this was the cover of the Drudge the other day. 222-page filing. New York sues Trump clan for fraud. They should have spelled clan with a Q, which is how I've been spelling it. But 222 pages. Right there, that's a pretty good indicator that this is connected to the bigger story. So just a little recap. On 222, Pluto returned to the position where it was on July 4th, 1776. And it signified the rebirth of America. And of course, Pluto is Hades, who releases the Kraken. And this Kraken meme has been forced into our minds since 2020. It was tied to the election. It's been tied to Trump. It's been tied to this reoccurring theme, really, of the flood, like flood the polls. And I pointed out the Batman movie had this theme of March 4th, right-wing terrorists came out on March 4th, and I said it was going to be foreshadowing real-world terrorists that look exactly like or act just like the Riddler. And just like the Riddler sent his terrorists to blow up a dam to flood the election, the corresponding characters in the real world are going to activate and do the same thing. And even now, the GOP's main slogan is flood the polls 2022. And all of this is stuff that, we've predicted here. So 222 is specifically related to the return of Pluto. And, historically, at least this is the way the telling goes, the way they describe it. Most nations don't last for a second Pluto return. That this is kind of like the end of the empire or something along those lines. What's interesting about it, of course, is 1776. The first Q drop was 10/28/2017. 1,776 days later, the Q drops, the Queen. These relationships are very interesting, considering too that the Queen died is also 911 days after 3/11, which is the novel Corona Day. There are these very interesting relationships that tie all these things together. Even the trip when they took the Queen to the place where she was going to be viewed, they left at 222. These numbers are repetitive, but they're telling a very specific story. And again, this one relates to the Kraken being released. This is also, now here we are 22 days into September, and we are basically, I think this is very significant to this story because the equal day, equal night, this represents the portal. This represents the point where Persephone gets taken under. So if she's getting taken under into the underworld by Hades in this story, then it's safe to say that there's some kind of an opening. There's a passage right now. This is the time when we slip into the dark half of the year. And I think it's also a time of judgment, considering the meaning of the scales. And I think it's very interesting that this is, again, Pluto return. The ritual that welcomed the return was the Dawn Day 2 event on 222. And that event foreshadowed a lot of what we're seeing right now. But let me go ahead and go through the rest of this post, because this is my Metascript breakdown for the autumn equinox. Judgment Day is here. Again, I think there's a correlation between Pluto 2, Dawn Day 2, Top Gun 2, Trump 2, going to run again, and then Terminator 2. The significance of the Terminator movies Skynet, the AI, but specifically the nuke scene in Seattle is what I'm referencing, because there's a correlation between that and Satan 2 from Putin. Satan 2, Terminator 2, because Terminator is Satan, in the sense that the character John Connor's JC, the Savior, and the Terminator is going to stop him. And in the myth, the sun god is killed at sunset, which is the Terminator line, where day meets night. It's that division thing. Right at that point, the sun dies. This is why George Floyd died at 8 minutes and 46 seconds into the, or that's why he was kneeled on for that long, because the sun set that day at 8:46. Represents the sun setting, because Set is the Prince of Darkness. This is encoded into our Great Reset. Ra, Sun God, Set, Prince of Darkness. Every day we have a reset. Sun God dies, then he's reborn. The Great Reset is because our age is dying. We're entering a new age. We're going to have a new sun. The new sun is the sun for this new age. The sun is setting on the west, and this is all encoded into the story, of course, of the nuking of the west, which is, I think it's supposed to happen in a couple of days. But let me just go on with this, because there's a strong correlation with this Terminator 2 Judgment Day. And here we are. I'm considering Judgment Day to be this equinox, according to my read of the script here. Pluto return puts us back in 1776 in terms of the metascript, and this year, 2022, rhymes with 1776, just as it rhymes with 1973. And when I say rhymes, I'm referring to the way that Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Like in 73, you had the Roe v. Wade leak. 73, you had Watergate. Right now, we're having Watergate, Roe v. Wade. And all of this does tie in, again, to this Kraken. The Watergate, a dam. Roe v. Wade started with what? A leak. I mean, we've gone through this all year, but I'm kind of recapping it. Because before all of this started, I'm talking about a few months ago, before the Q became like openly part of Trump's platform, before he really became openly radicalized, before they went and raided Mar-a-Lago, I had pointed out that the Batman movie coming out on March 4th was going to be an indicator of what's to come. That we're going to see the right-wing version of what we saw in the summer of 2020, when the lefties had their peaceful protests. The Joker movie foreshadowed a lot of what we saw then, and I was predicting that this Batman movie would do the same. Interestingly, the day the Batman movie came out, March 4th, the Joker, the Sarnoff brother, they call him the Joker, his death penalty was reinstated that day. And of course, we had the concurrent event of the Frank James firing 33 bullets into the subway, acting like the Riddler. He had an internet persona, the Prophet of Doom. But my point is, I pointed out that this movie is going to foreshadow right-wing terrorists. And we've been vindicated every step of the way here, that it really has. And it's been getting pretty blatant. In fact, let me just go ahead and play this clip. This is Nick Fuentes, just a clip from something I heard this morning.
We need to have something like a white uprising, politically speaking, gain.
And this is Nick Fuentes, who's, he's basically friends with Marjorie Taylor Greene and all the right-wingers. He's a white Christian nationalist. That's his ideology here. And he's saying, more or less, he actually says it explicitly, that we need to get Trump back in and then eliminate Congress and never have another election again.
Control social media. Maybe just get rid of Congress altogether after that happens. Here's the pathway. We have one more election where white people can make the decision. The white people got to make the right decision, and then Trump's got to get in there and never leave. That, to me, at this point, is a pathway. So it's time to shut up, elect Trump one more time, and then stop having elections.
Stop having elections. Now, this is kind of what the QAnoners are hoping for. Now, I'm bringing this up because this is very consistent with what I was talking about, the right wing being activated. And before the Roe v. Wade leak, which again, Roe v. Wade leak happened 50 years ago. That was a leak as well. Not a coincidence. 50 years ago, Elvis was beamed to 1.3 billion people. That's why it's significant that Elvis is big right now. It's another one of these years where they mirror things. We're living through scripts, a meta-scripted world stage reality. I mean, it's real, but it's definitely high-tech crowd management, the public relations, perception management, news bending, all the above. And before everything started, there was some foreshadowing. There was a guy named Win Bruce, like Bruce Wayne. Win Bruce, on Earth Day, set himself on fire in front of the Supreme Court building. Why? Probably to save the planet. My point is, that was just, it was probably staged, but it's most likely a ritual. I'm like, Win Bruce? Obviously, that's a reference to Bruce Wayne. And if you remember, the Joker was played by a guy named Phoenix, Joaquin Phoenix. So here you have a man named Win Bruce, like Bruce Wayne, and he makes himself into a phoenix. The self-immolation of Win Bruce, 4/22, 2022. Again, what is it with these twos? Climate activist Win Bruce, who no longer has a carbon footprint, set himself on fire in the plaza of the United States Supreme Court building in D.C. The fatal self-immolation took place on Earth Day. It was a protest against the climate crisis. Now, I just took this to mean we have a bat as Phoenix, and this is a very significant thing. 2020 was kicked off by what? The bowl of bat soup. Now, if you look at the Batman movies, the main image that you see is a burning bat. A bat as a phoenix. Very significant here because just like the phoenix can be represented as the mockingjay in that series called The Hunger Games, or in the Crow movie, it's the same thing, the crow, same symbol. Well, the Batman movie had consistently used a burning bat, which kind of makes it into a phoenix. And this burning bat thing foreshadowed 2020, because what was it that triggered 2020? What was the catalyst that set the reset? Of course, it was the bat. And the symbol of the phoenix is reset. Burn down, build back better. This is why you have a correlation between the Burning Man, the phoenix, and the Christ. We're talking about something that is that, like the sun dies. This is all just their way. This is just a poetic way of describing things. They're personifying things, but the phoenix is analogous to the dying and resurrecting man, or the burning man. So a man setting himself on fire, very significant. They were two very conspicuous individuals who set themselves on fire at the ellipse. One was in 2019, and then one was exactly 33 years before, in 1986. It was both of them 33-year-olds. Like, why do you have these 33-year-olds setting themselves on fire by the obelisk? Well, 33 is the Christ number, the number where he dies, where he transcends. And if you break down the number and the symbolism, it ties into obviously the spine, the segments of the spine, the vertebrae, the crown chakra being the top, 33 at the top, and it represents the elevation of consciousness. And they call it the fire snake in their terminology, the New Age. Not just New Age, but this idea that our consciousness is more or less something that is not in your brain necessarily, but it has more of a place along your spine, and that when certain things occur, they're able to, when you transcend, it shines out the crown. This is just their idea of like the crown of thorns, or the halo behind many of the saints, or Christ, you'll see the halo. Yeah, this is kind of what it represents. Again, we're talking about their symbolic system. I'm not talking about the biblical Jesus, but I'm talking about the burning man as the same as the phoenix. But the burning man who set himself on fire in front of the White House last time, the 33-year-old, had a USA shirt on. And this is before they burned USA. I thought that was very, very interesting. Again, this is what they like to do. This is part of their rituals. They burn someone at the Bohemian Grove. Every single May at DC, they actually do something called catharsis at the mall, where they burn an effigy of a man. Like every single year, look, catharsis on the mall. There's a 45-foot sculpture of a nude woman who I think represents ISIS that overlooks it. DC has its own Burning Man, catharsis at the mall. Like, isn't this weird to anybody that they burn an effigy in front of this obelisk? And the rituals around this obelisk are very interesting. There are so many of them. One that they did recently was they projected the entirety of Apollo 11 and the Saturn rocket taking off on the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11 on the side of the obelisk. The significance there is the obelisk is an ancient symbol, but it's been replaced by the rocket. But they mean the same thing. They mean the exact same thing. Space is a replacement for the other concepts of heaven. And now they can literally take you to heaven in their obelisks. It's the only difference. Same theater, but the burning obelisk, the burning rocket, when they launch it, it's all theater. They're not really going to space. Now, the other night, somebody spray painted something vulgar on the Washington Monument. Did anybody catch that? And they were all offended by it. I'm like, you're offended by somebody writing, here it is, Washington Monument vandalized with red paint. Sean Deaton, 44, was arrested at 7:30 p.m. He was charged with trespassing, tampering, and vandalism. I read it, and I think he wrote down, we're all getting effed by this. Like, he wrote that on, yeah, here it is. You have been, they cropped it, effed by this. Government says something. Kind of an anti-government thing. But they're offended by this. I'm like, wait, you're offended by his comment, but you're not offended by the fact that it's literally a 666-foot representation of a sun god's phallus? Like, that should be your starting point for being offended, not that somebody threw some paint on it. In fact, the guy was right about it. Absolutely correct. I'm going to catch back up on comments. Again, thanks everyone for joining in Vimeo as well. A. Garcia. The 2020 quarter had a bat on it. Oh yeah, the 2020 quarter has bat soup. Bowl of bat soup. John Cordone. And yes, I will be on Phoenix, on Rofkin. I do put everything on Rofkin. All the archives, they've been great. But we're not live streaming on there at the moment. I have to expand. I jumped up to the premium version, but I need to go to business version, and then we'll blast out onto 10 or 15 platforms. But we're certainly doing the right thing by keeping Ground Zero at turf we control. They must have had fun all these years, rug pulling us every time our channel hits 1,000. It's like, you're going to be monetized. Your dreams are going to come true. Then boom, they pull it because of what? And they never tell you. You could talk for 4 hours. You say one thing, one sound out of your mouth gets you banned, and they're not going to tell you. It's like, how am I going to get better if you don't tell me what I'm doing wrong that keeps getting me kicked out? And it's because they don't want you to do better. They want you gone. The Fringe, they used to call it borderline content. Like, okay, borderline, I get it. And whether or not you think the earth is a ball or you think it's flat, whatever you think it is, if you conceptualize the universe of ideas as like a circle, what they're doing is they're saying everything on the fringe, on the perimeter, is bad. Let's get rid of it. Of course, everybody who's not on the fringe is like, yeah, get rid of those guys. They push them back. More room for us. So people get pushed off the edge. Ideas get banned, pushed off the edge of their limited world. And then their world's a little bit smaller, a little purer, but there are fewer wrong ideas or ideas that have been deemed wrong. And then the next wave comes. All right, we got to get rid of the alternative platforms, misinformation, hate. They get rid of the alternatives. They make it harder for people to express ideas that were relegated to the alternative platforms within the circle. And it just goes on and on until there's no wrong answers anymore. It's only the carefully curated worldview handed to you directly from the cult that runs the world and controls the monolithic media. And what they're doing essentially is a holy war. They are purifying a new Bible. And that is what the television, when I say television loosely, I mean the televised worldview that is agreed upon by all the networks, like the ones who all agree that 9/11 happened as described. Yeah, they're writing our new Bible. They write our history day by day. And if you question the history, look what happens. Alex Jones, they've made a fine example out of him. I'll play some clips here from Jones. He had a bit of an outburst today, and I don't think he wants to play nice anymore. He said he's tired of apologizing. We may get to that. He set up a press conference. I think it's all just to sell supplements. In fact, I'm pretty sure that he shilled for supplements and crypto while he was on the stand. I'll get those clips, but yeah, he's a masterful
But the headlines
salesman.
were Jones doesn't show. They said, we don't want you. I show up yesterday. We don't want you. I show up today. We don't want you. And this guy's going to report I didn't show up today. That's lying. That's corporate fake media. And that's the shame on you. I'm here. Look, listen. I'm here, ladies and gentlemen. This lie that I didn't show up to all those depositions, more than 8 depositions, the fact that we didn't open up everything because we had nothing to hide, and they didn't find us premeditatedly with some Lex Luthor plan to get rich off Sandy Hook. It was a small part of our coverage. That's another thing the judge ordered. I not say it's a small part. Their evidence is like 24, 23 minutes.
All right, there you have it. Now, speaking of the equinox, and I was mentioning the judgment thing, look at these instances here where the Trumps are being sued. Jones is going through this. Marilyn Manson, and there's a reason why this stands out to me. Marilyn Manson is being investigated by the LA District Attorney. The judgment theme is kind of in the air. And the reason why that stands out to me is that he plays the role in the life of the character from Westworld, Dolores. Her real life, Evan Wood, was with Marilyn Manson, and he essentially played the role of Hades to Persephone. And this was encoded into their relationship, and it's all scripted. I think it's all staged. I think it's a Hollywood fake relationship because it's too perfect. As in, their relationship, Evan Wood and Marilyn Manson, is a perfect mirror of Dolores and the Man in Black in Westworld. Even to the point where her father's being threatened. Like, these are repeated themes. And it's given away in her documentary, if you ask me. I think it's all a hoax on both sides. But I think they need to have the Manson meme out right now for a number of reasons. One, the Hades connection, Persephone. This is the exact day where she gets dragged down to hell. And then two, Manson brings us back to the apocalyptic story of the late 60s and Helter Skelter, which is encoded into a lot of what we're seeing today. The Helter Skelter story is like the Turner Diaries. It's all the race war stuff, the white nationalists like Nick Fuentes, who says we need to have a white uprising and never have another election once we get Trump in. I mean, that's all nonsense, obviously. Nick Fuentes is a character. He was probably like MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She tried out for American Idol. Like, they scrape these people from very desperate places in their lives. They're like looking for gigs, out of work actors. I believe even Candace Owen was an actress looking for a gig, and they find him. My point is, Manson also, I think, ties in to the name ties into a couple of things. Aquarius. Charles Manson, by the way, was 33 when he became a cult leader. But the idea of the sun transitioning into a new age, and now we're in the age of Aquarius, man's sun, is encoded in this. And Manson was there at the Pluto return ceremony on 2/22/2022, produced by Future, who goes by the name Pluto. And of course, he was there with Kanye West. Speaking of Burning Man, they didn't do a Burning Man last year because COVID's, but on the day that Burning Man would have happened, I mean, they did it this year, but in 2021, on that day, it was in August, Kanye West set himself on fire. He performed it. It's a ritual. Think about it. Before Kanye West did the Phoenix thing, which is just a stunt, but he goes out in front of the public and he sets himself on fire. I think I have a clip of it here. Yeah, famous. Here we go. There's a few pictures of it, but before that, he did Coachella, and at Coachella, he was portrayed as like the Sunday school, but you could see him with a crown of thorns in some of the images. Very significant. Again, I was connecting earlier the Christ figure with the Phoenix and the Burning Man. And there's much more we can go into, but I don't want to get into too many tangents. I want to stick with the list of topics. And I'm going to stick around. I mean, we don't have a set time, and in the future, like as in starting tomorrow, I have a little bit of a structure planned. As in, I'm doing commercial breaks to advertise or describe certain things. I also have a podcast. It's inspired by NPR because IPR is kind of not the anti, but NPR is the funhouse mirror version of what we're doing. And they do these news briefs that I find very handy, 5-10 minute podcasts. And these would be perfect commercials for me to take breaks and maybe make it possible to extend longer hours and get more calls if we have more structure. Yes, Catharsis at the Mall, someone had asked. I believe it's in May. I actually spoke to an artist about making a big metal penguin that we could possibly use for a similar event once a year. Okay, I'm going through your comments. G33's here, says, what's the new YouTube channel? I believe we have a channel out there somewhere. But for the most part, if you go to ips.monster, you will find us. Okay, so many great people here. Frank Muir says 86 Hicks. Yeah, Alex Jones is being raked over the coals for Sandy Hook, but the fact is, he doesn't know it was a hoax. He thinks he backed off on that. He never went all the way. They never went into nobody died, nobody cried. As far as they will go is, it was staged. It was a black ops. They had somebody do the shooting. It's very hard for people on the world stage to say that nobody died. It's outside of their reality. It actually is. It actually sounds crazy, I imagine, to people who've never heard such a thing. But people who've never heard such a thing sound naive to me. Dangerously naive. Dangerously credulous. G33 says, Alex Jones called a lawyer an ambulance chaser today in court. Yeah, there's a few blowouts. In fact, he said the whole thing was a deep state operation. So you do get the sense that he's being persecuted. And his ex-wife came out on Young Turks, which is an enemy platform, and said that he's like Charles Manson. Speaking of Manson, she said he's like Charles Manson, and that what you see, what you hear, is the modified Alex Jones. That the real one is way crazier. That's what she said. I think she's just mad because she wants more money. Okay, let us continue. We're going through the Metascript breakdown for the autumn equinox. Okay, this marks the point again where Persephone gets dragged to Hades as spring-summer gives way to fall-winter, the dark half of the year. This was ritually reenacted last year with Gabby Petito, who's going to have a movie about her life and death story that's going to come out on 10/01, like in a little over a week. Girl in Room 13 just came out. Anne Hesh kind of filled that role this year. Eliza Fletcher, Anne Hesh, these are all you could say, in a sense, priestesses, or they're reenacting Diana. They're reenacting their embodiments of these various goddesses. They're playing roles. The Virgo, the Spring Maiden being kidnapped. It's all very much, I think, scripted theater. That's why it gets all this attention. You think if you go missing, that if someone takes you in a van and drives out, that it's going to make the news and they're going to talk about you on TMZ and show some very flattering pictures of you? I don't think so. The Gabby Petito thing was definitely a story. It was fake. They admitted it in the pictures. If you look in her glasses, it says fake. They have little hints. In fact, there was a movie called The Notebook, which had some kind of some similarities to the story of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. I mean, what a name, Brian Laundrie. But this movie, The Notebook, relates to them, and the FBI evidence that had a letter from her had a movie poster from The Notebook along with the evidence. I mean, it just didn't, to me, it's just so obvious that these things are ritually staged events. I think it's also notable that Marilyn Monroe's new movie was just released. And we have another, again, mysterious death, kind of a, who knows what's up with that one. The movie makes it seem like she's being trafficked, basically. Girl in Room 13 is about human trafficking. Princess Diana crashed into Pillar 13. And this all ties into something here. The cracked Pillar 13, Diana is the Roman version of the Greek Artemis. The Artemis missile failed to launch to the moon. Again, the lunar connection. They couldn't launch it to the moon because it cracked. And of course, Broken Arrow is code for nukes that are missing or compromised, or accidents involving nukes are referred to as broken arrows. There have been 32 broken arrows since 1950. So the magic number 33 is up. And I think that's part of the foreshadowing here. As you'll see, we'll get deeper into this because, again, we enter Libra, the sign of the scales. We see the balance of light and dark, night and day shifting to the dark side. And then you have Russian President Vladimir Putin thanking the Chinese leader for his, quote, balanced approach to the Ukraine crisis. And he blasted Washington's, quote, ugly policies. Again, it failed. Interestingly, the Artemis mission failed due to a, quote, their word, crack in the rocket. And there were a couple of mentions of something analogous to the Challenger explosion being involved. They brought that name up. They brought up that shuttle. But again, a crack. Also, Eliza Fletcher kidnapped. Story very similar to these others in the theme. The world's paying attention. She was kidnapped. Where is she? She's missing, and then they find her. And of course, the name Fletcher is an arrow maker. In military code, broken arrow is an emergency situation, and then you have President Putin saying this: those who are trying to blackmail us with nuclear weapons should know that the wind patterns can also turn in their direction. That's what Putin said. The wind patterns can turn in their direction. And this is where I think it's a threat of nuclear fallout. If they're going to fake a nuke, it's going to be they're going to do it on the coast. It's going to happen near Seattle, but the fallout's going to cover everybody. They're going to lock us down for fallout. This was foreshadowed at the end of Stranger Things, Season 4, Episode 2, when Hawkins cracks open and Hellfire from the Upside Down is released. The crack, Hellfire, Satan 2, the sky raining down these ashes, looks like nuclear fallout. And in that scene where the ground is cracked, there's a burning chapel, and it looks just like the Dawn Day 2 event from 2-2-2. You know, this is, again, Game of Thrones, Westeros burns. What do you have? Winter arrives. Snowflakes start falling as there's fire everywhere. Westeros burns. Again, West world burns. The West is going to be burned. That's why the Burning Man I mentioned, who set himself on fire in front of the White House, the 33-year-old had the USA shirt. USA burning, again, this is a recurring theme, as you'll notice, and that's because the American eagle was a phoenix the whole time. The Secret Destiny of America, you can read about it from Masonic historian Manly P. Hall. It looks to me like America's scripted to take a fall, and that's why the QAnoners exist. What they have done is they have taken, and I think General Flynn's a big part of this. I think this is a major psyop. What they've done is they've taken the template of the radical Islamic terrorist and they brought it here. It's a template. Is there a difference between the deep state and the great Satan? Is there a difference between the Taliban, the Magaban, between the base from the white nationalists, or Al-Qaeda, which means the base? No. Is there a difference between, in terms of their goal, between a Quran radical and a QAnon radical, between an incel and a terrorist in a terror cell who wants his 72 virgins so he blows himself up? No. No difference. Fallout can circulate around the world for years until it gradually falls down to Earth or is brought back to the surface by precipitation. The path of the fallout will depend upon the wind and the weather patterns. That's from the EPA.gov website about radioactive fallout nuclear weapons testing. So when Putin said, those who are trying to blackmail us with nuclear weapons should know that the wind patterns can turn in their direction, is kind of hinting that the weapon is not just the ground zero, but it's the after effect. Very similar to what we experienced with COVID. Ground zero. Wonka World says the priestesses are not sacrificed in ritual. Well, sacrifice is code. In Hollywood, you think sacrifice is getting stabbed to death. It's not what it means. It's all just symbolic. The high priest has a dagger. The priestess has the chalice. The great rite of Wicca, they put the dagger in the chalice. What do you think that means? The Rocket Man, William Shatner, he was big in the news last year because the movie Halloween Kills came out, where the guy walks around with the William Shatner mask and he has a knife. And I was just discussing the symbolism then, the significance of the dagger. The virgin sacrifice doesn't mean a virgin in the sense of she's never done it before and they're going to kill her. That doesn't make any sense. It's a waste of a person. What it means is the Virgo, Isis, the representative of the goddess. Sacrifice means to make sacred, and it's all about the what do you want to call it? The sex magic, the union of the god and the goddess as avatared as the priest and the priestess, drawing down the sun, drawing down the moon. These are all things that you can read about, but you can see that the virgin isn't literally killed. Only in the movies, because they can't tell you the truth. It's exoteric. The esoteric is a lot less, well, it depends on how you look at it. It's less violent. Like, think about this. In the Catholic Mass, is it about eating flesh and drinking blood? Or is it another iteration of this great rite concept, where the bread with the cross represents the god, and the chalice with the wine represents the goddess? My take on it, just if I was an anthropologist, I would say, yeah, obviously, this is the god and the goddess. It's the same story. It's pretty darn obvious. You just can't ask the people who believe the exoteric story for what they think it is. Okay, let us continue. Miguel 2010 says, I took DMT and went into the dream world. It told me that everyone is everything and everything is everyone. I hope it's not true. I mean, I read somewhere that everyone has a few atoms that came from Hitler and Jesus or something, but there are some people that I want no part of, like Authentic Intent, Goldfinch, obviously. I mean, I could list a lot of people. Like, I don't think I share anything in common with them. Okay, let's continue. And again, I don't think that Gabby Petito, Anne Hetch, Eliza Fletcher, or Princess Diana were killed in these rituals. It's all symbolic. It's interesting how many of these sun gods are ritually killed and brought back. Death and resurrection is a huge part of all of these cults, these mystery religions. The equinox is a time when Hades or the underworld would be accessible following the logic of this astrotheological tale. The day of balance or judgment would be the day I would expect the Kraken to emerge from the underworld. This corresponds again, like I said, Stranger Things 4:2. Hawkville, is it Hawkland opens up? Hawkins. I put Hawkville here. It's Hawkins opens up as a result of an earthquake that's 7.4. Now, this is another interesting bit of concurrent programming, a new term. Predictive programming when you're looking back, but when you're seeing it real time, it's concurrent. And concurrent with Stranger Things 4:2 and a 7.4 earthquake causing it to crack open, there were drills being conducted in Seattle for 7.5 earthquake, 7.5 magnitude, which they said would bring a what? A tsunami 42 feet high. Another 42 connected to this. The resultant ash falling from the sky resembles a nuclear fallout situation, resembling the finale of Game of Thrones in the wake of Westeros burning, and it resembles a nuclear winter. Also note the recent judgments and actions against Alex Jones, the Trumps, the LA District Attorney against Marilyn Manson, Manson being a Hades archetype. Abusive boyfriend of Evan Wood, who plays a Persephone archetype, a mirror of her Westworld relationship with the Man in Black. A few other things. FBI raided Mar-a-Lago on August 8th, which was the anniversary of Richard Nixon announcing his resignation. Another example I'm just pointing out of this rhyming of history. Watergate happening all over again. And in Stranger Things, there was something called a Watergate, where the Demogorgon came from. Like a Watergate, these memes are everywhere. When they're telling their big story, it's in every single show. And then if you want to text Trump, it's 88022. He gets rated 8822. Very interesting connections here. Again, this is just part of it. I started off, though, looking at the 222-page civil suit that will be used to bring him down. I mean, this is all connected with the judgment. So I said, Equinox, Judgment Day is here. Joined by Multi-Zero over there in the new Vimeo channel. Again, if you go to ips.monster or infiniteplainsociety.com, we have our own video, our own chat, separate from all of these controlled platforms. And it's going to stay on. I'm going to keep this for the full free trial and for the whole month, and if it works out great, we'll keep it. But even if it doesn't, we're going to keep that our ground zero. It doesn't matter whether it's whether it's Vimeo or something else, as long as we have our ground zero on turf we control. We're joined here by Thirst for Truth, Finbar. All right, we don't have the usual numbers because they've removed a couple of our channels, but we're going to build it back, and this time it'll be permanent. Like, this is permanent growth here. I don't know what they could do to stop this. All right, let's continue. Lots of interesting things have been happening this last few days. Today, September 22nd, is the anniversary of the movie Seven that came out with Kevin Spacey. And I remember pointing out that Kevin Spacey wasn't even acting, that he pretty much is that guy. And here are a few headlines. Kevin Spacey accuser Linda Culkin dead after being struck by a car. Massage therapist suing Kevin Spacey for sexual assault dies ahead of trial. Kevin Spacey accuser dies by suicide after actor posts "kill them with kindness" video. Kevin Spacey won't face criminal charges in groping case after accuser's death. What are we to make of this? And I think I've seen him sitting on, I believe, the Queen's throne with Ghislaine Maxwell. And I will, later on, I will do the Ghislaine and Princess Diana side by side. There might be something to it. For some reason, it just rings true. Marjorie Taylor Greene is here looking like a conspiracy theorist. You know the conspiracy theory meme? If you just searched on the internet for conspiracy theory meme, or the conspiracy theory guy meme, you see this person who looks like he hasn't slept in a week, and he's pointing at the wall, which is covered in all these newspaper clippings, and he's trying to explain how it all connects. And I believe it says Elvis lives and Pepe. I think you all know the meme. Anyhow, this is exactly what MTG looks like in this video, where she's talking about bringing articles of impeachment against Joe Biden. I'm so bored with mainstream blue pill politics. They're not even trying. G33 got the text. Oh yes, if you want to get the text, go to infiniteplane.media and sign up. You can find that link at ips.monster, simple domain. One domain, it's the only one you need to remember, ips.monster. I want some other domains that have IPS, but it's going to be a while before I can acquire those. But it takes you to the same place. Miguel says, Spacey got an honorary knighthood from King Charles. I've seen King Charles with a number of questionable people. And then, of course, pretty sure Prince Philip. Let me go ahead and get back to these notes. I got fatigue from all this. All these royals. Later, Princess Diana's Twitter account goes silent or pushes it back. Like, are people being trolled? I think so. I think there's some level of trolling happening here. Okay, let's continue. Get ready for your popcorn in 24 hours. The ladies and gentlemen, the people's queen is alive. She's healthy. Quote, I'm coming back stronger than ever. In 24 hours, I will turn the whole world around. This is an actual tweet. Princess Diana And they might have used an app to age her, like they do with all of these other dead celebrities. They overaged JFK Jr. He looks like Ronald Reagan. They need to turn it back a little bit. But 24 hours ago, she said she was going to end child trafficking. You know what the QAnoners never talk about? Child brides. I mean, there's a lot you could point at in the real world that's not hard to locate. You don't have to look for imaginary underground tunnels. You don't have to imagine it's only your political enemies doing it. And none of your good guys. Although they conveniently turn a blind eye to Matt Pizzagate, sidekick of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Matt Pizzagate ordering 17-year-olds. I mean, the number 17, ironic, right? Q. One of the number one Q pushers, Matt Pizzagate's ordering a 17-year-old piece of pizza on his Venmo and didn't know to make his Venmo private. And a lot of people don't. It's kind of interesting. You can like, oh, you're buying pot from that person? But basically, yeah, he was, and I don't know if that's true either. Who was his sidekick? You had Matt Pizzagates and some guy named Green, like oh, that's right. It was Greenberg. He's hanging out with Joel Greenberg. And the thing about, okay, so Joel Greenberg was a former tax collector, great guy, confidant of Matt Gaetz. And I believe it was Joel that was the one who was setting up it is pretty much human trafficking, having people drive out to go meet this guy somewhere. But I believe he was convicted or charged. Here it is. Now, this is a pop quiz. Pop quiz. How many criminal counts was Joel Greenberg indicted on? We're talking about theft, sex trafficking, cryptocurrency fraud, SBA loan fraud, and stalking. He pled guilty to these. But anyway, how many? If you're in the chat, there's a pop quiz. I'll give you a hint. Same number of rounds were fired from the gun of Frank James, the prophet of doom, in the subway. Same age that, this number is the age that the QAnon shaman was when he ran into strolled into the Capitol with a spear. If you answered 33, you're correct. Joel Greenberg was indicted on 33. Again, I look at that, I'm like, okay, it's probably fake. And speaking of 33, Trump said he floated the idea to Sean Hannity that maybe the reason the FBI raided his place is because they were looking for Hillary Clinton's emails. Do you remember the 33 million emails or 33,000? All right, let's continue. I have a new hoodie. Look, this is how free speech is taking a really a back seat to political correctness or whatever you want to call this. I made these shirts. I designed this shirt straight out of 1776, and it's got Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Illuminati. I thought it was kind of funny. I took his picture, I did a lino cut filter on it, I put straight out of 1776. I'll put a link there, and it's on Amazon, on my Amazon merch account. I made a similar one with Trump's face, and I put straight out of 1776 just to see, and that one's under review. I normally have my products published within minutes. They will not publish shirts with Trump's face on Amazon merch unless it goes through some kind of a filter process. Why is that? Meme control. That's what I think. I think it's all meme control. Miguel 2010 says, I'd say 99% of anything apart from sports and the media is absolute bollocks. Oh, but the sports is real. I'd like to think so. The athleticism, sure, you could admire that, but and how fakeable is it? That's a very good question. Have you seen those videos of people with gloves that have like magnets in them? Magnetic gloves for catching footballs? I've seen some things that would explain many anomalies that we've seen in actual NFL football games. There are some things where there could be some trickery involved. And there are some very interesting rituals that occur with the football and the baseball. And baseball does have some interesting Masonic connotations. Do you know how far home plate is from the pitcher's mound? 66 feet and 3 inches. Like, what is with that? The 666. It's because the pitcher represents the demiurge. This is all some kind of Gnostic play. It really is. But even with the football, you'll find some interesting connotations, some symbolism they throw in there. It's used as a propaganda outlet. The game is a convenient excuse, if anything. But it could be more. It might be that the game has some other meaning as well. It could be a big loosh magnet. Maybe it's a ritual. What's the difference? Would you know a pagan ritual if it was staring you in the face and you were cheering from your couch, staring at the black cube in the corner of your room? I don't think you would. It's not a coincidence that every single Super Bowl takes place usually on Candlemas, Imbolc, a day that celebrates the sun god's weaning. This is why Janet Jackson comes out and they show her breast with the sun on it, the sun symbol on the piercing. And then you have Justin Timberlake, blonde hair. Yeah, he represents the sun, or the sun king. She represents the goddess. And the exposed breast, it's because the ritual at that time of year is the sun god has been weaned. And they would parade Bridget, the goddess, around in a green field. Well, a football field. Then you have the one where they shut down the lights for 33 minutes. Presumably so they could all, Beyonce and Obama and the rest could all have a pizza party beneath the bleachers. But yeah, 33 minutes of darkness. That's got to be a ritual. And then you have a lot of these plays. Like, look up Joe Theismann. Joe Theismann and his knee injury and all of the, quote, eerie coincidences between his injury and Alex Smith, exactly 33 years later to the day. Same injury, same location, same corresponding players, same play, same results as far as the scores in the game. And Joe Theismann was there watching when it happened. Now, his name's probably pronounced Theismann, but I'm saying Theismann because it's very interesting that he's known for this. These world stage names, I'll have to put that in the Discord server. We have a list of these world stage names. I just added one. The other day there was an incident at one of these Chick-fil-A's where somebody tried to carjack somebody and one of the Chick-fil-A workers stopped him, and there was a brawl in the parking lot, and it was good PR for Chick-fil-A. It looked staged and phony to me. The assailant, whose name was Branch, was carjacking with a stick. I think it looked fake. It looked simulated. It looked like a PR stunt. But come on, his name is Branch and he uses a stick. G says bread and circuses. Bread and circuses, that's not so much the case today. Today it's bugs and Netflix. Jay Digg said he changed his name to sound like Theismann in college. It used to be Theismann. Right. But the leg breaking has some very interesting symbolism here. If we want to connect a couple of these things really quick here. 33 years apart, Theismann and Alex Smith have their legs broken. Theismann is watching when this other guy has an identical injury. 33 years apart, right? Alex Smith is his replacement is eventually Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick is known for what? He didn't have his leg taken, but he's known for taking a knee. And there is a continuity in the symbolism here of the legs being taken out and the kneeling, especially because it was Colin who was quarterback during the 33 minutes of darkness, the so-called Blackout Bowl, Super Bowl 47. There's a lot of significance there because this was before he took on the role of course, this symbolic figurehead and civil rights leader, but figurehead leader of BLM. De facto leader. I mean, if you look at his publications, you could argue that he is the ideological leader. I think he's been typecast as a Malcolm X. Not recognized as such yet, but will be. Miguel 2010 says the Super Bowl or Superb Owl. Yeah, I'm inclined to think Superb Owl. Both. Okay, we're going to continue on. The YouTube did purge us. Again, no big deal. Who really cares? We have our own system. But it did happen today. And they took out the video where we were talking about the dark side of JFK. The good news is, if you're on my newsletters, you will be getting links to all of the archives on places where they won't be deleted, like Rockfin. And Rockfin's been very good to us. We have more than 1,000 subscribers. And think about this. YouTube is a massive platform, and we can barely get 100 subs before they start sniping us. Here we are on a relatively newcomer. Rockfin's pretty new, and it's certainly not even close to the size of a YouTube. And we've already cleared 1,000 subs in just a few months. We're up to 1,031. And if you want to join me there, just go to rockfin.com/infiniteplaneradio. I'll put links, and I will be live streaming from there as well. And not only do I put all of the archives there, but I also post my newsletter. It's one of the nice features. You can live stream, you can post videos. It does have a great community because they have brought in the right content creators. Paul Joseph Watson, shill or not, world stager, I'll say. It does bring in, I think, a lot of people who are at least looking at things in the right direction, and it's a high quality audience there. But yeah, 1,000 people, and these aren't like 1,000 randoms. These aren't robots trying to sell you on dating apps like a lot of the subs you get on Twitter. But any of these newsletters that I discuss, or that I discuss live, that we go over like the one today, you will also find over there. Yeah, I keep trying to say Rockfin. It's Rofkin, right? It's one of the two. We'll get it right. Decomposing human remains can be legally used as compost starting in 2027, thanks to a new California law aimed at tackling climate change. This is something I predicted every single Earth Day. I bring this up. Every Earth Day, I'm like shouting out the unicorn killer. The unicorn killer, if you didn't know, is the name of the guy who started Earth Day. And he's named such because his name, Einhorn, means one horn. But he composted his girlfriend. He killed his girlfriend and he composted her. And I said, you can't get much more green than composting your ex. Or like Win Bruce, self-immolation. I thought that's interesting. He's like an icon for this movement, and he actually did this thing, which is probably going to be somehow mainstreamed in the future. And sure enough, now you can decompose your dead loved ones or whatever and use them as compost. Thanks a lot, Phase Polarizer. He says, we appreciate the text alerts. Yes, anytime somebody pitches in on the super chat, it goes into text alerts and expanding the channel. The reason I couldn't go live for the last couple of days is I had to reduce the account that I was on for streaming platforms, and I didn't want to delete all the keys. And thanks to those of you who have so generously pitched in here, we keep this thing rolling forward. I mean, we have literally lost more than 130 YouTube channels. Can you imagine how many subscribers we would have? How big our think tank would be if we didn't have this constant interruption? And that's why I drew the line this last time. And I said, we're just going to go with our own platform. No more YouTube centricity. Alex Jones clashing with judge over a meme. Yes, on his website, there are memes of the judge with laser eyes. The judge described as presiding over a kangaroo court. And this was brought up in court today. Very self-defeating. But then the judge comes back, and check this out. And you might not hear it because I don't know if she knows how good the mic is. She says when she learned that Alex Jones was going to be there, she wanted to call in sick. Like, does it sound like he's going to get a fair trial anyway? And play this short clip from his judge, who again was going to call in sick, and they laugh. And I think even his attorney was there also laughing.
Presidential elections, political figures, politics. Okay? All right. My neck hurts from turning to the left so much.
You're turning to the left. I know, I get that too. from my monitor at home, I get creaking ring.
It looks like Mr. Jones is going to be here tomorrow.
It looks like Mr. Jones is going to be here, right? And here's what she says.
I understand. I'm calling in sick.
She said, I'm calling in sick. And they're all laughing. I'm pretty sure that's Jones's attorney, right? Isn't that attorney is also a comedian who drops his pants and uses racial slurs as comedy? It is that guy.
I understand. I'm calling in sick. I'm not feeling well. I've never gotten
Ron,
COVID.
you're in charge.
I'm going to get COVID for the first time. I would ask the court to consider not requiring.
Anyway, yeah, hot mic. Calling in sick for Alex Jones. That's great. I'm going to play a short clip from Mike Rothschild. I interviewed him last year when he released his book, The Storm is Upon Us, and he's one of the most informed about the QAnon movement.
QAnon.
And when I first spoke to him, he didn't think there was anything significant to the JFK thing. Now it's central. Now the fringe aspect of it has taken center stage, but this is Mike Rothschild describing what Q is in a nutshell.
As it started out, and as it was for most of its existence, is a cult-like conspiracy theory that holds that a military intelligence team is working at the elbow of President Donald Trump to leak cryptic clues to an upcoming purge of the deep state called the Storm. And when the Storm is unveiled, there will be hundreds of thousands of sealed indictments that are opened. There will be mass arrests of the Democratic Party, the Hollywood elite, the banking elite, the globalist establishment, all of whom will then be executed or sent to Guantanamo Bay, and we will live in peace and harmony and prosperity.
Executed. Tribunals. I like to bring that up. They want to kill the Democrats. Like, why can't we just say it that way? And they want to because they believe they deserve it. And why wouldn't you want to kill them if they are indeed what they're rumored to be? Of course, there's a big difference between a rumor and an established fact, and you can't put somebody into captivity, and you can't execute somebody based on a rumor. This is a pretty decent meme posted by Kid Rock. Saturn's ring is the second largest ring in the solar system. The largest, of course, is the Hollywood pedo ring. Yeah, he's definitely on Team Trump. In fact, Trump opens up for Kid Rock concerts. He comes in on television and he says, "Let's make rock great again." It's kind of cringe. All right, continuing, let's go and get into this for just a moment. This is from InterestingEngineering.com. New Russian weapon. And again, last October, we were deconstructing Alec Baldwin's shooting of Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza at the Western movie set. And it's just about 45 minutes from here, right there in Santa Fe. It was the Rust movie set. And there were connections between Alec Baldwin and Helena Hutchins through the Tom Clancy Hunt for Red October. Hunt for Red October has to do with an undetectable nuclear submarine. And of course, the Western is key here because the theme of the West getting nuked. There's a number of connections here that we could get into, but mainly I wanted to point out here is that this theme of Hunt for Red October kind of surfaced at that time. New Russian weapon could flood U.S. coastal cities with nuclear tsunamis. Just like we were talking about the drills that were following Stranger Things, the 42-foot tsunamis in Seattle. New Russian weapon could flood U.S. coastal cities with nuclear tsunamis. Experts in weapons and Western officials have emphasized concerns regarding a specific, quote, super weapon of Russia's, the Poseidon 2M39 torpedo, undergoing rapid development. So we're talking about radioactive tsunamis. Again, I think this is the next excuse for lockdowns. Russia is building a military presence in the Arctic. And last week there were drills off the coast. We have China and Russia talking about, or rather, working together, a strategic alliance in space and elsewhere. And it just seems to me that it's communist moon bases are on the agenda here, and that America is not invited. We may not have a space station. The stealth torpedo is an uncrewed weapon with an onboard nuclear reactor. It aims to glide past coastal defenses, including the United States', along the sea floor. Russian officials claim it can deliver a warhead of several megatons, which can create radioactive waves capable of making large areas of a coastline deadly to human life for decades. Makes perfect sense. Goes on to say that this is not a paper tiger. The Poseidon torpedo can inundate U.S. coastal cities with radioactive tsunamis. I like how they name these things after gods. Again, Poseidon. And isn't it Poseidon who releases the Kraken in the new version of Clash of the Titans? Let's take a look. I mean, the symbolism is just so consistent, is it not? And sure enough, the actual Kraken, yeah, here we go. The Greek god Poseidon had dominion over the oceans and would be the likely choice to summon the Kraken. Poseidon's ultimate ability features the sea monster. Now, the Kraken's actually a Norse myth, but it doesn't matter. Not really. You can see how they use these things interchangeably. Diana, Artemis, Kraken can be more or less, this is what they do. It can be adapted. Like, for example, you could find connections between the Norse concept of the Kraken, the nuclear submarine, the science fiction character Cthulhu, and you can correlate this even with Godzilla beneath the sea. Godzilla's birthday, by the way, is November the 3rd. That date is very significant because the Kraken was going to be released for the November the 3rd election. 11/3 is a very significant date. It ties into also the Phoenix ritual inherent within 9/11. Again, the 33-year-old towers burn. New tower erected 13 years later opens on 11/3. Very significant number. Challenger blows up at 1 minute 13 seconds. But again, yeah, Godzilla, born on 11/3. It's a holiday in Japan. And there are many tie-ins we can get into here with this thing, but the new Godzilla movie, Godzilla vs. King Kong, he's kept at this subterranean base at level 33. And I think it's all symbolic. It's just to go back to what I mentioned at the very beginning about the vertebrae and the idea of the Kundalini fire snake, the idea of consciousness residing at the base of the spine, then rising up to the crown. I think that's why you would have Godzilla at level 33. It represents the base and Godzilla rising. It ties into the Kraken rising. It's all symbolic. Because you have to look at the ocean as a symbol, just as the sun and the moon in symbolism. The sun is you would say the conscious, the lunar is the subconscious. The ocean too represents the subconscious. So something rising to the surface, I think it represents the rising of revolution, the rising of mass hate or mass destruction, the rousing Leviathan, as it says in the Bible. I think it might be rousing a Leviathan of people. I'm not suggesting it's it's a literal sea monster. It's all just metaphorical, and we've seen it. And look at the symbolism here. The Watergate. Liz Cheney saying that the dam's about to break. There's cracks in the dam. All connected with the flooding, the flood the polls 2022. All right, let us continue. And by the way, if you go to ips.monster and you want to use something other than Vimeo, I put the links, and I'll put the links in every newsletter. I'm going to make sure we stay on every single platform. I just don't want to advertise them. We're centered at our own website. Okay, it's been 24 hours. Has Princess Diana shown up yet? I haven't seen it yet. They're already making excuses. Here we go. So 24 hours from now, when this obviously doesn't happen, will you tweet out an apology? And here's what Princess Diana said, or somebody close to her: "It's happening. But you don't know this queen. She's not a celebrity. She's alive and well, and she's conquering evil like no other." So she's fighting the bad guys. Just stay home and eat your popcorn. Even look in all caps here, replying to Q-Top, all caps: "I will ready my popcorn." They have memes of deer eating popcorn. This is why I said the QAnoners aren't ready for a civil war. They spent the last 2 years treating everything like a movie for their entertainment, eating popcorn. You can't sit around eating popcorn for 2 years and not, just get up and go to combat. All right, let's continue going through the minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. We were just talking about the new Russian weapon that will flood coastal cities with radioactive tsunamis. Again, Judgment Day is coming. T2 Judgment Day happens in Seattle. I don't think it's a coincidence. Now, I found something a few weeks ago, but I want to go back and revisit this. If you recall, I was discussing this theory that I believe it was started by Dallas Goldbug, that Megyn Kelly is actually Nicole Simpson. That O.J. Simpson didn't really kill her. It was all just a psyop, which makes a lot of sense when you look back at it. And the resemblance between Nicole Simpson and Megyn Kelly speaks for itself. Little differences could be explained away very easily. A little bit of cosmetic surgery, sure. Difference in years, only about 10 years, if that. Megyn Kelly could be lying about her age. Not a shock. But here's what's interesting. Because clearly, Marcia Clark would not know Nicole Simpson because she was there after Nicole died. So here she is meeting Megyn Kelly. And it's kind of a funny meeting. Megyn 51, Nicole would be 61 or 62. But here we go. Megyn Kelly jokes about her resemblance to Nicole Simpson, and she jokes to Marcia Clark. She mentions how she's been identified as the supposedly deceased, and I'm sensing Duper's delight. And the reason why is, and you'll hear it, she said that while this was happening, she was in college, she was in law school, and she was dying to be a prosecutor. I believe that's what she says here. I'm going to play it. It just sounds to me like this is what we would consider to be Duper's delight. But I'm going to play a small exchange between Megyn Kelly, who might be Nicole Simpson, and Marcia Clark.
In law school while you were trying this case. I was in my third year of law school watching you and dying to be a prosecutor.
Dying to be a prosecutor. Interesting choice of words. Megyn Kelly.
Third year of law school watching you and dying to be a prosecutor. And I had this weird thing at the time. I've had it ever since. I don't know. There's like a weird theory on the internet that somehow Nicole Brown Simpson and I are the same person, or that I'm her reincarnated. I don't know what their theory is, but there's just weird tentacles between me and this case. But
Yeah, okay. She was dying, right. No, she was dying to be on Fox News. This is obviously a joke because these two being in the same room is, to them, probably hilarious. All right, had to get that clip out there. Just nothing debunked that for me yet. The resemblance is obvious. The story fits. She got a really good gig as a reward, I think. Is anybody here following Trump on Truther, on Truth Social? He's gone back to some of his his childish kind of playground bullying. So he tweets a picture of Chris Christie at the salad bar. Chris Christie at a Roy Rogers at 11 p.m. in the evening trying to console himself. And I don't even know if that's Chris Christie or if it's just some random rotund individual, but he's being body shamed by Donald Trump. And then Donald Trump said that, is it Michael Fetterman who's running? Fetterman has dirty gym clothes that he's always wearing. FBI agents had dirty shoes and ruined his carpets. Here what he said. Donald Trump said, I got this email from John Fetterman. So John Fetterman's running for office, and he says, quote, in an email he sent to me, "We heard more lies from Donald Trump. He says I wear dirty sweatsuits and that I will bring death and destruction to Pennsylvania because I'm a raging lunatic. Will you please donate to my campaign?" I'll donate to his Amazon wish list if he has some clean sweatsuits. On October the 1st, the Gabby Petito story will premiere, the first day of Domestic Awareness Month. Interesting. Because this whole pagan occult holiday is about the abusive relationship between Hades and Persephone. Perfect timing. Okay, here's a bit of, I would consider this to be some pretty heavy meta scripting. The twins from The Shining did a little selfie during the Queen's funeral at Tower Bridge. The significance here, Tower Bridge looks like it looks like twin towers with a bridge in between. So you have the twins from The Shining posing in front of that. The significance here is that the twins are part of the predictive programming that brings you, that kind of foreshadows 9/11 in Stanley, so Stanley Kubrick, we all know he's associated with Apollo 11, but that's only a part of it. So the grown-up twins from The Shining pose in front of Tower Bridge. And I'll just give you an example. If you're looking at the screen, you can see the two girls holding hands wearing blue dresses in a hallway. Zoom out. They're in a room with a Bell telephone booth that they're standing right next to. Now, if you look at ground zero, you have the Twin Towers, and adjacent to them is the Bell telephone tower. Again, it corresponds to the Bell phone booth in the scene. Then you have Danny throwing darts while the girls are in the room. So you have the twins and you have darts flying. Then you cut to the scene where Danny is on his tricycle and he's going down the hallway toward the twins. Then the next scene, the twins are dead and chopped up on the floor, and there's a fireman's axe and an upturned chair. Ground zero, fireman looks like a similar scene. Eviscerated twins. These connections were made by chartword.com, and I put a link. The article's called Stanley Kubrick's Fake Death and 9/11. But what I wanted to point out is that for these twins to be a part of this movie that foreshadowed 9/11 in so many ways, now showing up in front of Tower Bridge after the Queen dies 911 days after 3/11, there's got to be something to it. Again, if you're not familiar with this, it's the actresses who played the Grady daughters, but Stanley Kubrick changed the Grady daughters into identical twins. So basically, the actresses who played them were twins, but that was one of his changes. He needed them to be twins. Why? I guess because, of course, he was encoding this operation. Not only that, but there's a Millennium Hilton. These terms are very significant, but the Hilton is styled to look like the 2001 monolith overlooking Ground Zero. Now, that's not a coincidence either. Millennium has a lot of significance because it's all about the new age, like Millennium Falcon, Age of Horus. It's pretty well encoded here. And I want to show you something that you can't unsee. Take a look at the Hilton logo, and it's quite obvious that it's the Twin Towers with the flight path of the planes cutting them in half. Again, they just recently closed the memorial near Ground Zero, one of these Ground Zero based sites. It's a big deal. Like, they're phasing it out. I wonder why. And I think Hilton right now is working on building space hotels. And speaking of space hotels, I don't think that anybody really believes it. Ask any of your Moony friends, the ones who believe that man went on the moon. Ask them, do you think that you might go to a space hotel? Their answer will be not in my lifetime, maybe my kids, maybe my grandkids. They're going to push it 50 years in the future. There's not one person you know that literally believes that they might go to space. If you ask them, would you go to space? No, it's obviously it's fantasy. It's hard to get them to admit it sometimes, but you can. And if they won't admit it, you get to hold them to things that are impossible to believe. Like, please explain to me why all of the moon rocks are petrified wood. If that's your evidence, then you must therefore accept that the moon is made of wood. Gates and Portals, Marina Abramovich, The Sound of All Human Knowledge, What We Owe the Future. Yeah, right now as we speak, Marina Abramovich, spirit cooker for the elite, is opening portals. Equinox, portals, direct conduit to the underworld. There's something going on, hellfire. Again, in Stranger Things, the kids that were in the film belong to the Hellfire Club, which is a reference to a secret society connected to Benjamin Franklin, which is also kind of interesting. We could delve into that. In fact, I'll put that in my notes. I'm finally getting a lot of things done, things that have been blocked. I don't know what it was, Mercury retrograde, but a lot of projects were just stalled. But they're happening anyway. We're not really falling behind. It's just I have my own schedule I try to keep up with. Okay, here we go. Gates and Portals, Marina Abramovich at Modern Art Oxford, beginning 924, Janus Ritual Witchcraft. So here we have it. Gates and Portals. This is happening in the next couple of days. This is an attempt to do something different. This is from her. Because in a normal exhibition, you're just a silent witness. At Modern Art Oxford, rather than just viewing artworks in front of you, you will be partaking in an experience that will be happening to you. I think this description could apply to everything in the mass media, that we are participating in it. It's not entertainment. It's meant to modify you. It's meant to change how you think, how you see the world, and it does. 2 years ago, everybody put on face diapers and stopped going to work because of what was on TV. It's not just art that you're viewing in front of you. It's an experience that happens to you. So Marina Abramovich opening portals, very consistent with everything else that's going on. I did look at the Queen's ritual, the goat. You know, they were worshiping a goat. Very interesting. Someone pointed out the curious resemblances between these various celebrities. I might go through some of those later. I don't think that Steve Carell looks like Alice Cooper. And I don't think that Alice Cooper looks like Jill Biden. And I don't think that Alice Cooper looks like Steve Carell, or that Steve Carell looks like Jill Biden. I mean, look, there's a very interesting trick that the mind plays on you. When you have two pictures that are side by side, and someone says it's the same, if you suspend disbelief, your imagination fills in the blank, and it seamlessly animates them together. That's how animation works. You're looking at disparate images, one after another in sequence. You know it's fake, cartoons aren't real, but you suspend disbelief and they're brought to life in your mind. The connections are forged. This drawing becomes that drawing. And I believe that that mechanism for connecting things or seeing things in a sequence is activated when you see faces that are very close, adjacent to one another. Now, I'm not trying to say that there aren't deep fakes, deep fakery. Obviously there is, but yeah, just because Jill Biden looks like Alice Cooper, yeah, that's not enough. There has to be other things that support it. All right, let us continue. If you want a wrench, go into the new server. You can find it at any of our sites. In fact, if you go to ips.monster and scroll down, there's a couple of buttons there that take you right into the chat. Here's from President Vladimir Putin. Those who are trying to blackmail us with nuclear weapons should know that the wind patterns can turn in their direction. Very important foreshadowing there. We'll be following this story closely. Thanks, Portal Complex, for shopping at the Infinite Plane Society shop there. It's a picture of the decal made by X-Pac. The stores will be restocked soon. I'm kind of behind on shipping. If you've ordered press passes, everything will be arriving. I'll be sending tracking numbers and everything else. Volunteers needed for actors. Volunteers. I was going to recommend this, but I'm not going to recommend it now, unless you just want to do intel. I thought it was a paid gig. Volunteers needed as actors for a full-scale exercise on Saturday morning, September the 24th. So this Saturday, the 24th, if you want to participate in a mass casualty, you want to go play dead? They need 50 volunteers, and this is going to be in Kansas. We need 50 volunteers to act as persons injured from a natural disaster. Victims will be given injury cards, and first responders will triage and sort the victims for response training. Some role players are also needed to play victims at each of the Jefferson County long-term care facilities. Okay, you have to sign up. There's an email there, but again, all ages welcome over the age of 10. But they also need nursing home victims. I imagine on Saturday then, the next Timothy McVeigh is going to blow up something and it might hit a nursing home. Do you recall the phrase CSAY, or the word CSAY? I invented it. It's part of the AUTOHOAX lexicon at AUTOHOAXology 101. We have that course, and I was putting out all these phrases that we use, the words that we use to describe what we're seeing on the world stage and how people respond to it. Everybody knows what hearsay is. It's not valid evidence, just passing on a rumor. Well, CSAY is what I call it when a person looks at a screen and says, I saw it in a screen, therefore I believe it and I will pass it on as first-hand knowledge. CSAY is not admissible. You're like, man landed on the moon, I saw it myself. No, you saw the screen. Well, that phrase, rather that word CSAY, has been stolen. Homeland Security, they tweeted today, September 25th is CSAY Day. Take the time to save the suspicious activity reporting numbers for wherever you live or work or spend your time. And by doing so, you can be prepared to keep your community safe when you see something suspicious. Recognize the signs of terrorism and terrorism-related suspicious activity, such as surveillance, eliciting information. They have a camera and somebody talking to your neighbors and taking note of the scenery with your camera. Very suspicious. Again, CSAY is an IPS term. It's the visual equivalent of hearsay, referring to people who trust the television as source, and the DHS has stolen it. I'll have to send them a cease and desist at the DHS Gov. What do you think? Should we get legal on them? Alright, there's an interesting headline here. Breaking, Mark Kelly's opponent Blake Masters describes abortions as demonic and accuses women who need them as engaging as, quote, religious sacrifice. You'll notice that the rhetoric is going to get increasingly religious, and the closer we get to the election, the less it's going to be about politics, and the more it's going to be about good versus evil. They always do this. And here's something else that I find interesting. Right now, it's the left. This is from the ACLU. I got this in my email. Stop book bans. Take action. Right now, the political left is acting like the right wing wants to burn books because they're against very specific books that are target marketing children with adult concepts. It's as simple as that. They're trying to sell or target their messaging to children. Now, this is not an argument for burning these books, but they're saying, let's keep these books out of the under 18 section or something like that. That's all that they're describing. But I think it's very ironic that the ACLU is acting like the right is somehow a threat to books when it is definitely solely on the left. that their agenda is to delete everything they don't like, cancel everything, digital book burning. They brag about it. YouTube CEO bragged about how many billions of comments they deleted. They feel good about it. So I think it's ironic that they would say, oh, we're worried about them burning books. Yeah, okay, so they're going to burn some trash not meant for kids. Who cares? You're deleting you're deleting culture. Organic, spontaneous, human culture. All right, let us continue. Someone called the other day and they said something about, oh yeah, about Damien Thorn, the Antichrist, and in the Omen series, and the significance of the emphasis on T for Thorn, and T like Trump. And I was thinking about that movie Omen, very similar to Devil's Advocate in some ways, but there are plenty of reasons why people thought that Jared Kushner could be the Damien Thorn of our end times. For example, he has his 666 Fifth Avenue place right there. I mean, that's kind of a little hint. I mean, there's quite a lot here. Who isn't being accused of being the Antichrist? I mean, Jared Kushner, sure. Greta Thunberg, I'm thinking more like Greta Thunberg. She's definitely closer to being the Antichrist. Although you have this self-styled prophet who's out there saying Biden's the Antichrist, but really evidence points toward Trump if you really get down to it. There's more world stage scripting to suggest that Trump is the Antichrist. My list keeps growing. Who do you think it is? Put your leading contender in the comments below. Russia makes threat to destroy SpaceX's Starlink. Yep, Space Wars is going to happen. And they may have something. I believe they might have some technology that we've never seen. What I mean is, they may have something like when the Queen's coffin was being wheeled out there was a beam of light that shone in front of everybody. It shined down from the heavens and it lit the coffin. Like, excuse me, but this is so staged. That has to be fake. So how do they fake it? I don't know. But that was fake, in my opinion. So I'm suggesting here that they have some technology for beams of light, tractor beams. I don't know, some kind of blue beam tech that we've been hearing about, but I think we've seen it. I mean, I'm open to the possibility that the powers that be are playing dumb with their space station, that they think they're concealing how good their special effects are. Like, you look at NASA special effects and compare it to Hollywood special effects, and NASA is lagging. And perhaps the reason why they're lagging is because what they have is so sophisticated. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully soon. Joined by Pippi Langstruff, Lickety Split 93, Adam Geringer. Thank you for joining. Again, ips.monster bookmark it. It's the only domain you need to know. We've been talking about the Where We Go One, We Go All. Everybody's pointing this out. Jimmy Kimmel's making fun of it, how they're all putting one finger up. I think this is very significant. I can't understate it. I think the Where We Go One, We Go All, the QAnon song, the fact that he's embracing it now, it's not an act of desperation. It's not pandering to his base. It's because it's time. The calm before the storm was the 1,776 days from the day he uttered that phrase, 10/5/2017, through 8/16/2022. After that period, it's pretty obvious that the calm is over. This is the storm. That night, that was a declaration that the quote storm, at least for the QAnoners, has begun. This is the storyline just being advanced. Lickety Split says, obviously the Antichrist is AI. Well, the term Antichrist, whatever you think about it, it's being used right now. Like, for example, there's this Russian intellectual who's talking about the need for there to be an army, We're talking about Alexander Dugin. Everyone needs to rise up and fight the Antichrist of the West. Mobilization of the whole of Russia to fight the anti-Christian Western world. Now, this was from 16 September. So a week ago, Alexander Dugin, Putin's brain, it was his daughter that was blown up in the car, that he was calling for the mobilization of Russia to fight the Antichrist Western world. And a couple of days ago, Putin calls up 300,000. This is just a few excerpts, a translation from his latest piece. It begins World War III, ideological frontline, mobilization, our allies, the spiritual factor. Here he goes. He's talking about how the modern West has abolished the family, community, honor, and institutions and have replaced it with virtual reality, extreme individualism, universal surveillance, totalitarian cancel culture, and a post-truth society. Open Satanism, outright racism. Only the West supports this. We are dealing with what the Orthodox elders call, quote, the civilization of the Antichrist. Goes on to say that the West is demonstrating its intention to start a war of annihilation, a third world war. We must all gather our deepest national potential to repel the attack by all means. Thoughts, military power, economy, culture, art, internal mobilization of all state structures and each of us. Again, this is a very interesting bit of writing. Definitely coincides with everything that we see. It's following the same pattern that we were expecting. I'm not surprised by any of that. And the framing of it as the Antichrist West, that's the interesting part to me. The deep state, the great Satan, this good versus evil, this modern satanic panic. And here's a short clip from Putin where he's basically saying this. This is a translation. I'll play a clip here, and then you can.
Вас сейчас настойчиво пытаются убедить в том, что все ваши трудности – это результат каких-то враждебных действий России, что из вашего собственного кошелька.
He says, I want ordinary citizens of the Western states to hear me. They want to convince you your difficulties are a result of hostile actions from Russia. But the truth is that the problem faced by millions of people in the West are the result of the actions of the ruling elites in the West. Their mistakes, myopia, and ambitions. Got it? Not hard to argue with that, but just a heads up again, the winds may blow our direction. Nuclear winter, it's all there. Dark winter, the division. I mean, we are living in a Clancy novel. The Division, Dark Winter, that's where that comes from. Sum of All Fears, 9/11, Hunt for Red October, The Undetectable Nuclear Submarine. Tesla car catches on fire in Connecticut. Does anyone here want to guess how many minutes it took to put the Tesla car fire out? Another pop quiz. Now, normally with pop quizzes, the answer is 33. But whenever it has to do with Elon Musk or outer space, there's a different number. Yep, lickety split, 42 minutes. Everything with Musk is 42. And when his cars burn, yeah, it'll take 42 minutes and 25,000 gallons of water to put it out. Let me play this clip here from this. This is a TikToker who is reminding us that Elon Musk is the guy who digitally inserted a mouse onto the outside of a rocket.
Everyone always asks me, if you don't believe in space, then what do you think of Elon Musk and his company SpaceX? SpaceX? More like Fake X. You think this guy's for free speech running around the Met Gala with this jacket on? What are those?
Now, I've seen this picture many times. It's Elon Musk and Grimes. I love their names, Musk, Grimes. I think their baby's name is Yucky. Musk, Grimes, Yucky. I don't know what the new one's name is yet. Now, at the back of his shirt, it's a white shirt, and in white raised font, it says New World Order.
Words say Novus Ordo Seclorum. Where have we seen that before?
And by the way, underneath Novus Ordo Seclorum, it has right above it rather, has the Roman numerals for 1776. What does that mean? Well, the pyramid, 13 layers, 1776. There's some connections here. 13 years after the Twin Towers fell. 13 years later, they raised the new tower, 1,776 feet high. 1776 is a reference to the Masonic Year of Light, 1776 AL, when the Tower of Babel's construction begins. This represents the Tower of Babel. This is the One World Trade Tower, another symbol. The eyeball in the triangle, well, that represents the eye of God, or whatever it is that you want to. It represents the elders, but their descent. The capstone is like the UFO descending. It's the final piece, the final piece to the pyramid, the completion of what they call the Great Work. And it ties into the Great Reset. That's why you have right now 2022 correlating with the year 1776, because this is when they finish the tower. Rather, the tower is finished. I kind of think it's more like this is when they tear it down. I think that's kind of what we're looking at. The one world unity represented by the International Space Station. This is really, to me, that's the symbol that there's this one mission that unites all mankind. The internet unifies us all. So they already have built this one world order. Like, it's important to note that there isn't a new world order coming, despite the conspiracy theories about it. The new world order is the old one with a new paint job. But this new reset requires that everything be torn down, and that's what they're about to do. In fact, last year there were cracks, literal cracks, on the ISS. Now, I don't believe in the ISS, but this is all story. Half a dozen cracks appeared on the Russia's module. This was last September 22nd. I mean, last year, we're looking at cracks on the space station, and I'm like, wait, if they're finding cracks up there, it was all summer through September. I was like, this thing's not going to fall literally like that. It's not going to crack apart, but we're going to see a dissolution of cooperation up there. And what have we seen for the last year but a dissolution of cooperation as China and Russia form their strategic alliance and America is being left out. All of this was foreshadowed in the space race between the American movie company with Tom Cruise and the Russian movie company that were working to produce the first movie on the space station. Tom Cruise lost, meaning America lost that space race. The Russians were filming a movie called The Challenge. Very interesting when you get into the storyline and the names and the significance of Tom Cruise to have lost this. But yes, America lost the space race. What that means is, I think, well, we'll see, but I believe it has something to do with whatever happens with the space station. So let me get back to this video. This is, again, someone on TikTok describing Elon Musk's mouse in space.
Now, what does this mean? New World Order, New World Age. But if you just think that was a coincidence, which I don't believe in coincidences, I've got way more to show you that this guy is probably not the most honest person. Like, does nobody remember the video of the rat running around on the outside of his rocket that we caught?
That was CRS-19, December 6, 2019. This was, again, a mission where they were taking genetically modified mice to space. It's not just that we saw a mouse on the outside of the rocket, as he's going to point out here. It's that the mission was to send genetically modified, quote, mighty mice into space. They're calling it Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse is a mouse in space. And now they have a mouse in space. Again, let me continue. You know, TikTokers are interesting people. And whenever I watch their videos, they're always floating around like genies. They disappear, they're on this side, they're on that side. and they're always blocking the screen. It's like you're trying to tell me about something, but you're blocking the screen. And it works, apparently. They get all the hits.
Just turn your phone for me, would you? What? Did you think we'd forget about this one? Just wait for it. Yeah. One more time in case you missed it. Or you may remember the time that he said he sent an electric car.
Okay, so let's go back and do a quick little search here. SpaceX Mighty Mouse. SpaceX launched Mighty Mice so they can stay swole a month after orbit. Bulked up Mighty Mice held on to their muscle during a month-long stay at the ISS. Mighty Mice in Space. Genetically enhanced Mighty Mice being launched into space by SpaceX. SpaceX launches Mighty Mice for a muscle study. Obviously, this ties into the Mighty Mouse that we saw on the outside of the space station. Again, this is something that we saw, and this was very revealing. Because there are people who will see it, and they can't see it. Like, how many fingers am I holding up? It's like 5 fingers, right? NASA says, I'm holding up 4. But you're seeing their whole, you're seeing 5, and then like it's pretty much, it's not what you see. It's what we tell you that we're seeing. If I'm holding up 3 fingers and I say it's 2, you're going to have to say 2. And most people just go with it. They're told, no, that is ice. That is space ice. It's not a mouse. And people will say, look, you're crazy. It's obviously space ice. But their eyes are seeing the same thing that my eyes are seeing. I'm seeing a mouse. I'm seeing something that looks like a mouse. It moves like a mouse. But it can't be a mouse, can it? And this is, again, where it gets very revealing. Will a person reach the right conclusion, or will they double down and not see what's in front of their face? And this is the cognitive dissonance. When a person chooses to see what they're told to see rather than what they see, that's when their mind has been broken. That's the 1984 thing. That's what the final result of the torture of Winston Smith brought. It didn't matter how many fingers that the Inquisitor was holding up. What mattered was his answer comported with what he was told. He stopped thinking for himself. His frame of reference was no longer his own 5 senses. It was what Big Brother said through the screen. And that's where a lot of people are at. And even if you're going to say, okay, I'm recognizing the mouse-like shape, but it's got to be ice. Okay, well then you should be super impressed. If you believe in outer space and rockets in space, and you see a video that shows you space ice forming at Mach 8 into the shape of a mouse and walking like a mouse, if that doesn't amaze you, then you're a boring person with no imagination and nothing can impress you, because that's just the most amazing thing, considering the bizarre coincidence, of course, of it being a mission with Mighty Mice on board. Like, how can you not see that as just immensely interesting and profound, even if you think it's impossible? But it's, again, there are so many instances I can bring up where there's a startling lack of curiosity exhibited by the MSM fundamentalists. Like, they don't even care. They want to just agree with what's on the screen. They don't care about these anomalies. Last time we spoke, I was describing the mission where they're getting vaxxed on the space station. And the mission is called Celestial Immunity. And during this mission, a piece of space junk punctures the arm of the space station right above its elbow. So you're telling me that the space station got vaxxed while they're doing celestial immunity? What's the significance there? Well, they've made a correlation between outer space and inner space, and the need for outer space harmony and inner space harmony. We can't coexist, quote, globally if we have space junk. We can't coexist globally if we have unvaxxed. There has to be some unity the inner space, outer space correlation has been made repeatedly. The first UFO crash was in Corona Field, Roswell. The Corona connection, the idea of the virus as alien, has been brought up to us in many different forms. In fact, when Putin released the Sputnik 5 vaccine for COVID in 2020, there was a movie that came out of Russia at the same time called Sputnik. And it was about a virus that is the alien, and that when it infects you, you are now a carrier of an extraterrestrial. It resides in your esophagus, and at night it crawls out and it scares people and it drinks their fear. Great movie. But my point is, this is a theme that was put out there in that whole summer. The idea that the people who are unvaxxed being, threats to, the whole world. Think about an alien invader. Alien invaders that fit in, yet they are, secretly working to destroy everything. Here's an article from August 2020. This is the same month that Putin's vaccine came out. This is the same month that the movie Sputnik came out. The Aliens Among Us: How Viruses Shape the World. The aliens aren't the virus. The aliens are the carriers. You're the invaders. And if you look at the magazine cover, and this is from The Economist, it looks like a scene from outer space. It looks like planets and moons and rockets and satellites. But no, it's AIDS, bacteria, monkeypox, and blood cells and COVID. Inner space. You see how inner space looks just like outer space? And this is going along with the theme of the correlation I'm pointing out between inner space and outer space, with the celestial immunity, with space junk correlating to the vaccine, and this problem of space junk being everybody's problem, the problem of the unvaxxed. Again, this is all just story. Heaven, for the modern religion, is outer space. It's a fictional place. It's used for them to build a utopian vision that we can all agree upon. But this is a very interesting spin on everything. It's just this idea that aliens could be an internal thing. And I think this is pretty much all we're going to get. I don't think we're going to see little green men in suits. We're not going to see anything out of Hollywood. In fact, I'm reminded of Colony on Netflix. This is when I first started noticing predictive programming for 311. Colony, Season 3, Episode 11. It's about obviously, because it's on TV, it's about a post-climate change utopian society. But they have to rebuild after an alien invasion. But you never see the aliens. They never show their faces. They just take over the government and everybody obeys. In the movie, there's a group of people resisting the alien invasion, and they're called Operation Phoenix. Season 3, Episode 11, 311, they say Seattle's going to be ground zero for the reboot of civilization. So after the alien invasion, they want to reboot civilization, starting in Seattle. Seattle's the blueprint for everything else. And this is all very interesting, considering that it was Seattle that was ground zero for the pandemic on 3/11. All right, let's continue to move forward. That was the Economist cover. Look, the Economist covers are all like that. You have to look at the Economist cover from 2017. Sharp Power, the new shape of Chinese influence. It's from 2017. It has a COVID ball painted like a globe, and only China's section is red. The inference is that it's all going to be red, at which point it would look like a real COVID. The new shape, novel shape, Chinese influence, influenza, it was pretty obviously saying that China would assert power. They would affect a communist revolution in another way, I think, through this COVID thing. In fact, let's look at that cover. When I first saw a COVID pellet, what do you call a COVID ball, a COVID cootie, my first thought was, if I saw a globe in space covered in nuclear detonations, ground zeros everywhere, it would look exactly like this. Gray clouds, nuclear winter, mushroom clouds covering it. That's what the COVID looks like. These look like mushroom clouds, and they're communist red. Makes even more sense. Now let's go back and look at this cover. The Economist, Sharp Power, the new shape of Chinese influence, the novel influenza. That is obviously a COVID ball, but it's a globe, covered in spikes. But if you painted it all red, you would have it. It also says Slaughterbots, Rise of the Military Robot. If this is predictive programming, then so is that. I guess we can expect killer robots next. Probably drones. I was thinking they could affect an alien invasion with just a bunch of drones from China. Alright, let me move on. R. Cook says, I've heard space junk referenced in music recently. Space junk didn't exist. They made it exist by putting it into movies like Moonfall and Don't Look Up. The movie, the series The 100. A number of shows that I was watching, and I was calling this out last year. I'm like, look, they're 42 years after Skylab, they kicked off this agenda, the Skyfall agenda. You're going to see space junk. It's going to become real. And now it is real. R. Cook says, Economist covers are like Netflix trending shows, always programming. Yeah, they absolutely are. All right, we have, just to get an idea of the numbers, we have about 41 people between DLive and YouTube. I don't have the number on Vimeo. Joined by Nama. Shannon Jones, thank you for joining. Appreciate the support, by the way. Everyone, again, just really being a part of the think tank is all we need. It's not about money necessarily here. They demonetize this channel all the time. We make it work. The main thing is that we recognize what we're actually doing. This isn't a YouTube channel. The think tank, the pool of researchers who are well appraised of what media is and what perception management is, who aren't fooled by the mainstream conspiracy theorists with their guardrailed conspiracy theories that keep you on the world stage. No, we've actually branched off. We are a breakaway civilization for all intents and purposes. The perspective that we have, this off-world stage perspective, is unique in media. And this is something that we are going to build into the future. We don't have to assume that all of their lies, or we don't have to pretend or pay lip service to lies to fit in, because we're not trying to conform. We're not attempting to mold ourselves to be appealing, to be mainstreamable at all. I'm just not trying to be censored by them. I'm like, we're just media critics. Why are they censoring us? We're not engaging in hate speech. We're describing the partisan political warfare. But we fall under that. And I'm just like, at this point, I'm tired of being censored because I'm not part of them. You know, we know better. For the most part, I consider what we're doing here to be inactivism. It's more philosophical, ivory tower, academic. You know, you wrestle with a pig, you both get muddy and the pig likes it. That's how I see the world stage. And we keep it pretty professional and clean here, and we're very effective. And we've been effective since the very beginning. In addition to the 40 or so people between these three platforms and those of you hanging out at the Vimeo, we have 33 people listening on the 24/7 audio stream. Let me do a quick glance at the headlines. So we discussed the twins from The Shining all grown up. We discussed Nick Fuentes and the right-wing white nationalist storyline that's going out there. Again, it's all Psywar, but that is the story. Judge jokes about calling in sick over Alex Jones. We've been talking about the nuclear winter, Chicago purge. Oh yes, Chicago's purge. That's going to be something. They're going to ratchet up the intensity over there in 2023. You can do murder, arson, threaten public officials, and you don't have to worry about bail money. Extinction Rebellion gluing themselves to chairs. Yeah, sure. Look, these people who are part of the green agenda are hypocrites unless they get themselves arrested and they find some way to stop traveling around. Because as long as they're driving around, they're part of the problem. The only non-hypocritical environmentalists are the ones who are already locking down to save the planet. And you don't see many of them. Most of them are eco-hypocrites. You've got eco-hypocrites, you've got climate criminals. Those are the rich ones, like the Kardashians. Okay, I brought something back, by the way. If you remember these mugs, don't talk to me until I've had my adrenochrome. I brought that one back. If anyone, look, I took this adrenochrome story as likely propaganda meant to agitate the right and create some kind of new satanic panic and frame the QAnoners as a counterpart to the radical Islamists. It's just too partisan to say only Democrats drink blood. I thought it was just kind of a hoax. Therefore, I created this. Don't talk to me until I've had my adrenochrome. Obviously, it's a joke. I don't really believe in this stuff, but it is the best-selling mug that we have. So I'm going to put a link in the chat. You can also just go to infiniteplane.media and click shop. And if you're done trusting the plan, you can still trust the Infinite Plane. I have Trust the Infinite Plane Society mugs also at the same link. And I just released these. These are Flat Earth mesh sneakers. That's right. This is a flat earth map design on these mesh sneakers. Just a few of the things that I've added to the shop. I've been doing nothing but web development and laying the groundwork for, really what is the long-term project of building this new media network. And it is this is exactly what we have done. It's not something that's going to happen. We've been doing it this entire time. We've just improving our methods. Last year, we were predicting the sky would fall, most likely in the form of space junk. Okay, that's right, Philippines. Right now in the Philippines, they're waiting for Chinese space junk to land in some populated areas. And people will believe it. They've spent enough time immersed in mass media deception, video games, in virtual reality, that they will believe it. Les Luther, here's a tweet here. Russia is mobilizing 300,000 reserve troops, allegedly. It sounds like a lot, but 250,000 NPCs went to London and stood in queue to walk past a potentially empty coffin. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I mean, 300,000 sounds kind of hoaxy, but look how many people they got to line up for that. Here's some more hopium. This is from September the 21st. The truth will always reveal itself. Nothing will be hidden. Everything will be revealed. This is from a Telegram account, Princess Diana Q. If you think it's a coincidence that of all days the next queen will be going live, you're sadly mistaken. Nothing is how it looks. Everything is a lie created by them, soon to be demolished. And this is a reference to Princess Diana and her revelation, which was supposed to be today. So she's late. Here we have Darth Schwab from the WEF, World Economic Forum 666. Again, if you look at their logo, that line goes through 3 O's. Yeah, it makes 3 6s. And O is also the 15th letter. 1 plus 5 is 6. However you look at it, there's 666. They want to have implants in your hand. 666 is the number of world government. It's the number of their beast system. Let me go and play this clip, though. This is Darth Schwab at the World Economic Forum.
Advancing very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how the people react, or I can feel how the people react to your answers. Is it imaginable?
I think that is imaginable. I think
I think, you can imagine that. You can imagine, well, you're going to be sort of transplanted into, the...
I think they're going to be sadly disappointed. Like, if you had an implant in this guy and you're, like, reading his thoughts, it's like silence. I think I heard crickets right there. And you can read people without the need for implants. They can read you anyway. I happen to treat my iPhone like it's a surveillance device. I just assume I'm being watched. Let me play this clip here. This is Bill Hicks / Alex Jones. Kind of a mashup.
You got me, okay? Okay. Are you happy now? This is just really hard for me to do. You bastards. Yes, I am Bill Hicks. It's hard to give up. To be more accurate, you didn't get it all, did you? You didn't get the full conspiracy. I played the character, Bill Hicks, for 15 years with my accomplice, Kevin Booth. And we fooled you all. The master actor, the master genius. Then I decided to bring forward an even more incredible persona, that of Alex Jones. But here's where the rest of the story comes in. For 20 years, I've been Alex Jones, since we staged my death in the early 1990s. The truth is that Bill Hicks himself never existed, and now I'm going to reveal my true identity.
Bill Hicks never existed. Interesting way of looking at it. I don't think Benicio del Toro existed either. I think it's Brad Pitt in a mask. More hopium. Get ready for your popcorn in 24 hours. The People's Queen. Alive, healthy, and well, I'm coming back stronger than ever to turn the world around. Again, it's been more than 24 hours, just pointing it out. Anybody who said that in 24 hours Princess Diana was going to save us, well, now what are you going to say? Now what? So much space fakery going around. Good to see. I think the issue is people just haven't looked. That's probably mostly the case. If you have any experience with video editing, you can't look at the ISS and say it's real without being a liar. At that point, you're lying to yourself. And next time you look at the space station, look at the lighting during the spacewalks and try to convince yourself that you're not looking at water, light underwater, an underwater staged a replica, an underwater stage, because the light diffuses underwater differently. The way that the Earth, or the way that outside of the space station looks from inside with a still camera, is vastly different from how it looks when they're using cameras, when they're videotaping them moving around. And the reason why is that the lighting looks very different. And it's because they are underwater. I'm going to play this clip. This is the Shining twins.
Come play with us on Cameo forever and ever.
So they're on Cameo right there with Corey Feldman and Roger Stone. You can hire them to say something. Again, the twins were posing at the Tower Bridge, which has twins, and they were used in a Kubrick film, which foreshadows 9/11. I'll play it one more time.
And ever. Come play with us on Cameo forever and ever and ever.
Okay, play with them on Cameo forever and ever and ever. Alright, moving on, we'll go through some headlines here. Alex Jones' trial goes off the rails. He claims the deep state is behind Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook families testify about fear of deniers. Yes, they're afraid of deniers. One of them even puts on a deep fake costume, like a disguise. There's a Sandy Hook father, and this is the strangest thing to me. He goes on the news to show how he has to wear a disguise because he's afraid of being recognized. But he goes on the news wearing the disguise, so you actually know what he looks like. But it's notable to me, and you're looking here at a deep fake disguise. Sandy Hook father uses facial prosthetics because of online death threats. Isn't this interesting in itself that somebody associated with an event that's suspected by some of being a PSYOP would have access to prosthetics? Do you have access to a prosthetic nose? A prosthetic face? Like if you don't want to be recognized somewhere, can you just go to your medicine cabinet and pull out a fake nose and some fake ears, some contacts, get a wig and head out the door? I don't think so. But here you have a theatrical makeup team, specialists, who are putting on a disguise for this guy. It says, this is from Daily Mail, he fought back against online trolls, winning settlements from those spreading conspiracy theories. Goes on to say, he was given a wig, prosthetics, and fake skin so he could be disguised from attackers. Again, I mean, this is, to me, this is almost proof that the whole thing is theater. Are you telling this is unbelievable? I'm sorry. And then moreover, if true, if you were going to put on a rubber face so you look like somebody else because you don't want to be recognized, would you wear that disguise on TV? It's like, okay, that's your disguise. Anyway, we'll move past that story. It just stood out to me as very ridiculous. Par for the course. General Flynn is a Pied Piper leading well-intentioned patriots to hell. I tend to agree with that. I looked into his background with PSYOPs, and I think that his job is to create the American counterpart to Al-Qaeda. And I think it's been completed. Mission accomplished. Michael Flynn claims globalists will try to turn humans into cyborgs since they failed to change their DNA with the shots. He was talking about how robot arms are cool, but not when you have robot parts on the inside. I don't think you should knock it till you try it. There are some people reporting that they're magnetic now, or their family members are magnetic, which I think is BS. If it was true, if you could take a shot of anything and be magnetized, like suddenly now things stick to you, like metal sticks to you, you could use that for wearables. You could stick your iPhone on your shoulder when you go jogging. But no, it's obviously not true. Donald Trump's former national security advisor, Michael Flynn, has claimed that the globalists will turn humans into cyborgs. Retired three-star general has become a leading figure to the QAnon. And I listened to this. It kind of sounded a little incoherent to me, the idea that we should be afraid of any kind of, quote, robotics. But they're grasping at straws. They're grasping at clots.
It's come into the news quite a bit because of all this COVID stuff and the responses. But all of these global organizations, the United Nations is another one. All these global organizations, they think they see themselves, and those that are sort of even above them, they see themselves as, this is how we can rule the world. This is how we can control societies. This is how we can control humanity. So let's introduce something called COVID, and they did it for a couple of reasons.
Again, this is General Flynn, top tier QAnoner, major QAnon pusher. Some suspect he is Q. He's definitely part of the operation.
Maybe we would be better off, but so there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of things here going on. But yes, these are globalist organizations. These are world organizations. And when you start to look at, who is directing them and who is leading them, there are real people behind that. And
okay, that's where he sounds somewhat sane. But then he gets into the robots and the robot parts where it gets to be almost science fiction like fears. And it's been said that if you pay him $350 and you get into his inner circle, he'll tell you about how the EMPs from the Chinese nukes are going to cause the heads of the vaxxed to explode. He said, wear your raincoat on that day because heads are going to explode. QAnon videos are getting millions of views on TikTok. Yep, TikTok's banning QAnon hashtags. They're banning hashtags. How weak is that? There's finally a plan to clean up all that space junk. Yeah, F the whales. Nobody cares about whales. Nobody cares about the ocean. They don't care, like they used to care that the ocean levels are going to rise. They don't care that the ocean levels did rise in 2021 from all the PPE. Nope, all they care about now is the hypothetical environment of low Earth orbit and the supposed junk that's up there that you can't even see. YouTube channel streaming the Alex Jones trial was disabled. Oh, they disabled the chat. Yeah, they don't want you talking or criticizing it. Look, they don't want anonymous people chatting. They don't want your letters. They don't want your words on the screen. Unbelievable. Alex Jones is being allowed to make his second trial on air, A Circus 2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he pitched some supplements and some cryptocurrency while he was there at the stand. QAnon thinks something big is coming because of a Simpsons episode. You know, they can mock us. Vice can mock us for pointing at the Simpsons and predicting the future. But when it's predictive programming and it's consistently reflected in what follows, then all we're doing is reading a script. Now, we don't think something big is happening because of a Simpsons episode. We think something big is happening because it's a PSYOP entertainment complex and they foreshadow everything. This is by David Gilbert. According to QAnon, September 24th is going to get wild. Well, you had this German lawmaker who was talking about the Ukraine invasion, and he said everybody's going to remember where they are on September 24th. He meant February. It was a gaffe. Context reveals it to be a gaffe. He misspoke. Yet many people ran with it and said he was warning us about September the 24th. Not true. Yet there is a lot of predictive programming. There are many different shows that do seem to suggest that something's going to happen on that day. I don't know necessarily. I'm more convinced that the 23rd. Evan Almighty, September 23rd, midday exactly, big flood. Genesis 6:14, God told Noah to build a flood. That's part of the story. He keeps seeing the 6:14 and he decides to build an ark. So I'm leaning more towards the 23rd. This is from Raw Story. Trump is afraid of being indicted and he has an army. Reporter debates when the next January 6th will happen. Liz Cheney, Trump is making a direct, incredible threat of violence against America. Is Trump preparing his people for a second coup? Fascinating. And one of the greatest developments lately is this one here. Australia to treat climate change denial as mental disorder. Yeah, let's not treat the people who are gluing themselves to paintings and laying in the roads, playing dead. Let's not treat them as having some kind of a mental disorder. The ones who think that we're in the end times, that there's 1,000 days left. No, they're perfectly fine. And then treat it as a mental disorder. I'm sorry, but like that to me is a misuse. It's a misuse of psychiatry. You know, you don't label opinions as this is weaponized psychiatry. It's actually very inhumane. It's actually gaslighting, psychopathologizing, labeling somebody as mentally sick because you don't like their opinions. Yeah, that's not exactly what psychiatry is for. Trump the Christ, Son of Man. I haven't listened to this, but this is from Blog Talk Radio. Apparently, at the Ohio rally, someone was passing around flyers. They think it was sponsored by Trump that were describing Donald Trump as, quote, the Son of Man. Here we go. This is from Jerry Williams and Paula Alexander discuss. Trump had flyers passed out at his rallies that said, the Son of Man, the Christ. Then the music of QAnon went on as he preached. Fascinating. I'd like to see a copy of it. If anybody has seen any flyers showing that Trump is somehow...
Hey everyone, I'm Megan Kelly. Welcome to the Megan Kelly Show.
Sorry, Nicole Simpson. She keeps popping up on my feed now. All right, so this has been great. I think we're going to continue likely tomorrow morning. The Vimeo is on. That is our new home, our new ground zero. I'm going to continue to watch everything along these lines. Alex Jones is, quote, a dangerous kind of mentally ill, unhinged, and weirder in person, said his ex-wife. You can't let them get a pass with using the phrase mentally ill to label opinions they don't like, especially when both sides are equally crazy and totally bat guano when it comes to, the fringes are equally bad. Not one of them is on the side of reality. I think we all know this. Ghislaine Maxwell slept with JFK Jr. Yep. And he's rumored to have had a relationship with Diana. And I'm sorry for those of you who are waiting for Princess Diana, who said this yesterday, that she spent 25 years of her life hiding. She'll be back tomorrow. Yep, she didn't show up. All right, thanks. Pippi Langstruff, Ari Goering, Portal Complex. Portal Complex says, artists in history steered the revolution and always gained ground. Well, the danger of the artist is that you create memes. Memes, it's short for memory. It's memorable. If something's memorable, if it can be transmitted, if it can be spread, you have an infodemic. If it's a meme they don't want. My contention is that the pandemic was a cover for the solution that they would need for the infodemic. They wanted to implement this total control over the flow of information on the basis that, well, we have to save people. We have to protect people from misinformation. And if we don't, they're going to die. They made it very dire. And now that we're past that, they have all these same controls in place. They've already established the precedent. It's the new normal. The new normal is censorship. The new normal is arbitrary censorship by companies that are basically prostituted out to the government. I mean, that's what we're looking at. These aren't independent companies. If they're being used as a proxy for the government to enforce thought control, and that's what we have seen. All right, I think this is a great point here. I'll also put a link in the chat. If you haven't been there, just definitely go to ips.monster. That is the domain. It has all the relevant links if you want to sign up for text alerts. And thanks again for everyone who has been chatting here and signing in over at Vimeo. Again, Vimeo is easy. You just go over to ips.monster. You don't need to join anything. Just sign in with a moniker. And these chats are persistent. I'm watching all of them. And we will be expanding back onto Rofkin and other platforms here very, very soon. Okay, we're going to be watching the equinox. I'm expecting Judgment Day, nukes, nuclear fallout, nuclear winter, some kind of fireworks, possible Project Bluebeam on the West Coast or Seattle. I don't think it's the 24th. I think it's the 23rd. Just a heads up. Anyway, here is Pope Elon. Have a great night. It's going to stick on the 24/7. So if you want to stick around for the 24/7 live stream, it's going to replay from the last few days.
If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
All right, that's Edges in Your Mind, Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. I'll put a link in the chat. Thanks again, Chief Crow, for all the great music. And again, you can find them on Bandcamp, on Amazon Music. I put the links usually in the video description below. All right, today is September the 5th, 2022. We are back. We are off for the weekend. Labor Day holiday kind of closed everything out there in the real world, so I had to take some time to work on a few other projects, but things are rolling. Let me go ahead and see who's here in the comments. I did send out text message notifications, so those are coming out again. And if you're not getting texts, go to infiniteplane.radio and sign up all over again. I had to get a new account. Lloyd asks why music took over. The live stream you were listening to will resume. The exact replay it was on as soon as this is over. And we're going to be live mostly 7 to 9. Mostly 7 to 9 p.m. Mountain Time. We're starting a little early today. I'm working on a whole lot of side projects, but many of them are kind of wrapping up. Diffuser says, D-Live messages are working fine, but Discord not showing up. Am I doing it wrong on Discord? I think just keep trying. Maybe it's just there's a delay or something, but I'm seeing your messages just fine. We're joined by Smarty Pants Coyote, CMGs 510, Crackle D-Man, Flatlander Cubstar Maddie 33, Frank Murr JT 33, Osher Portal Complex. Okay, we have enough here. We have a raft. Technically it's a raft. I see at least like 75. There's actually a whole lot going on right now. I have a new podcast specifically to do daily news briefs because there's so much going on. And I've been listening to NPR quite a bit, as I keep up with everything, but I've been specifically noting how they present their news briefs, and I think it's a very useful format, and we're doing something very similar here starting tomorrow. It's called the IPS, or the Insider, INCITER, so you'll get that if you're subscribed. MAGA is melting down over satanic blood red lighting during Biden's speech. The imagery is just so blatantly ripped off of a few sources. I believe it was V for Vendetta. I detected a bit of Pink Floyd The Wall, but there's quite a lot we could extrapolate from this. The lighting itself, the red and the blue, it's patriotic when Trump does it, but when he does it, I mean, it's undeniable though. He does look very, very sinister, and it's been memed. In fact, I memed it myself. I just put the head of the vampire from Bram Stoker's Dracula. I didn't even change it into Biden. It already looks like Biden, if you haven't noticed. Eliza Fletcher is this year's Gabby Petito. You all remember last year? Gabby Petito, Brain Laundry, or Brian Laundry, the kidnapping, and how that entire story was full of clues. Like you can even see in the image that they put on the thumbnail here, the word hoax reflected in her image, in her glasses. There's always clues in these events. There's the question mark. There's the, is this the actual image? I believe it is. Oh, it says fake, F-A-K-E. You can see the word fake in the lens of Gabby Petito's glasses in one of these shots. Many of the shots seem to present her as a type of, I believe, a spring maiden Virgo archetype. They even had her posing like Virgo with angel wings on one of the posters. She was kidnapped. It was a big dramatic story. The 22-year-old Long Islander was found, strangled on September the 19th after a massive search. I'm just contrasting this with this latest kidnapping of Eliza Fletcher, a billionaire heiress, which is in the news right now. And I don't think it's a coincidence that these events are happening during Virgo. I think it's also notable that right now you have Brittany Griner, Free Britney. Last year it was Free Britney Spears. And the story is Virgo personified as Persephone, kidnapped and taken into Hades, is representing our transition from summer into the fall and winter, the dark half of the year. And I'm looking at this as some elaborate ritual, elaborate ceremony, no different than Bohemian Grove type stuff or Burning Man type stuff, but played out in the public. I think it's utterly pagan. It's definitely connected to the mysteries. I don't think these are real, actual victims. I think it's all part of the PSYOP. But this is an article that just came out. Gabby Petito's dad, 1 year anniversary. We cry every day. We'll continue to discuss the Eliza Fletcher story as we go along here. And a lot of it's probably just PSYOP. I noticed they're kind of bringing back serial killers. I believe it was Miles Mathis who first posited that the reason why they phased out serial killers in favor of mass murderers is the public attention span can't hold on to a serial killer story long enough to be terrified by it. I disagree. I mean, I do agree that they phased it out, but I think it's because the media is decentralized and it's harder to get their attention. I don't necessarily think that attention spans are fractured. People have long attention spans when it comes to propaganda and programming. They get glued to their televisions. But I do think they're bringing back serial killers. Just something to look forward to. There is some pretty interesting fake space imagery that's being shared right now. Does this beautiful time lapse really show Europa and Io orbiting around Jupiter? So you have these space fanatics, true believers, watching this video of what appears to be a couple of Jupiter's moons passing in front of it. And they think it's the most beautiful thing they've ever seen. They're crying. Their jaws are dropping open. And they're tweeting about it. And I'm like, it's fake. Well, look at this. This is from a website about photography, and it's actually pointing out, says, it's funny how many things are being called out as fake lately. It seems like most people think everything posted to social media has been made by someone in their bedroom with After Effects or Blender. The latest victim to the cries of fake is a time-lapse sequence created from a number of still shots by Cassini of the moons Io and Europa passing Jupiter's surface January 2001. So what we're looking at here is, again, an image created by NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This image is not a video. So people share it and they talk about it like it's a video, but it's technically an animation. My question is, are we wrong to call it fake? The way they're not presenting it, saying this is an animation that's reconstructed. It's just tweeted out there. A scientist did this, not an animation special effects guy. Scientist Kevin M. Gill combined hundreds of images shot by Cassini into a time-lapse sequence. Despite the images having been created 21 years ago, the time-lapse wasn't posted until recently on social media. So many people are calling it a time-lapse, but the commenters don't believe it's real. People seem to think that this is fake. And again, why are they offended? It's created using still images, and it's somewhat been misrepresented. And the way they lie is often in just letting you believe the BS and not correcting you. They don't even have to explicitly lie. It'd be nice if even people are kind of let down to find out the truth about it. And is it fakeable? Yes, I always have to ask this question. There's a really good example of a space station transit passing Saturn. So a photographer photographs an ISS transit in front of Saturn. NASA makes it their astrology picture of the day. Gets all kinds of awards and accolades. Turns out it's fake. NASA got fooled. So of course these things are easily faked. Now here's what the author put here. Yeah, it's quote real in a sense. He puts real in quotes. This is what we would call fake. Like everything out there in space is fake. But then a fabrication created out there, it's a fake to begin with. The pictures are fakes. It's not a question of whether this is an actual time lapse. But this is just how deep people are when they're immersed into this kind of programming. They're hypnotized into believing all these cartoons as real until proven fake. They assume it's real. So what the author concludes here is that you can call them real photographs of the moons passing over the surface, but it's not exactly documentary footage. It's composited together. The movement was simulated for a more pleasing result. Kevin used artistic license to produce something that was intentionally supposed to look prettier. I suppose it's like shooting an actor on a green screen and compositing them on top of a real-world background filmed separately the next day. The actor's real, the background is real, but is the final result real? After all, wasn't there at the time of the filming? This is insane to me. They're even debating whether they can give this a pass as real or not. Let's just go ahead and call it a cartoon. I think what he ended up concluding, what he ends up calling it is this. This is a composite because it has to be. That's what they always say. It has to be. And you often find when you look at pictures of the globe, the globe itself, blue marble, the face of the god of this new paradigm, has clouds that are obviously made with some kind of Photoshop stamp. Clouds that are just repeated by some lazy NASA employee. I mean, $58 million a day or something. How much money are they getting? And they can't afford people who can do a thorough job. So what do you think? Can this be considered real just because it's made from actual photographs, even though it's a composite? Isn't any composite, just by the very nature of composites, quote, not real? This is nice. This is what you call 2 + 2 = 5. You have the true believers in the system confronted with the facts, and instead of going to the facts, they kind of just play with the words. So it's real. You can't call it fake, even though it's fake. Evil Coyote remarking on the Biden movie set, bit of the wall. I thought so too. And his hands up when Biden's shaking his fists and he's looking all mad. It looks like Hitler. You know what's funny though? He was compared to Hitler by a lot of people. A lot of people were saying this is Hitler. Then I noticed a lot of the white nationalist types were mad. They say, how dare you compare Biden to Hitler? Because they like Hitler. And Trump is their new Hitler. If you really get down to, I mean, it's kind of a trail to go down, but if you really follow what they really believe, they don't want Biden to be the Hitler because Hitler's their guy. They even say Hitler's misunderstood. I just call them Hitler apologists. Really boring people, to be quite honest. I've been trolled by a fair number of them, but recently I just kind of tune all that stuff out. It glows. It's all just glowy. Again, Artemis 2, or Artemis had its second launch scrubbed. Now, most of you here know that it's all fake. So what is the point? What is the point to faking accidents or to fake delays? To make it seem more legitimate. Likely to bring in, I think, more eyeballs to the actual event and make it seem like it's more challenging. But is space science just an occult religion? What's the connection between Wernher von Braun, ex-Nazi, father of rocket technology, Jack Parsons, rocket engineer, Thelemite occultist, Lafayette Ronald Hubbard, the founder of the Church of Scientology, Walt Disney, cartoon films producer, Aleister Crowley, the wickedest man in the world, an extraterrestrial aliens medium. They all helped create NASA. Those are all just facts, just putting it out there, conveniently on one meme. And this explains it all. This explains your modern world. Lloyd Miller says, Trump will be a savior that leads down the primrose path to the NWO. I agree with that. I believe right now we're witnessing the Biff Tannen stage of Donald Trump. If you watch Back to the Future, Biff Tannen is based on Trump. There are some details in there, and of course this is admitted by the writer, but there are some details in there that make me think that right now we're about to enter that Biff Tannen phase. And when I look into the predictive programming throughout that Back to the Future movie series, all of it's referencing post 9/11, NWO. There's a lot of that. And Trump is out there scaring his political opponents because he's endorsing Q. He's retweeting Q posts. Here's an example. This is Biff Tannen on the bottom, posing next to his self-portrait. And notice how close it looks to Donald Trump's self-portrait. This was shared on CNN the other day on their Situation Room. Inside Mar-a-Lago, the monument to Donald Trump. So there's a picture of Donald Trump in a sweater posing against a golden background. It's like a halo practically. Like the sun is lighting the back of his head on this portrait, and CNN is focusing on it. And it does in fact resemble the portrait that Biff Tannen poses in front of very pridefully in the Back to the Future. And Biff Tannen looks like a combination of, if you were to put Trump and Elvis together in a mashup, you would get Biff Tannen. And this is not one of these random connections that just seem coincidental, likely to be true. No, the author consciously did this, and it makes me wonder why. Back to the Future writer Biff Tannen is based on Donald Trump. Did he know something? Did he know the future role that Trump would play on the world stage? This film has been described as prescient. There's a very specific analog between Biff Tannen, the bully, the bad guy, in almost every timeline in Back to the Future Part 2, and a certain political figure who's rather popular in the States right now. He's been handed the keys to fortune. He's unrepentantly used that fortune exclusively for himself. He's even become a public advocate for plastic surgery for women and his family. He's talking about Trump. So Bob Gale, who wrote it, had a lot of things to say about Trump here. Biff uses profits from his 27-story casino, which is based on the Trump Plaza Hotel. Fascinating. To help shake up the Republican Party before eventually assuming political power for himself to transform Hill Valley, California, into a dystopian, lawless wasteland where hooliganism reigns, dissent is quashed, and where Biff encourages every citizen to call him, quote, America's greatest living folk hero. Sounds like Trump. Really does. All right, let's go ahead and go through your comments. I don't want to get too far ahead. We are trying to catch up. It's been a few days here. Lloyd Miller says the Biden admin seems like a parody. I thought so too. And it could be that they staged it in this manner specifically to trigger people, to make fun of them. I've noticed a lot of that. Like they're almost engineering a new satanic panic. Vice.com is making fun of the memes here, but they see it as overreaction. It's almost like they think you're warped if you see something wrong with this. Not that I see something wrong with it, but as someone who does graphic art and I watch a lot of movies, I like a lot of what I see on Netflix. This is the type of imagery you'd have in a scene where they kill and eat babies. This is dark imagery. You really can't deny it. A couple of phoenixes, the soldiers in the back, kind of anonymous, the red bricks, the Hitler pose. Yeah, it's pretty hard to, sugarcoat this thing. MAGA forces are determined to take this country backward, Biden said in a primetime speech. There's a new term for that. It's called violent MAGAism. So you can look forward to that. Violent MAGAism. It's the white Al-Qaeda, vanilla ISIS, this MAGA ban. They've been recreating domestic violent extremism based on the radical Islamic template. The Quran radicals are QAnon radicals. It's the same kind of template, even with the idea of the deep state. Just replace deep state with great Satan. What's the difference? And the more I look at it, the more it appears to me that this is intentional, that they have created the MAGA ban. But now they're calling them violent MAGAists or violent MAGAism. And this comes from a national security analyst who is describing a, quote, strain of Trumpism. A strain, like it's a virus. Juliet Kayyem, national security analyst, said that the violent MAGAism is taking over the party. It's interesting that Al-Qaeda means base. The white nationalists, the ones who are always getting arrested and there's stories about them plotting to commit terror attacks, they call themselves the base. It tells me it's the same authors. But these images of Biden, if you ask me, they're kind of obviously meant to antagonize. Like if Trump did this, who knows what they would have overreacted. Within minutes of the speech airing, forum members, and this is from Vice, so it's coming from the pro-Biden side of the fence. It says, forum members were sharing memes featuring altered images showing Biden dressed as Hitler with Nazi flags superimposed on the background, Biden wearing demonic masks, or with him speaking at a podium featuring the Soviet hammer and sickle. It's not a stretch. It's really not a stretch here. In fact, I would say Vice.com is gaslighting its readers to say that there isn't some connection to be made there. Soon the hashtag pedo Hitler was trending. I thought he was pedo Pete. That was trending after a, quote, right-wing troll account urged its 800,000 followers to promote the phrase. One of those helping to boost the hashtag was former Trump lawyer Jenna Ellis. Okay, well, he's been described as a satanic ghoul. Tucker Carlson came out and described the visuals as a blood red Nazi background. Another Fox News show, Monica Crowley, said it was satanic with the blood lighting. I think I trust Monica Crowley. If Monica Crowley says the imagery was satanic with the blood red lighting, I'm going to take her at her.
So laced with ugly and divisive political rhetoric and a backdrop that looked like that?
Well, first of all, the imagery there was almost satanic with that blood red lighting and the two Marines.
Yeah, Monica Crowley, no relation to Alistair, I'm sure. How many people have that name? And would you change it? I heard that Jeffrey Dahmer's family changed their names. Some of them did. All right, I'm going through some comments again. I don't want to get too far ahead. Devil's Advocate, Salty Siren. Okay, let's look at Devil's Advocate. I'm pretty sure they use that exact hue of red. Absolutely. We're not far off. The memesters, the quote trolls, the ones who are being critical of it, they're not overreacting. I'm not a church lady. I'm not experiencing any kind of satanic panic. I'm just looking at it objectively. And objectively speaking, the colors that they used to give Joe Biden some clout, some gravitas to make him seem serious or something intimidating, whatever they did this for. And again, it may have been just to trigger the response they got. The colors do match Devil's Advocate. And by the way, Devil's Advocate features the penthouse where Donald Trump stays. You know, his office was the devil's office. Not a coincidence there. But I would say it's a match. Let us continue. We're going to listen to the rest of Monica Crowley and the others reacting to it. And I don't think these are overreactions. To me, it's almost parody. Like, did Joe Biden jump the shark? Did they go too far?
Marines behind him. It was just insane. Look, this was a garbage speech by a garbage president. And the fact he gave this disgusting, dangerous speech at Independence Hall is a sacrilege.
A sacrilege. Okay, that's the terminology she's going to use. Sacrilege. Interesting. So this color is sacrilege. Do we need to ban that color now? That hue of red. Okay, let us continue. Tomanoid2 says it's the Force Awakens First Order speech. Joined by Coffee Talk with Sandra. Infinite Plane Trotter hasn't been here in a while. Good to see you. He was here during the early days when we were massing up chat rating and hijacking other people's live streams to force memes. JT33 says Biff Trump. Yeah, I think Biff Trump sums it up. He's in that stage right now, and he has been for a few days, especially with the recent endorsements of the QAnoners. All right. I think we've got all the comments on this. If anyone else has anything about the colors here, I have a few notes on this. I have a book here that references color magic, and I was looking at this, and red has some obvious associations, but Mars and the war and that kind of stuff, sure. But to me, this is more like, let's frighten the right and get the QAnoners agitated. And here's a contrast. Here is Donald Trump kissing a flag, and there is Joe Biden with his fists up. And that fist, the clenched fists up, yelling face, that is classic Hitler. That is a Hitler pose. It's a very popular Hitler meme with that. And people often have like light sticks in his hands and they animate it, but that's not random. And also someone remarked that the podium looks like a coffin. And it really does. It looks like one of those coffins that, vampires sleep in. And just for comparison, look at Bram Stoker's Dracula from 1992. I had mashed these memes up. I put Bram Stoker, and it has the same color red, on Biden's head. It's a match. You don't even have to Photoshop it. I did see a lot of the V for Vendetta. We had remarked on that. And V for Vendetta is big in predictive programming. It came out in 2005, predicted some future 15 years ahead where the world would be locked down because of the St. Mary's plague. Commenter says the blue and white lights weren't turned on, only the red one. I thought you had to zoom out a little bit. But either way, it's not an overreaction to say it's blood red or satanic. And when you do look at the Church of Satan does use red, I'm sure, but satanic, I don't know. Blood red, yes. I think they're more like just black. I don't even know if they use I don't know, but I have found some interesting stuff on color magic, and it all really has to do with Mars, if you ask me. The term satanic is just too vague and too broad. People will just say it's satanic, and they just broad brush a lot of stuff. And like, no, the elite aren't Satanists. They really aren't. If you look at closely at what they actually are involved in, this astrotheology is far more nuanced. It's more polytheistic, if anything. And even that, it's a stretch to say they literally believe in this stuff. Robert Jerome says Biden's turning into Grandpa Munster. Well, masks don't age, do they? CGI doesn't age. I mean, what I mean is, in a way, I think that this is the mask that we're going to be stuck with for the next 4 years. They just update him once in a while. Like, I think they updated him about 2016. Some have argued convincingly that he'd been swapped out for someone else, likely a cast of characters. I've had a whole list of people suspected of being Joe Biden. Who plays him? Who's the root actor? My best guess, personally, not Jim Carrey, not James Wood, who I don't think his nose would fit. I think it's Beau Biden. If anybody's playing CGI Joe, sometimes CGI. I mean, look, sometimes they do use body doubles. They do CGI stand-ins. They do deepfake. You could find an image, just a clip, where Biden's got 3 hands. 2 hands up, 1 on the side of the podium. That's just a glitch, an editing glitch. We've seen, I think Laura Loomer even exposed or inadvertently exposed a body double pretending to be Kamala Harris doing a meet and greet. But because everyone was masked and socially distanced, she was able to kind of conceal the fact it wasn't her. All right, let's continue here. Chad Gambler says they're all Satanists. Maybe we're just talking about the same thing and using different names for it. But the whole problem with that premise is that if it's Satan versus Jesus or Satan versus God, it plays into a setup, like a controlled opposition setup that I don't quite trust. Like, one side's good, one side's evil, and it's way too perfectly split down the middle to be real. Like, you're going to tell me that the blood drinkers and the Satanists are only on the political left and the Republicans can save you? Obviously, it's just hyperbole to brand the other side. To the radical Islamists, Great Satan would include everybody, both political parties. And we've had how many years now of QAnoners talking about the vampires and the deep state, and we haven't seen any evidence yet. When are we going to see Frazzle Drip? I want to see the video of Hillary Clinton running around wearing skin masks. Thank you, Evil Coyote. Evil Coyote believes evil gorillas are real. I'd like to think we could put an end to the gorilla denialism. I think I addressed panda denialism, and there are people who don't believe in pandas. You know who don't believe in panda bears? The Bears. Owen Benjamin's Bear Club. The listeners of the comedian Owen Benjamin call themselves Bears, and they call him Big Bear. That's what they do. Anyway, they don't believe in panda bears. I don't know if they're threatened, because panda bears are just kind of goofy. They don't like panda bears for some reason. Maybe it diminishes what they're trying to do with the grizzly bear. They're trying to epitomize what the left would call toxic masculinity. And here you have panda bears that can't even defend themselves, and they can't even climb right. If they go down a hill, they roll. They're kind of not all that intimidating or even all that serious by comparison. So they don't want to believe in panda bears. But I hear gorilla denialists, and I can't really stand by that one because there's too much out there. Not just videos, but I go to the zoo. I saw a video on YouTube a couple days ago of a gorilla fight. Another one, and these are things that could not be imitated by men in costumes. These are things that could not be imitated with animatronics. In fact, I saw one where it was a gorilla twerking trying to attract the males. So I've seen stuff that I would say would be irrefutable. And again, if you really are a believer or a non-believer in any of these animals, I could care less. I'm just interested in how people arrive at their conclusions. And I find that the people who don't believe in exotic animals are making arguments from pure ignorance, arguments from incredulity. I can't believe a bird would have a beak that big. That's got to be a parrot with a plastic appendage glued on. No way that's a toucan. There aren't toucan denialists. Okay, let us continue here. Ollie Goering says they hate panda jelly bean babies because they look weird. I've seen panda births, and yeah, look, panda bears are fascinating, but to say that they don't exist is a little dismissive. And I did a little research because one of the claims made by the panda bear denialists was that they can't really defend themselves, like they're not fighters like grizzlies. But that's not necessarily true. I did find a number of accounts. For example, there was one account of a drunk man who climbed into a panda exhibit and he hugged a panda bear and it nearly chewed his feet off. He lost so much blood he needed an entire full body blood transfusion. And that was a panda bear. I'm waiting for one of these denialists to do something like that. Yeah, let's go ahead and prove it. Prove that you don't actually believe in gorillas and take the mask off it. And you'll find that they won't. Crackle D-Man says Coco the gorilla was not believable. Whether it was real or someone in a suit, it was for NWO mouthpiece purposes. Okay, let's bring up Coco the gorilla. Now, Coco the gorilla could just be a crisis actor without her consent. So this is a lowland gorilla born in San Francisco. Died at the age of 46 just a few years ago. And this is the gorilla that does the sign language. I'm very familiar. Is it fakeable? I would say on a small scale, yes. Gorillas are fakeable on a small scale. In movies, they're constantly faking all these things. But could you fake them in front of an audience? Well, no, it has to be a closed movie set. And there's enough evidence of Coco existing outside of closed movie sets. I think you'd have a hard time saying this person doesn't exist. But I do think you're right that this is a mouthpiece for the NWO. It's just a crisis actor. Got to earn your keep. Crackle D-Man says, Coco sad, humans destroy Earth. Give me a break. See, I don't doubt that. I don't think that the gorilla is like wise and that we need to listen to its wisdom. I think the gorilla was indoctrinated by scientists using sign language to an animal smart enough to comprehend some sign language, and it gets it to mimic. I don't believe that the gorilla is thinking in its head, the ball Earth is melting. We need to save the planet. No way. No way. That's what I'm saying. It's a crisis actor. Peter W. says red pandas. Yeah, red pandas look like little raccoons, and they're not intimidating at all. They stand up and they raise their hands when they're afraid. Okay, let me see here. Anything else on gorillas? Any other gorilla denialists in here? Jeanette Bond says, so in the zoo the gorillas are fake. Absolutely not. But there's millions of people on TikTok who seem to think so. And I'll agree with them on one thing. They look fakeable. Yes. They are fakeable. Yes. But are gorillas fake? No. It's absurd. And there's an argument from incredulity that's being used here. And I don't think it's a valid argument. And you can solve it. You can... Look, if you really believe gorillas are fake, you can get a prize. This is like prize-winning journalism. You'd get a... Your life would be taken care of. There'd be a statue in every zoo of the person who debunked gorillas. Like, yeah, I debunked gorillas on YouTube and TikTok. I proved they don't exist because I find them hard to believe in. And I went and checked, I ripped the mask off, and it was a minimum wage zoo employee in a costume. And this would expose the gorilla faking industrial complex, because how many people would be involved in this? How many other animals are fake? So if you're the one that can expose it, you'd be like Jacques Cousteau, but instead of discovering a bunch of things, you'd be undiscovering things. Instead of exploring, you'd be burning down a lot of established truths that were found to be fake. I mean, dinosaurs are obviously fakeable in the same sense, but we assume they're all dead and they don't have to provide real living evidence. There's a much higher burden of proof here. And if you can provide it, go claim your award. Go be the discoverer that debunked the gorillas for all time. Crackle D-Man says you should mention the whole Harambe hoax. Now, was that a hoax, or was that an unfortunate incident where they had to put an animal down? I don't know if that was a hoax, but it could have been. On that one, it could have been. If you're in a zoo, you could have a scene filmed when the public's not there. Easy to do. Enslaved by Truth says, I have a Polaroid of Coco in my front yard the time she escaped. I hadn't heard about that, but they appropriate anything and anyone. I've seen them, they've turned dead bodies into crisis actors. Sad but true. You know, the empty hospital phenomenon during 2020? Many of the hospitals shut off their internal morgues and used the freezers outside, and it gave the illusion that the hospitals were overflowing. Well, I found through my own research and firsthand conversations with a local that the inside morgue was shut off in lieu of the ones outside. The big reefer trucks that you can hear from down the street. So the news stories all across the country would be reporting you can hear the freezers at night from the COVID bodies, and it's all because of your anti-vaxxer friends, whatever they say. And it makes it seem like, wow, these hospitals must be full. We got auxiliary hospitals, you got mass graves in Central Park, and now you're bringing out the big body trucks because the morgues are full. No, it's a ruse. But because these were outside, regular bodies dying of regular things, just people just dying, had to be wheeled out to those trucks, making it more of a public spectacle. Again, dead bodies being used as crisis actors, probably unpaid. Yurt Mama says the Wildlife Federation is a CIA front. Like all the animals are bugged. Wouldn't surprise me. Angst G says sea monkeys are fake. They're just brine shrimp. Travis Claude says Rip Harambe. The kid was trying to debunk fake gorillas. They took him out. It was leaked in a CIA doc. Yeah, he was probably using sign language to whistleblow. The thing is, these gorillas, beyond being unfakeable because they're too big, the fakeability factor, yeah, you can fake them on a small scale, but not on a big scale. But it's just the tip of the iceberg. Koala bears, they'll say koalas don't exist. They'll say, and this topic is almost as bad as the Mandela effect. I hate even going here, but somebody has to. Somebody has to stand up for it. I was on a Twitter account, and I got mentioned in a tweet where somebody was saying that obviously penguins are just animatronics and people in costumes, like obviously. That's why I bought a seasonal zoo pass. I went down to the zoo, and I took video and photographs, and I have to concur that yes, they're fantastic things. They don't look, I mean, really, there are some photos that I've taken where I'm thinking this could be, you could fake this, but it doesn't mean it's fakeable to that extent to where you could fool people and have an entire staff. I mean, faking things in a zoo would be different than faking it just on a video. You're talking about a full-time occupation. That's why I call it the animal faking complex. There'd have to be a lot of people involved. Chris says penguins don't exist. Right, exactly. Easy to say, hard to prove. But I want to start betting money on these things. Let's continue. Next topic. 'Cause there's so many things to cover today. I didn't want to miss too much. So John Podesta, $316 billion, climate change money. My only comment here is John Podesta, who does look kind of like a vampire in this photo. Look at those teeth. Joe Biden hired John Podesta to be the clean energy czar, citing his experience in progressive causes. Podesta holds some prior experience with advancing climate change. If you take a look here, John Podesta is alive and well. The news that I got from the QAnoners was that he had been killed in Gitmo, executed. They said it was a firing squad back in June of 2021. So many of these people are supposed to be dead, according to the QAnoners. And their explanation, I don't know. They used to say it's a deep fake. They brought out somebody with a mask. And there's a point where you can't take it that far. We've given them enough time. I got a comment on my video on BitChute about the New Zealand mosque shooter. He said, "Watch it, pal. You know what happened to Alex Jones." Isn't that nice? I get some random troll suggesting that I should watch it because I did a video on the fake shooting in New Zealand. Watch it, pal. What happened to Alex Jones? Alex Jones made a lot of money during the week that he was on trial. And it was civil anyway. The last thing they want to do is sue me. Nobody would sue me. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Didn't I just get sued? Yes, $640,000. That's how much I guess you would call it defendant counter plaintiff, because it's a countersuit. I sued for defamation. I dropped it because the person deleted everything off their website, and at that point there was nothing to gain. I knew it wasn't collectible. But the person countersued, and I'm being sued for the most ridiculous thing. Most of you here already know. There's what you would call clip art. So clip art that you can get off of, we'll say, stock photo. Go to stockphoto.com, search for professor or scientist, and you can find lots of examples of clip art where you have scientists with chalkboards or with various implements to do science with. Anyway, I took the logo that he had on his website, this avatar, this clip art that he used, generic clip art, and I put a beak on it, meaning I put our logo's beak on that logo, and I'm being sued for $600,000. Fact is, he registered it last year. Been using it for 6 years. It's not his to register, but he's suing me for trademark libel. He spent $30,000 on an attorney to get this trademark suit filed, and I don't even think it's the right venue. On top of the $600,000, there's $30,000 for attorney's fees and then $12,000 for hurt feelings. They sent me a whole list of questions, their legal team, and I responded with, "Send me the receipts for where you spent money to heal from the wounds that my memes caused." I didn't get any response. Show me where my memes hurt you. $12,000 for hurt feelings. $30,000 attorney fee. $30,000 because you make bad decisions and you hired some rip-off artists. $600,000 for a meme. Good luck. Good luck. Because that meme has been downloaded and used by others and universities. I've done my research. It's probably going to, we'll see. I don't want to say. But now, I don't really believe in signs necessarily, but sometimes I pay attention to things that just seem too hard to ignore. And I stepped out the door, the trial's happening, and I'm going out. I'm going to go do the Zoom conference somewhere. And as soon as I step out the door, I'm on the second floor, and there's a staircase, and I'm at the same level as the mulberry tree's main branches. And there's a hawk ripping apart a pigeon. So I'm walking down the stairs, and there's bloody feathers, and there's the pigeon falls, like practically at my feet. Part of it was still up in the tree. I mean, I have pictures of it. I thought it was very unusual. Pigeon dropping dead at my feet with a hawk. Well, anyway, the judge's name is Hawks. I'm like, I hope I'm not the pigeon in this scenario. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. The timing of it, though, struck me as unusual. I get weird signs like that. For example, the rattlesnake blocking my path on the same day that two random people blocked my door to my vehicle in two different parking lots. Just bizarre. Almost seems like gang stalking, but it couldn't possibly be coordinated at that level. Unless it's being orchestrated by a higher power, which I can't rule out. One Step Too Far says, John Podesta, father of Chester Bennington, lead singer of Linkin Park. Look into the Linkin Park logo and the LP philanthropy work with Podestas. Now, Tony Podesta, John Podesta's brother, is deeply invested in the arts, and many of his artworks are depicting children doing weird things, smoking, holding guns. I've seen paintings attributed to him that appear to show children tied up and stuff, bizarre, twisted things, very Pizzagate-y. This is the stuff that the Pizzagate, quote, conspiracy theory is made out of. You get John Podesta's leaked emails where he's sending emails to all of his cronies about what kind of pizza they're going to have and whether they want girl or boy pizzas. I mean, just bizarre stuff, obvious code language. And I'm not even a Pizzagator. It's just so in your face. What does it mean when Hillary Clinton says that she's going to sacrifice a baby to Moloch? Obviously, these are just jokes. But again, 33,000 leaked emails. Probably a hoax. Probably all just a hoax to immerse people, to get people involved at a very deep level. But you're not wrong. One step too far is not wrong. John Podesta does look very much like Chester Bennington from Linkin Park. And the Linkin Park logo does seem to have all of the symbols associated with child trafficking, predators, etc., according to some FBI reports. Crackle D-Man says, sometimes the Matrix winks at you. Sometimes it stabs you. Yeah, I know what you mean. There is an interaction there. Like, it warns you, I believe. And I don't know, you say the word Matrix, I think I mean the same thing you mean when you say the Matrix. We're just talking about the realm that we're in some way appears to respond or be responsive to the sentient observers and their decisions and choices in a way that's not just simple cause and effect, but in a more, well, synchronicity is one of the terms I would use here, but in a more co-creative fashion, as though in some way we're somehow impacting or involved in what is unfolding as it unfolds. That's been my experience. I have no other way to explain synchronicity. I don't have the perfect explanation, but the existence of synchronicity, which I don't think is even disputable, it suggests that there's some level of involvement in the thing we're in. There's like some level of involvement from the perspective of the users. Like co-creation is the best term I can come up with, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect at all. You know, if it was, everybody would manifest their best life, and their enemies would drop dead, and they would all just have everything served to them on a silver platter. But no, we have too many competing interests. And what it seems to me is, and if this is true, and I think it is, then the so-called elite and their obsession with harnessing our attention might have to do with this. If we're all, on some small degree, responsible for what manifests, then why wouldn't they want to hijack that, turn you into matrix batteries? And most people, NPCs, I think, are simply those that are reinforcing the dominant programming, that go along with the program, that don't deviate from the program, and outgrow those that do. And I think the program is the worldview that the elite is imposing and incorporating all of its participants or residents or denizens. All of its matrix batteries are all part of it. You're all bricks in it. You're all bricks in this big edifice, this big structure, to the extent that you're just playing along. There's no other explanation for their hyper obsession with regulating every single person's thoughts. You know, right now the UN is at war with memes. They could care less about money, pox, or whatever. That was obviously, the UN cared about the infodemic from the very beginning. I've even seen the phrase infodemic, which I've been using for a couple of years. I've been saying the infodemic was a real purpose for the so-called pandemic. They needed the pandemic to bring about the infrastructure to censor the infodemic. And the infodemic is information, narratives, and memes they don't control or censor. 5 ways the UN is fighting the infodemic. That's why it's notable that the national security analyst described the Trumpers as violent MAGAists, or it's violent MAGAism. Violent MAGAism. Heidi's joined us, says, awesome, you're live. Yes, we're going to be live 7 to 9 most days, 7 to 9 p.m. Mountain Time. Okay, let's continue. If you're looking on the screen, that's the vampire from Bram Stoker's Dracula. That's not actually Joe Biden. Remarkable, though, how it looks exactly like him. One Step Too Far says inconsistent synchronicity is negligible, but exorbitant synchronicity is impossible to dismiss. Yeah, I like to point out the synchronicities that tie in things that other people can objectively verify. That's why I'm not obsessed with patterns, but I take note of them because patterns that exist objectively are things that you can use to, I think, extrapolate actual evidence of conspiracy, of, I'm not going to say predestination, but there's something up. Reality control. And beyond just the political level, I'm talking about reality control at a slightly higher level than that. As in, and I'm getting into this. I have a new podcast series I'm developing specifically to get into this topic of the theory and practice of magic as it appears to be used by the mainstream media and your politicians and all the wizards and warlocks in high places. I mean, it's pretty undeniable that they're all part of this club, but I'm really interested in what this club is actually about. Disney Goes Satanic. New cartoon features little girl dubbed the Antichrist. I watched the trailer. I might even play parts of it here. I believe the show is about a young girl who is, I think her mom had relations with the devil. It's very much like Beetlejuice, if you ask me. Kind of an underworld parody. I don't even think it's that serious, but the fact is it's coming from Disney, and it is pretty blatant with its messaging here. It's like about the Antichrist, but I think it makes light of it. I'll play a clip or two. It is from Disney. But look, the conspiracy theorists have a point, and they had a point for some time. They have not been wrong about very much, so I don't want to be dismissive at all. Even if their conclusions are possibly even just misinformation, they are reading a story. They are following storylines that have been planted there. My question is, with the QAnoners in particular, at what point can we just say it's an alternate reality game? It's either that or Trump's literally the Antichrist. But there are things like this that get me to do a double take. Here's your Google, and everyone knows you have the 666 logo built into your Google Chrome. And Google's browser, Chrome, and their CPU, the graphics processing unit, is called Adreno. So you have your adrenochrome. And this fits in nicely with this belief that the drug of choice by the globalist elites happens to be adrenochrome. But why would they even do this? Why did they sell the first Apple computer for $666? I mean, we can just go down the list. Disney airs satanic cartoon Little Demon, featuring demonic pagan rituals and single mom knocked up by Satan. That's from the Gateway Pundit. And if you're looking, it has a cartoon where someone is doing a ritual where they are projecting a pentagram into the air in front of them. John Cordone says, Trump may be an a-hole, but I don't think he's a vampire. He drinks Diet Coke, not blood. Your Mama says the WWF is armed, trained, and funded paramilitary units located in 6 different countries and committed various abuses. Doesn't surprise me. Okay, let's continue here. Now, One Step Too Far has an interesting comment here I want to get into. The patterns aren't inherently powerful, but they are legitimately noteworthy evidence of the externalities caused by those in power who orchestrate their geometric nonsense sorcery. Yeah, let's talk about some of this sorcery as it pertains to these patterns that I think they're intentionally injecting. You know, like, for example, every holiday is based on more or less the sun and the personification of the deity and the seasons. And these holy days, these holidays, usually involve plays and theatrics. So what's the difference between Christmas and what is it? And we'll say a celebration that involves the veneration of the goddess Virgo being taken captive by Hades. Because it seems to me, when we're looking at the story of Gabby Petito it's pretty obvious there's this Virgo. There's this Persephone persona, the kidnapping. Like this is a theme. Just like every Christmas, you have the same theme. You know, the virgin birth, the three magi, the manger, the whole story, the Christmas story. Well, it seems like there are other stories. That it's not just Christmas, but every single month, this cult that worships the sun, this cult that runs this place, has some kind of drama going on all the time. And I'm just pointing out there's a pattern here. For example, let's just go into the recent failed launches. NASA's Artemis mission. Artemis is the Greek version of the Roman Diana. Now, this whole month has been interesting. Last month, so in August begins with the crash death of Anne Hesh. Anne Hesh is the star of a movie coming out this month. It was slated to come out during Virgo. Girl in Room 13. And I'm going to sew all this together. At the end of this month, or last month, excuse me, so beginning of the month, Anne Hesh, end of the month, you have the anniversary of Diana, who died. Princess Diana died on August 31st, 25 years ago. She crashed into the 13th pillar. Now, here are the connections. The number 13 is a number associated with goddess worship. 13 lunar months. You'll find it's very much associated with Sophia, Mother Mary, Magdalene, etc. It's the divine feminine number. So the 13 is very significant for Diana, named for a moon goddess, to crash into the 13th pole under the tunnel. Again, you could say 13, reverse 31, August 31st. I don't make a big deal about it, but you can find additional connections beyond just the 13th pole. But that pillar that she hit when her car crashed is cracked. And the connection here I'm making is that the Artemis mission is building up as we go. Artemis is the Greek version of Diana, and they canceled the launch because it's cracked. Now, she's an archer, so the Artemis is like a missile. Artemis, by the way, is the sister of Apollo, twin sister. But the idea here is the pillar cracks, 13th pillar. The Artemis cracked. Now, bring in Anne Hesh into the story. Like Diana, short blonde hair, good representative, I would say, of the archer, of the huntress. And she crashes like Diana. Diana crashes, pillar 13, Anne Hesh in room 13. She's got 13 minutes. The number 13 is all over that particular character. For the reason I said before, it's a reference to the goddess, to Virgo, who they are personifying. Now, the story of Virgo, and this is what ties them together, what ties Anne Hesh and Diana together, is Virgo is the one who gets kidnapped. As Persephone, personified, she's kidnapped, taken into the dark half of the year, taken to Hades. This is just the story. And I don't think it's a coincidence that last year at this time, we had Gabby Petito brought up. That was in the news. She was missing. She had been kidnapped. They found her on the 19th. And I think it's tied into how right now there is a story in the news about a billionaire heiress, Eliza Fletcher, who's this year's Gabby Petito, and they're looking for her body as we speak. So another missing body, very similar story when you look at the basics. Also, last year was Free Britney Griner. No, this year was Free Britney Griner. Last year was Britney Spears. So two captive Britneys. And I'm suggesting this is all part of the Virgo season. And then another connection is the broken arrow. The broken arrow symbolism here may connect to all of this talk we've heard about a possible nuclear detonation. Since 1950, there have been 32 nuclear weapon accidents known as broken arrows. So a broken arrow could be anything from theft, loss of a weapon, accidental launching. 32. Therefore, this would be the 33rd if there is another broken arrow incident. So in a way, I'm looking at this as a foreshadowing, a bit of foreshadowing. Going through some comments here. Peter W. says maybe Artemis will blow up on the launch pad on 9/11. JT says the car crashed. I heard she walked away. I think it's a fake death. John Cordone says lighthouses have been seen hundreds of miles away. That's 10.101010 miles of curvature. No one's seen the curvature yet. I think they're still looking. Is anyone still looking or trying to find it? Crackle D-Man remarks that Gabby Petito is an anagram for get by, bait, op. The most I could take out of that whole story, the Gabby Petito story, was some kind of ritual with, again, the kidnapping is key. I think it's all story. I have a mind map built around it. She was 22 years old, and I noticed there was a whole lot of 22s last summer incorporated into almost every major event. Branson launched his plane, his space plane. Unity 22 is the mission. It was the 22nd anniversary of the death of JFK Jr. last year. And weirdly, Sean Hannity dedicated a John Denver song. This is what he did. He's going to a commercial break and he says, 22 years, he didn't say 22 years ago. He said, this is the anniversary, July 16th. This is the anniversary of a crash of John or something. He died in a plane crash. And then he starts playing a John Denver song. Kind of a weird coincidence, again, because that was the anniversary date of John F. Kennedy Jr.'s crash. And a few remarked that it probably wasn't a coincidence because this is all really twisted QAnon lore. But they do believe that, well, what won't they believe? I don't even want to start talking about what QAnoners believe. Let's just say, what won't they believe at this point? It gets more twisted as we go. It's all part of what could be the lead up to Donald Trump, Biff Tannen Antichrist. I think he might go full-blown Antichrist, Donald Trump. The way that his followers literally worship him. And much of the predictive programming has been about an assassination attempt. And we'll get into that too. I mean, look at the stage that has been set. In July, I was remarking, hey, look, you've got a lot of assassination in the air. The Highland Park shooter had Lee Harvey Oswald in his wall. John Hinckley is doing a music tour, and he's talking to ABC News about America's gun problem. Then you have the assassin who killed Nipsey Hussle gets a trial and he gets sentenced. Then the Derek Chauvin gets another sentencing. So I'm like, look, there's all these examples of assassins in the air right now, just names being brought up out of nowhere. And they point to Trump. For example, the Highland Park shooter was spotted at Trump rallies dressed like Waldo. The cartoon character Waldo. Where's Waldo? Weird, but true. Showing up at Trump rallies, which led me to ask, where's Oswaldo? Because he clearly liked Lee Harvey Oswald enough to put him on the wall. So you have this Lee Harvey Oswald specter out there, and the suggestion is that Lee Harvey Oswaldo is at the Trump rally. That's kind of the read I was getting off of this reoccurring theme and the tone of the politics as they're getting more ready for something to pop off, it seems. For example, just days after that, we had the Georgia Guidestone blew up on July 6th. A couple days later, Abe, or Abe, friend of Trump, former Japanese PM, is assassinated. There's open discussion about how Trump's at risk from his own side and from the other side. And this goes along with a lot more predictive programming, specifically about Trump. Now, APOC Shaker posted this in Discord today. A flailing Trump hit with a bullet-shaped flash coming out the side of his head in the thumbnail. So here's a Yahoo article from today. Trump supporters promising civil war. And the thumbnail looks like Trump is getting a headshot. It just looks like it. And this is how a lot of this meta scripting works. It's not just what they write in the stories, most of it's actually in the imagery. They show you. They put it into your subconscious long in advance. But there is something of a buildup. And it looks to me, my opinion is that JFK is not coming back. That JFK Jr. is not coming back. My take on it is that they've deliberately appropriated the imagery of the Kennedys in order to turn Trump into a more divine figure. He's an agent of the Kennedys who are the bloodline of Christ. That's what they literally believe. And I think it may be because they are going to JFK him. That's my opinion based on it's my assessment. My assessment is that Trump, if anything, is going to be the subject of a very big PSYOP. And incidentally, this does tie in quite well to the whole Antichrist story. The Antichrist surviving his head wound and then going on to lead his followers into whatever, there's some kind of false promise, false light. The whole storyline, though, it begins with this head wound and this miracle. Many of the QAnoners believe that JFK was Jesus for this reason. They said, oh no, the Antichrist is actually the Christ, and that's why he has the head wound, because it was JFK. So JFK's head wound was actually an indication it was the second coming. That's what they believe. That's why they're so religious about it. But I think it's more likely the case that they're just appropriating imagery. Joseph Bender says, do you think there's more to the whole Biden-Brandon thing beside the NASCAR race? There may be. Jurassic Liars has done a lot of deep decoding of the predictive programming about Donald Trump and this head wound thing. And one of the things he suggested was when Trump was first running, I think this was before he was elected, there was an attempt. They said it was an attempted assassination. It looked fake. A guy ran up to the stage. He was interviewed by CNN, so it wasn't that serious, I guess. But he was from Brandon, Florida. And that stood out. Brandon. And I think even Jurassic Liars had pointed out Brand Dawn, assassination attempt. It was kind of foreshadowing. So Let's Go Brand Dawn is sort of you could call it a forced meme. I mean, this is how the word magic works. Like, I can't breathe, that George Floyd was saying. Yeah, it's an anagram for a better China, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. But they also use that I can't breathe to take it from police oppression to the environment and the atmosphere. The earth can't breathe because of the system that necessitates violent policing, etc. So Let's Go Brand Dawn could actually be some kind of sinister chant, a double meaning. I think about how they use names and words like this. One of my favorite scenes from the 1/6 PSYOP was when Rose Boyland, the one with the flag that said "Don't tread on me," she gets trampled to death. Like, that's just good script writing, and it's an inside joke. So I wouldn't be surprised if Let's Go Brand Dawn is an inside joke. Crackle D-Man says, let's get your brand on, could be referring to the mark. Could be that too. If you don't think it's the mask of the beast. Could still be the mark. And I don't believe that there's anything in the needle. I just don't. But I do think that the agenda is psychological. And it's about introducing a new religion and a die-hard fanatical base of true believers who will take a blood pact with the state without question. And they've done that. But it's hard to ignore the connotation and the idea. I say all the time, the mainstream media is the de facto state church. The scientists are its priesthood. The celebrities are the gods. I mean, it really is a new faith. It's a new religion. But there may be a deeper and more sinister meaning behind all of it. John Cordone says, I don't chant, probably a demonic prayer to open a portal to hell. Well, there was a portal to hell that opened above the White House. If you recall, it was on the 56th anniversary of the Church of Satan's founding. Roger Stone prayed it closed. He sutured it with his prayers. So it's closed. Nothing to worry about. I was worried that Satan, too, was going to plop out of it onto the White House. You know, Putin's missile. Like, he's going to send it through CERN, the CERN portal, and then it's going to pop out above the White House. But thankfully, Roger Stone and the Prayer Warriors were able to sew it shut. Okay, let's continue here. Gabby Petito's dad, 1 year later. Just a heads up, we have a new Gabby Petito story. And look closely at all the imagery. This whole story was full of predictive programming and hints. For example, there's a movie, I believe the movie's called The Notebook. There's a movie that seems to echo the story of Gabby. Yeah, it was the Notebook movie. It echoes the story of Gabby Petito and Brain Laundry. Brian Laundrie. Now, the thing is, not just the storyline in the Notebook, it's not just the storyline that matches this drama between the two, but apparently the movie poster for the Notebook is actually in the background to one of Gabby Petito's letters. There was a little clue, and it's right there, like in the quote evidence that they showed us. That was a Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams, a young couple who fell in love in the 40s. But again, there was a prop. I guess you would call it a prop. But there was a prop among the belongings of Gabby Petito that actually referenced that movie. Now there's a MAGA, an ultra MAGA fanatic who's been spotted at these events. He's got a beard. They call him MAGA Santa. And the rumor is MAGA Santa is JFK Jr. See, at this point, JFK Jr. has become a god to them. He's a god with many faces. He can die and come back. He could be anybody at any time. Sometimes he's even Donald Trump. If Donald Trump's wearing, if he's got the red tie, it's JFK Jr. If he's got the blue tie, it's Donald Trump's twin. It just depends on the night of the week. They have a code. Everything's a code. Everything means something. And in this case, the guy with the beard is actually JFK Jr. Like, instead of saving the children from the adrenochrome junkies in the tunnels beneath America and beneath Canada, instead of fighting the deep state, no, he's putting on disguises and going to these rallies. It doesn't make sense. Is this what Jesus would do? Because they do believe this is the third coming of Jesus. Ellie Goering says that's Jurassic Liars. No, I thought I saw him at the March for Our Lives. No, that was his twin. You could see what they did there. It was a pretty great month, like last June. If you followed us last June, I was speaking quite a lot with Jurassic Liars, who had been, like I said, covering a lot of this, decoding a lot of these stories, building up to something. And on 6/11, there was this March for Our Lives event, and the person they chose to be in front of the camera happened to visually looked kind of like they were, almost like it was referencing him. Kind of eerie in a way. We could say it's a coincidence, but I do think there are some indications at times that the mainstream media, whoever controls it, seems like there's some kind of awareness. Like they know that there are some people in the know, and in some ways they have to, whether it's co-opt it or drown them out. Like, I'm still waiting for we've seen examples of stuff like this, but I'm still waiting for a flat earther terrorist. They always invent these characters to bring down any dissenters. They've already done it with QAnoners. I mean, how many QAnoner terrorists have we already had? The QAnoner who killed his kids. He stabbed his kids 17 times with a spear because Q told him to. Dang says QAnon is more believable than Christianity. Well, the fact is, QAnon, the storyline is basically a new version of Christianity. It's an extension of it. There are more Q drops than Bible verses, I believe. I think it's bigger than the Bible. I'm not sure on that, but it's close. Q said more than Jesus. That's not up for debate there. And what's more, it is quite literally believed by many of them to be, in fact, the bloodline of Jesus that they're talking about. So you could call it a neo-Christianity. I've already said that the opening of the seals is very much right out of Revelation. Opening of the sealed indictments, so we can have the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening is the right-wing version of the Great Reset. It's the same thing. And beyond just the revelation and the seals and the judgment, okay, well, Christ shows his face to everybody. The whole world sees him. And then you have the judgment, and you have the sinners and the saints. Well, the fact is, the QAnoners are waiting for an emergency broadcast where Trump will say, here's all the videos. This is what they've done. And for 10 days, we're going to see the deep state bad actors doing all their bad things. That way, when they get executed by the white hats, which are like angels. So you have the white hats are the angels that come down to save us and to get rid of the bad guys. It's all just a rapture story. And they have mixed in UFOs and actual rapture scenarios. They have. It's all there. Joined by Mardo the Martian, says, hey Tim, wrench me. Yes, I'll be dispensing wrenches here momentarily. One Step Too Far says, let me know when you open up phones. I have a predictive programming regarding Netflix and our current world stage government situation. Yeah, phones are open, 833-311-1984. And if that's not working for some reason, I'm late on my bill likely because of the whole Labor Day thing. You can just call the backup number. I've noticed a pattern with Netflix, and I think they're preparing us for Kamala. I'm watching Game of Thrones right now, and there's a fascinating connection between the Red Witch, the Scarlet Witch from Doctor Strange, the Scarlet Woman from Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard's forays into black magic at the beginning of NASA. This is why I'm looking closely into the topic of magic. They show us in plain sight, in right in our faces, what they're doing. And the term magic, the word magic, is something of a misnomer. There's a kind of a gray area too when you talk about PSYOPs and perception management. Does that constitute magic? Hypnotism, using gaslighting, even the technique of gaslighting the public, putting them into hyper-suggestible states. These are all the things I want to cover. We're talking about mind war, but it's very subconscious. And their propaganda works on you whether or not you pay attention. Tomanoid 2 says, Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan. I'll take a look. But here's what I've seen as far as predictive programming for a Kamala is, one, in the show The 100, in the show The Raised by Wolves, that one was HBO. But Wheel of Time, and now I'm watching Game of Thrones. I'm finding in a lot of these movies there are certain types of archetypes they've been putting out there. And I think one of the things that we are being prepared for is a female president. And I think they're preparing us for it with Netflix. Okay, continuing here. There was a Space Needle that fell. Did any of you see that? It was like a ride, one of these state fair rides, basically a big UFO on a big tower, and it crashed to the ground. I think it fell 50 feet. And out of I think 16 people were injured. Pretty terrible event, but notable just because of the whole idea of the Space Needle. And it's such a prominent symbol in predictive programming. In fact, I watched a documentary about, earlier today, and I'll post a link to it in the Minds.com account, about the place where Men in Black has the end scene. Here we have it. It's called Flushing Meadows Corona Park. Fascinating video. This is another example, too, of how the predictive programming with Donald Trump goes back before he was a world stage character. I was recently going over some of the Trump stuff, how you can find Donald Trump existed in the media back in 1958 in a show called Trackdown. Like, we've been prepared for him. I'm talking about Biff Tannen. Again, and Biff Tannen is Trump in 2020, Trump in 2022. So we're looking again at projections. And looking back, it's 2020. But why stop in 1958? We have the Ingersoll Lockwood book series that has to do with the Baron Trump, time travel, etc. Well, now take a look at this. This is a 2-hour documentary on the Flushing Meadows Corona Park and the 1939 World's Fair event. And at this World's Fair event, you had Donald Trump's father. And you had a very conspicuous stage set up with a needle and a sphere. And it had to do with, it ties into the polio shot. Well, what this person has put together on this video is fascinating because it shows that this Trump vax agenda, warp speed, the Biff Tannen aspect of Trump, all of this stuff I think is an extension of a story that starts back way back. And it lends credence to the idea that Donald Trump is a world stage character, possibly framed off of the character of the Antichrist. I have a very convincing case. that Jeff Bezos is 100% based on Nimrod, founder of Freemasonry. I even think Amazon might even reference it, a Mason, that he is the first Mason, Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel. And it goes deep with every one of these world stage characters they put out there. They're all composites in the same way. They build them up. And Donald Trump has been built up to be, I believe, quite a character. Antichrist, false savior, who knows? It's along those lines. Anyway, this video is called Alien Portals of Corona Park. And it's all about, it gets really heavily into the Trump thing. Let me go ahead and just play a clip from here, and I'll put a link below. Anything that I play on this channel that you want to go look into, because this is an hour and a half long documentary, just go to minds.com. And this is from Enter the Stars. I'll play about a minute of it or so.
The 1939 World's Fair, Perisphere and Trilon.
58 days? 58 days to try and change things, but nothing will work as long as that thing is still on.
So, as long as that thing is still on. So, let's put all this together. Because in Men in Black, they say that this site was the site of the aliens coming down in 1939, probably. And I think in Men in Black, they say 1964, but it was probably in 1939. And they're the ones that gave us the signal to control the world. They gave us technology of television to brainwash humanity, to create the self-fulfilling prophecy through entertainment.
And that's fascinating. A self-fulfilling prophecy through entertainment. See, that's a part of it too. A lot of what we would call magic could just be, well, a lot of it is self-fulfilling prophecy. The real question to me is, how much of it could be deemed, quote, supernatural or, psychic phenomenon, for example, might fall into this. But the idea of creating self-fulfilling prophecies through entertainment, a multi-generational PSYOPs, like War of the Worlds. How old is that story? And it's still relevant today. We lived it in 2020. Anyway, let me continue for a moment here with this.
That this site was the site of the aliens coming down in 1939, probably. And I think in Men in Black they say 1964, but it was probably...
Now, one other thing to add on to this. Roswell, first site of the UFO crash, 1947. Roswell's actual crash site was a Corona field. So it's Roswell's Corona field. So the Corona connection to the fallen angels or aliens, whatever you want to call them, this storyline, it's consistently using that. It's using the Corona. Flushing Meadows Corona Park ties into Men in Black, which has to do with aliens that I believe they are more or less like internal. They can disguise as regular people. It's not quite like the War of the Worlds kind of invasion. It's more of an inner invasion. Let me go ahead and play a few more clips here.
In 1939, and they're the ones that gave us the signal to control the world. They gave us technology of television to brainwash humanity, to create the self-fulfilling prophecy through entertainment.
So imagine that. Imagine the television was introduced primarily for mind control and influence and not mere entertainment.
And this is why you have Twin Pines Mall, Lone Pines Mall from Back to the Future. And that this billboard, the home of tomorrow, appears in Back to the Future.
So he has connected all kinds of, as you saw here, this makes the case. The fact that he can connect Back to the Future to this 1939 World Fair event and the Trumps, therefore proves there is a continuous story here that involves Trump that was put in place before he was even born. Makes it all the more likely that he's the, quote, Antichrist. And when I say Antichrist, I use it somewhat loosely. Like I say, Bezos is Nimrod, built the Tower of Babel, built the first civilization after the flood that Noah warned about, the flood which Noah is warning about today. In fact, I have some interesting bits of predictive programming from another video. And both of these videos were posted in our Discord server. That's why you need to join. Shout out to Copacetic for posting those because this information is timely and relevant. One of the videos that was posted in our Discord server has a compilation of references to the date September the 23rd. And every single reference to September the 23rd involves something having to do with a flood or a catastrophe. One reference called it a crime of the century. I'm going to pull that video up next. The one we were just looking through was from Enter the Stars. And it's called Alien Portals of Corona Park, Why They Are Here. This concept of alien also, I believe, ties into the idea of the Moonchild. Aleister Crowley had a book called Moonchild, but this is what Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, and Marjorie Cameron were attempting to do, she being the Scarlet Woman, who does correlate to the Scarlet Witch in Doctor Strange. The Scarlet Woman is also called Babylon, and Babylon means gate of the gods, and the goddess is the gate of the gods. She's the conduit through which they bring in these otherworldly beings, not as in Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up? Is this One Step? Let me make sure my audio's on. I'm not hearing the caller.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Gotcha.
The topic of like magic and spells and stuff. And I think it's interesting how even every single letter of any alphabet is kind of like an ancient drawing and picture. And these pictures are like glyphs to create like a spell to kind of lead the mind. And so I just kind of want to go along with like TV and media and such.
Okay.
Sorry, I
think we should, because every letter does have a basis. Like all of our.
So it's like drawing a.
Mm-hmm.
They're like glyphs. So when you're writing a sentence, you're creating a ton of pictures, which kind of come together to create a concept.
Correct. I think the word spell says it all. You spell out your will. You spell out your intention.
Right, right. So I think when it comes down to like media and all these ancient stories, they have probably been retold forever, and that we're going in these sort of cycles. I think it's kind of interesting to bring up the concept that every time you're writing a sentence, you're kind of creating a spell for somebody to kind of manipulate in a way their perception.
And that's why I was suggesting that NPCs are matrix batteries, because they're reinforcing the dominant spell work, the dominant program that they're lending their.
They keep repeating the spells. So
precisely.
It's cumulative spell casting.
Yes, exactly. And that's kind of why I consider a lot of what we're experiencing to be things that are like repeated. This year it's Brittany Griner, free Brittany Griner. Last year it was free Britney Spears. Petito, and now we have the billionaire. What's with that?
Right. And I think it's kind of interesting that these rockets are sort of failing, and we're in this sort of like phase where we're trying to re-figure out how to go to space again. I think that's kind of interesting.
Isn't it bizarre? And I think they were waiting. I think they wanted to wait until the generation that grew up with Apollo had mostly kind of shuffled off the world stage. I think they needed to phase out, because we're looking at a whole new audience that they need to impress. And I don't know if they have the cinematic skills to do to the present generation what they did to the Apollo 1, the Apollo 11 viewers. Like, will they be able to pull it off on that level again? And I'm very doubtful.
Oh, I think they definitely will, because most people actually don't really care. They just see a headline and repeat it without actually like analyzing it. So it will definitely go right through.
You know what? I like to think at some point that the media is just going to go too far, that the PSYOPs are going to be so blatant that people are going to wake up. And the fact is they won't. In 2020, we experienced a very poorly performed psychological operation, and it didn't matter how many people saw through it. The majority...
nobody cared, yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Like, they just listened to the TV, and then everyone sort of reinforced each other within that, and then it became this sort of like built up spell that everyone was casting, and like you were sort of cursed if you didn't follow the spell, in a sense.
I've been doing a bit of research on the concept of magic as it's often maligned and it's misrepresented. Nobody has a perfect definition. But if you just take the premise of the law of attraction and what you focus on, you somehow manifest. I think
Yeah.
just I think just bouncing off that, what do you think all the weight of all this hypermediation embedded into our minds is going to do? I think our subconscious mind is just open, and they program us.
Yeah.
And it's like, what else are we going to do but manifest the dystopians they've fed us all our lives?
Well, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think that magic can be broken down to the simple concept of making somebody think in a certain way. So if you say hello to somebody, you're already creating magic because you're altering their consciousness. Now they have to see you and say hello back, or they could ignore you, but they still heard you, usually. So I think the simple act of doing anything that can create a perception within another person is the basis of magic.
Fascinating.
Very fundamentally.
I think you're right. You're onto something with that. Have you seen the movie Free Guy with Ryan Reynolds?
No, I have not.
I don't recommend it necessarily because it's bad, but I study these movies because they're popular. And in this case, it's about NPCs in a simulation, and they become one of them wakes up, and what makes him wake up is he starts to make decisions for himself. He violates the programming, and there's subtle things. For example, instead of wearing the suit on the left, he grabs the other suit, and every little change he consciously makes allows him to become increasingly aware as a
like kind of creating chaos within the fundamental structure of reality.
And that's exactly why they called him Free Guy, because of course what he was doing was he was liberating himself from the program. But the thing was, he tried to get his friend.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
He tried to get his friend into it, who was like a security guard, and his friend fought him. So that's another part you brought up, where most people, you wouldn't be able to drag them to the truth. They don't want it. They're plugged in.
Yeah, so you got to kind of not use spells. You got to act, and they have to observe you acting in a way for them to sort of slowly follow. If you just tell them something, they're gonna be like, "Well, fuck you," or whatever. But your point about Free Guy, that's super interesting because I think that free will and chaos are basically one and the other at that point, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. In fact, he's seen as they had to reset the system because he's like Neo in the Matrix, and he's the chaos agent. He's the problem that they have to get rid of to have a perfect system. And those of us who question the news, call out the obvious crisis actors, we're the same thing. We're the targets of the infodemic. We're viruses in their system.
Cool. Well, that's all I had to say. So
cool. I appreciate it very much, and call back anytime. Thanks.
All right, take care, sir.
All right, I had someone else trying to call in. If you want to try calling right back. Very interesting points about letters. Every single letter. Look, they give us the tools. I think you could even extend that to the iPhone or your smartphone. Did they hand us the tools to help us manifest something that maybe was written or planned? For example, getting us to participate in a self-fulfilling prophecy. That appears to be the case here with this video, Alien Portals of Corona Park and Why They Are Here. That this is long-term planning. Look, 9/11 was planned before the buildings were built. I think we can prove that. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes. You said you had something regarding Netflix and some concurrent programming.
Yeah, you know how they have like predictive programming and stuff. So on their latest season of Stranger Things, like they have like they use Master of Puppets, the Metallica song, and it's kind of like an idea of like, you know, the villains like controlling people like puppets on a string, yada yada yada. Well, in the show, there's this girl Max who it's one of the people that he like is about to kill or whatever, haunts and is about to kill, and she's like redheaded, and at the end of the season, like she's like blind, and like he snaps all her limbs and all this stuff. But the interesting thing is that in like the next season is supposed to be set in like 1988, and in 1988, Metallica came out with an album. I think it was called "And Justice for All," and a lot of the album thematically was based off of the Greek goddess. I believe it was a Greek goddess, Themis, which is like our modern day basis for like Lady Justice. Like Justice is blind, and like she's redheaded and all this stuff. And the like main villain in the show in this last season is he's one, because like the little girl is like 11 and like he's one, he's like the first, and he ends up becoming this like evil demon, and kind of like an allegory for one world government. If you think about the messaging they send with like, we've been building this for you, all for you, and like you're gonna be happy. But anyway, Metallica in this album, like Justice for All, they have a song called One, and if you actually listen to the lyrics to it, like it's about like Themis, this goddess, and who's blindfolded, and like
I
the
recall.
song.
I recall the song One is the one supposedly about soldiers blown up in a war, but the guy's on a table. He has no sight, hearing, and he's just on life support. And it's his internal experience in the song One. And so you're correlating that with, of course, Max. You're right. She does get totally mutilated, gets blinded, and
Right, but even more so than that, like to a broader extent, like if you think of one, like this Vecna character as like the one world government, and like they've been building this like under like upside down world for us to live in. In the song One, like there's lyrics like taking my speech, taking my hearing, taking my arms, like taking my legs, like taking my soul, like left me with life in hell, you know, stuff like that. And that sounds kind of like, you know, the whole like you'll own nothing and you'll like be happy with it. But even if you go farther into it, like there's a Kate Bush song that like, and she's like a very old artist, called like Running Up That Hill or something like that. Yeah, Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God, that like became a #1 like chart topper because of Stranger Things.
yes.
And like the lyrics to that, that's like the song that Max listens to, because like it's the song that she has to listen to like get like escape from getting like killed by this Vecna character. And in that song, the lyrics are like, it doesn't hurt me, do you want to know how it feels? Do you want to know how it feels? Know that it doesn't hurt me. Do you want to hear about the deal that I'm making? And the chorus is like, and if I only could, I'd make a deal with God, and I'd get him to swap our places, be running up that road, kind of like a revolutionary road, be running up that hill, kind of like Capitol Hill, running up that building, like the Capitol building.
Oh, wow.
Like,
I see what you're saying. And this is strong because
but,
that season, keep going, because there is a strong correlation with events of 1/6, with the whole Watergate, with there's a Watergate in that season, and that Watergate correlates, of course, to 1/6. But another example of concurrent programming where everything in the show relates to what we're seeing, right, being played out in the news, and it ends with a pretty strong prediction for hell breaking loose, a crack opening up as a result of,
right, yeah,
and fallout.
and like that, everybody's already lost, and like if you think about like Max, like she's basically blind, all her limbs are broken. That could be like, you know, the like Lady Justice, she's supposed to be blind, but clearly like with like the FBI raids and everything that's going on, and like I don't have any opinion on like, I mean, I have an opinion that like what they did to Trump is unconstitutional and it's a fucking ridiculous shit show. But I don't think Trump is anything short of a funny joke to make that he's the Antichrist. Do I think he's the Antichrist? No, but I think he's more likely to be the Antichrist than some kind of fucking savior coming to save us. But anyway, like Max being like our system of justice is falling apart. Like one like being like this like one world government coming to save us, but like really
Let me add on one thing too, because season 4 starts out with a disclaimer, warning. This might remind you of a bunch of
the
kids who were
school
just shot in
shooting.
the school shooting, and then some of the characters looked like the recent school shooters. They were part of the Hellfire Club, which correlates to. Man, we can go into it, but you've noticed it too. Why do all these actors look like the school shooters? That's just too much. And you can find a scene. I saw a still shot of all of the actors from Stranger Things hanging out in front of an ammo shop with weapons. Just kind of a random shot, but
One of the big scenes in it is like them going in and like getting guns and stuff and like getting weapons. And one of the like main characters of this season is like Eddie Munson or something like that. He's like the imagery from like, remember who were the people that were tried for like the satanistic ritualistic killing of those children?
the West Memphis Three.
Right, that like I think was it Depp who was like involved with or something. Random celebrities have like had their backs,
yes, a lot of celebrities and rock stars took their case. But yeah,
what was it called? Like the what was it, the fear mongering call that they did it like
you're talking about
satanistic,
the satanic panic.
Satanic panic, right? Yeah. So that was kind of like the idea behind him, right? Well, in the show, like he like in the Upside Down, he plays the guitar solo to Master of Puppets to like distract like whatever like the little bat demons. Interestingly enough, bats that like Ozzy Osbourne biting heads off bats. Anyway, long story short, like he sacrifices himself by like playing that song so that like the others have more time in the like normal side, and that Master of Puppets like an allegory to this Vecna character who's like the big baddie, and he like this is like he like when he's dying he keeps saying like this is my year, like this is gonna be my year, like this is my year, I can feel it. And like I didn't run, which is like you can make a lot of different like assumptions to what that connects to, but like kind of the idea, if you go back to like that Kate Bush song, like running up that hill, like running up Capitol Hill, like January 6th type stuff. Like
I said, the Watergate, the Gorgon, and with one character fights the Gorgon in Russia, so the Russians have the Gorgon, the Demogorgon,
right,
which might connect to the Kraken. He fights it wearing a red, white, and blue jacket, carrying a spear or a sword rather. But the symbolism is pretty obvious: America, Russia, the Kraken. They also added in. There's some layers to this movie. The character who creates all these mind-controlled patients, the evil scientist guy, he's the same actor who played Joker in Full Metal Jacket, and I think that's a very interesting point.
Oh yeah,
same actor.
That's right. That's blowing my mind. I didn't even think about that.
And there's a few
back
things
to like this the opening scroll. Like when you see that in the opening scroll, that's like, even though they filmed it over a year before this happened, it's like they premiered it like a week after Uvalde, and they put that thing that's like, after recent events in Texas, this might shock you. And I was expecting to see like a school shooting scene, but there's really nothing.
Here's what you see
in the show that has anything.
11 is opening up the scene playing with tops. She's psychically causing a bunch of tops to spin before she murders all the kids. So you have a tie into the Tops shooting and the Uvalde shooting in the imagery of the dead kids and the Tops being a kind of direct reference.
And it turns out though, like if you think about it more, like when we're thinking about it with this government stuff, she's been convinced that she's the one, like, to unlock her powers again. Her powers to revolt, her magic powers against, like, let's say Big Brother, Vecna, the one world government. She gets convinced, they let her believe that she's the one who killed all of those people in that building, but really it was one. It was Vecna. He killed them all because she took like the device out of his neck or whatever. Like she gave him the opportunity to be able to like kill all these people before she like vanquished him to like open the gate by vanquishing him to the Upside Down, which is like how he like created the Mind Flayer and all this stuff. And like in the season before this last one, that's when Billy like is controlled basically by Vecna, by this Mind Flayer that's saying like, we built this for you. It's all been built for you. And like he says that same sort of thing to 11 when Vecna's like fighting 11 and that whatever imaginary like school dance area is. He keeps saying like, we built this for you. Like there's nothing you can do to stop it. Like you might as well just accept it. Like we could have done this together. Basically, like buy into it. There's tons of connections you can draw, but like
this movie,
it's pretty interesting.
This series has
the Greek goddess, the Themis, like the blind lady Justice, and like Max loses her sight, and then like the Kate Bush song, like a deal with God. It's like
no, you've made a connection. The Capitol Hill raid, the Kraken thing ties into the Demogorgon, and there's another point too. Near the end of the film. Season 4, Episode 2, and the number 42, very key here, that's when it cracks open. What you have then is what appears to be nuclear fallout raining down like snow on everybody, but it was a 7.4 magnitude earthquake. That week, after I watched that episode, all that week in Seattle, there was this talk about a drill they had done for a 7.5 magnitude earthquake, which they said would trigger a 42-foot tsunami in Seattle.
Which also seems like it's not like kind of ancillary to all of this. They're constantly foreshadowing something like that happening in Seattle, because if like let's say Yellowstone were to erupt or like the San Andreas Fault were to break off, that actually goes all the way up to Seattle, but Seattle's on a specific plate that it would break off kind of like into its own island. And you'd get the power blackouts and all this stuff, but it would be like kind of like the one lasting refuge in a situation like that. They keep foreshadowing to that, and like the world's splitting apart, and like now
splitting,
it's
look,
Russia has nukes here. And they're going to use nukes, but then Trump has nuclear codes.
No,
and
but
like
look, Putin's nukes are called Satan II, which has a specific tie-in, and we're looking also at this year. 1776 has been brought back into focus because of the return of Pluto, which has very specific connotations with this Stranger Things, because the underworld cracks open. So the crack in the earth is what opens, and Hellfire is released. And if you remember, it's the Hellfire Club, which had an interesting connection because Hellfire was in the news all summer with regard to the heat wave. But the Hellfire Club is their secret society that they were a part of. But the Earth opening up to Hellfire, which was the nuclear fallout. Satan II, Hellfire, nuke fallout. They've made these connections. So as you pointed out, though, you do have, in the subtext here, references to the Capitol and the Revolution, which makes perfect sense with the whole Watergate. In Stranger Things, before Watergate was even mentioned by the press regarding 1/6, there was Stranger Things, and it opens up with a Watergate, and even the date was 11/6, but they mention a quote Watergate, and now it's the anniversary of Nixon, and they bring up Watergate every other day with regard to Trump. No coincidences there.
Right, which had a lot to do with like information and stuff. And if you think about it, like back to like Blind Lady Justice and like see no evil, hear no evil, like speak no evil type thing. If you remember in the show, like the dad like claws his own eyes out because like the demon, like the haunting in the house, which ended up being his son, but he didn't know it. Like he wanted to like be with his wife and kids again, so he cut his own eyes out, like kind of like bending the knee to like whatever force. He was like, I just want to be back with like the way it was, like cutting his own eyes out. because he had like seen the wrong thing or like known the wrong thing. It's kind of like this misinformation. It's like you can't be it's like when Chris Cuomo said, it's illegal for you guys to look at this stuff. Only we're allowed to look at it because we're the media. You know what I mean? Like we tell you what to think. So like
Yes, they are the
this
initiated.
idea of
They are the initiated. You're still hoodwinked, and that is the dynamic that we have here. It's with the churches. It's with the media, which is the new church. When you have a priesthood, and the definition, of course, of the temple and the people outside the temple says it all. You're outside the temple. You're
and
profane. We are the profane, and we need the media priesthood to decode things for us. And they
yes,
don't. They don't like us.
we are the unwashed. We're the unwashed, and like we need to bathe in the baptism of like their forgiveness. You know what I mean, so to speak. But also in Stranger Things, do you remember, like circling back to like the kind of like the Capitol Hill, like January 6th type stuff, and like people's distrust with the FBI? Do you remember the scene where like the basketball player comes into town hall and like he like gives that speech and basically like fuck you to the curfew, like let's like these cops aren't doing their job, like
Yes.
let's go do the
Let
job
me.
ourselves.
Okay, the scene you're referring to. This is when I noticed something was up. There is a scene he's referencing right now in Stranger Things where this character rallies up the town because the adults aren't really getting that the kids are being killed by something they can't see. Kind of like a Freddy Krueger like bad guy. But I identified him as a David Hogg like character because if you recall, David Hogg started the March for Our Lives. It was a children's crusade because they're too young to vote away the guns that are killing them. So I said, this is David Hogg. Watch him emerge onto the world stage very soon. And again, I mentioned the Kraken or the Gorgon being released 11/6. So I was pointing at 6/11, like because everything's mirrored here.
And you notice David Hogg corollary, but this kid goes out and buys a gun. But what happens when he tries to use it at the end? The crack in the earth splits him right down the middle of his body. So like he dies. Like I don't know. That's just like an interesting part. But at the end of that scene in the town hall, remember, like he's kind of like nobody knows what to do or what to answer to, and the cops are like, "You better like listen to this curfew, like a la COVID maybe." And who's the guy who starts walking out, and people kind of like look like seems like, oh, he's like, "Fuck this, I'm leaving," and then he turns around and he's like, well, you guys heard the kid. What are we waiting for? But what does the guy look like? He's got a trucker hat. He's fat. He's overweight. He's got a beard. He looks like maybe a Canadian trucker or like an American trucker, kind of like a MAGA, like this,
Okay.
what is Biden calling it now? Ultra MAGA.
Yes. So yeah, that was the point. So this TV show has this town hall type meeting, and I said this is going to foreshadow March for Our Lives again, and it did because shortly after on 6/11 they had the big March for Our Lives event at the Capitol at the DC Ellipse. So I'm looking at this as another example of concurrent programming because again, I was able to predict David Hogg would show up again, and he did.
And he's like the most obvious, like even with the littlest bit of research, like the most obvious like agent through his father for like the government. I'm pretty sure like he was part of something before he like was involved in the Parkland thing, right? He might have even been like
Well,
they said he was
let me
like
bring this up really quick here. Parkland, because Parkland was suddenly in the news. The Parkland shooter Nick Cruz was out, and these are all stories too. Nick Cruz is a reference to the cross because this was the Children's Crusade, and the Children's Crusade had a very prominent figure named Nicholas. But the whole thing about Nick Cruz being brought Parkland back into the news. Then you have Parkland High, very famous shooting. Then on July 4th, 7/4, which was a number heavily foreshadowed in the Stranger Things, like the 7.4 earthquake. On 7/4, you had the Highland Park shooting. Parkland High, Highland Park. Then you had Benjamin Franklin Parkway. You had Lake Eola Park in a parking garage. You had the Shakespeare in the Park shooting. This is a list of shootings, and everything had Park and Parkland encoded into it. And I'm thinking, what is all this? And I believe it all correlates with Westworld Park. And the word park is derived, if you look at the etymology, you get paddock. Remember Stephen Paddock shooting up at the Harvest Festival, shooting up the concert goers in the fenced-in
Right.
paddock?
Who the FBI and the Las Vegas Police Department both closed the cases as cold and unsolved and don't name Stephen Paddock as not only the perpetrator, but also say that he didn't fire a weapon. Those are in the official reports, but nobody seems interested in reporting that, even though that's not conspiracy, it's just the official government documents. But I don't want to sidetrack you.
Sure, no. But again, I'm pointing out how all of these events are very, very tied together. And it's all in the words. It's all in the. And I think part of it, you're searching the web and you search Parkland, you're going to get Highland Park, Parkland High, and 50 other events they've tied to that. It's getting pretty obvious to me. Like if you caught that shooting of Jalen Parker, first it was 60 shots. Then they brought it down to 46. He was hit 46 times, but 8 cops. 846. Very outrageous event, but that's obviously a tie-in to George Floyd. 8 minutes, 46 seconds. We've had
Now,
Go ahead.
do you remember? I forget what season it was. It might have been season 2. Was the other child who's part of the program, like the Indian chick who gives 11 the punk rock thing and teaches her to expand her powers or whatever type of shit, moves that crazy train, Ozzy Osbourne biting the heads off of bats, I don't know. Wasn't she 6?
Was
so
she number 6? I'll have to check. Why?
Well, because if she's 6 and then if Vecna is 1 and then you have 1-6, and then was 2011 when Sandy Hook happened?
It was 2012.
Oh, 2012. Okay.
Although they were probably rehearsing.
Yeah,
They were probably rehearsing in 2011. But anyway, these numbers speak volumes. Even the Batman movie, I mentioned this one quite a bit because it had a flood of the polls, as in the election was flooded on 11/6. 11/6 is the date the portal opens in Stranger Things. These movies are very consistent, but anyway, flooding the polls is one of the slogans of the GOP right now. Like there is nothing you can find on Netflix or in the movies that isn't directly tied to the news that hasn't even come out yet. I was even watching the new season of the Game of Thrones, and the very first episode has a strong Roe v. Wade tie-in where a mother dies because it's not up to her.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, the patriarchy needs the baby to continue the line, so they have to make the decision, and it's not up to her. She's like, no, I don't want to, and then they have her killed. Anyway, that's obviously that was written with some foreknowledge at some level that Roe v. Wade would have another leak, another controversy later that.
Right. Yeah. And there's actually a lot of interesting things that we could go into with the last couple of episodes of that because of I don't know if you've watched the last 2 episodes, but interesting tie-ins similar to that. Yeah, it's this whole predictive programming thing. I mean, it's all aligned to basically tell you what's coming. And I don't think it's a coincidence that this whole in plain sight thing, they love to just do it blatantly in your face. And for them to take this Max girl and have the song that's she saves her from being corrupted be running up that hill and parenthetically a deal with God. And then, what God is that? It could be real God. It could be your Trump God. It could be Big Brother. Who knows? But then she loses her eyesight, has her limbs broken like Themis. And if you probably know more about the Greek mythology of Themis than I do, but it's pretty interesting. She has the power to see the past, the present, and the future of particular individuals. She's not omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, but she can see the past, present, and future of other people, and it's kind of past is prologue. You know what I mean? those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Well, so on and so forth. But I'll hop off and let you kind of
Yeah, there's a lot.
dive into this.
Yeah, appreciate the call very much. Great information, and that's a whole other take on Stranger Things that reaffirms what we've already been talking about. But it shows you how these things, these movies are beyond. This is just, it's very dense propaganda. Every Netflix series is an influence operation in
Oh,
itself.
one more thing. If I could get your opinion, this just kind of hit my brain. I wouldn't be shocked if, because it is a little perplexing, the fact that they gave that warning at the beginning related to Uvalde, kind of like suggesting that there's going to be some kind of like school shooting situation, which there wasn't. But remember how there's all that drama at the skate park, and then like 11 like hits that girl over the head with a skate?
Yes.
This is pretty far out there, and like I feel like I shouldn't say it on the internet because I'm coincidentally right, shooting blanks in the dark, throwing spaghetti at a wall, it's probably gonna bite me in the ass. But that's the world we live in now. I would not be surprised if venues, like if you notice, like in Greenwood, Indiana, like stories don't get a lot of play, but the Good Samaritan with the gun that stopped the shooting, stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to if some kind of situation, if the predictive programming we're suggesting is as valid as we're taking it, if there is some kind of like Parkland-like situation, but at a like skating rink, you know what I mean? Which would be interesting for multiple reasons, but particularly because is skating rinks really like a thing anymore? Do people really do that? So like it would be a very easy place, kind of secluded, nobody pays attention to, for them to kind of like Walmart FEMA it, do some drills for a while, and then all of a sudden this super popular skating rink that everybody in the town has never been to gets shot up. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what? You might be onto something, because nobody really pays attention to some of these psyops. They reuse the stories. They all blend together. Maybe they're going to do a different one. And I noticed a couple weeks ago they closed the 9/11 memorial near Ground Zero. So I think we're being prepped for the next phase, and I wouldn't be surprised. I hope it doesn't happen.
Something's coming. Something's coming. They're prepping us for something.
And they've
been doing a lot of drills in different cities.
This is why they do mall
particularly nuke drills. They've been doing nuke disarmament drills in several major cities, which isn't that uncommon, but there's multiple reasons for that.
New York, they have their PSAs, they have their go bags, they're all ready for fallout. But I think you're right. They went to supermarkets, and think about this too. Right after Parkland, David Hogg and Company started doing die-ins at all these grocery stores, supermarkets, because they said, you guys aren't in the schools, you're not feeling the effects. We're the mass shooter generation. So they would go into grocery stores and play dead. Well, now we actually have shootings in supermarkets like Buffalo and others.
Which is a phone call, like flip of the coin, like how many situations are, well, if we don't end up needing this, it's just going to be a quote unquote die-in. But really, just like with all the drills, oh, this is just another mass shooting that we're coordinating, and it didn't work out. So it was a die-in, that it was a political thing. You know what I mean? Like a die-in could easily become a quote unquote mass shooting, in seconds. You know what I mean? They get all those people teed up. It's like that Asian doctor who was involved with COVID. I sent you videos on Twitter months back of how she was involved with the Boston Marathon bombing propaganda immediately on TV. I was there and my husband, I couldn't, yada, yada, yada. And then she was super pro-mask. Now she's out in the media talking about how masks are bad for her children and it screwed up their development, and everybody's turning on her. There's always, it reverberates and it echoes and it repeats. And I hate to do the douchey YouTube nerd thing, But like George Lucas said, okay, it's like poetry. It's supposed to rhyme, all right?
Oh man. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right though. It does. It doesn't repeat. It rhymes. We've seen it, and they recycle. I say they recycle more than they rhyme. It's not even artful at times. It's just they're throwing it in there because they have to. Thanks for the call, and call back anytime.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
All
And
right. Oh, sorry, I cut him off. That's one step too far. And we were talking about predictive programming, and this is another video I wanted to play a clip from. There's a lot. When I say a lot, I mean it's voluminous. There are so many movies that make a specific reference to September the 23rd, and it all seems to correlate with a flood. What I have here is by Z. Richington, 923 Predictive Programming Condensed. I went through this today. I'm not going to play the full 10-minute video, but I'm just going to take a couple excerpts from it just to show you how this 923, again, we're talking about consistent predictive programming, suggesting something of a flood, perhaps.
Before the block is empty.
2 years, 3 months, and 9 days.
So you heard 2 years, 3 months, 9 days. The 239, very consistent. I can show you instances here on so many different movies, just scrolling through this. Again, it's very condensed, but I'm going to play about 2 or 3 specific segments.
I can't tell them anything until I tell them about
Then
this.
can we please just start somewhere?
Они подозревают? Нет.
So what you're seeing are people talking about 923.
Clearly, he's leaving us a code. Some way to reach him.
Time or date, maybe? September 23rd?
September 23rd, 1780.
923 Church Street, 47th floor. You better hurry.
This is Agent Dunham. I need immediate evac. 923 Church Street. There's a device.
Okay, as you can hear, again, there are many, many examples like this, but I went through the video and I found a few that really stood out to me. For example, Castaway. Tom Hanks, Castaway. He's surrounded by water, and that's one of the themes I've seen in many of the references here. Water and flood, and I believe his birthday is 923. Castaway, 2000.
Albert R. Miller.
Date of birth 92387. Again, what we're looking at here is a compilation of references to 923. Here's a couple with Arnold Schwarzenegger, which makes sense too, considering he's been in Terminator, which has a lot of predictive programming for 9/11 and for the nuking of Seattle. Goes into a building, has a 329. Anyway, it's very visual, and that's what I talk when I say that the subconscious mind is basically an open conduit for programming. This is what I'm referring to. You're taking in a lot of information visually, and I don't believe it asks your permission. I think it just goes right into your subconscious mind to be tapped into and played upon later. But many of these references, taken out of context, but put into a timeline like this, do tell a cohesive story. There's definitely a flood vibe here. Let me play one other clip here. I think I see Homer Simpson. It's even in The Matrix. Here's Homer. Now again, these aren't just random instances of the number. There is a context here, and the repeated context seems to be a flood. Let me play one more clip.
Dieser 24. September 2022 wird uns allen als ein Tag im Gedächtnis bleiben.
He says, "Dear colleagues, on the 24th September 2022 will be remembered as a day by all of us. We will remember exactly where we were." Just kind of an ominous thing, but there are many, many examples. Again, the video is called 923 Predictive Programming Condensed. Let me play about 30 more seconds here.
Is that when it's going to happen? September 22nd, midday?
High temperatures tomorrow, back into the 90s everywhere right on through Tuesday.
This is a story.
Again, too many references to ignore. like we've seen with 9/11, 11/3, too many references to ignore. The Simpsons is very, very fairly well represented here. So is Jim Carrey. Let me play a couple Jim Carreys.
In time to save an ancient species from total annihilation.
Go ahead. Tell yourself it's just a number.
Again, my point is these actors who are representing predictive programming, coded messages, are used in film after film. Like they're insiders. Jim Carrey in particular, and this is a clip from the movie The Number 23. I've noticed this myself. I used to pay attention to this as well. I noticed the 23s for a long time before I realized, okay, it's actually a lot. Pretty much every single scene. I can show you an example. Check out the movie Top Gun 2. Every single character's name has some kind of connotation or reference, some kind of allusion to a dying and resurrecting God. It's Phoenix, dying and resurrects. Hangman, played by a 33-year-old actor who calls himself good and a savior. Tom Cruise has a name. Thomas means twin, Cruise, cross. The twin cross is another one of these symbols. The first rung, death. The second, resurrection. You had Rooster, another Christian symbol. Also, the movie was spaced 33 years from the first one, chronologically and in the actual production times. So the Rooster character is a reiteration of his father 33 years later. The numbers tell it all. Every single scene in Top Gun, every word, everything is contrived in this manner. It's ritual. Salty Siren says 923, it's the manifestation focal point, Kraken's Eve. Well, that would be the end of Virgo. And last year, the beginning of Scorpio is when Alec Baldwin shot Helena Hutchins. And the significance there, he was in Hunt for Red October about a nuclear submarine, Russia. Again, the nuke. He is also one of the most Trump deranged celebrities out there. He dresses up as Trump for SNL, and he said, dressing up as Trump made me wish for a meteor to hit the White House. Now, what's funny is he shoots not only Helena Hutchins, but he shoots the director, Joel Souza, whose birthday is Trump's birthday. So like, you hate Trump so much, you're going to shoot a guy at Trump's birthday. But his birthday is 6/14. And about the time that this shooting happened, Don't Look Up was being advertised. And Don't Look Up is the movie about a comet about to hit the Earth in 6 months, 14 days. Object from the Sky, 6/14. Alec Baldwin, I want a meteor to hit the White House, hit Trump, etc. But the tie-in there, again, Helena Hutchins is from a place that figures in the Hunt for Red October. And again, Hunt for Red October, undetectable nuke. Mizell says, astrology, they make movies per astrology. Yes, they do. They release them on astrologically significant dates as well. If you want to earn a little money, write a book. If you want to make a lot of money, create a religion. L. Ron Hubbard. Yes, you live in a space religion. I mean, it's an outer space religion. That's what our society is, a doomsday cult, but our worldview is essentially a space religion. Our salvation is leaving this world through technology as our savior, but leaving this world through the efforts of our scientist priesthood to take us to a higher world, a better world, a sustainable one on Mars, where we leave behind the MAGA hats and the guns and the meat and whatever they don't want us to take up there. Just like heaven. You think you're taking your car to heaven and your social media? No, of course not. You're going up to heaven. You're not going with anything. It's like a spacesuit. It's the only thing you're going to have when you're on Mars. You're going to have your life support system. I have many more links to go through. Here's an interesting meme. USA to Ukraine. Here's $8 billion. USA to Israel. Here's $3.3 trillion. USA to Taiwan. Here's $1 billion. USA to Mississippi. Don't drink the water. Mississippi was just in the news because there was an airplane, a stolen airplane, a twin jet, I think it was a twin engine little plane there, just circling above, and the guy in the cockpit was not even a pilot. He had stolen, I guess you would say, or hijacked the plane, and he said he was going to crash it into a Walmart. Again, this was on 9/3. Airport worker steals a twin engine plane, threatens to crash it into a Walmart. and it held the town hostage for a little while. Things were closing down. They had to evacuate the Walmart, and I'm thinking, where are the intercepting jets? Now, the fact that it happened on 9/3 stands out because Flight 9/3 crashes in a field. This guy landed in I believe it's a cornfield. My point is, Flight 9/3 happens on that date, and we are just a few days away from a 9/11 hoax anniversary. Okay, continuing through your comments. One Step Too Far says MK Ultra, Ultra MAGA, Republican Manchurian Confederacy messaging. Yes, you see the shooter at Highland Park who did the 7/4 shooting, there's a very strong connection. Just really briefly, on the side of his head, he had the tattoo of the number 47. We're talking about the Highland Park shooter who dressed up as Waldo. And he had an image of Lee Harvey Oswald on his wall. So I jokingly said, "Where's Waldo?" or Oswaldo, because he's at a Trump rally. Because he was dressing up he was dressing up as a cartoon character to go to Trump rallies, which makes zero sense except in retrospect. Anyway, the shooter from Highland Park was super obsessed with the number 47. And he has it tattooed on his temple, on the side of his head, for some reason. Now, when he was doing the shooting, his mom was shopping at Target, and there were pictures of her holding a bag from Target with the Target emblem on it. Now, without getting too deep into the tie-ins, because this ties into the Stranger Things movie and the character Joker, but the storyline here is there is a Lee Harvey Oswald on the loose, and the shooter that's on the loose, and look, the assassin on the loose thing has been a theme for some time. I mean, just the vice president, the vice president in Argentina just had a gun put in her face, and it was a Putin / Bolsonaro, probably Trump fan, so it was like a right winger. The way they frame these things, it's always telling. But they've given us foreshadowing for the next Oswald, the next Manchurian candidate, and I would imagine that it's going to be. I'm not really quite sure. I don't want to speculate too much beyond. I do think that it's in the air. That's why they had the guy named Abe. I mean, his name's Abe, but Abe, A-B-E, like Lincoln, assassination connotation there. Friend of Trump's, no less, which makes it even more interesting. All right, I'm going to go through a few more notes here, but again, same time, same place, tomorrow. I have a new podcast that's going to be out here very soon. And also I have a news brief podcast that's going to be daily. And that's going to probably kick off tomorrow. It's called The Inciter. So many fascinating topics. I mean, there's this dead comedian who apparently came back. The only difference is he came back as a female comedian. But what's more, well, here's the thing. The comedian's name, he died, Ralphie May, apparently came back as Fortune Femster. Now, not only does the comedian look the same in the new incarnation, but even the girlfriends kind of look alike. Now, I'm not familiar with these comedians, but I checked out a couple of their performances just to see, and I think it checks out. I think Ralphie May died and came back as Fortune Femster. Now, there was one investigator on this who said, I have to disagree. The earlobes are attached, and they're not attached in the new version. So I did a little research, and it turns out that getting your earlobes altered is routine. It's a simple in-office procedure to detach your earlobes against your face. It's quick, requires stitches. You remove them in 7 days, but no, it's doable. That's the only difference I can find. Very distinctive and unique. Chin and nose and eyes, it's the same person. Just another death faker reintroduced to the world stage, rebranded. Found this meme in a folder from a couple years ago, but this is excellent. The space program's greatest accomplishment has been the success they've had in selling us gulag life as progress. There was this UAE governmental meeting where they revealed this $500 million project to create a simulated Mars base. And any way you look at it, a simulated Mars base, it looks like indentured servitude. You will own nothing and be happy. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this clip here. I hope I don't get banned for dangerous misinformation. This is just someone who believes that there's something, some kind of liquid crystals that when exposed to some kind of,
the old video,
as you'll see, some kind of external influence, maybe some kind of a, I don't know, 5G tower, could potentially turn your neighbors and friends and family members with poor judgment into zombies.
in the biological destruction, there are the organized tempests on the magnetic fields. What will follow is the contamination of the bloodstreams of mankind, creating intentional infections. This will be enforced.
Anyway, science fiction, but what isn't science fiction today? Look at this. Somehow, this is a meme. This person found on 2/22 of this year at 2:22 p.m. President Biden strode to the podium to announce the commencement of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and yet to be seen what might have been the outset of World War III. You know, people use the term, or they use the phrase World War III and Civil War a little too flippantly. Like, there's a lot of talk. But again, timestamp, kind of notable here. 2/22 on 2/22, which has extreme significance specifically for America because this was the date of Pluto return. The Pluto return corresponding to July 4th, 7/4, 1776. Travis Cloud says, cool, I'm going to get my earlobes done. Phase Polarizer says, it's like the movie Moonfall, the second half of the NASA launch will all be CGI. In the movie Moonfall, you had a hero scientist. A scientist who sacrificed his life to save the Earth. You know, very noble. Anyone want to guess how old this scientist savior in Moonfall happens to be? Waiting in the chat. If you're in the chat, type in how old you think that actor was. I'll give you a hint. It's the same age as the actor who played Hangman in Top Gun, who said, I am your savior. If you guessed 33, you're correct. The actor who played the main hero in Moonfall happened to be 33. A couple quick headlines. Russia calls aging space station dangerous as it plans the successor. I've said it before, it's a space jalopy. Russia's calling it out. You can kind of read the stitching on the fastball here. Kanye West is still going OJ. Very, very ominous what's going on here. Kris Jenner pleads with Kanye to stop the public tirades against Kardashian-Jenner family. But I think it's actually kind of funny what Kanye did. He posted an Instagram message about the tattoos. You know, because Pete Davidson got tattoos of Kanye's children's names on his chest. And now that he's broken up with Kim, apparently it's fodder for jokes. And what he had said to him on Instagram was something along the lines of, ask Pete how those tattoos of my kids are doing in the trauma unit. And the trauma unit's obviously a joke, a jab, because Pete's going through therapy for hurt feelings. Anyway, this story is mostly interesting to me because of the connection, the proximity to the O.J. Simpson drama's central characters, and the fact that Pete Davidson's dad died at the age of 33 in the World Trade Center attacks 21 years ago. So these are all interesting world stage characters. And by the way, Kanye West, as you all know, multiple mass ritual events like Dawn Day and Dawn Day 2, where it's just simply occult pagan rites, whatever you want to call it. He sets himself on fire. And it's actually the anniversary of the Burning Man festival when he does it. The whole Burning Man thing. Doing this ceremony to honor the return of Pluto, Hades, Lord of the Underworld. And by the way, it is Pluto/Hades that releases the Kraken. Another very important point about this return of Pluto. It releases the Kraken. And you can put that in context of the use of the Kraken to describe the election, among many other things. A Green Party politician fakes hate crimes against himself. Again, I've said this before, 66% of hate crimes that are reported are later found out to be hoaxes done by the so-called victims. It's a cry-bully move. And 66%, that's reported. I think the truth, I think it's closer to 90%, if not higher. I think that most, if not all of them, are faked. Just a quick heads up, blackouts possible as California Power Grid declares emergency as usage and conservation climb. You notice this is everywhere. They are preparing us for climate lockdowns. And they don't even need to wait for climate change to shut us down. They're just going to make you go through the motions, just like they did in 2020. Climate lockdowns, space junk lockdowns. Is there anything they can't use as a pretext to get everybody to stay home and just absorb media full time? No, there isn't. We do live in a doomsday cult. Anyway, thanks for joining. Thanks to all the callers. Same time tomorrow. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Where's the Curve? And if you want links to any of the music, I'll put it in the video descriptions. And also search on Bandcamp and Amazon for Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Also on, I believe, there's the YouTube channel. Anyway, I will be back. Thanks again for joining, and appreciate all the callers and all the comments. Too many people here to keep up with all the comments, so I always go through the replays to see if I've missed anything. And one more thing, we are connected to a Discord server, so all the comments, all the links are stored over there. Very easy to find. It's a permanent record. Alright everyone, thank you for joining. It's September the 9th, 2022. This is Fepe Akbar, Allergic to Bullshit, featuring Lean Dion. Phones are open, numbers on the screen. The 1-800 number will be right back. I mean, it's down for a couple of days, but we are up to date on credits when it comes to text alerts. So the signal's going out and people are arriving. I just sent out notifications, so we're going to give people a couple of moments to show up. And I'm going to go over a few of the things that we're going to be talking about today. So it's September the 9th, 2022, a couple of days away from the 21st hoax anniversary of 9/11, which has been entirely deconstructed from top to bottom. I don't even think there are any 9/11 jumper truthers left among those who learned how to auto-hoax and deconstruct the fake news. Some of the things I want to talk about today, summer of swatting. It's been dubbed the summer of swatting, and it's ongoing. We have more to add to that list. Even the Daily Beast took note of Gavin McInnes and the flack he's getting for faking his own arrest. Or Gavin McSmollett is what we've taken to calling him. That would be the leader of the Proud Boys. And my point in drawing attention to this is that it was repeated, it was reported, it was published as a fact that the guy had been arrested until Owen Benjamin spilled the beans, as they put it. So they're not friends anymore. My point is, they're very comfortable lying, and the media is very comfortable just running with stuff, and nobody fact checks it. I mean, that's the first, I guess, example of fact checking I've seen in a very long time. I'm going to do a week in review. Roger Stone, we have a Roger Stone update. If you recall, Roger Stone was converting into a prayer warrior, and he was praying closed the holes or the portals above the White House. If you missed this, Roger Stone noted that there were portals above the White House, quote, satanic portals, and he prayed for them to close, and they did. Luckily, because I was afraid that Satan 2, Putin's rocket, was going to plop through one of those onto the White House, but no, he saved us. Next thing I know, I mean, Roger Stone pops up again, this time giving a pretty, I would say, a pretty strong statement of support for Queen Didaloo, the QAnon Queen of Canada. So he announces that he's going to support the QAnon Queen, the one who has her followers not paying their electric bills and attempting to arrest police. Well, that story's been updated because now he's claiming he doesn't know who she is. So in other words, Roger Stone is suggesting that she misrepresented him. So apparently what happens is you can go on to cameo.com and you can get almost anybody to say anything for like $100. That's what happened. Somebody paid Roger Stone to say something about the Queen. And this reminded me of when he was talking about the satanic portals that he was trying to close. I said at the time, this guy's reading a script. Who's writing his scripts? Well, now we know. Somebody's paying him to read the stuff. Not surprising that he's that cheap. This is the guy with the Richard Nixon tramp stamp. Phones are open. I put the number on the screen. Let's see who's joined us. We started earlier than normal. Joined by Truman B3000 Osher, Cat Bunny Buffalo, Thirst for Truth, Echo Charlie, Chad says hello everyone. Joe Raw, I'm handing out wrenches as well. Dave Hoax Me, Angst G. I see a lot of visitors from DLive, and we're back in good terms with them. So feel free to use DLive if you happen to like their platform. I do. Also, we are going to be re-streaming and rebroadcasting daily on the main YouTube channel. So you might notice that we have fewer people than normal, but we're going to expand again. We kind of contract. It just depends on the level of suppression, and our channel's taking a few hits, but we're going to be, building back better and all that very soon. Phone lines will be back on, and we will have all the channels up. But for the short term, we just have one YouTube, one DLive. We're on Facebook, and we're also on Rofkin. So if you use Rofkin, you can find us there. And I think we're also on Facebook. It's 33 Ren says it's all right. The chat doesn't scroll. My beef with DLive was simply political. They said our channel is too political, and they gave us an X rating. An X rating for being political. But it wasn't just being political, it was being right wing, which we're not. We were reporting the 1/6 event, and they said we were being political. And it's like, well, you guys don't penalize the people playing Grand Theft Auto, which is the Democrat Party platform in action. That's not considered political. It's just so subjective. But I managed to get back into good terms, and they are now, in fact, allowing us to collect lemons. Let me go ahead and go through some of our notes. North Korea threatens automatic and immediate nuke strike if provoked. Then we have an update from, and this is going to make the QAnoners really excited. Normally you have 10 days of mourning for when a monarch dies. Well, they've extended it to 17. And the QAnoners are already taking credit for the death of the Queen. They believe the White Hats took her out, and their clue is that her death happens 1,776 days after the first Q drop. Again, 911 days after 3/11, the novel Corona. Very interesting bits of coincidences. 77 years, 7 days since the end of World War II. Well, now King Charles is saying 17 days of mourning. They went from 10 to 17. This, again, is something that's likely going to contribute to the QAnoners and their frenzy. I mean, really, their hopium was running thin, and now it's overflowing. There's a lot of ODs happening right now. The QAnoners are beside themselves. This is very reaffirming for all of them. So if you didn't know, their story is basically the royals, I think, are the top of the pyramid, child trafficking, etc. And so this is some kind of a victory. As you'll see, we'll go through some of their tweets. A lot of grave dancing, which I don't approve of. I don't really think it's appropriate to make light of real deaths. Fake deaths, yeah. Fake dead people's lives don't matter. They really don't. 33 million watched television coverage as news broke of the Queen's death. 33 million, Nothing to see there. Okay, summer of swatting continues. We predicted this early on in the summer. We were talking about how Tim Pool fakes swatting for views. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene swatted herself twice. Then we had an expert in the field call in and explain the swatting process and how they're misrepresenting it, making it seem like these are assassination attempts, which is what Stephen Bannon has been doing. He's been swatted a couple of times whenever he needs ratings for his podcast, and he claims these are, quote, assassination attempts. Again, this is the far right playing victim, and it's been continuing. I'm waiting for, well, Gavin McGinnis, leader of the Proud Boys, again, leaders, all being visited by feds. I want to listen to this. This is from Gateway Pundit. Quote, jackbooted Gestapo has to show up at their door. Steve Bannon tells Charlie Kirk that 35 Trump allies had their homes raided by FBI on Thursday. 35. And he said they're jackbooted and they show up to make a big display. So the summer of swatting now includes 35 other targets. We're going to have to find out who they are. Davey Hazel says, I never met the Queen. How can I prove she was or is a person? It's really beyond dispute, but there is this, I guess, gray area where she could have disappeared some time ago. Deepfake technology is so good that one could easily have someone, let's say Greta Thunberg, in a mask. You wouldn't know the difference. It's within the realm of fakeability, and I believe she showed up at the Jubilee as a literal hologram. Kind of creepy. This is a quote from The Truman Show, The True Man Show, about a false man who became a true man after the satellite representing the Dog Star fell from the stage and gave away the deception, and he worked his way out, thus becoming the true man. We accept the reality of the world with which we are presented. It's as simple as that. That's Christoph. Christoph is the kind of the demiurge, but he's the creator of the movie set on which Truman is born. He's also the man in black in Westworld. So he's both a prison warden and a tormentor, but also something of a catalyst that serves to evolve and awaken the false man, or in Westworld, the Sims. They wake up. So he plays an interesting role here. Kind of a Saturnian character in Westworld. May tie into the role that Satan plays in the role of Job, because again, the Westworld's about these beings that are synthetic or AI becoming sentient, and it wouldn't happen were it not for him. And same with Truman Show. I think that the movie is just kind of an allegory. And these characters, like even I point them out all the time, they play the same basic character in many different movies. He plays a similar role. I'm talking about Ed Harris in the Snowpiercer, which is another interesting movie. I think it's pretty much based on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but it's way more dystopian and way sick. Linda Curtis says, is swatting one of those games? Swatting is when somebody calls the cops and they say that the person in this house is threatening self-harm, and supposedly the police show up, paramilitary gear, helicopters, they rappel into your backyard, flashlights everywhere. It's a big scene, and if you come out, you might get shot. That's the idea. So Bannon's making it sound like he's been surviving assassination attempts. No, what really happens is you get a knock on the door, and then it escalates from there, possibly, but not likely. That didn't. MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, says that she could have died had she opened the door with a gun in her hands. Like, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Crisis acting is what I would call it. G33 says, Tim, I got the Skeleton Magician Tarot card painting. Framed it. Nice. You'll notice at the shop we have a lot of baseball card size paintings or Pokemon card size paintings. I choose this size because they have a built-in collector base, these art cards, but moreover it's very easy to find protective sleeves at any place that sells gaming cards. And I want to point this out that we have a lot of new art coming in from the designer of many of our logos and decals. In fact, I actually have an art card of a Pokemon behind a dumpster, which is already sold. But this is just a reference to something I often bring up. There are people who say they believe there's an ISS because they can see on their app when it passes over their house. So by that logic, I've been pointing out, well, I can prove to you that there's a Pokemon. It's behind the dumpster. Ms. L says Snowpiercer is supposed to be the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Yeah, strange movie, but it definitely is built on that, and it's almost, maybe it's not plagiarism. Whatever it is, though, it's kind of notable and worth watching. I want to point out that Elon Musk has part of his composite character, that of Gene Wilder from, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You can see it in a few different ways that he's been presented whenever they show him as being eccentric. But specifically, his boring company, the one that tunnels, his boring company was also toying with the idea of producing candy. So he was merging the tunneling company with a candy company. And we're talking about Hyperloop. Meanwhile, he's talking about the Mars bases, and he buys Gene Wilder's house. So he buys Willy Wonka's house. Well, Willy Wonka, Gene Wilder, the character in the movie, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, has a tunnel, like a Hyperloop, where there's a big candy factory at the end of it. And that's the Mars base. You go to Mars, you're basically an Oompa Loompa for the Imperator Musk on Mars, making candy probably. That's kind of the idea. If you really get down to it, the space utopianism they're selling us on, it's all just space. It's slavery. It's indentured servitude. And Musk has been called out on this. Portal says, IPS press passes came in. Make sure you penguins pick yourself up one. It could get you out of a trespassing ticket from the 5-0. Yes, go to infiniteplane.media. We don't do ambush journalism here. We don't involve ourselves in any of that kind of trolling. It's very easy to be credible if you're just open and transparent. And we use the press passes because what we're doing is we are covering the real world. And in 2020, they were locking down everyone but essentials. And for some reason, media was considered essential. And I'm thinking, media is essential. They're the ones out there lying about everyone and everything. Someone needs to fact check the claims of the media. And that's where we stepped in. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to go through my Twitter feed, a few interesting things. This is Naomi Biden says Joe Biden died 4 years ago and was replaced with a twin. Let me just go ahead and play this and then we'll analyze this piece.
Anyway, my grandfather Joe Biden does have a twin, and that twin is currently pretending to be Joe Biden in the White House. So unfortunately, my grandfather Joe Biden passed away about 4 years ago. But, you know, he had built up this really long political career, and my family still wanted to have a bit of power in the U.S. government, so we just replaced Joe with his twin brother, Bo.
Fascinating. They replaced Joe. This is confusing. I don't know if this is true. I tend to think it's fake. In fact, I think it's fake. The whole story is just... It's probably someone playing a prank. Does anybody know about this? But I'm getting into this topic of discerning between fake news, fake world stage news in general, and the additional fakery on top of it. We really have to nuance this stuff. I posted this video yesterday on TikTok where it appeared to show a man on the ISS, like in the corner, drinking wine. Yeah, the astronauts, or rather the cosmonauts, are on one side of the screen, and they are waving at the cameras, but on the bottom left you can see some person who's presumably part of the crew, like the film production crew, and this guy appears to be drinking wine. So I shared this saying that, well, that this is just more evidence of ISS hoaxery. It turns out that this is fake. So this is an example of fake. That's my point. Fake. Yes, the ISS is fake, but this video of the guy drinking wine is a joke. But don't let that distract people from the fact that the thing itself is fake. Who would do this? Is somebody doing this to discredit people who are calling out the fakery on the ISS? I mean, that's one possible explanation. Let me go ahead and play this short clip.
Is he appearing on this broadcast? What exactly is going on? Someone please tell me.
Okay, what's going on
Space
there?
travel real?
Again,
Or are
looking at a man drinking wine.
we just being lied to on a massive scale with clever...
Now you can say, gotcha. None of you have a point. You just forward bad information and see what sticks. The fact is, the Chinese space station, which we've watched, has even worse than this, and they do it for real. Like, they actually have jars of water that they drink from, and that's not fake. Like, that's actually accepted as real. Anyway, I'm pointing this out. I described this yesterday as being potentially real. I've confirmed it's actually some kind of... I think it's a joke. Davey Hazel says the gag would do this. They would. The Government Actors Guild would do this. Have you heard of the fake birds conspiracy theory? Birds are fake? Well, that's a fake conspiracy theory. And you know who's behind it? The Parkland acting troupe. So the survivors of the Parkland shooting start this group called Birds Are Fake, and they get a lot of attention. They travel around the country saying all birds are fake. Nobody believes that. Nobody would posit such a thing. Yet they get a lot of attention. Why? They want to discredit anyone using the word fake. Okay, let's continue. David Hazel says we need IPS fly swatters for the summer of swatting. Yeah, we could probably get them labeled. It's almost over, though. I do want to get Infinite Plane Society space junk helmets. We're joined by Obi Ninja, says it's an early start. And we are going to be early tomorrow as well for Infinite Plane Saturn Day. So many crisis swatters. And look, that's what it is. It's crisis acting. The fact that Gavin McInnes gets away with this, it's absurd. Gavin McSmollett, he cannot criticize Jussie Smollett for faking the lynching. He can. Echo Charlie says, March for Your Lives showed up at Uvalde. Yeah, March for Our Lives was based on the Children's Crusade. That's how they framed it. And the whole story was the adults created conditions that the youth are too young to change, so they had to get the vote out. And March for Our Lives sprung out of Parkland. And then they go around faking dead in grocery stores. The Parkland acting troupe faking dead in grocery stores because the adults can't see the school shootings. So they need to put it in their faces. Well, now what do we have? Shootings in grocery stores. A little bit of foreshadowing. And really, it should be Run for Your Lives. You had that parade shooting, which was fake. And again, think of the names. Parkland High. And then you had Highland Park. And then the Parkland High shooter, Nick Cruz, was rolled out again. And the name Nick Cruz is very significant. Nicholas Cruz Cross. The shooting happened on an Ash Wednesday. Many took up the cross on their forehead with the ashes. There was this narrative building for the Children's Crusade story. Even going into the name Nicholas. Nicholas was one of the leaders in the Children's Crusade. But this again was how they framed the March for Our Lives movement, which inspired Greta, according to her, who originally we did describe her as basically David Hogg in pigtails, although I suspect she's the animatronic avatar of El Gorleone. But she was inspired by that. And what was her angle? She's representing the youth, yelling at the adults. Same story. The adults made the world unsafe. Mass shooting generation. The adults have destroyed the environment. We can't breathe. So the youth have to take over. It's all part of the New Age reset. And the Great Reset is the great work of the Thelemites. And the god they venerate is the child Horus. Child because he's completely cut off from tradition and the stuff his parents did to screw it all up. Getting rid of the old religions, replacing it with the new. The Greta Reset. Let's continue here. Angst G says King Supers. Yeah, that kind of started it, didn't it? I recall that day. It was a super day for a PSYOP, we said, because it was 3/22. Again, 3/22 was the date of that shooting. Very significant date. Happened at King Supers store number 33 in Boulder, Colorado. There were 33 union members working at the store. They brought out the shooter, who had one bloody leg, one non-bloody leg, very Masony, if you know the symbolism of one pant leg rolled up. He did it in retaliation for the Christchurch shootings. So this was a Muslim getting back for Brenton Tarrant. I mean, obviously this is just their fake narrative. But again, store number 33, they love to tie their narratives together. They said many of the victims were there for their COVID-19 shots, and they left with their AR-15 shots. Like, they kind of synced it all together. It's about the AR-15, but again, it was a retaliation scenario. And this was shortly before, or around the time of the Parlor shooting. And again, the Parlor shootings were the shootings conducted by was it David Long, the guy who was shooting the massage parlors. He looked like an older version of Dylan Roof, and there's speculation this was the same actor. And that fake event, multiple shooting locations, kind of a racist undertone, sexist incel shooter. That one ended just like Christchurch, with a pit maneuver, pulled out of the car. I mean, these events are so repetitive. They're so unoriginal, but they're very clever. Like, here's one of the clever things about the Parlor shooting. This was at the time that the alternative to Twitter called Parler was taking off. And the media was attacking Parler. I believe Amazon yanked their servers. And then suddenly you have this face of white nationalist incel rage killing people. And it's Parlor shootings, massage parlor. But you see how they use these words. They just trash that word. Let's go through some headlines here. Steve Bannon does his perp walk. I watched him over on InfoWars today, and Alex Jones could not stop gushing over how much charisma he had standing in the courtroom. Like they're all about symbolism here, but he is playing the role of this kind of he's been described as a cartoon supervillain there in the Manhattan courtroom. I have an image of him with his hands cuffed, and I double checked. I'm like, make sure he's not doing an AOC. You know how these celebrity politician types will pretend for the cameras that they're being persecuted, crisis acting all the way. No, to his credit, assuming it's not photoshopped, Steve Bannon has the cuffs on his wrists. Turned himself in, and this has to do with the cash for the wall scenario. Was it a scam? I don't think it was a scam. I haven't been to the southern border. Did they build a wall with the millions and millions of dollars they raised, or did it really go to Steve Bannon's hair plugs? I mean, this is insane that he's even acting persecuted when it's clearly some kind of wire fraud at a minimum. I found some touching pictures of the Queen, who again died 911 days after the new crown pandemic. Here she is with Jimmy Savile, having a great time. Sure, nothing to see here. Again, Jimmy Savile, old school pedovore. Many such pictures are popping up. By the way, we had the mass shooter who was live streaming his shooting. We weren't sure if it was real or not. If it's real, kudos to a great actor. The way he was ranting, it was fantastically done. I've never seen a crisis actor pull off something that convincing. He seemed legitimately crazy unhinged. Anyway, there's an update here. It's been confirmed that one of the victims murdered during the Memphis mass shooting spree, and the suspect's name was Ezekiel Kelly. But it's a nurse who tried to help him. Her name? Ellison Parker. Just pointing out the consistency of that word, Parker. I mean, let's go into the names just for a moment here. It's kind of interesting. You had the Highland Park shooter, Parkland High. Then you had the Benjamin Franklin Parkway shooting, where some officer got shot in the head, but the bullet got stuck in his hat. Then you had the Lake Eola Park shooting, Lake Park, in a parking garage. Then you had the Greenwood Park shooting. You had or Greenwood Park Mall. You had the Shakespeare in the Park shooting. Again, very repetitive. What is the common theme here? We had the Jayland Walker shooting, and Jayland Walker's shooting was very significant for a couple of reasons. The way it was presented, this is the one in Akron. But one of the main things about it was he was shot a ridiculous number of times. It ended up being 46 by 8 officers. So they're creating martyrs here. 8 officers, 46 bullets, 846, just like George Floyd, 846. Also, this would kind of go along with Amir Locke, who was killed at 648, a mirror of 846. But we're seeing the creation of many different martyrs. And the Parker thing's very interesting. And I think it may tie in to Westworld Park. Joined by Moxie Tyson, says, how long have we been live? I believe about 30 minutes. And if you don't want to miss, go to infiniteplane.media and sign up for the text alerts. Also, infiniteplanesociety.com. I updated all of the links. So if you want to go to those sites, I recommend it because I've updated the links. If you want to pick up press passes, if you want to just get on the text alerts or the free newsletter, or you can have paid access to the Discord server, Cutting Edge Research 24/7. Let us continue. Just noting again, Parker. We had a caller and a troll on this channel, part of this group called Goyim TV. They used to call in and they would basically call me out because I was never really critical of Israel, and I wasn't all about Hitler, and I guess that's bad. Anyhow, the guy's on, here it is, on the cover of Daily Mail for having been arrested. California neo-Nazi arrested in Poland outside Auschwitz with a sign that says, suck 6 million. Oh, that's pretty bad. Anyway, he's in jail for this, and I thought that's kind of interesting. It's almost like their entire purpose is to associate them with you, so when they go down, you go down. So you can see why I was very skeptical of these callers, and why I was asking, what are these obvious feds doing calling into Infinite Plane Radio? I found it very puzzling, and I knew this was the agenda. And let's say we had taken them in and said, yeah, we think you're credible. Well, then look, we're associated with this kind of stuff. Obscene signs at a memorial. I mean, this stuff is just very crude. Not even worthy of the term cringe. Now here's an interesting one. The shooter, the Memphis shooter, had telegraphed what he was going to do on Instagram. From Memphis, remember the name. I'll be famous one day. Splat, splat, don't be a victim. Purge day coming soon, and it's live. So he announced it. And I've noticed a few other stories involving individuals driving around with the intention of shooting people or talking about it. Arthur Darth Vaderstein says Robbie Parker. Right. Well, there's words that stand out in many of these different events, and everything is quite literally curated. I've often spoken on the end times cult that grips the world, the climate change scenario. And I said this back in 2020. I said, this COVID-19 is used to fast-track Agenda 2030. They're going to use this to make the case for environmentalism and transforming society on the basis of preventing global warming. I was pointing out how weeks after lockdowns, NASA was showing us photographs, they would claim were photographs, of the Earth. Look how clean the skies are. Because we've locked everything down, more lives will be saved from clean air than will be lost to the virus. That's what they were saying, making the case that the virus is good for the environment and good for the population. It's cleansing. But there was an article on Russian or RT, RT News, and it said, COVID-19 is doing Greta's work. Greta's work, God's work. Again, it's the Greta reset. And certainly, the Great Reset is the Green World Order. It is the new age where everything has been transformed. They've burnt down, they've built back better, according to the ideals of the World Economic Forum 666. Now, my point is, environmentalism was the agenda all along. And environmentalism has always been a cover for communism. Watermelon Marxism, not a joke. Green on the outside, red on the inside. It's obvious. And they soft sell it. They can't just sell you on communism so easily, but they can use environmentalism to guilt trip you out of owning property. Anyway, most of you already know it's just fear-mongering. But now, check this out. This is just pure vindication. For those who think that we're just rejecting facts or we're climate change denialists, no, we're denying their extraordinary claims that aren't attended by evidence. We have leaked video from the CNN director saying that the next pandemic story is climate change. This is leaked from Project Veritas. I'm going to start. Again, this is the CNN technical director, Charlie Chester.
Climate, like global warming, and like that's going to be our next, like, I don't know, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's going to be our focus. Like our focus was to get Trump out of office, right? Without saying it, that's what it was, right? So our next thing is going to be for climate change awareness.
So that's like the
Climate change awareness, and then they compare it. So this is like the next pandemic.
next
pandemic, like, story, like that will beat to death. But that one's got longevity. You know what I mean? It's not like there's a definitive ending to the pandemic, or, you know, like.
In other words, pandemics end, but they can keep climate change going forever. Climate change just had its 34th anniversary, global warming, that is, a couple months ago. There's no money in solutions. I pointed this out a while ago. If they were legitimately caring about the environment, Al Gore would be taking credit. He would be saying, hey, look, the only reason you guys aren't underwater is because I convinced you to pay taxes. You tithe it to the world church. That's what you're tithing. You're recycling and you're stopping the oceans from rising. Take credit for it. But no, they just move the goalposts so they can continue to extort and regulate on the basis of let's save the planet. Again, it's all a cover. This was very clear on January 9th when the 19-story building in the Bronx burned. 19 victims initially reported, and they said it was caused by space heaters. Then the space heaters were branded as a symbol of inequality, and they said they wouldn't need space heaters if it wasn't for the rich, screwing up the environment and messing up the economy so they can't even afford to heat their homes. So they blamed the rich for the poor dying in a fire. The significance there? Environmentalism is a cover for class warfare. Of course they're going to blame the rich. Of course they're going to say the poor are disproportionately affected by this. But here you have CNN just really admitting here that they are deliberately creating this perception for the sole purpose of perception management, controlling the public's minds, making them think that the world's going to end when it's not. And they're doing this because nobody cares about the monkeypox. Nobody cares about the pandemics anymore. It's not having the same impact.
It'll taper off to a point that it's not a problem anymore. I don't think it's going to take years, so they'll probably be able to milk that for quite a bit.
All right, there we have it, though. And you think they only talk about the climate change situation like this? No, they talk about everything. They really do. All right, let me go back to this story really quick. California neo-Nazi known for racist pranks around San Francisco was arrested in Poland for wearing a swastika necklace and posing with vulgar banners. John Menadio Jr., 39. Now, I'm convinced that these individuals are agents, probably federal informants. I don't believe that these are legitimate people. I think, if anything, they probably work for the organizations they oppose. My contention is that these, quote, neo-Nazis all work for the ADL. And this is some kind of Borat-like role that they play. And it's all about trolling. It's all about trolling. Like, they're not serious. It's like Borat, but for neo-Nazis. Very corny. Anyway, they're in jail in Poland. Here's the update on Queen Didilo. QAnon Queen Didilo conned a cameo endorsement out of political trickster Roger Stone. Again, Roger Stone was obviously reading a script. I have that. This is from Vice.com. And here's what he said. I have no memory or record of any fundraising for this person. So he doesn't remember doing a cameo for the QAnon Queen of Canada. He says, it's possible somebody commissioned a video on Cameo. Well, who's doing his cameos? How does he not remember? But Stone has an account where he charges $131 for a short clip. And I guess what they did is they cropped Cameo out. Makes me think, should we raise $130? Should we commission Roger Stone to give us some kind of a shout out? Apparently he'll shout anybody out and say anything. So this video was shared on Telegram. This is why he's so mad. 58,000 followers. This was added with a call for donations. That's why he's mad. They were making money. They were grifting off of his grift. He should be getting a cut, right? If they raise $500,000, he needs to get a cut for his cameo. QAnon influencer Ramona Didilo has convinced her followers that she's the true leader of Canada, and they're waging a war against a cabal of pedivore elites that run the world. She's currently in the midst of a months-long tour of Canada with 10 of her closest followers. I read somewhere that the Hells Angels have offered them protection. Along the way, she's pulled some high-profile stunts. She's convinced her followers to try to arrest an entire police precinct. It's not a small operation, nor is it a cheap one. Fascinating, though. Grifters grifting off grifters. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of 2020, when the looters, the peaceful protesters rather, would go looting, and then other peaceful protesters would go loot the looters. Like instead of running into the burning building, wait till the guys come out and then snatch the TV. We saw a lot of that. Then I see something here. I'm like, wow, this is the same thing. You got Queen Didelot and Roger Stone both making money, but she's making a bit more. And by the way, with regard to the Queen's death, 911 days after 3/11, 1776 days after the first QAnon drop, we are not conspiracy theorists. Those who do not see what we're pointing out here are pattern denialists. They can call you a climate change denialist even though you don't have anything to deny. Well, there are patterns here that you have to actively deny to not notice them. Here's some more for you. The final tweet on 1/6 by Donald Trump was sent at 6:01. This is the one where he said, "Remember this day forever." Again, 6:01 on 1/06. Also, you have Dominion, that is the company that has the voting machines, suing Fox for $1.6 billion. Now you have another example. Truth Social owes one of its service providers $1.6 million. Every single article tied to Trump and Truth Social has this same number. Just 1.6 is in everything. And there's more. During the so-called raid on Mar-a-Lago, 88,000 people downloaded Truth Social. Again, 88,000. The number 88, if you look into the predictive programming, it is one of the numbers that is very strongly associated with Trump. All of the Trump references in Donnie Darko also have that number. That number is also key in the Back to the Future. Biff Tannen, of course. We're in the Biff Tannen stage of Donald Trump right now. But 88 was the magic number to time travel. Going through some comments here. Copaesthetic says climate terrorists. You know what we are? They actually have a name for it. We're climate change accelerationists. And you're an accelerationist just by not recycling. You're an accelerationist just by not participating and believing. You don't even have to be aggressively against it or a denialist. Here's some more numerology here. There are 47 QAnon accounts that are white marked or check marked. You know how Twitter has the blue check marks if you're legitimate? Well, there's been 47 legitimized QAnon accounts on Truth. And to add to the 88 thing, Trump shared 88 posts from his 47 QAnoners. Again, this is on Truth Social, which is under fire. But note the numbers, very, very significant and very repetitive. Now we might have an inside scoop here, just a heads up, because I've noticed the Pope is mentioning World War III. Oh, one more thing. The Queen. The Queen's death is also 77 years and 7 days after the end of World War II. So I think we're creeping into this World War III thing again. Nothing new here. They talk about Civil War, World War III all the time. But listen to this. This is Michael Grimes. Actually, this is from SpaceX and Tesla writing to Michael Grimes, the head of global technology investment for Morgan Stanley. They said, it won't make sense to buy Twitter if we're heading into World War III. So what does that mean? G33 says 47 degrees on the compass in the Mason symbol. I've noticed it mostly with regard to the Highland Park shooter, who had the number 47 on his car and tattooed on his temple, and it probably relates to July 4th, but yeah, that number stood out very conspicuously. Has anyone seen this story about Russia breaking away from the Antarctic Treaty? Think about this. We have the International Space Station, where everyone cooperates. They cooperate on what's above. We have the Antarctic Treaty. Everyone cooperates on the outer boundary, so below and above. Well, now Russia's going to leave the space station and do their own thing. So they're leaving the international agreement above. But now listen to this. Talking about Antarctica. The United States and Russia maintain they reserve the right to make claims on the southernmost continent. Should Russia walk away from the Antarctic Treaty, a free-for-all could result. So they're kind of discussing the idea that, yes, they might actually break away and it creates some kind of problem there, but I'm noticing it's kind of a similar situation. Antarctic Treaty, International Space Station. Let me see here. Looks like someone said that the audio stream has gone down. I may be able to fix that. I'll be right back. It'll just take a second. Again, if you aren't signed up for the live stream notifications, go to infiniteplane.media. I updated all the listings. If you were on the old listing, it might have been purged. I had to get a new account. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, Auto Hoax or GTFO. And on the screen, that's a meme there. That's BRB, I'm being swatted. Gavin McSmollett. All right, we're back on. Again, we're on all of the available video platforms, but we also stream on audio at radio.net, Radio King, and a couple other places. Soon you're going to find us streaming live on TuneIn, just the audio. You can find that at infiniteplane.radio. And if you find Infinite Plane Radio on Podbean, P-O-D-B-A, or B-E-A-N, Podbean, that's a platform that just does the audio as well, and it makes it very easy to download MP3s if you don't use a podcast player. But we're essentially on every single podcasting platform out there. Okay, let us continue here. I had a pretty long letter from Doug. If you remember, Doug was pretty miffed about our non-belief in the International Space Station. Very, very triggered. He must not have seen the trigger warning that we do use words here. And here's what he had to say. Now, first of all, he said it was irresponsible and that he was going to attempt to have Infinite Plane Radio deplatformed. Again, deplatformed for calling the space station fake. His evidence was he saw it on TV. Well, I'm not going to read the entire book that he wrote, but he said, "You can call me sir. I'm a veteran." He said a retired veteran with 11 years of service. Can you retire after 11 years? He says, "I was incredulous about your unfounded conspiracy theories about the ISS." Now, it's not a conspiracy theory that you can see an astronaut drop the screw on the ISS, or that microphones go through necks, or that sometimes the green screen glitches, or that there's jars of water that shouldn't be there. There are so many things wrong with that 23-year blooper reel, reality TV show, government sci-fi International Space Station. It's not a conspiracy theory. We are making observations. He says, NASA is very adept at dodging questions, skills they've honed to a fine edge, never a straight answer. So he admits that NASA lies, but he believes they have some kind of special high-tech stuff that we've never heard of. Your multiple false statements about the ISS are unsupported. I ask for your evidence. Your comparison of ISS tracking apps to Pokemon is ridiculous. No one with basic intelligence would base their belief that the ISS exists on an app that says so. Now, I'd have to dispute that because in recent memory, I can point to how everyone fell for the viral space chorizo. A physicist posted a star said to be a photo of Proxima Centauri from the James Webb $10 billion telescope. It went viral. They said, what an amazing star. Turned out as a piece of meat. But all it took to convince all these people who made this thing go viral, and they weren't flat earthers, they weren't globe denialists, they weren't ISS deniers. The people who were fooled by this were fooled by a JPEG, by a crappy image. So Doug here says that no one would be fooled by an app. Yeah, I definitely disagree. Most would base their belief on an app, or if they see it on a screen. Okay, he goes on. Why would they do it? For what purpose? It makes no sense. When people say, why would they lie? I think, how did you live this long being so naive? Asking why. Like they don't understand psychopathy or the inherent narcissism in government and big media and the image that they project, the world stage, the worldview. It's a delusion that everyone agrees to. And if you disagree with it, every single believer defends it. Like this to me is the matrix itself. It has an immune system. And he sees, oh look, it's hemorrhaging over there. You got some penguins pecking a hole in the side of this beast and it's hemorrhaging. Let me go patch up that hole. But the fact is we have a point. Again, we're not conspiracy theorists. We're recognizing patterns. Let me see if there's anything else in here. I believe he said his feelings were hurt. He says, a couple of your Kool-Aid chuggers chimed in and things deteriorated. One of them was a moderator and he timed me out with no warning. Ouch. He got hit with a wrench. I don't know if this person is a mod or not. Things headed in the direction of ugly legal issues. You are responsible for any moderator actions. So Doug here, who wants to be called Sir Doug, says that I'm heading towards some serious legal issues because one of you hit him with the wrench. You are either putting out misinformation or disinformation. You ought to address your listeners the way you want to be addressed. He says if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. So I guess I'm being threatened with some kind of legal action for a moderator putting this guy in timeout. No sense of entitlement there. Joined by Donnie of the Dead. Was it someone I timed out last night? Careful. You don't want to get subpoenaed. They might sue you for this. Where did the clip art wrench hurt you? Pentagon says China will beat America in the new space race. We could have predicted this. Now, I don't want to beat a dead horse. We all know about CGI Joe. We know about the latex masks. We know that Joe used to have earlobes. We know that there's surgeries that can change the ears. The many ears of Joe Biden. No skin flap, attached earlobe. Cartilage is changed, missing cartilage. At times, you can see the line on his neck. Like, it doesn't even matter to me who's ultimately behind Joe Biden. I heard a convincing rumor that I believe Johnny Knoxville might be one of the players wearing the Donald Trump fat suit. Anyway, it's very convoluted when you go down this far. But it's worth pointing out it is certainly within the realm of fakeability. But I think they're going to phase CGI Joe out very soon. We said it's only 300 seconds. Yeah, Doug was censored for 300 seconds. And you know what? These cry bullies will use the word censored. Like they don't know what it means. And this is someone who claims to be a veteran. Like if you're a veteran, I imagine you swore an oath at some point. An oath to, I don't know, maybe the First Amendment, Bill of Rights, something in there would say that maybe you value free speech. But no, he's like, I want to deplatform you and sue you. It's like, go for it. I have someone suing me for $642,000 over clip art, over a meme. It's not a joke. And I'm waiting for the judge to render a verdict. I have my fingers crossed that the guy's awarded the full $642,000. It's definitely headline worthy. It's what I would consider to be a very egregious example of malicious prosecution. I'm not worried about it, but it's certainly headline worthy. This guy would get an award, Cry Bully of the Year, using a civil suit as an excuse to attach this fallacious trademark complaint and then add on $12,000 for hurt feelings. And again, the trademark suit here is based on what's called trademark libel. I put a beak on an avatar that is public domain, and I'm literally being sued for it. Space junk damages internal space. Oh yeah, this is the thing I wanted to bring up the other day. The International Space Station was vaxxed. It's called Canadarm2. The space station was hit by space junk a couple of summers ago, first time ever, and I wanted to just show you what I was referring to when I said that it had been vaccinated. Because not only was the arm hit like above the elbow, like if you were going to vax the space station, where would you do it? Right there. Not only that, but the mission itself was called Celestial Immunity. ISS vaxxed during Celestial Immunity. Very good writing. Very good writing. Okay, let us continue. Iron FE says a timeout is Mr. Nice Guy mod. Yeah, we could easily ban people. I always say this though. If you get banned, you're welcome to call in and demand to be let back in or explain why you should be. And we generally let people back in. There's not an issue there. Queen Ramona Didelot was commenting on the rainbow over London and said it was a sign of her timeline intersecting with theirs and that she will be recognized by their government as a supreme being. So Queen Didelot, the QAnon queen, thinks she might actually take over as queen of the world and queen of England, queen of everything. Little megalomania. There is a QAnon Game of Thrones going on right now. There's a guy in Arizona. I should go out and meet him before he blows up. His name is King Carlson, as in Tucker Carlson. Probably no relation, but King Carlson is the king of North America. And at some point, he's going to hook up with the Queen of Canada, who, again, raised a lot of money off of a Roger Stone cameo, and he's mad about it. Okay, let us continue here. FCC to fight space debris by requiring satellite disposal in 5 years or less. Again, nobody cares about the oceans. It's all about space for some reason. Proud Boys and founder of online, quote, Murder the Media. I never heard of them. Murder the Media. It's a group. It's like an offshoot of the Proud Boys. They just got arrested. And the reason this stood out to me is these two look exactly like the California neo-Nazis. Almost looks like the same actors. I'm not suggesting they are the same actors, but take a look again at this neo-Nazi Borat guy from Goyim TV and compare him to Murder the Media from the Proud Boys. Both of them getting arrested at the same time. Both of them getting pretty good photo ops for these online tabloids. I get the impression that they work for the same department. Donnie the Dead says, if FCC controls satellites, what does the Space Force do? Well, the Space Force has taken control of all military satellite communications. Recently, they took care of all of it. They have it all, meaning they're ready to fake the invasion. They have to consolidate control before they can do that. And, of course, I think it's about time. Now, whether it's going to be a UFO invasion or something else, I don't know. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter how bad the special effects are, sadly. The general public will just go along with it, as they always do. They don't really have a high bar. We should expect more from the PSYOP entertainment complex. Okay, phones are open. I put the number up on the screen if anybody has anything to add to any of the above. Astronaut says he had a religious experience during a spacewalk. Also, heads up, 923, mark your calendar. 923 Artemis is launching again. Artemis is the cracked arrow, the rocket that's been cracked. They've canceled 2 launches. And I think there might be some predictive programming value in this. Broken arrow is code for a nuclear weapon that's been compromised. Maybe even an accidental detonation or something like that. And there's been 32 broken arrow incidents since 1950. We're ready for number 33. Will broken arrow 33 happen on the 23rd? Also, the date, November the 23rd, is pointed out in many different movies in the context of predictive programming. The suggestion is that on 923 there might be some kind of a flood event. And all of this is stuff we've discussed in recent weeks, just kind of synchronizing a lot of things together. The numerology has a very consistent message. And one of them is Evan Almighty. That's the one. Evan Almighty is a movie about a modern day Noah. And in this movie, it's all about the number 614, which turns out to be a reference to Genesis 6:14, where God instructs Noah to build the ark. This ties into Don't Look Up, where the comet's going to destroy the world in 6 months and 14 days, and we can find many other references with these same numbers. But my point is, you have this Noah's myth, which ties into the climate change flood myth. We now have a date, 923. It says here, the number 614 appears in various forms throughout his daily routines. Evan comes to realize 614 refers to verse 14 in chapter 6 of the book of Genesis, where God instructs Noah to build the ark for the coming flood. He has synchronicities that warn him. So this coming flood, 923, I'm watching that date closely. And speaking of arks, I want to bring this up as well. The ark that is johnlebon.com is closing its doors. So if you're not a member of johnlebon.com, it will not be open to new members as of September the 11th. So I'm putting a link in the chat. I'll see if I can get on the phone with them this weekend, and we will discuss what his future plans are and what's happening. Is he going into a bunker? What's the plan here? If you're a member of johnlebon.com, you know what it is. Most of you here probably heard me speaking with them a few times. They have what we have. It's very similar. A think tank situation. A lot of very informed, probably the best informed media analysts on the internet, because of course we're the ones who are at least aware of psychological operations and special effects in the nightly news. Most people don't know that your nightly news is a praise of all the special effects and really movie magic that you get in Hollywood. Is there, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there is a meaningful distinction to be made between Hollywood and the news media. I can't find it. These things track with one another, real time. You can look at something in the movies on Netflix and find corresponding news events, major news events, unfolding. And you'll find that these movies are preparing you to respond to the ways they want you to respond. Not a coincidence that the new Game of Thrones opens up with a scene that makes the case for the Roe v. Wade position, that this is like, we need to prevent the Republicans from taking control because they're going to do to women what they do in Game of Thrones. They definitely time these stories. The Uvalde shooting and the Buffalo shooting at the Tops supermarket were definitely coinciding with the Stranger Things. And there's more. I mean, we've taken to referring to this as concurrent programming. It's only predictive programming, really in hindsight. But if you're, and in, if you're able to catch it real time, but sometimes they're not just forecasting things years in advance. Sometimes it's real time, or it's just coordinated. And I think that's, again, more suggesting that there's no meaningful distinction when it comes to entertainment versus, quote, news. You may as well consider news to be reality TV if you're getting it from one source. It's easy to imagine a spacewalk being trippy or jaw-dropping, but for one astronaut, it's been nothing short of religious. This is one of their tricks. They say that when you go so high up, you can no longer see national boundaries. You no longer see political parties or affiliations, and it makes you see the world as one. This is seeing the face of God. They call it the overview effect. And the overview effect, again, is a cognitive, they call it a cognitive shift. Think about the high priesthood. That's kind of what you're looking at here. They actually claim that their brains have permanently raised up in their head a little bit. It says, this is the experience you get when you see firsthand the Earth from space as a tiny, fragile ball hanging in the void. Now, I just want to call BS on this, mainly because they don't go high enough into space on the ISS to actually see it as a ball suspended in a void. They're just not high enough. You can't get the overview effect in an airplane. You can't get it in the ISS, low Earth orbit. You'd have to be much, much higher. William Shatner recently had the overview effect, and he was trying to articulate it, and Jeff Bezos interrupted him to spray champagne on the ladies there gathered around the capsule. Again, the overview effect, or we call it here the overjaw effect, because whenever you see people going through it, their mouths just drop open. I'm suggesting it's fake. But that hasn't stopped the Space Buzz project from recreating it for children. So they've come up with this way to create for children the experience of going so high up that you can see the world in its totality and what we've done to it. And I guess they're going to show it probably contaminated. They're going to show you the climate change. But again, they're trying to essentially show you the face of their God. And the whole purpose to showing us the face of the earth originally was to bolster the claims of environmentalism and to make us think of the earth in an entirely new way. Now it's fragile. Now we are parasites on this thing. It was a paradigm shift to show it to us. But now this overview effect foundation is setting up isolation tanks with Epsom salt and waterproof virtual reality sets for children, so they can send the children up into pretend space so they can see the pretend globe, and then have some kind of cognitive shift and come down as Democrats and environmentalists. Brainwashing. Think of it as a baptism. That's exactly what it is. And they show you the face of God, or the face of the globe. Dark Brandon rising in preparation for World War III. Again, this is from WorldNet Daily. It went from Civil War to World War III. Like, that escalated very, very quickly. And also, one of the big stories is Trump has turned Truth Social into a QAnon-friendly site, and he's openly endorsing the whole QAnon story. Obviously, it's a way to reach his base, but Q's not going away, so just heads up. But nobody's talking about JFK anymore, which is kind of weird. Like, weren't they all about JFK and JFK Jr.? They kind of left that. It's like the shiny new thing of the week. Like, do they not have attention spans? They can't keep their mind on one thing. Once it was saving the children. Now it's stop Disney groomers. Like, there's a big difference between rescuing children from altars of satanic sacrifices and reducing the influence of liberal teachers. There's a big difference. They've watered down their own message, or maybe maybe it's the popcorn. 2 years of sitting down and trusting the plan. They've been pacified. Anyway, we've gone from Civil War to World War III. Echoing Trump, Brazil's president prepares for election loss by declaring vote rigged. I've noticed that many of these various PSYOPs are played out in other places. You can kind of see in advance what they're going to try in other places first. It's sort of like, I think it's a test. They kind of do a trial run. Okay, this works. I think Laura Loomer's even doing it, claiming that she's lost or she was cheated out of a win. At this point, though, both sides are equally culpable in the big PSYOP. They're all playing into it. So it's an election rigging contest at best. Echo Charlie says, we've been on World War III alert since February, probably Musk's tweet. Phones on the screen if you want to call in. The 800 number is going to be back up likely tomorrow. Again, sometimes it's like we're making repairs on the move as this thing breaks apart. But that's just kind of the way it goes. We're going to have our main channel back up here very soon, though. More channels. We used to have 25 platforms. After Uvalde, New York City schools expand active shooter training to pre-K. MK Ultra for the preschoolers. We did a documentary called Drilled on these school shooting drills, and you can find examples of these drills where they actually use blanks and they point at the kids and pull the trigger and the kids scream. Stockholm Syndrome. Your rescuer is your captor, is your rescuer. It's this dynamic where they get you to fall in love with your captor because your survival is connected with theirs. But it's trauma-induced mind control. And what these drills do is they cement in the minds of the children the existence of the ubiquitous shooter and the danger represented by the assault rifle 15. They don't even need any shootings if they do the drills. It cements the existence of these things. This is political theater. These drills are not about saving lives, and you'll notice that they don't anyway. I believe Parkland was doing a school shooting drill the day that they had the shooting go down. What are the odds? One of these patterns. I'm going to play a clip here from the Memphis event. There's some coverage here, and one of the reporters gets very emotional. I had no reason to think this was entirely faked. It seems somewhat believable, but when I listen to this kind of reporting, I think it might be perception management.
Memphis is tired right now. Yeah, I'm good. I'm with you all. Memphis is tired right now. The Eliza Fletcher kidnapping and abduction and...
So she's crying about Eliza Fletcher, says Memphis is tired, and is somehow connecting Eliza Fletcher to the mass shooter. Two different events. Anyone else here think this is crisis acting? Donnie the Dead said it is a big jump from Civil War II to World War III. Yup. And what happened to the monkeypox apocalypse? Yeah, I was waiting for the celebrities to come out with it. Nope. Just a bunch of no-name crisis actors on TikTok. Mike Lindell has major breaking news. His cyber guys have gone through the data and found 96% had evidence of, I don't even want to say it. If you just say the word rigging, you get banned, but they're still doing this. And I'm still getting text messages from this guy offering me discounts to buy pillows.
Through already, which is hundreds of them, have all been machine manipulated. And this is 100% evidence. So, and I have really great news.
Very credible. This is the guy that replaced the Kraken, Sidney Powell, and he's the guy who came out saying he was a crack addict turned CEO. I have a short clip here. This is General Flynn under scrutiny. There's a Frontline special coming out called Michael Flynn's Holy War. And this is getting very interesting because you're seeing the rise of what they're calling Christo-fascism. And it's kind of true, and I've noticed this since the emergence of MAGA and the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening is a mirror of the Great Reset. Both of them are bad ideas. But what they've done is they've merged politics and religion like probably never before.
Flynn drew on a familiar tactic, attacking the media.
AP is a horrendous organization, okay? Because of an AP false story on me caused the Dow Jones to drop and either suspended or fired the guy.
What story was that? The AP never wrote such a story. Flynn got upset when we asked him about his brother, U.S. Army General Charles Flynn, who was...
Now, his brother Charles Flynn is believed by many QAnoners to be on Flynn's side, so they see the troops under his command as somehow Q's army, or they're ready to take over. So they've all been turned into these godlike beings, like very powerful, and they're fighting the deep state. I don't get that impression from Flynn, but Flynn comes off as something of a grifter, and he's very disingenuous. He's suing CNN for trying to associate him with Q, but he shows up at Q events. He even did a karaoke version of "We're Not Gonna Take It" by Twisted Sister. That song was one of the final Q drops. So it's beyond just dog whistles. They associate themselves with it. They swear oaths to Q. But then